The Lord's Empire Chapter 683 to Chapter 766. This sudden change startled everyone. They watched as Zhao Fu flew into the giant rainbow-colored sphere of light, and an explosive sound echoed through the entire space. The rainbow-colored sphere of light that had been floating in the air rose up once more. It was like a rainbow-colored sun that illuminated the earth, dyeing the entire space with rainbow-colored light. Whether it was on the rooftop or the stone steps, countless people looked at the rainbow-colored sphere of light with amazement. Zhi, the rainbow-colored sphere of light rose to a certain height. Everyone could see that there was an ear-piercing twisting sound in the sky. They saw the sky distort and a pressure as vast as the heavenly Tao slowly descend. Everyone felt their bodies sink as if their souls were falling into an abyss, falling into endless darkness. In front of this strength, they were as small and petty as grains of sand. An aura of fear and death began to spread through everyone's hearts. They looked at the sky in amazement, their bodies trembling. It wasn't just the people on the rooftop, but the countless people on the stone steps could also feel this terrifying strength. What exactly happened up there? Everyone on the stone steps thought to themselves in shock. The countless people on the rooftop were also shocked. They had been waiting for the World Protector to arrive, but who would have known that Imperial Prince Qin was the World Protector? This was too horrifying. With Imperial Prince Qin as the World Protector, just how difficult would the final trial be? It felt as if it had gone from difficult to hellish. As for those who had failed the final trial, they weren't too worried, because they had already failed and couldn't participate in the final trial. What they were truly worried about were the 50 people facing the final trial. They were well aware of what they would face. The giant rainbow-colored sphere of light slowly scattered, turning into countless rainbow-colored butterflies that fluttered in the air. Countless motes of light sprinkled down from their bodies, making it look like a rain of light. It was an extremely beautiful scene that moved everyone's heart. But no one was able to appreciate this beautiful scene, because the figure within the sphere of light was slowly revealed. He had a face as beautiful as a woman's, and he had long, glassy hair that reached his legs. He wore rainbow-colored robes, and his blood-red eyes didn't contain a trace of human emotion. They were so cold that it chilled one's heart. Compared to Zhao Fu's current appearance, there was a massive change. Before, Zhao Fu had only been handsome, but he had been in the category of a man. Now, however, he was pure and beautiful. This was the first time everyone had seen Prince Qin's appearance, and they felt quite shocked. The men felt moved, and the women felt envious and jealous. Many rainbow-colored butterflies were still circling around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu glanced at the crowd below and finally understood what was going on. No wonder he didn't need to participate in the trial. It turned out that he had already become a world protector. Now, it was time to test them. According to the rules, they had to maintain absolute fairness. No one was allowed to go easy on them. Are you ready? Zhao Fu's voice was like a clap of thunder in the sky, shaking people's souls. The 50 men who were assigned to the task had grave expressions on their faces as they prepared themselves for the battle. Seeing this, Zhao Fu smirked and gave a domineering smile. He grabbed at the air and a rainbow-colored sword of light appeared in his hand. He raised the sword and pointed it towards the sky. The scenery around them started to change as if another world was encroaching on this world. The sky gradually became a blood-red color, and a blood-red crescent gave off a cold and austere moonlight. Everyone appeared within a lush green patch of grass. Even though this place seemed to be filled with life, it was completely silent and gave off an aura of death. Zhao Fu's smile did not change as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the crowd below. Immediately, everyone was given a big fright, and Tina Pendragon yelled, causing everyone to quickly scatter. Everyone understood and quickly flew to the side. Boom! The ray of light smashed into the ground like a meteor, and a corporeal shockwave blasted the ground into nothingness. Large amounts of sand and rock shot out in all directions like rain, and the force behind the shockwave was incredibly great and could easily pierce through a person's skull. Tina Pendragon gripped the golden sword with both hands and blocked in front of her, forming a semicircular barrier of light that blocked the countless rocks. CG stretched out his hand, and a violet barrier with dragon inscriptions appeared around him. It seemed that he had also grasped King's power, and everyone else also used various methods to defend. Xing, a clear sword hum rang out, and a huge sword wind swept out in all directions. The large amount of dust covering the surroundings was swept away, and the huge sword wind even caused some of the weaker people to take a step back. After the dust settled, Xiaofu was revealed at the center of the crater. The current Xiaofu gave off an aura of despair. Xiaofu looked at Tina Pendragon and gave a big smile as he said, "Come. Let me see the legendary King Arthur's power." In the next second, Xiaofu suddenly appeared in front of Tina Pendragon, and his rainbow-colored sword light gave off an aura of annihilation that seemed to be able to cut through everything. Space itself seemed to crack as it slashed towards Tina Pendragon. Arg! Understanding how terrifying Xiaofu's strike was, Arthur cried out and exploded out with all of her power, causing the ground to crack. A few golden arcs of lightning flashed as the golden sword in her hand gave off a brilliant light, giving off a soul-shaking power. As Xiaofu slashed down, Arthur gripped her sword with both hands and slashed out, and the two swords collided. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two massive powers collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A barrier of light spread out, annihilating everything within 1,000 meters. Arthur's body slid back 10 or so meters before stopping. A trace of blood leaked out of her lips, and her expression became serious as she gripped her golden sword with both hands and stared at Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly laughed and prepared to attack again when a massive arm whistled towards Xiaofu. Akhenaten also acted, using his power to condense a 10 or so meter tall sand giant that started to attack Xiaofu. Their main mission was to defeat Xiaofu, and Arthur was their greatest ally. If she was killed, it would be even more difficult to face Xiaofu in the future. Sensing the incoming hand, Xiaofu felt quite disdainful and casually waved his hand. A sword arc flashed out, slashing apart the incoming hand, which turned into fine sand and dissipated. Roar! At that moment, a violet dragon gave off a dragon's roar and gave off boundless power as it suddenly slammed towards Xiaofu. CG also started to act. Xiaofu felt quite condescending. Even though he could not attack again, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and a rainbow-colored barrier appeared. As the violet dragon slammed into the barrier, it turned into violet chi and dissipated. Swish, a white spear of light tore through the air, giving off searing power as it flew towards Xiaofu. A pair of angel wings appeared on Jeffrey's back, and he started to attack Xiaofu in the air. Everyone, attack together. He won't be able to hold on by himself. Seeing that Xiaofu was continuously being attacked by so many people, one of the people cried out in delight. Xiaofu looked quite panicked and was unable to deal with the attacks. Boom! 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 The others understood and unleashed all sorts of attacks at Xiaofu. Sword lights, saber lights, fireballs, and spears of light inundated Xiaofu's body. Explosions sounded out in all directions, and the ground caved in by 10 or so meters. It could be seen how ferocious everyone's attacks were. After using such powerful attacks, everyone was gasping for breath as they looked at the center of the dust cloud. Nulu had not attacked this entire time as she could not attack Xiaofu directly. Xiaofu had told her before to attack him with her full strength and not to hold back. With Xiaofu becoming the world protector, no one could hold back. If they could pass, it would be their opportunity, but if they could not, it would be their fate. They had to maintain absolute fairness. Xiaofu could only attack with his full strength and could not be biased towards anyone. After all, the World Protector's power did not allow him to attack everyone. Even though Xiaofu had told her before, Nulu could not attack her husband. Seeing Xiaofu being madly attacked, she felt quite worried. However, her worries were unfounded. After the dust settled, Xiaofu stood at the center of the crater with his rainbow barrier, looking completely fine. Everyone's ferocious attacks were unable to break through Xiaofu's defenses. Looking at the people around him, Xiaofu coldly laughed and said, "Is this all you have?" Everyone felt a sense of helplessness, and their expressions became dim. Despite so many attacks, Xiaofu had not been able to harm Xiaofu at all. However, they were not ordinary people, and their gazes quickly became resolute. Xiaofu coldly harumphed and started to attack. There were simply too many of them, and it would be quite difficult to deal with them one by one. Xiaofu decided to unleash a powerful attack, and he raised his rainbow sword of light and sent his world's source energy into it. The rainbow sword of light gave off a blinding sword light and became 10 or so meters long. A destructive aura flowed out like a fountain, and rays of sword chi flew everywhere. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and their hair stood on end. Boom, Zhao Fu swung the rainbow sword of light and slashed out, causing a terrifying sword wind to blow out in all directions like a superstorm. It was extremely sharp, and as it swept past, the ground was cut 4 or 5 meters deep. Seeing such a terrifying attack, everyone went all out to defend, raising up energy barriers. However, that massive sword chi storm was like an unstoppable natural disaster. Countless energy barriers shattered, and everyone was sent flying like leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. After the sword chi tempest passed, the surrounding 10,000 meters was a mess. Be it the grass or the boulders, they were all destroyed. Sword scars crisscrossed the ground, looking very terrifying. There were originally 50 people, but in the end, only a dozen or so people remained. Looking back at the stone platform, they saw dozens of people lying on the stone platform, covered in blood. This caused the others to feel shocked, not knowing what had happened. Nulu also retreated because that terrifying power was not something she could defend against. In order to not make trouble for Zhao Fu Tian, she could only retreat. The surviving people's eyes were filled with despair and terror, and they felt incredibly bitter. That attack had instantly killed dozens of people, and now, there were only 10 or so people left. How could they fight? They could not resist at all, and if Zhao Fu unleashed that attack again, they would all die here. Great Qin's legatee's power was simply too monstrous. Even with their combined power, they were unable to break through Great Qin's legatee's defenses. They were doomed to lose. The final trial was simply too difficult. Zhao Fu stood in the air, surrounded by the rainbow butterflies of light. Looking at the people coughing up blood on the ground, he smiled and said, "That's all you have, there's no hope of defeating me. Now, continue to suffer the fear of death." Ha ha ha, Zhao Fu loudly laughed in the air, and he once again raised the sword of light that had shrunk to its original length. Rays of rainbow sword light shot out and gathered above Zhao Fu, forming a terrifying rainbow flying sword. The expressions of the 10 or so people on the ground greatly fell. Sensing the terrifying ripples from the rainbow flying sword, they gritted their teeth and barely managed to stand up. Tina Pendragon's hair was somewhat disheveled, and her silver-white knight's dress was stained with dirt. She gripped the golden sword of light with both hands as she stared at Zhao Fu. Even though she did not want to admit it, she had never felt fear before. In front of Prince Qin, she felt a trace of fear. Tina Pendragon deeply breathed in and cut off that trace of fear. She roared as she unleashed all of her power, and the golden sword of light in her hand once again gave off a brilliant light, giving off shocking power. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu acted. The rainbow sword light condensed into a flying sword and slashed through the air before landing on the ground, resulting in a shocking explosion. The surroundings were filled with white light, and everything turned into nothingness. A 10,000-meter wide crater appeared, and of the 10 or so people, only 8 remained. They were the 8 legatees, and they lay on the ground, looking heavily injured and powerless. There was a trace of blood at Tina Pendragon's lips as she leaned against a massive boulder. Blood flowed out of her body, dyeing her silver-white knight's dress red, and she looked quite pitiful. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Logically speaking, that powerful attack should have been able to kill everyone, so why had there been 8 of them left? Just as Zhao Fu felt quite confused, he discovered that there was some sort of power protecting the 8 of them. Moreover, Zhao Fu received a system announcement, and he looked quite troubled. This was because the world's consciousness wanted Zhao Fu to torture these 8 people and activate their power, which was the Earthrealm Mark's power. As for the method, the more humiliating and cruel it was, the better. Zhao Fu felt that he was a tool for the world's consciousness to teach these 8 people a lesson, and this would draw too much hatred. However, seeing the conditions that the world's consciousness had given him, Zhao Fu still agreed. After dispelling the rainbow sword light in his hand, Zhao Fu came before Tina Pendragon and said mockingly, "So this is King Arthur's power? It's simply too trash." Tina Pendragon was not angered by Zhao Fu, and she said calmly, "I can't compare to you, so I have nothing to say. Do whatever you want, but please don't humiliate me." Ha ha ha, Zhao Fu wildly laughed as he said, "This isn't an insult, because the 8 of you are all weaklings. I can crush you with a single finger, aren't you all trash?" Hearing Zhao Fu's wild laughter and insults, the others felt quite furious. Oleg, who had the most arrogant personality, roared, wanting to stand up and fight with Zhao Fu to wash away this humiliation. With his personality, he would rather die than be humiliated. Zhao Fu continued to step on Oleg's head and humiliate him, making Oleg feel incredibly furious. He continuously struggled and roared, wanting to kill Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu still stepped on his head, making him unable to move. He felt incredibly humiliated. Everyone else felt quite terrified. They had never thought that legatee Qin's legatee would not only be cruel, violent, and lecherous, but he would also humiliate others like this. Zhao Fu felt quite sick of playing with Oleg, and he kicked him to the side. The world's consciousness told him that it was far from enough, and it needed to stimulate the power in the depths of their souls. Following this, the world's consciousness said that it wanted to do it itself. Zhao Fu did not mind, as long as there was a reward, it would be enough. As long as it was over, Zhao Fu's status as the world protector would not change, and he would be above the 8 legatees. There were even better rewards, and thinking about that, Zhao Fu happily smiled. Before, he had been too worried and had thought that he would not be able to become a legatee. However, the world's consciousness had long since treated him as the world protector, and there had been no trial at all. Now, the reward had been prepared for Zhao Fu, and it would be given to him after the trial was over. Zhao Fu felt that the world's consciousness was simply too good to him. As Zhao Fu smiled and thought about what reward he would receive, the 8 people on the ground once again fell into an illusion. Tina Pendragon calmly and fearlessly watched as Zhao Fu walked over, waiting for him to end his life and exit the trial. She had failed this trial, but she would work even harder in the future to surpass legatee Qin's legatee. However, Zhao Fu walked over to Tina Pendragon's side and grabbed her mouth before lowering his head and kissing her. He stuck his tongue into her mouth and vigorously stirred it, and he rubbed her chest with his hands before savagely taking off her night's dress. Tina Pendragon had never thought that this would happen, and she started to struggle. As a woman, she started to feel afraid, and she was no longer as strong and brave as before. That filthy and ugly thing continuously violated her, and Tina Pendragon had never felt such terror and helplessness before. For the first time, tears flowed out of her eyes. The world's consciousness has given me a privilege as punishment for failing the trial, Zhao Fu said as he smiled cruelly at Akhenaten. Family and friends were often the most fragile things in life, and you didn't need them. Following this, Zhao Fu started to torture and kill Akhenaten's family and friends right in front of him. Akhenaten held in a heart-wrenching voice that he would definitely kill Zhao Fu. CG, you don't even deserve to be the successor of Huaxia. You can't even compare to 1/10 of me. You're really a piece of trash. You failed this trial, and the great Xia's legacy has already given up on you. Who told you to be so weak? You're really trash. Zhao Fu mocked CG. Then, CG was shocked to discover that he had really received a notification. His identity as a successor had been erased, and now he was nothing. Zhao Fu laughed as he cut off a cute girl's head and threw it to Jeffrey's side as he said mockingly, "Faith in the light." I'm dying of laughter. What a bunch of hypocrites. I can kill as many people as I want, can you stop me? Can your god stop me? Your god is just a pile of shit. Jeffrey's heart was filled with rage, and he exploded out with all of his power as he rushed at Zhao Fu. However, he was still defeated by Zhao Fu, and he watched as Zhao Fu slaughtered people and insulted what he believed in. This was the first time Jeffrey had felt so powerless. He watched as Zhao Fu continuously slaughtered and insulted, but he could not do anything to stop him. Lowly servant. Do you still want to resist? Zhao Fu said disdainfully as he stepped on Oleg's head. Oleg was so furious that he once again wanted to resist, but he was firmly stepped on by Zhao Fu. Then, he watched as Zhao Fu undid his pants and poured his urine on his head. Oleg felt like he was going to die from anger. With his prideful personality, this was worse than being cut into pieces. However, he was still powerless to resist, and he was continuously humiliated by Zhao Fu. Babylon. Is this your little sister? She's quite cute. Zhao Fu lewdly smiled as he stretched out his long tongue and licked the little girl's face, causing her to cry in fear. Seeing the person he cared about the most being treated like this, Babylon's expression became savage as he roared, "Let go of her, or I'll definitely kill." You. Ha ha ha, Xiaofu wildly laughed as he said, you want to kill me? You don't understand the current situation, right? Don't blame me, you can only blame yourself for being too weak and not having the ability to protect the most important person to you. The scumbag Xiaofu had violated Babylon's little sister in front of him, causing Babylon to roar madly. Are you alright? I'm really sorry, I couldn't control my body, which was why I did that. Xiaofu gently helped Masanori Hano up. Masanori Hano's face became red, and looking at Xiaofu's handsome face, her heart rate sped up as she lightly shook her head. Thank you. Xiaofu lightly laughed. Masanori Hano's face became red, and she mustered up her courage and said in a small voice, it's alright. I know you're not that kind of person, there must be a reason for you to become like that. I've often heard about you in Japan, and I've always wanted to meet you. Is that so? Xiaofu smiled and held Masanori Hano's hand as he said, I've also heard about you. Masanori Hano's face became bright red, and she felt quite helpless. Even though she looked incredibly flirtatious, she still had the innocence of a young girl. Following this, the two of them became more and more intimate, and Masanori Hano felt that she had completely fallen in love with Xiaofu. She couldn't help but confess to him under a maple tree, but a sharp knife pierced through her heart. Xiaofu coldly laughed as he said, did you really think that I would fall for you? I was just playing with you, and you took it so seriously. Masanori Hano's tears continuously flowed down her face as she looked at Xiaofu, and her life slowly flowed away. Xiaofu bit off Rames's flesh and chewed in large mouthfuls. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, making Xiaofu look incredibly savage. Your flesh is so delicious. Rames struggled with a look of terror on his face. A chunk of flesh had been bitten off by Xiaofu, and he felt immense pain. Rames wanted to run away, but he did not have any strength to resist at all. Following this, another chunk of flesh was bitten off by Xiaofu. Arg, Rames continuously held in pain as he watched his body being eaten by Xiaofu. He had never felt such terror and helplessness before, and he almost went crazy. Xiaofu stood by the side and looked at the 8 unconscious people. He felt that it was incredibly slow, and he wondered if they would be able to awaken the Earthrealm Mark's power. Xiaofu wanted to know what rewards he would receive for becoming a world protector. Arg. 8 rainbow-colored runes gave off strange lights as they floated up from their foreheads. An extremely terrifying power spread out from their bodies, and their auras were dozens of times more powerful than before. Under their auras, the air seemed to freeze, and anyone who saw them would be shocked. Now, their eyes were completely blood-red, and they were filled with hatred and killing intent, as if they had irreconcilable enmity with Xiaofu. Xiaofu did not understand what was going on. I only cursed them a few times before, there's no need to hate them so much, right? Also, now that they have awakened the Earthrealm Mark's power, does that mean I've completed the quest? Xiaofu looked at the system announcements, but there was no response. Xiaofu immediately felt that the situation was quite bad. I'll kill you. The first to attack was Masanori Hano, and she yelled in pain and hatred. She grabbed at the air, causing countless traces of devil chi to flow out and form a devil halberd in her hand. She vigorously swung the halberd forwards, and a ferocious pillar of devil chi slammed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's pupils constricted, and he could sense how terrifying this attack was. He stretched out a hand, and a rainbow-colored barrier appeared around Xiaofu's body. The pillar of devil chi slammed against the barrier, resulting in a muffled explosion. Xiaofu felt the barrier tremble. Following this, the devil chi spread out, covering an area of 100 meters, blocking everyone's vision. You scum! A roar suddenly sounded out from beside Xiaofu. Babylon held a scimitar and glared at Xiaofu as he slashed out with all of his strength, bringing with him a massive amount of saber chi as he slashed against the rainbow barrier. Crack, a clear cracking sound rang out as a few cracks appeared on the incredibly tough barrier. After all, this barrier had been able to defend against 50 legatees' combined attacks without being damaged at all. Emperor Qin. I'll make you pay for the humiliation I've suffered today 100-fold. Another roar sounded out as Oleg's handsome face became twisted. He gripped his spear and rushed over like a bolt of lightning, completely disregarding his own life to kill Xiaofu. Kacha, a clear sound once again sounded out as the spear gave off terrifying piercing power and once again smashed against the rainbow barrier, causing a few more cracks to appear on the rainbow barrier. True sword of justice. At that moment, another cry sounded out, causing Xiao Fu to feel quite startled. Tina Pendragon's eyes were cold and filled with pure killing intent as she raised the golden sword of light with both hands and ferociously slashed down towards Xiao Fu. A massive golden sword light, bringing with it the power to cut through everything, flashed by, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Ping pong. The rainbow barrier was slashed apart and shattered like glass, and there was a sword gash that was hundreds of meters long on the ground. Xiao Fu felt quite startled, but luckily he had moved to the side, or else his body would have been split open by that sword strike. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind Xiao Fu. CG held a violet sword and slashed towards Xiao Fu. This sudden attack caused Xiao Fu to feel quite startled, but he grabbed at the air, causing the rainbow sword light to instantly form, and Xiao Fu slashed out. Shing, the two swords collided, resulting in a metallic sound. CG looked at Xiao Fu hatefully and roared, "Emperor Qin, do you really think that I'm inferior to you? Today, I'll kill you to prove my Dao." CG gritted his teeth and gripped his sword with both hands as he used all of his strength to press towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu coldly harumphed and gripped the rainbow sword light as he vigorously slashed out, sending CG flying. However, Xiao Fu was once again given a big fright as a searing white spear stabbed towards Xiao Fu's back. Jeffrey, who had a pair of pure white wings, gave off a white light as he held the white spear. His face was filled with fury as he yelled, "I'll cleanse you, demon." Xiao Fu hurriedly spun and slashed towards Jeffrey. The sword light collided with the white light, resulting in an explosion and a shockwave rippling out. "I'll kill you." A twisted voice sounded out, and it was unknown whether it was from pain or fear. Ramus swung his iron staff, causing the air to explode as he swung it towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu could only dodge to the side. Scree! A massive black bird ferociously slammed towards Xiao Fu, and in that critical moment, Xiao Fu blocked with the rainbow sword light. Bang! Xiao Fu slid back 10 or so meters before stopping, leaving behind two shallow marks on the ground. A trace of blood leaked out of Xiao Fu's lips. Akhenaten's face was filled with hatred and fury as he said, "Today, I'll take revenge for them. You deserve to die." Xiao Fu's expression was cold as he wiped away the blood at his lips. He looked at the 8 people in front of him who seemed to have gone mad and wondered what was going on. He didn't have such great enmity with them, right? Xiao Fu could sense that this had something to do with why the world's consciousness had asked him to act himself. The 8 people were filled with hatred as they ferociously attacked. Seeing this, Xiao Fu coldly harumphed, he had to unleash his full power, or else he would definitely be killed by these 8 people here. They had the Earthrealm mark's power, and so did Xiao Fu. A circular mark appeared on the back of his hand, giving off a brilliant light. He held the rainbow sword light and pointed it at the sky as he roared, causing a rainbow pillar of light to shoot into the sky. Within the pillar of light, Xiao Fu's aura once again rose, and an even more terrifying might suddenly descended, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! 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 Explosions shook the heavens and earth. No matter how powerful Xiao Fu was, the 8 people did not feel any fear. They looked as if they were going to fight to the death with Xiao Fu, and they unleashed powerful attacks together. Facing so many terrifying attacks, Xiao Fu raised the rainbow sword light and slashed out horizontally. A 1,000-meter-long crescent slashed out, colliding with the 8 people's attacks. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as everyone on the sky platform outside the illusory world felt an unprecedented sense of terror. Even though they did not know what kind of battle was going on between the 8 people and Prince Qin, just from the terrifying shockwaves, they could tell how intense the battle was. Many people knew about Prince Qin's despair-inducing power. Before, he had casually killed dozens of people, and they, who stood at the peak, had been like ants to him, unable to resist at all. However, they did not know what kind of power the 8 legatees possessed, and they were able to fight so intensely against Prince Qin, who had become the world protector. It was possible to imagine the apocalyptic battle in the illusory world, and everyone felt admiration towards the 8 legatees. At the same time, they felt fear towards Prince Qin. Nulu looked incredibly worried, and she was quite worried about Xiao Fu. Arg! Masanori Hana once again cried out and was the first to attack. She gripped her demonic halberd and quickly rushed over. Her hatred towards Zhao Fu was incredibly intense, and it was more than killing her 100 times over. The others also rushed over, and their blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Fu, wanting to eat Zhao Fu up. Seeing the 8 people rushing over, Zhao Fu acted first. When the 8 of them attacked together, even Zhao Fu would be at a disadvantage. He slashed out horizontally, a gash appeared in front of him, and with a whoosh, countless traces of sword chi, bringing with it a massive sword wind, rushed towards the 8 people. Masanori Hanno, who was at the front, slashed out with her demonic halberd, sending out a crescent that cut apart a portion of the wind. She arrived in front of Zhao Fu and stabbed towards Zhao Fu with her demonic halberd. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and raised his sword, sending out a shocking sword light as he slashed towards Masanori Hanno. This terrifying attack caused Masanori Hanno's heart to feel a chill, and she hurriedly put away her demonic halberd. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew everywhere, and Masanori Hanno was forced back 5 or 6 meters. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as Akhenaten's gem-studded black staff released a monster with a human face and a lion's body, which gave off a terrifying aura as it charged at Zhao Fu. It opened its mouth and ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as he raised his rainbow-colored sword and stabbed forwards with all of his strength. Countless rays of rainbow-colored sword chi flooded out like a river, slamming into the lion's body monster. The sharp sword chi tore the lion's body monster into countless pieces. True contracted sword. A cry suddenly sounded out from beside Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's heart to feel a chill. He turned and saw Tina Pendragon raise her golden sword with both hands and slash down with a massive sword aura. A shocking golden sword light containing enough power to destroy everything slashed towards Zhao Fu. At this moment, Zhao Fu could no longer dodge. He could only hold the 7-colored light sword with both hands and block with all his might. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu was sent flying. Zhao Fu stabbed his sword into the ground to stabilize his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he looked up at Tina Pendragon. This woman's strength was not just an ordinary level of strength. Xiao. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as Jeffrey vigorously threw out the white spear of light. The white spear gave off a searing light as it streaked through the air, leaving behind faint traces as it appeared in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. Zhao Fu was startled and hastily dodged to the side. The white spear of light struck the ground behind Zhao Fu, and the immense force caused the ground to crack and collapse, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. Bang! An explosion sounded out as Ramus appeared next to Zhao Fu and vigorously swung his metal staff towards Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu was unable to dodge at all, so he could only take this attack head-on. The metal staff heavily smashed into Zhao Fu's head, and Zhao Fu felt a wave of dizziness as liquid flowed out of his head. However, this injury was worth it. Zhao Fu gripped Ramus' metal staff with one hand, causing Ramus to feel quite startled. He tried to pull his staff out, but Zhao Fu did not give him the chance. The 7-colored light sword pierced through Ramus' chest, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Arg! CG loudly roared, and a violet dragon ferociously rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu pulled out the 7-colored light sword and dodged to the side, and Ramus powerlessly collapsed to the ground, dead. After getting rid of the weakest Ramus, the pressure on Zhao Fu's body was slightly reduced. However, Ramus' death caused the other 7 to sink into an even more frenzied state. Oleg roared, and his spear shot out a dazzling spear light as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu forcefully swung his sword, and a huge sword chi pushed Oleg back. Puff, the sound of flesh being cut rang out. Babylon swung his scimitar, and a bright white light flashed out as he slashed at Zhao Fu's back, leaving a foot-long wound. In the next second, Zhao Fu's expression hardened, and he backhanded his sword, leaving a sharp arc of light as it shot out. Blood splattered, and a head flew high into the air. Babylon's headless corpse fell to the ground. Zhao Fu also lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. The clothes on his back were completely dyed red with blood. When these 8 people went berserk, it was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. However, after dealing with another person, he only had to face 6 people, and the pressure on Zhao Fu decreased again and again. After another person died, the remaining 6 people's eyes became blood red, and they became even more berserk. Their hatred towards Zhao Fu seemed to become corporeal, and it made people feel incredibly afraid. Boom! A blood-red flame appeared around Oleg's body, and he exploded out with a powerful aura. His expression was savage, and his eyes gave off a blood-red light. He gave off a murderous aura, and he roared, "Emperor Qin!" Bang! Oleg stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. His body shot out like an arrow and shot towards Zhao Fu. Sensing how terrifying Oleg's power was, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. He gripped the rainbow-colored sword with both hands and roared. Veins bulged on his body as he sent all of his power into the sword, causing it to give off a dazzling sword light. Boom! Just as Oleg arrived in front of Zhao Fu slashed out, seeming to tear through space as a massive sword light inundated everything. Cough! Zhao Fu stabbed the sword into the ground and powerlessly half-knelt on the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In front of him, there was a 10,000-meter-long and hundreds of meters wide canyon. The canyon was smooth and tidy, and it gave off a trace of an aura of destruction. Oleg's body was devoured by the sword light and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the sword light also hit Akhenaten. He had been about to attack, but he had been hit by the sudden sword light, causing him to fall to the ground, covered with blood. Akhenaten felt incredibly unwilling, and tears continuously flowed out of his eyes. Thinking about how Zhao Fu had tortured and killed his family, Akhenaten was filled with boundless hatred, and he cried out, "I beg you, you must kill him." Akhenaten gave one last cry before dying in unwillingness and pain. Ramus, Babylon, Oleg, and Akhenaten had all died. Now, there were only 4 legatees left. Akhenaten's final heartrending cry caused the remaining 4 legatees to almost go mad. Blood-red aura flames rose up from their bodies, and the rainbow-colored runes on their foreheads gave off boundless light, giving them terrifying power. God said, "All evil in the world is nothing." Jeffrey spread his 8 blood-red wings, which gave off boundless blood-red light, making him look like a small blood-red sun. His words were holy and dignified, and as he spoke, the entire world seemed to tremble. The immense pain caused Zhao Fu to howl unwillingly, and traces of blood appeared all over his body. By now, Zhao Fu had used up almost all of his strength, and that massive power had already crushed Zhao Fu into a ball. Just as Zhao Fu was about to explode, arg! Zhao Fu howled in pain, and the Earthrealm mark on the back of his hand gave off an even brighter rainbow light. At the same time, a rune appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead. This rune was quite special, and it seemed to be formed by fusing different runes, and it gave off a mysterious aura. Shing, a crisp sword hum resounded through the sky. The people outside the illusory world only saw the void being torn apart by a ray of sword light. That terrifying power caused everyone in the trial space to feel as if they had fallen into icy water. Their bodies and souls were all trembling. Just what exactly happened? Why was the battle between them so terrifying? It truly made one feel despair. The people on the sky platform all felt quite shocked, and they felt that this battle was incredibly terrifying. The countless people on the steps had no idea what was going on, but they were both curious and afraid. They wanted to see just what was going on, but it was a pity that their strength was too low, and they were unable to reach the top. Back in the illusion world, the blood-red sun in the sky had been slashed apart by a sword strike, and Jeffrey's body was split in half from head to toe as he fell from the sky. Another legatee had died. Even though the remaining 3 legatees had fallen into boundless madness, they could only understand how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and a rainbow aura flame rose up from his body. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind, and his eyes became blood-red. He no longer held an illusory sword of light but a crystal sword. Roar! 9 dragons' roars sounded out as CG raised his sword and sent the last of his power into it, unleashing his most powerful attack. Countless traces of violet chi swirled around the 9 violet dragons, giving off heaven-shaking power as they rushed towards Zhao Fu. Facing the 9 violet dragons, Zhao Fu casually swung his sword, and a massive sword arc tore through the sky. The 9 violet dragons exploded, turning into countless strands of violet chi. Meanwhile, CG's body seemed to have been sliced into pieces by countless sword chis, turning into a pile of dismembered corpses. Ah! Huai let out a delicate roar and charged towards Zhao Fu with the demon halberd in her hand, launching her final attack. However, as soon as her demonic halberd stabbed out, it was grabbed by Zhao Fu, and her body was pierced by a sword. Hua Yi looked at Zhao Fu as tears flowed out of her eyes. Zhao Fu coldly pulled out his sword, and Hanno's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. By now, Zhao Fu had lost control of his power. In the end, only Tina Pendragon and Zhao Fu were left standing in the air, giving off terrifying auras as if two worlds were about to collide. I will never forgive you. I'll take revenge for them. Tina Pendragon's eyes danced with tears as she looked at Zhao Fu and slowly raised the golden sword with both hands. The entire world seemed to fall silent and became incredibly austere. A golden sword light covered the entire heavens and earth, and a power that seemed to be able to annihilate everything spread out. True Oath Sword. Tina Pendragon gave a heart-wrenching cry as she slashed out with her golden holy sword, which gave off a resplendent light. Cracks appeared in space, and time seemed to slow down. This sword strike seemed to be able to slash apart the world. Pooh! The sound of a weapon stabbing into a body could be heard as a crystal sword pierced through Tina Pendragon's heart from behind. Zhao Fu coldly and slowly pulled the sword out. Tina Pendragon finally could not hold back her tears, and she turned with great difficulty to look at Zhao Fu one last time before falling down. When she opened her eyes, she saw Tina Pendragon standing on the rooftop and feeling quite startled. Hadn't she just been killed by Zhao Fu? How had she appeared here? Following this, some memories flooded into her mind, and her expression became quite complicated. The other 7 legatees also had complicated expressions, and they understood that everything they had experienced had been an illusion. Thinking about how they had risked their lives against Zhao Fu, they realized that it had all been a misunderstanding. Xing, the sky was slashed apart by the sword, and a terrifying voice sounded in the sky. A terrifying aura spread out like a flood. Zhao Fu looked at the 8 legatees who had reappeared and once again raised his crystal sword. Zhao Fu's consciousness was quite hazy, and seeing them reappear, he immediately wanted to kill them. The crystal sword gave off a destructive aura, and everyone's expressions fell as they once again felt despair. Tina Pendragon could not help but yell, "Emperor Qin, this was a misunderstanding between us. It's a misunderstanding between us. I apologize for my rashness before." Tina Pendragon did not apologize because she was afraid, but because she was in the wrong. However, Zhao Fu did not seem to hear her at all and continued to attack. The others bitterly took out their weapons. They did not have any confidence that they could defeat Zhao Fu. However, a ray of white light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on Zhao Fu's body. Immediately, Zhao Fu's world protector power disappeared, and Zhao Fu regained his senses. He immediately put on a black cloak, and Zhao Fu returned to his original appearance. Seeing that Zhao Fu's terrifying power had disappeared, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They then saw Zhao Fu put on his black cloak, and only now did everyone understand why Emperor Qin always wore a cloak. He was simply too beautiful. Of course, Zhao Fu could not explain this. After returning to the ground, Nu Lu leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and asked caringly, "Lord husband, are you all right?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and looked at his body. He felt that the injuries he had suffered before had all been an illusion, and he was completely fine. As such, he said to Nu Lu, "I'm fine." Seeing this intimate scene, Hanno felt quite complicated and did not know what to say. He felt quite uncomfortable. System announcement. The trial festival has concluded. You have failed the final trial. Rewards will now be distributed. Hearing that they had failed the trial, countless people sighed. However, there was nothing they could do about this. After all, Qin's world protector was simply too powerful and terrifying. Following this, rays of white light landed on everyone's bodies, and countless people felt as if their bodies were bathed in the spring sunlight. Their hearts felt warm and comfortable. Everyone's bodies started to disappear, and Zhao Fu's body also started to disappear as he returned to the heaven-awakened world. The 3 other women also appeared by Zhao Fu's side. Nu Lu affectionately hugged Zhao Fu's arm, Xianru's aura became stronger, and Gao Li's face was bright red. Thinking about what had happened in the trial, her body started to react. Zhao Fu looked through his gains from the trial and couldn't help but give a pleased smile. Firstly, Zhao Fu's identity as the world protector caused his power to be above that of the other 8 legatees. At the same time, Zhao Fu could use the world source energy, which was incredibly terrifying and even more powerful than what Zhao Fu had used before. Moreover, Zhao Fu's bloodline was now a level 17 sovereign bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu had only been level 16, and with the help of the world's energy, Zhao Fu had risen by another level. More importantly, Zhao Fu's heaven murder bloodline had completely fused with Great Qin's bloodline. In the beginning, Zhao Fu had two different bloodlines, and even though they were both quite pure, they could not fuse. Zhao Fu felt that his bloodline power could not be fused, and he could not unleash his bloodline's most fundamental power. Now that they had fused, Zhao Fu's attributes once again changed, and his power became even purer than before. His bloodline could be called the Qin bloodline or the heaven murder bloodline. Either way, it had fused into a completely new bloodline. However, Qin was Zhao Fu's root, and Zhao Fu was biased towards Qin. Even though the heaven murder empire was powerful, it did not have much to do with Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu and Qin's relationship was incredibly close. Whether it was in terms of legacy, bloodline, or faith, they were inseparable. Zhao Fu liked Qin more because he understood it, so Zhao Fu wanted to call this bloodline the Qin Emperor bloodline. The name was Qin, and he added the Heaven Murder Empire's emperor. Before, Zhao Fu wanted to call it the Qin Murder bloodline or the Qin Tian bloodline, but he felt that it did not sound good, so he chose the Qin Emperor bloodline. In actuality, Zhao Fu already had three bloodlines. The first was to obtain king's power and unlock the king profession, obtaining a king's bloodline. What's more, it was an early-stage king bloodline, which was more noble, outstanding, and pure than a normaling family's bloodline. The second was the god-killer bloodline, which was obtained by killing a god, and it greatly countered ordinary godly spirits. The third was the heaven murder bloodline. Zhao Fu understood that it was an extremely terrifying bloodline, and it was even more powerful than the royal bloodline and god-killer bloodline. Right now, the Qin Emperor's bloodline had the power of these three bloodlines. It was the Qin royal bloodline, the god-slaying bloodline, and the heaven-slaying bloodline. What moved Zhao Fu the most was that Zhao Fu's king's power had evolved into emperor's power. Before, Zhao Fu had been quite short-sighted and had thought that king's power was the most powerful. After all, only by establishing a kingdom and becoming a king could one obtain king's power. However, now that Zhao Fu had personally seen how vast and terrifying the Heaven Awakened world was, king's power was not so rare anymore. Even though king's power was still one of the rarest powers, as only a few out of hundreds of millions of people had king's power. However, now that Zhao Fu's standards were much higher, he was no longer interested in king's power. Now that he had emperor's power, Zhao Fu was about to laugh maniacally. After all, emperor's power was something that could only be obtained by establishing an empire, and it reigned above emperor's power, which in turn reigned above king's power. The kingdoms in the world were split into barony, marquisate, dukedom, royal kingdom, imperial kingdom, empire, and holy empire, and they were all split into 9 levels. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Fu's emperor's bloodline reigned above many people. Even the Devil Horn Empire, which posed the greatest threat, was only a level 1 dukedom, and its bloodline was not as high as Zhao Fu's. In fact, it was a few levels lower. However, it had a powerful military and overall strength. In the demon god's memories, the only person who had emperor's power without establishing a kingdom was Zhao Fu. What's more, Zhao Fu's bloodline was an early-stage emperor bloodline. Apart from the bloodline, Zhao Fu also obtained a pet. This pet's grade was higher than the 4 guardian beasts, and it was world grade. A world could only give birth to one, and even in the Heaven Awakened world, it was an incredibly precious thing. This pet had not hatched yet, and it was still an egg. Zhao Fu took out an egg. The egg was as big as a fist and was oval-shaped. It gave off a rainbow-colored light and looked quite beautiful. This egg gave off a powerful might and a powerful life force. World Cleansing Butterfly, Grade, World Grade, Description, a world beast born in the Earth Realm. It is world energy and is an extremely terrifying creature. Zhao Fu took out the World Cleansing Butterfly egg and cut his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto it. He was not sure how long it would take for the egg to hatch, but he knew that it had to be hatched with blood. That way, the World Cleansing Butterfly would have a connection with you and would be more loyal to you. The other 8 types of eggs were also hatched using this method. Seeing the egg absorb his blood, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and put the world-cleansing butterfly egg away. After the trial festival had concluded, everyone had made great gains. Most people's bloodlines had become purer, and their stats and power had become stronger. Zhao Fu did not know about the others, but Zhao Fu knew that some of the people beside him had obtained things. For example, Nulu had refined her own 5-colored divine stone, Xianru had obtained a 5-elements talisman, and Gao Li's bloodline had leveled up and she had obtained a powerful piece of equipment. After the trial festival concluded, Zhao Fu once again organized his forces and started to clear out regions. Because the trial festival had taken up a lot of time, Qin had to speed things up. Qin once again started to work like a massive machine, clearing out regions while building the inner Great Wall. News of what had happened during the trial festival spread, and countless people did not know what to say about Qin's legatee becoming the world protector and standing above the 8 great legatees. Shocked? This matter was quite shocking, but many people had expected it. Prince Qin was not a legatee, so he definitely had an even higher position. How could he be ordinary? Just from the trouble he had caused, his position was far greater than Tina Pendragon's. Right now, they all felt quite uncomfortable. Prince Qin seemed to be invincible, and no one could touch his position. Anyone in front of him would feel weaker, and they all felt a sense of despair. It was as if they were being crushed by a massive rock, and they would never be able to rise again. The happiest ones were still China. Of course, this was only limited to the factions that did not want to fight for hegemony. They wanted China to become stronger and stand at the peak of the world. That was what they wanted to see the most, and it gave them a sense of national pride. However, there were also many factions that sensed immense danger, and the situation became even more turbulent as they prepared to once again suppress Qin's strength. The clamoring voices in China once again quietened down, and even Oleg became well-behaved. This fellow was incredibly arrogant, and after becoming a legatee, he had become incredibly arrogant. His words could make people want to die, and now that he had been viciously taught a lesson by Zhao Fu, he did not dare to be as arrogant as before. At the same time, many people ran to the Ying family, wanting to join Qin and become closer to Qin. Right now, Qin's legatee was undoubtedly the most powerful expert in the world, and he had fought against 8 legatees by himself. This was something that countless people had personally witnessed. Qin's legatee was as powerful as a mountain, and it would be incredibly difficult to defeat him. As such, they made up their minds. The Jiang Nanyang family, which was Yang Guifei's family, wanted to send Yang Yuyan to the Ying family so that she could integrate into Qin. Out of the top 10 beauties, only Wu Qingyang and Yang Yuyan didn't have a master. If Yang Yuyan came to the Ying family, Wu Qingyang would be the only one left. However, Yang Yuyan didn't come to the Ying family. Instead, she went to the Li family of Great Tang. It was said that she was in love with the legatee of Great Tang, so she became Li Baiqing's woman. This made the Yang family incredibly angry, but they couldn't object. After all, Great Tang was a powerful dynasty, and joining it was quite good. Of course, it couldn't compare to Qin, but this was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, both Great Tang and Qin wouldn't be able to join. Zhao Fu didn't care about these things and focused on Qin's development. Another 5 days passed, and Qin continuously cleared out villages, causing Qin City to level up again. Village name, Qin City, Epic, Level, Secondary Main City Village Area, 24,400 square kilometers. Village Territory, 142,1800 square kilometers. Popular Support, 85 Special Stats, Territory Crop Output plus 180%, Territory Crop Growth Time minus 180%, Population Limit plus 125%, Resident Stats plus 13, Soldier Stats plus 14%, Population Attraction plus 140%, High Grade Attraction plus 140%. Subsidiary Village Limit, 26930. Subsidiary Villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. Now, Qin City was only 70 million EXP away from becoming a level 5 great city, which was a true main city. After that, it would become a capital city. This made Zhao Fu feel quite excited, as he was one step closer to restoring Qin City. The state of Wei and Beizhou had also become cities. Because they had submitted to Qin City, they had great autonomy. Zhao Fu allowed them to develop on their own, and the EXP they obtained belonged to their cities. Zhao Fu didn't take it by force, so they leveled up. Qin City gained 2 more cities and spawned 2 historical figures. However, their aptitudes were all S-level, so Zhao Fu didn't bring them back to Qin. Instead, he left them to them. At the same time, Great Shan and the state of Jing, which Zhao Fu had conquered, had become advanced towns. Zhao Fu planned to level them up, as the amount of EXP required to level up was quite low for Zhao Fu. As such, it would be quite easy for him to level them up. Because they were nation legacies, City Lord Seals were much more powerful than ordinary City Lord Seals, and they were worth nurturing. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu happily left the Heaven-Awakened world. Zhao Fu opened his eyes on the bed and saw a woman lying beside him, smiling at him. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Qingyang. How come you have time to come here?" This woman was Wu Qingyang. Before this, Zhao Fu had already given her permission to enter without any prior notice. Wu Qingyang propped up her head with one hand and stroked Zhao Fu's face with the other as she said unhappily, "Of course I missed you. It's been so long, but it seems like you don't miss me at all. It's always me who comes to find you." Zhao Fu felt quite awkward and said, "I'm sorry." Wu Qingyang lightly harumphed and forgave Zhao Fu before saying earnestly, "Zhao Fu, I've obtained an advanced border medallion. I got a high-level border token. Why don't you come over to my place?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused and asked, "Why?" Wu Qingyang sighed, and her expression became a bit dim. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes as she said, "During the trial festival, I personally saw Qin's legatee, and only then did I understand how terrifying and cruel he is. I'm afraid that after using you, he'll kill you. After all, you have King's fate, so he'll be suspicious of you. Emperors are always ruthless. However, I'm different because I'm a bit special. Since you have King's fate, you'll help me, so I'll definitely trust you. You don't have to worry about me doing anything to you." Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. He was Qin's legatee, so how could he leave to join the Zhou dynasty? Seeing how serious Wu Qingyang was, Zhao Fu didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, Wu Qingyang understood and sighed as she said, "Then you should be careful of Qin's legatee. I'll be waiting for you here." Zhao Fu earnestly nodded. After saying this, Wu Qingyang felt much more relaxed, and she smiled. She flipped over and pressed Zhao Fu beneath her as she kissed Zhao Fu. Their tongues intertwined intensely, and the two of them gradually heated up, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Zhao Fu looked at Wu Qingyang, who was like a female knight riding on top of him, and a trace of pity appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and stroked her cheek as he said, "Qingyang. Don't be so intense your first time." Wu Qingyang's face became completely red as she lightly harumphed, "I like it this way." At that moment, Wu Qingyang didn't know why, but Zhao Fu's body gave her an incredibly pleasurable feeling. Before, she hadn't wanted to do anything with Zhao Fu, but the situation had suddenly spiraled out of control. This was because of the 6 desires demonic qi within Zhao Fu's body, as it had followed Zhao Fu into the real world. Jing Yuqin, who had just finished cooking, heard these indescribable sounds and couldn't help but walk over. These 2 people were quite daring, not even opening the door. Jing Yuqin looked at the 2 people doing it, and her face became red as her heart rate sped up. Her body reacted, and she leaned against the wall as she reached into her underwear. A few hours later, Wu Qingyang finally powerlessly lay on Zhao Fu's body as she panted, and Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her. The 2 of them didn't say anything else, and they continued to be affectionate. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought of something and told Wu Qingyang about what had happened outside the legacy land, and he said that he could help her. Now that Wu Qingyang had completely become his woman, Zhao Fu had accepted her. Wu Qingyang's face became pale when she heard Zhao Fu's words. If this news was spread, it would definitely shock the entire world, and she understood how serious this matter was. This matter was definitely Qin's top secret, and hearing that Zhao Fu was willing to help her, Wu Qingyang was so moved that she couldn't help but kiss Zhao Fu before putting on her clothes. Zhao Fu looked at her and asked, "Are you in such a hurry?" Wu Qingyang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Of course I'm in a hurry for something this big. I need to hurry up and make preparations, or else I won't be able to withstand this disaster." Zhao Fu understood and nodded before putting on his clothes. Following this, Wu Qingyang left, and Zhao Fu walked out. He looked at the food that Jing Yuqin had prepared and smiled. After what had happened before, the two of them felt quite awkward. However, under Zhao Fu's sincere apology, Jing Yuqin decided to stay. Her complexion became much better, and her face became more and more rosy by the day. Zhao Fu did not see Jing Yuqin, but he did not mind too much. After all, Zhao Fu spent most of his time in the Heaven Awakened world and would return to the Heaven Awakened world from time to time. As such, it was not strange that he did not see Jing Yuqin. Sitting at the table, Zhao Fu did not hold back and started to eat. Even though the food from the Ying family was more delicious, Jing Yuqin's cooking gave Zhao Fu a sense of closeness. After eating, Zhao Fu still did not see Jing Yuqin, so he decided to enter the Heaven Awakened world again. Seeing Zhao Fu return to his room, Jing Yuqin walked out with a bright red face. She inwardly cursed at herself for fantasizing about doing that with Zhao Fu again. Jing Yuqin decided not to think about it anymore, but the image of Zhao Fu doing it with Wu Qingyang once again appeared in her mind, and she could not help but clamp her legs together. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Qin City became peaceful again. Outsiders did not receive any news, and Qin City focused on clearing out regions while constructing the inner Great Wall. Zhao Fu did not have to worry about clearing out regions, but Zhao Fu had personally gone to see the inner Great Wall. Because it was built with natural defenses, some places were quite dangerous and difficult, such as on cliffs. The bricks here were specially made, and they were 1 meter long and half a meter tall. This was because large bricks were built much faster than small bricks, and their defensive power was much stronger. In the real world, this would be a massive project, and it would take at least 10 or so years to complete. Just the transportation of materials was incredibly difficult, and there were no roads here, so they had to rely on manpower to transport materials. Moreover, there was a huge shortage of construction workers, and they might not have enough stamina. However, things were different in the Heaven Awakened world. Materials were transported using spatial rings, and what was more important was that everyone could cultivate, so they were much stronger than ordinary people. In terms of manpower, Zhao Fu invested a lot of effort into Qin City, and everything slowed down. Now, they focused on conquering villages and constructing the inner Great Wall. Zhao Fu also thought of various methods to make it easier to construct the inner Great Wall, so the construction speed was dozens of times faster than in the real world. Time always passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the scorching hot summer once again passed. The leaves began to turn yellow, and the weather became slightly cold. Autumn was about to arrive. Zhao Fu stood on the tall building and looked at the scene in front of him. He felt that time really passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost autumn again. The autumn of the previous year seemed like it was just yesterday. Since ancient times, autumn was sad and lonely. Zhao Fu could not help but feel a trace of melancholy in his heart. After a few months, Qin had finally cleared out 18 regions and completed this incomparably vast siege. At the same time, Qin's strength once again increased by a terrifying amount. First was the population. Qin had a total population of 160 million, including 16 million soldiers. There were more than 10 million Stage 1 soldiers, 300,000 Stage 2 soldiers, and 10,000 Stage 3 soldiers. Of these, there were 86 great cities, 15 cities, 68 towns, and 5,989 villages. The ones that increased the most were the villages, which were roughly twice as many as before. Next was the number of towns, which also increased quite quickly. Finally, with Zhao Fu's help, Great Shan and the state of Jing also leveled up into basic cities. Following this, Zhao Fu conquered another orc basic city. After Great Shan and the state of Jing leveled up into 2 basic cities, 2 historical figures appeared. However, their grades were quite low, and they were only famous generals. This was because neither of these 2 kingdoms had surrendered and had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, and all of their legacies had been taken by Qin. As such, Zhao Fu didn't treat them the same way he had treated the state of Wei and the state of Jing. All of the legacy items and historical figures were brought back to Qin by Zhao Fu. The Wyvern Den now had 225 wyverns, and 192 of them could fight. They could now be used in battle. However, if the situation wasn't urgent, Zhao Fu didn't plan to use the wyverns. After all, they were Qin's trump card, and they could be used to turn the tides of battle. As such, it was best to hide them, and only by using them suddenly would they be able to achieve terrifying results. The Corpse Soul Blood Lake had also nurtured 4,000 or so Corpse Soul soldiers and 100 Corpse Soul commanders. Because the Corpse Soul Blood Lake had only been established for a short time, it had only nurtured this many Corpse Soul soldiers. However, their strength was still quite monstrous. An ordinary Stage 3 soldier could destroy 200 or so Stage 1 soldiers, while a Corpse Soul soldier with powerful talisman equipment could destroy 300 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Of course, in front of a massive army, the Corpse Soul soldiers wouldn't be able to do this. After all, the ocean of soldiers' attacks would cover the heavens and the earth, and 300 Corpse Soul soldiers couldn't compare to them. However, if Zhao Fu had 10,000 Corpse Soul soldiers, Zhao Fu would be able to fight against 1 million Stage 1 soldiers. There was also the talisman equipment. Now, Qin had 4 million sets of talisman equipment, which could equip 4 million soldiers. These sets of talisman equipment could rival a set of trash gold-grade equipment, and they greatly increased Qin's military strength. However, as Qin's military strength greatly increased, Qin also became poorer. After all, the Stage 1 corpses and talisman stones could all be bought with money. Before, Qin had spent all of the equipment and gold coins that he had obtained from the system main cities. Now that Zhao Fu had taken out so much money, he didn't seem as rich as before. After obtaining Qin's money, the Swan Goose Group had become the largest financial group in the Kirsch Kingdom, and they were far ahead of the other financial groups. By now, they understood that Zhao Fu's identity wasn't simple at all. After all, it would be quite difficult for ordinary kingdoms to take out such a massive amount of money, and they definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily with Zhao Fu. As such, they had to be even more secretive when interacting with each other. Because some people had noticed the changes in the Swan Goose Group, the Kirsch Kingdom's government started to secretly investigate why the Swan Goose Group had become so powerful. If they didn't pay attention and were discovered, it would be quite disadvantageous to both Zhao Fu and the Swan Goose Group. Right now, money was a big problem for Zhao Fu. After all, the corpses and talisman stones of Qin's soldiers were essential resources, so he couldn't lack them. After such a long time, Qin's inner Great Wall was finally completed. It was incredibly grand and majestic, and it looked like a long dragon that stretched between the mountains. With the protection of the inner Great Wall, Zhao Fu finally felt at ease. With this sense of security, no matter what happened in the future, Qin would have a certain level of defense and resistance. This was what Zhao Fu wanted the most. After all, Zhao Fu didn't have any confidence in the future. The Devil Horn Empire was becoming more and more powerful, and the situation outside was becoming more and more tense. Zhao Fu didn't want to face any danger without any resistance. Facing the surrounding regions, Zhao Fu did not directly attack and instead tried to persuade them to surrender. With Qin's strength and the inner Great Wall, it would be enough to defend against their attacks, and they would not be able to do anything to Qin. With his immense strength, Zhao Fu was able to patiently persuade the system main cities to surrender. These system main cities most likely knew that if the real world was devoured, players would not be able to revive, and system main cities would not be able to remain neutral. When that time came, players would have a greater advantage, as players' levels had risen and they would not need to fear system main cities, while system main cities would be at a disadvantage. Zhao Fu suspected that before the real world was devoured, system main cities would not be able to remain neutral. Now that the chaotic world had gone through a few stages, the war between countries was about to enter the final stage. The final stage was for people to kill each other. It was not just killing foreigners but killing anyone. When that time came, system main cities would not be able to escape and would be forced to join. Zhao Fu did not know much about this, but the system main cities definitely knew. Zhao Fu did not believe that they would not consider the future. The dangers in the future would not be something that a single region would be able to defend against, so they would have to rely on more powerful people. Right now, Qin was the best choice. Qin had unified 31 regions and had constructed the inner Great Wall, making it a massive existence. It was the most powerful existence in the Legacy Land and could attract many people. Zhao Fu gave all sorts of benefits to those who submitted, such as not stripping them of their city lord positions and not killing any of the main city's residents. Everyone was now Great Qin's subjects. Now that the regions had been unified, Zhao Fu took out a map and discussed with his generals. They once again planned the regions outside of the inner Great Wall and added them to Qin's territory. This time, from the Xianxia region in the east to the Five-Colored region in the west, to the Luoyang region in the north, and to the Solitary Shadow region in the south, there were 120 regions. Apart from Great Qin's region, there were still 120 regions. Considering how long it had taken Qin to unify the 31 regions, it was now 4 times more than before. This was another huge project. However, he believed that Qin would soon establish a country by then. Thinking of this, Zhao Fu felt a little relieved. Now, Qin's grand ambition was unfolding step by step. Now, let's talk about the forces around Qin. They were divided into 4 directions, namely, east, west, south, and north. The most powerful was still the eastern side. There were a total of 20 regions allied together, including 70 main cities. They had 7 million soldiers, and almost all of them were Stage 1 soldiers. Relying on their strength, the eastern powers had tried to attack when Qin was building the inner Great Wall. They wanted to destroy Qin's plan to build the inner Great Wall. However, they were scared off by Zhao Fu's troops. Although they didn't dare to launch large-scale attacks, they still harassed Qin Feng on a small scale. Next was the western side, which had 17 regions and 60 system main cities. They had 6 million soldiers, and almost all of them were Stage 1 soldiers. Next was the southern side, which had 15 regions and 50 system main cities. They had 5 million soldiers, and almost all of them were Stage 1 soldiers. Finally was the northern side, which only had 10 regions. 2 regions away from the northern side of Qin was the border of Vietnam, and the Chinese city lords definitely couldn't ally with the Vietnamese city lords. After all, both sides were enemies. Seeing that the Chinese city lords had been destroyed, the Vietnamese city lords were incredibly happy, so how could they help the Chinese side? If Qin destroyed those 10 regions, they would have to face all of Vietnam in the future. However, Zhao Fu didn't mind, as there would be a war between Qin and Vietnam sooner or later. Qin's plan for the northern side included much of Vietnam's territory. Because they were different races and different countries, Qin's actions were basically invading another country. As such, the battles in the northern side would be far more intense than in the other directions. Luckily, Vietnam had already set up a Vietnamese defense, which would be quite useful when the time came. At that moment, Zhao Fu ordered people to write letters to persuade the Chinese side to surrender and gave them to the various city lords. He mainly gave them to the eastern, southern, and western sides, as some of the city lords would be quite interested. Even if none of the city lords joined, they would at least be able to split them up and prevent them from being united. When the time came, it would be much easier for Qin to destroy them. As for the northern side, Zhao Fu didn't write any letters to persuade them to surrender, and he planned to use force to conquer them. After all, they only had 10 regions and 35 system main cities, and they only had 3.5 million soldiers. Even though they were all Stage 1 soldiers, in front of the mass of Qin, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. After sending out the letters, Zhao Fu just had to wait for the results. There were 1 million soldiers stationed in the eastern, southern, and western sides. Given how big Qin's territory was, if there was any danger, they wouldn't be able to react in time, so they had to leave some soldiers to defend. Otherwise, if they attacked this side, they would be ambushed by others. Without any soldiers to defend, all 3 sides would be in danger, as they could attack Qin at any moment. 1 million soldiers would be able to defend for a while, and it would be enough for Qin to send reinforcements. As such, Zhao Fu wasn't afraid of the other 3 sides. He gathered 13 million soldiers and gave off a grand aura as they majestically attacked the northern side. When Qin had been constructing the inner Great Wall, the northern side had also built thick defensive walls here. However, the sturdy defensive walls didn't give them any sense of security. Qin's soldiers flooded out like a black tide, their footsteps sounding like thunder and giving off an intense austere aura that shook the northern side's people's hearts. What should we do? Looking at the countless soldiers below, one of the city lords felt quite afraid and asked the others. The other city lords all looked quite serious, not knowing what to say. Because of their geography, they couldn't ally with many regions, and they only had 3.5 5 million soldiers. If they had to face 10 million soldiers, it would be impossible for them to win this battle. Suddenly, powerful rays of light shot over from the distance. Those were the power of the city lords, and the entire northern side seemed to be covered by a haze. Have you thought about whether you want to surrender? I have many system main city lords under my command, and if you're willing to surrender, I won't mistreat you. If you join Qin, your safety will be guaranteed in the future. I'm sure you don't have any confidence in the future, right? Right now, I'm this world's world protector. You should understand that the world protector is the last and most important person to protect the world. I'm your best choice. Now that Zhao Fu had become the world protector, he could control the Earth Realm Mark's power. Even though he could not use it on them, it would be good to scare them. After all, if they wanted to surrender, Zhao Fu would be the best choice. Hearing the voices from above, as well as the terrifying auras from the 90 or so city lords, the northern side's factions fell silent. Everyone hesitated because no one wanted to submit so easily. However, they were not a match for Zhao Fu at all, and what the other side had said was right. The dangers in the future were not something they could defend against, and with Zhao Fu's conditions, he was the ideal person for them to submit to. I think we should surrender to him. Right now, we can't defeat them. And we need to think about the future. This is something that we'll have to face sooner or later. A scholarly and weak-looking young man said nervously. Another white-haired elder sighed and said, if I wanted to have the power to resist, I definitely wouldn't surrender so easily. Even if we face dangers in the future, our system main cities can work together to deal with them. AI. If they only sent 6 million soldiers this time, we could still fight. However, they have 4 times as many soldiers as us, and the city lords have 3 times as many soldiers as us. We won't be able to help at all, and we'll be surrounded and killed. A middle-aged man in robes said as he sighed. What should we do now? Fight? Or surrender? A big man asked loudly when he saw everyone sighing. Swish, 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 suddenly, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless arrows gave off sharp auras. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies, and their hair stood on end. The arrows descended like a torrential downpour, and cries immediately sounded out. This caused the city lords to feel quite startled, and they hurriedly rushed out. It turned out that Zhao Fu had taken the initiative to attack after seeing that they had not made a decision for a long time. Arrows suddenly shot out, causing many system main city soldiers to be hit. The massive army of city lords gave off a boundless aura as they flooded towards the defensive wall. Zhao Fu first used the stone man heart and sent his emperor's power into it, summoning 5 stone giants that were 10 or so meters tall. They appeared below the defensive wall and took the initiative to attack. They continuously punched the defensive wall, causing it to tremble and start to crack. Even though the stage 1 soldiers were not to be trifled with, and their arrows gave off cold lights that could pierce through rocks, the giant's body was covered with arrows and could not stop them at all. Because they were just puppets formed from rocks, they did not have any life at all. Under Zhao Fu's control, they were naturally fine. Roar! 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 4 loud roars rang out in a radius of more than 10 miles. Auras of different colors surged out of the soldiers' bodies, gathering together like a tide, forming 4 giant beasts that were hundreds of meters long. One was a giant cyan bull, controlled by Mengqua, who was holding a long spear. The other was a big blue fish, controlled by Sima Qiao. The other was a ferocious purple-blood leopard, controlled by Li Mu. The last was a fox, controlled by Bai Shihan. Zhao Fu had ordered Bai Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian to suppress those 3 areas, so he had not brought them here. Bai Shihan had condensed her general armament while Qin had been clearing out the region. She was also a 7 murder star, and this was not too surprising. After all, she was Bai Qi from a parallel world. She also used a sword, which had the same attributes as Bai Qi's 7 murder sword. However, the massive beasts that she condensed were different. Bai Qi condensed a blood-red eagle while Bai Shihan condensed a blood-red fox. This time, the fox's body was quite big, and it gave off a trace of nobility and elegance. However, its eyes were incredibly cold, and anyone who looked at it would be able to tell that it was not ordinary. The 4 massive beasts gave off terrifying auras as they ferociously rushed at the defensive wall. They gave off different lights that dyed the sky 4 different colors, causing people to feel quite terrified. With their current strength, they could even crush a small mountain. Even the 3 city lords combined felt that they would not be a match for them. After all, this was something that had been condensed from millions of soldiers' auras. A gray and cold ghostly chi slowly spread out from the defensive wall, and the soldiers in the region that was covered by the ghostly chi all lost contact, unable to resist at all. This ghostly chi seemed to be quite terrifying. On the other side, 10 powerful cavalrymen riding on skeleton horses and covered in black fog led a group of skeleton mages to summon transparent evil spirits that silently attacked the defensive wall. Now that the disaster knight had reached the Tier 4 standard, the 30,000 skeleton mages it controlled had also reached the Tier 2 standard. The evil spirits it summoned would also have Tier 2 strength. With 30,000 Tier 2 evil spirits, it would be a powerful force. Because they were transparent, they could silently invade people's brains and control their bodies, causing the soldiers to madly attack the people around them. These 30,000 skeleton mages were one of the few things that Qin had obtained from the undead disaster. Gathering 30,000 skeleton mages was incredibly difficult. Seeing this scene, the northern side city lords felt as if a massive flood was descending towards them, and they felt that they could not resist at all. They had underestimated Qin and had never thought that Qin would have so many attacks. In the next moment, the city lords felt that they would be destroyed by Qin. Wait. We're willing to surrender. The northern side city lords could not endure it anymore and cried out in terror towards Zhao Fu in the sky. Seeing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he had the soldiers stop attacking. The massive aura from before instantly calmed down. This caused the northern side city lords to let out a sigh of relief, and they ordered their soldiers to give out their weapons and open the gates to accept Qin's soldiers. Zhao Fu smiled as he and Qin's city lords went down to the defensive wall and accepted the northern side soldiers. Looking at the dispirited looks on the northern side city lords' faces, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You definitely won't regret your decisions today. Great Qin's footsteps are unstoppable, and now that Great Qin is restoring its empire, if you perform well, you will receive even higher statuses." The northern side city lords squeezed out smiles and nodded in agreement. Zhao Fu's words were not wrong at all. It seemed that Qin was the strongest and had the most potential, but now that they had just surrendered, they could not bring themselves to feel happy. After all, the future was unknown. Zhao Fu happily accepted the 10 regions. Now that he was stronger, obtaining region main cities would be much easier. These 35 system main cities provided Zhao Fu with 13 million people and 3 million or so stage 1 soldiers. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied, and after relocating so many system main cities, Qin City was about to level up again. After clearing out so many regions, the amount of EXP they had obtained from relocating 35 system main cities was not small at all. Adding on the EXP from relocating 35 system main cities, Zhao Fu's city was about to level up. The northern side city lords passed through the Great Wall and came to Qin's territory. Seeing how peaceful it was, they saw how prosperous and powerful the cities were. It was a stark contrast to the bloodlust and slaughter outside. After personally entering Qin City and feeling how powerful and peaceful it was, the northern side city lords finally felt at ease. Before, they had felt that Qin City was incredibly bloodthirsty, cruel, and ruthless, and that the people living there would definitely have difficult lives. However, it was completely different from what they had expected. Qin City was definitely the most suitable faction to join. Now, none of the city lords regretted their decision, and a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. In this chaotic world filled with endless wars, Qin City had created a peaceful place, which was something that they could not do at all. Now that they had joined Qin City, they did not have to worry about the future. They did not have to worry about players rebelling or other factions attacking them, and they could just peacefully be city lords. This kind of life was quite good. Now that the northern side city lords had come to Qin City, Zhao Fu felt more at ease. Now that the 10 regions belonged to Qin City's territory was completely connected to Vietnam. Right now, Zhao Fu did not have any plans to invade Vietnam, because if Qin City invaded, all of Vietnam would retaliate. Luckily, the players could use reality-harming talismans to force them back. Even though they would hate Qin City, they would not dare to do anything. On the other hand, Vietnam's system main cities would ally together. After all, this was a foreign invasion. Most people did not think that internal strife was a problem, but if there was a foreign invasion, there would be a problem of xenophobia. Moreover, the Vietnamese players were a big problem. Even though they were afraid of the reality-harming talismans, after the real world was devoured, they would become a big threat. If they were forced too hard, they would still retaliate. At that time, the reality-harming talismans would be useless, as their bodies would have already entered the heaven-awakened world. However, when they died, they would truly die. Right now, it wouldn't be a problem for Qin to defend against a kingdom, but it would be quite difficult to destroy a kingdom. As such, Jiaofu didn't plan to invade Vietnam right now. At the same time, Jiaofu ordered people to start building simple defensive walls at the border to prevent the Vietnamese kingdom from suddenly attacking or invading. Jiaofu did not know when to make a move against the Vietnamese kingdom, and the northern side's matters had concluded here. Originally, Jiaofu had planned to look elsewhere and think of a way to destroy them. However, under the suggestions of his generals, Jiaofu gave up on this plan. This was because attacking the other three directions would affect even more regions. The other three directions were connected to many Chinese regions, and attacking them would cause countless city lords to turn against them. For safety reasons, even more city lords would join in. Some of the regions that were further away from Qin still hadn't expressed their stance, but since Qin wanted to attack, they could only join in. When that time came, the three directions' forces would become many times more powerful, and they would be much more powerful than the northern side. As such, he decided to slow down. By now, Xianxia had completely digested the 10 regions, and his attitude became gentler as he tried to persuade the city lords to surrender and join Great Qin. With Great Qin's strength and defenses, it was the best choice for them, and he would slowly divide them. A few days later, even though Qin had sent out many letters, not a single city lord had surrendered, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. Within the meeting hall, Sun Hanxiang said, "Your Majesty, I believe that they've been hesitating this entire time. After all, submitting to a faction and handing over their lives and cities to someone else isn't an easy matter. Why don't we open the city gates and welcome them into Qin? We'll let them see what Qin really is like. That will be many times more effective than persuading them to surrender, and it'll be much more convincing. Right now, everything outside the Great Wall is in chaos, and they'll have to deal with all sorts of dangers. Under such immense pressure, I'm sure many people will choose to join Qin." Wei Liao thought about it and felt quite hesitant before cupping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty, this subordinate feels that we should consider this matter. If we allow them to come to Qin, Qin's strength and arrangements will be completely exposed, and Qin's strength will be revealed. If they don't choose to surrender and instead choose to gather a larger force to attack Qin, they'll find out about Qin's arrangements, and Qin will fall into a disadvantageous situation. This subordinate feels that we should continue to sign contracts with them and use close-in tactics to split them apart and defeat them one by one." Zhao Fu sat on the throne and thought to himself. Sun Hanxiang's method was filled with confidence and domineeringness, and the benefit was that it didn't require a single soldier to obtain system main cities and their people. Wei Liao's method was more cautious and cautious, but it was a good method. However, it would take a lot of time, as no one would believe you in a short period of time. Only after interacting with you for a long time would people start to believe you. What do you all think? Zhao Fu looked at the crowd below. At that moment, Bai Qi cupped his hands and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe that once we've digested these 10 regions, we'll gather our forces, find a direction, and kill our way to the end. No faction will be able to react in time and will be destroyed. When the time comes, Qin will have a greater strength, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to turn around and destroy the other 2 forces. His domineering killing will make them surrender." At that moment, Bai Qi also proposed a strategy, which Zhao Fu felt was quite good. It was very fast, but it would consume a lot of resources. Moreover, Qin City would have no soldiers, and the other 2 factions might suddenly attack. However, with the huge population of Qin, it wouldn't be a problem to defend the Great Wall. However, there would be a lot of deaths, and the whole of Qin would be under a lot of pressure. Li Si also stepped forward and voiced his thoughts. "Your Highness, right now, all of the system main cities are under a lot of pressure, and they understand how difficult the future will be. You can marry some of the city lord's relatives, and with this relationship, they will naturally trust Qin and join Qin City. You can also choose some women from Qin City and give them to the city lords. By using this relationship, you will be able to gain their trust. After hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but glare at him. Even though this was a good idea, Qin City wasn't so weak as to use women to solve the problem. Zhao Fu was thinking about which method to use, unable to make a decision for a long time. At that moment, Guo Binglin walked in with a solemn expression and reported the information he had suddenly received. A long-lasting conflict finally broke out. The news that Guo Binglin received was that the system factions had started to act against players. The power-restricting system main cities had disappeared, and system main cities could now act against players without fear. Before, the system main cities had been on guard against players retaliating in the future, so they had always been wary of players. Some people even hated players, and the players were quite displeased with how arrogant and domineering the system main cities were. There had always been conflict between the two sides, but due to some sort of restriction, the system main cities could not make a move against the players. Even though the players were quite displeased with the system main cities, it was better than having nowhere to go. As such, they could only endure it. After all, the system main cities were neutral, and there was nothing they could do about it. But now, the thing that had been suppressed for so long had finally erupted. The result was, of course, a scene of blood and corpses littered the ground. The information he had obtained in the Heaven Awakened world was not complete, so Zhao Fu quickly returned to the real world and ordered people to gather all of the information. This was a big matter, and there were already signs of the chaotic world. It would not be long before it was fully unleashed. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Fu carefully read the information Mu Gillen handed over. One of long hanging. City's generals asked solemnly, "City Lord, did he really have to do this? This is a little too cruel and bloody." The gloomy young man coldly snorted, "What else can I do? I've long been sick of this group of snobbish mutants, causing a foul atmosphere in my city. Now that the power restraining us has disappeared, of course I have to kill them all. I can't let them become stronger and then attack my city." The battle general still wanted to persuade him, but he was flatly rejected. He had no choice but to carry out the order. Time Suspension City announcement. Time Suspension City will be holding a food event. There is no limit to the number of people or age, and there is no cost. As long as you can eat a big bowl of porridge, you will be rewarded with a silver coin. There were not many players in Longhang City, only around 100,000. Initially, when they heard about this, they did not believe it. After all, there was no fee, and they were rewarded with a silver coin just for eating porridge. Most people would not believe such a good thing. However, after receiving confirmation from the government, everyone understood that there really was such a good thing. As such, countless people hurried over. To ordinary people, a silver coin was a large amount of money, so many people were tempted. However, some people felt that something was off. Why did Long Suspension City suddenly treat them so well? There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. They felt that there was something off and did not go over. However, most people still coveted the rewards. After all, they had never heard of system main cities harming players, so they were quite at ease. The food event was very lively. Countless players waited excitedly, hoping that the event would start soon. Some people couldn't wait any longer and urged loudly, "Hurry up! I can't wait. After the event, I still have to go to the wilderness." That's right. In order to participate in the event, I didn't even have breakfast this morning. I'm starving. Can you hurry up? I'm waiting to get my money. The general standing on the tall building looked down at the people below with a trace of pity as he sighed and said, "Carry out the order." Following this, the soldiers brought out bowls of porridge. This porridge wasn't plain porridge but had many ingredients added to it. It smelled incredibly fragrant and made everyone's appetite increase. Many people couldn't wait any longer and started to eat. Some people didn't have enough and went to get another bowl. Suddenly, a person who had been eating porridge coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His face twitched in pain a few times before he stopped moving. This sudden turn of events gave everyone a big fright. Following this, the players all coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Only now did the players realize that the porridge had been poisoned. However, it was already too late. Those who had eaten the porridge had been poisoned to death, and corpses littered the ground, looking quite wretched. Some of the players who had sensed that something was off were incredibly shocked when they saw the scene. They had never thought that a system main city would slaughter players, and they didn't dare to stay here. They hurriedly packed their things and prepared to run. However, they were stopped by the system main city soldiers, and just as the players wanted to say something, the system main city soldiers attacked and started to kill the players. Out of the 100,000 players, less than 2,000 of them managed to escape. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Longhang City's city lord gave a pleased smile. He had finally done what he had wanted to do for a long time, and he ordered his people to take everything of value and feed the corpses to wild beasts. Longhang City's city lord sat on a chair and discussed with his people before a savage look appeared on his face as he said, "Carry out the order. Announcement, Otherworlders, please gather at the eastern side of the city. The city has issued an important quest, and anyone who goes will receive a reward of 100 gold coins." After hearing this announcement, many people felt incredibly delighted. 100 gold coins was equivalent to 1 million gold coins in the real world, and many people would never see such a massive amount of wealth in their entire lives. Hearing that there would be a reward of 100 gold coins, countless people couldn't help but feel greedy and swarmed over. However, some people felt that something was off, and some of the smarter people started to prepare things to escape. There were 150,000 players in Longhang City, and 110,000 of them went to a building that had been constructed. This building was circular and had walls that were 10 or so meters tall. This building had been constructed for quite some time, but the players didn't know what it was for. Following this, the players entered and immediately felt that something was off. After all, there was only a single door, and if they closed the door, they would be trapped here. However, it was too late, the archers had long since been prepared, and they started to shoot arrows, killing the players. Most of the players were caught off guard and died, and some people begged for mercy, but it was completely useless. Now, they knew what this building was for, it was to slaughter them. In the end, all 110,000 players were killed, and their blood dyed the ground red. Corpses littered the ground, and their bodies were covered with arrows. Before they died, their faces were filled with terror, and they looked incredibly wretched. Luckily, the remaining 40,000 players had long since sensed that something was off and had escaped from Longhang City's massacre. Firebird City announcement, Otherworlders, please head to the Firelands. The city lord has personally issued a quest, and those who go will not only receive all sorts of rewards, but they will also have a chance to be valued by the city lord and receive different positions. Zhao Fu looked through the reports and felt quite shocked. The players had been slaughtered without any warning, and they had been killed without any preparation. It was as if all of the city lords had agreed to attack at the same time. Even if the players did not die a true death and return to the real world, they furiously posted this news on the internet and cursed at the system main cities. However, the news did not spread in time, and because all of the city lords had simultaneously attacked, the players had suffered heavy losses. It was not just Chinese players but players from all over the world who had been slaughtered by the system main cities. The scene was incredibly gory, and hundreds of thousands of players had been slaughtered without any resistance. This caused countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. By now, many people did not dare to stay in the system main cities. Those with villages hid in their villages, and those without villages hid in the wilderness. After all, entering the system main cities now would mean death. Some players couldn't take it anymore, and they gathered 2 million players to angrily attack the system main cities. However, they had never thought that the system main cities would be able to remain neutral, and the energy barriers around the system main cities were unable to be broken no matter how much they attacked. This caused countless players to feel incredibly sullen and furious, but they had no place to vent. This was completely unfair. Why could the system main cities slaughter players while the players could not attack the system main cities? From how Xiaofu saw it, it was not time yet, but it was not too far away. After all, the city lords were afraid. Without their neutral mode, millions of players would attack the system main cities, and the system main cities would not be able to defend at all. As such, the system main cities wanted to weaken the players' power until they could no longer use their neutral mode. That way, they would not be afraid of the players making trouble. Of course, not all of the city lords were so vicious and evil, some of them were quite good and were willing to coexist with the players. At the same time, they were not stupid and were worried that the players would be ungrateful and be killed in the end. As such, they made some preparations, which was to establish player factions. The system main cities would organize the player factions. The leaders of the factions would be city lords or generals, and they would directly control the players. They would also recruit a large number of players and use them to deal with other players. These city lords were quite gentle and did not like to kill. They thought of all sorts of ways to coexist with the players and prevent future dangers. Right now, the world was in chaos, and the conflict between the system main cities and players had erupted. This caused a large portion of players to lose the protection of the system main cities, and without the support of the system main cities, they could only stay in the wilderness, causing their development to slow down. This would greatly affect the overall strength of the players. The players who had been developing quite well had all died in this attack, and the overall strength of the players had regressed. This would greatly affect the future, and it would leave a deep mark in the history books. Xiaofu could not help but sigh. Although he had expected this, he had no way to stop it. Xiaofu also did not wish to see the overall strength of players decline. After all, Xiaofu knew what was happening outside the legacy land, so he was naturally quite worried about whether or not the legacy land would be able to defend against invasions in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew about these things, Xiaofu would be overjoyed that the overall strength of the players had decreased. That way, he would be able to deal with them much more easily. The sense of security that he had gained from the inner Great Wall was gone, and Xiaofu started to worry. He was still too weak, and he would feel uneasy if he was too weak. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Xiaofu received another 4 system announcements. System announcement. The final stage of the chaotic world has begun. Anyone who kills anyone, whether they are a player, an indigenous resident, or an outlander, will receive a reward. System announcement. The final stage of the chaotic world has begun, and natural disasters have descended. All products have been affected by the natural disasters, and their growth stats have been reduced. System announcement. The third barrier of the Heaven Domain boundary has been removed. System announcement. Void zones have disappeared, and players can go anywhere they want through the system main cities. However, because the void zones between countries have not disappeared, players can only freely teleport between countries. After hearing these 4 system announcements, Xiaofu could not help but sigh. The final stage of the chaotic world had come, and just as he had expected, the final stage of the chaotic world would be a reward for killing people, and natural disasters would descend. Before, food was the cheapest resource, and because of the reduction in growth time and the increase in production, food could quickly grow and produce twice as much. As such, there was no shortage of food, and every faction had a large amount of surplus food. However, because of the natural disasters, this might not happen again. When the time came, many people would lack food, and there might even be famines. This was disadvantageous to all factions, not just players, but system main cities as well. Now that there was conflict between players and system main cities, things would become even more difficult. However, this did not affect Qin much, as Qin's resistance to natural disasters was close to 300, and no natural disasters would affect Qin at all. Even if there were massive natural disasters, Qin would be able to survive them. After all, from the moment he had entered the Heaven Awakened world until now, Xiaofu had been preparing. He had to be on guard against these natural disasters. Now that the third barrier of the Heaven Domain boundary had been removed, it meant that the real world was not far from destruction. In actuality, Xiaofu wanted this to happen a bit more slowly, as that would allow him to become stronger and have more confidence in the future. The final system announcement was that now that the void zones had disappeared, players could travel to other regions through system main cities, making things much more convenient. Before, Xiaofu had been worried that other Chinese factions would teleport near Qin and attack Qin. However, now that the inner Great Wall had been constructed, there was nothing for Xiaofu to worry about. Instead, they should be the ones worrying about Qin. However, now that the void zones had disappeared, it was much more convenient to travel, and communication between city lords was much better. This made it difficult for Zhao Fu to attack other regions. It turned out that Zhao Fu had been thinking of ways to deal with the three factions. Now, Zhao Fu decided to bide his time and peacefully devour the 10 regions that he had just obtained. Increasing his strength was more important than anything else, and no matter how dangerous it was, he would not have to worry. Now that Qin had so many soldiers, he sent 3 million soldiers to defend the inner Great Wall, with Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao suppressing them. Zhao Fu did not have to worry, and the other soldiers could peacefully clear out the regions. By now, Qin could clear out a region in 5 days or so. After all, with so many people and all sorts of items, it would only take him 50 days to clear out the 10 regions. After conquering the 10 regions, Zhao Fu obtained 10 region treasure chests. After opening them, he did not obtain anything good, only some materials and other items. However, he obtained a dragon-slaying ballista, and Qin now had 3 of them. After a few days of peace, Lu Mei said a few words to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu grinned because it was time to refine India's clan armament. Zhao Fu had long since gathered the 1 million Indian indigenous residents, but he lacked Indian women with Phoenix Chi. Zhao Fu had ordered people to capture them, and now that the void zones had disappeared, people could freely move between regions, making things much more convenient for Zhao Fu. Bring them in, Zhao Fu ordered. Following this, the female soldier brought 20 or so women into the palace. They all had different expressions, some were afraid, some were disgusted, and some were hateful. Zhao Fu did not mind at all and took the information that Lu Mei handed over. There were 24 women here, and they were all on the Indian beauty rankings. Moreover, they were all at the top, so they were all great beauties. This was especially so for the top 10 beauties of India. Zhao Fu felt that the Phoenix Chi would be enough to refine a clan armament. He was quite interested and ordered people to bring 9 of the top 10 beauties to him. The 6th-ranked beauty was Shalma's fiancé, who had long since been taken by Zhao Fu. The first woman was called Udura. She had perfect facial features and a tall and slim figure. She wore a red dress and looked quite beautiful. In terms of looks, she was comparable to Wu Qingyang, but her aura was a bit weaker. It was said that she had come here of her own accord, and she looked at Zhao Fu with a slightly flirtatious gaze. The second woman was also quite beautiful and had a fiery figure. She wore fewer clothes, revealing a lot of her skin, and she gave off an alluring aura. She lightly bit her lips and twisted her body, looking as if she was seducing Zhao Fu. She was called Ashala. The third woman had an extremely beautiful face and an elegant figure. She was dressed in men's clothes and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. She knew that the man in front of her was India's greatest enemy, and she was called Andrea. The fourth was called Awini. She was quite beautiful and had a voluptuous figure, but she gave off a gentle and quiet aura. She looked at Zhao Fu with some fear. The fifth was Kristen, and she also stared at Zhao Fu furiously. She also had a beautiful face and a slim figure, and she gave off an intellectual aura. The 6th one was Daphne. She was very frail, and her figure was also very slender. The 7th one was Debbie. She looked like a very sunny girl and probably liked sports. Zhao Fu saw that she had muscles on her body. The 8th was Lorcy. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and she gave off a gentle aura. The 9th was Catherine. She looked sweet, but she was a little short. Her skin was delicate, and she was a very attractive girl. Looking at them, Zhao Fu looked at the other women, and he could not help but laugh. He had captured so many women from India, and they were all incredibly famous women. Wasn't this a bit too much? India most likely hated him to death. Not only had he killed their people and taken their clan armament, but he had also taken their women. Zhao Fu felt that this was simply too much of a sin. However, there was nothing he could do about this. Zhao Fu needed them to refine the clan armament. I'm sure you all understand that I captured you because I want you to be my women. As long as you are loyal to me, I will treat you well. At the same time, you won't have the right to refuse. After speaking, Zhao Fu did not care whether or not they agreed, and he made them all concubines. The massive amount of Phoenix Chi caused the Emperor Phoenix statue to go through changes, and it became 200 meters tall. This was because more than half of India's Phoenix Chi was gathered here. These women felt quite displeased towards Zhao Fu's barbaric and domineering actions. Some of them feared Zhao Fu and did not dare to show it, while others ferociously glared at Zhao Fu. However, the first-ranked Eudora and second-ranked Aishala happily smiled as they walked up and sat on Zhao Fu's legs. They hugged Zhao Fu and said shyly, "Your Majesty." Following this, the two of them took the initiative to kiss each other. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, but he still accepted them. He hugged each of them and kissed them for a long time, causing them to blush and lean against Zhao Fu's shoulders as they panted. This caused the Indian women below to feel that they were quite shameless. They were so proactive and did not have any backbone at all, and they felt quite disgusted and ostracized. However, the two of them knew the situation the best. India had already been heavily wounded and would no longer have any chance to become the overlord of the world. India did not have any hope at all in the future. The man in front of them already stood at the peak of the world, and it was him who had heavily wounded India. If they had to talk about the most powerful faction in the world, it would be Qin. By relying on such an expert, they would not have to worry about anything in the future. This was not just for their futures but for their families. It was better to voluntarily submit to him than to be forced to submit. Zhao Fu looked at the two beauties hugging each other and felt that the life of an emperor was quite intoxicating. However, Zhao Fu did not forget what he had to do, so he brought them to the room. India's clan armament was still bound by countless chains, and Zhao Fu brought the women below. By now, they had noticed the clan armament, as it belonged to India. They could sense it, and even their bloodlines started to boil. They did not know why Zhao Fu had brought them here. After coming here, Zhao Fu thought about the refining process from last time and could not help but shake his head. He pulled Eudora over, and Eudora cooperated and hugged Zhao Fu. Their eyes met, and soon, they kissed. Following this, Zhao Fu started to take off her clothes. Ashera flirtatiously smiled as she took off her clothes and lightly hugged Zhao Fu. Seeing this scene, the other women's faces became red, and they understood what was about to happen. Because Eudora and Ashera's reactions were too intense, Zhao Fu's clothes were taken off by them. Zhao Fu was unable to control himself, and the situation immediately spiraled out of control. A series of banging sounds continued from day to night. Afterwards, Zhao Fu felt incredibly refreshed, and his 6 desires demonic qi had become much stronger. There were many women lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and they all looked incredibly satisfied. Looking at the women on the ground, Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. Once the situation spiraled out of control, he could not stop it. He remembered that he had forced himself on a few women, but they had only resisted slightly before quickly submitting. The 6 desires demonic qi was the main reason. Andrea, who was ranked 3rd, had resisted the most, but she was also the most lustful. Of the 24 women, some were virgins, some were not, and some were already married. Zhao Fu did not care too much about this, as long as he liked them, it was fine. Zhao Fu looked at the glass peacock, which was bound by chains. It no longer resisted or struggled, and it had been completely tamed. Moreover, Zhao Fu found that when he did it with them, his dragon qi and phoenix qi fused even more thoroughly, and the effects were even better. Even though it was night time, Zhao Fu still held the glass peacock and gathered his generals. Because Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao had to defend the borders, Zhao Fu switched out 3 more people. Now, there were Meng Tian, Sima Qiu, Li Mu, Bai Shihan, Sun Hanxiang, Wei Qing, Su Liui, Nu Lu, and Tuoba Qing, as well as Zhao Fu's 10 people. After coming to the Heaven and Earth refining formation, Zhao Fu felt quite excited because this was a clan armament. There were only 4 of them in the human world, and they were even more powerful than nation armaments. Even in the Heaven Awakened world, they were incredibly rare items. Zhao Fu first placed the energy stones before placing the glass peacock at the center of the formation. The 10 people stood around the formation, forming a circle around it. Zhao Fu looked at them to see if they were ready, and seeing that they were, Zhao Fu gestured for them to begin, and everyone nodded. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu activated the Heaven and Earth refining formation, causing countless energy stones to turn into dust. A formless energy grabbed the glass peacock and flew into the sky, and a massive aura spread out. Traces of different auras rose up from the 10 people's bodies as they unleashed their powers. City Lord seals floated out of their bodies and hung above their heads, giving off intense light and terrifying power. Boom! The 10 people each stretched out a hand towards the heaven and earth refining formation, and 10 rays of light shot into the formation. Immediately, the formation gave off a heaven-shaking power and gave off a resplendent light. The glass peacock in the air was covered by the 10-colored light, making it look like a 10-colored orb of light. Rise! Zhao Fu used all of his strength to control the heaven and earth refining formation, and he roared as the 10-colored orb of light continuously trembled and gave off buzzing sounds. Following this, it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. It looked like a star, giving off a powerful aura of suppression and giving off a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. Everyone in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers was startled, and they felt their bodies sink. Some people ran out in fright and looked at the shining stars in the sky. Refining a clan armament was different from refining a nation armament. It was much more complicated, and there were many more procedures. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as 10 pillars of light shot into the sky. Zhao Fu and the others exploded out with the full power of their city lord seals and started to gather the heaven and earth fate. The 10 pillars of light shot into the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. A wave of light containing terrifying power swept out, causing the clouds in the surrounding thousands of kilometers to dissipate. Suddenly, heaven and earth began to change, and countless traces of fate seemed to be attracted by something. It madly gathered here, and the starlight in the sky dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dust and gravel were swept up, and countless trees swayed madly as if they would be uprooted at any moment. This sudden change in fate caused countless Chinese espers and espers to wake up. They came out of their houses and looked towards the north, and their expressions became serious. They could sense that all of China's fate was madly gathering towards the north. The north was where Qin resided, and only Qin could gather such a massive amount of fate. However, what was Qin doing? Why was he gathering such a massive amount of fate? Before, when refining a nation armament, it had only affected the northern side of China, but now, it had affected all of China. This massive amount of fate gathered made everyone feel quite worried, afraid that Qin would do something big again. Now that the chaotic world was in its final stages, it was incredibly chaotic and bloody. If Qin wanted to interfere, it would be like adding oil to the fire. Countless traces of fate continuously gathered, forming a massive vortex in the sky. With the rainbow orb at the center, it covered the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. As the fate continuously condensed and compressed, a terrifying aura spread out in the sky. All of China sensed this terrifying aura, and the sect masters' expressions fell as they wondered what Qin was doing. Their first thought was to stop it, but at this time, they seemed to be powerless and could only watch. Countless traces of fate continued to gather, and the vortex became larger and larger. The might from the sky became stronger and stronger. This was refining a clan armament, so it was not simple at all. Heaven and earth fusion. Seeing that it was about time, Zhao Fu roared and sent out a hand seal into the heaven and earth refining formation. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, as if the sky had exploded and reverberated throughout the world. This time, not only extraordinary people, but even ordinary people were also startled awake. The rainbow-colored orb within the massive vortex instantly absorbed all of the fate, forming a massive orb of light that rose into the sky and gave off resplendent light. It was not just China that could see this orb of light in Japan, Russia, India, and the entire Midland continent. Everyone in the Midland continent looked at the resplendent star in the dark blue sky, which gave off a boundless aura. They looked incredibly shocked and did not know what was going on. This time, Zhao Fu did not use the Chaos Great Cauldron's refining method and instead used the highest refining method, which was the Great World Refinement. He used the heavens and earth as an artifact to refine, making it even more profound and profound. You can begin the final refinement now. The golden dragon said within Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu understood, and the millions of Indian indigenous residents were gathered together. Under the orders of the soldiers, they all knelt down and yelled, "We are all subjects of Qin." Traces of black aura rose up from their bodies, and under Zhao Fu's control, they flowed into the massive orb of light in the sky. Buzz, 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 the orb of light continuously gave off buzzing sounds as the glass peacock made its final struggle. Zhao Fu was going to turn it into the Qin clan's clan armament, which meant that it would no longer belong to India. At that moment, all of India's people sensed something, and they felt incredibly terrified. Their blood flowed, and they became incredibly restless. India's various capable people realized something, and they looked incredibly shocked and furious. Qin was doing something to their clan armament. After all, the clan armament represented India, and only when Qin did something to their clan armament would their bodies react like this. Back at Qin, the millions of Indian indigenous residents' fate slowly flowed into the orb of light, and the orb of light's trembling gradually weakened. Qin's fate, condense. At that moment, Zhao Fu yelled out, causing all of Qin to tremble. Countless traces of fate rose up from the ground and from Qin's residents' bodies, and they looked like a dense black fog that flowed towards the orb of light in the sky. The black orb of light seemed to be nurturing some sort of terrifying demon, and a terrifying and dangerous aura covered the entire Midland continent. Everyone in the Midland continent felt a chill, and their hair stood on end as they uncontrollably trembled. Currently, the Midland continent seemed to be covered by a haze, and the legatees from the other continents sensed the changes in the Midland continent. They all walked out of their rooms and looked at the Midland continent seriously. They did not know what was happening in the Midland continent, but it was definitely very serious, or else it would not be like this. Tina Pendragon watched on with a serious expression because she could sense Great Qin's aura. Anything related to Great Qin was definitely not a simple matter. Back at Qin, the black orb of light in the sky gradually shrank, but the black light was becoming corporeal. The aura it gave off became even more terrifying and filled people with despair. The massive black orb of light condensed into a black orb that was 100 meters wide. This black orb was very round, and its surface had become corporeal. It felt abnormally tough, and it did not seem to be dangerous at all. However, it gave off a heaven-toppling ferocious aura, and the corporeal might was enough to kill people. Under Li Si and Xiangyang's orders, the residents in the surrounding thousands of kilometers quickly retreated, and the ground 1,000 kilometers below the black orb gradually sank. Zhao Fu and the others around the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation looked quite serious as they maintained the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation. Beads of sweat rolled down their bodies, and it looked quite difficult. By now, the refinement had reached its final stage. Zhao Fu took out a sharp blade and cut open his wrist. Bright red and fragrant blood flowed out of the wound, but it did not drip onto the ground and instead floated in the air. A large hole had appeared in the wall above the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation while it was refining the nation armament. Zhao Fu stood next to the magic formation and looked at the black orb in the sky through the hole, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhao Fu waved his finger, and the blood floating in the air turned into a blood-red blur that shot into the sky and fused into the black orb. Kacha, a clear cracking sound rang out as a small crack appeared on the black orb. At that moment, countless people felt incredibly nervous because the thing that was being nurtured within the black orb was about to come out. Crack! Crack! Kacha, a few more sounds rang out, and a few more cracks appeared on the black sphere. Everyone became even more nervous. All of Qin, no, all of Midland, were staring at this black sphere. Kacha, 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 a series of sounds rang out. The black ball was covered in cracks, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the black sphere exploded. Countless black fragments shot everywhere, and a peacock appeared in the sky. This peacock was only 10 or so big, and it was completely black. Its feathers and claws gave off a cold light, and its eyes were blood red. It did not have the beauty and elegance of the glass peacock from before, instead, it gave off a powerful and ferocious aura. Hell! The black peacock spread its wings and gave off a cry that seemed to pierce through the heavens. A black wave of light spread out, bringing with it the power of lightning. As it streaked out, even the sky seemed to be torn apart. Countless traces of black light descended, and all of Qin's residents felt their bodies become warm. The pain and discomfort within their bodies disappeared, and their bloodlines became more powerful. Their strength also rose, and they received many benefits from this. However, everyone else felt the opposite. As the black wave of light flashed past, countless people felt a massive force hit them and forced them back a few steps. A trace of blood flowed out of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with boundless shock and disbelief. The one in the worst state was India. Almost everyone in the entire country felt as if they had been sent flying by a massive force. Their bodies fell to the ground and continuously trembled. Their blood seemed to have cooled down, and they felt incredibly powerless and in immense pain. At that moment, everyone in the entire world felt incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Qin would have the ability to forge this thing by itself. On a misty mountain peak, a Taoist disciple saw the sect master look at the black peacock in shock and asked curiously, "Sect master, isn't it just a powerful black peacock? Wasn't it just a powerful black peacock? Why was it so shocked? What was so different about it? Could it be some kind of magical item?" Only after a while did the Taoist sect master come back to his senses. He turned and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter what miraculous item it is, it can't even compare to a 10,000th of it. After all, that's a clan armament, and there are only 4 of them in the human world." The disciple looked incredibly shocked. He had never thought that the black peacock would be a clan armament. After all, in the human world's long history, there had only been 4 clan armaments, and they represented the 4 most ancient cultures. It was 10 or so times more difficult to nurture than ordinary nation armaments, and ordinary nation armaments were already incredibly difficult to nurture. "Sect master, you're saying that Qin condensed his own clan armament by himself? How is that possible?" the disciple asked in disbelief. The Taoist hierarch sighed. "I never thought that Qin would have such abilities." He then said worriedly, "Now, Qin can be counted as an independent bloodline, and he can even break away from the Chinese race and become Qin's race. When that time comes, will Qin change his attitude towards China and start to slaughter the Chinese race?" Hearing this, the disciple thought about that terrifying scene and gulped. He didn't dare to think about it as he said, "Sect master, I don't think that'll happen. After all, China has helped Qin so much, and China's clan armament is in his hands." After saying this, the disciple didn't feel very confident. After all, Qin was famous for being ruthless and bloodthirsty. Would he really care about his past? That was hard to say. There was an ancient Chinese saying that those who weren't of the same race had different intentions. Now that Qin had 2 clan armaments, this power was enough to make anyone feel terrified. No one in the legacy land was a match for Qin, and if he started to slaughter China, it would be a disaster for China. The Taoist hierarch didn't know what Qin was thinking, and he could only hope that Qin wouldn't act like this. At the same time, he gave the order that no matter what happened in the future, they were not to become enemies with Qin. The 100 schools of thought and various sects also realized this, and they all gave the order not to become enemies with Qin, as they were afraid of angering Qin. If Qin went crazy, he wouldn't care about anything, as he could say that he wasn't of the same race. Of course, that was up to Qin's legatee. Zhao Fu looked at the black crystal peacock and felt that the aura it gave off was even more intimate than the imperial ruler's seal's aura. After all, he had reforged it and fused it with his blood, so it was much closer to him. As for the imperial ruler's seal, Zhao Fu suddenly thought about refining it into Qin's clan armament. The imperial ruler's seal would no longer belong to China but to Qin, and Qin would no longer have 2 clan armaments. Just as Zhao Fu thought about this, the imperial ruler's seal immediately sensed it and slightly trembled, seeming quite afraid. If he refined the imperial ruler's seal, Qin would be completely independent. Not only would it be independent in terms of appearance, but even its fate would be independent. Zhao Fu could not help but sink into his thoughts. After a while, Zhao Fu decided to give up on this idea. After all, his roots were Qin, and Qin's roots were China. Qin was a part of China's history, and both its culture and bloodline belonged to China. Moreover, the imperial ruler's seal had long since been used by him. Moreover, he was only where he was today because of China's fate, so after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to give up on the idea. Now that Qin had formed its own clan, it had obtained some bonuses from its bloodline. Even though it was not very obvious, it would definitely be useful. The matter of refining the clan armament concluded here. Zhao Fu looked at the dark sky and saw that everyone looked quite tired. This refining had used up a lot of their strength, so Zhao Fu had them go back to rest and recover their strength. Zhao Fu held the black crystal peacock, which had been renamed the Qin Emperor's peacock, and placed it with the imperial ruler's seal to suppress Qin's fate. Half a month later, because the chaotic world had reached its final stage, natural disasters descended. These natural disasters were not just on the surface, and they were true disasters. Just like the disaster festival, all sorts of disasters occurred. Xiaofu received information about many regions being affected by disasters. Some regions were continuously raining, and some low-lying areas were flooded. Some places were dry without any rain, and the high temperatures caused the ground to be extremely dry, and there were already signs of cracks. In some places, it started to snow or hail, freezing some crops to death. The hail also caused many casualties. The most common disasters were floods, droughts, ice disasters, earthquakes, and wind disasters. The other disasters weren't as numerous as the disaster festival. However, these disasters did not have disaster beasts, nor could they be stopped by killing disaster beasts like the disaster festival. These disasters were already natural disasters, and there was no way to stop them. The only thing they could do was increase their resistance to natural disasters. At this moment, the advantage of a nation legacy was on full display. Due to the natural disaster, the city's growth stats had been greatly weakened. This meant that the crops would not mature very quickly, and the production would not increase by much. If there was a natural disaster, there might even be no harvest. It had only been half a month, and the various factions' villages had plenty of food, so there was not much panic. However, some smart people had already foreseen this crisis, so they began to buy food from the market. Even the cheapest food became valuable. As the price of food continued to rise, some ordinary people also sensed the danger. These natural disasters would last for an unknown period of time. If they sold their food, they might face the danger of starvation in the future. As such, during the early stages of the chaotic world, there was still a lot of food for sale. However, in the later stages of the chaotic world, it was very difficult for any faction to obtain food. The natural disasters continuously descended, and adding on the fact that in the final stages of the chaotic world, anyone who killed people would be rewarded. Whether it was players killing other players, players killing indigenous residents, or system soldiers killing players, they would all be rewarded. Even though the reward for killing a single person was quite low, the more people one killed, the more rewards one would receive. There was no limit to this. Whether it was players or residents, they were all very careful as they walked on the streets. They were afraid that someone would suddenly jump out and kill them. In a world ruled by profit, many people would do anything to get what they wanted. The world became even more dangerous, and everyone was on edge. With natural disasters and man-made disasters, the world became completely chaotic, and it was as if darkness had descended on the world. Not only did this affect players, but it also affected all system residents. This was only the early stages of the chaotic world. In the later stages, it would be even more chaotic, bloody, and cruel. When that time came, the law of survival of the fittest would be fully displayed. Of course, this did not affect Qin City at all. Qin City's powerful natural disaster resistance made it so that it was immune to all natural disasters. The tall and firm inner Great Wall could defend against all invading enemies. In half a month, Qin City had cleared out 3 regions, and it had become much stronger. Xiaofu used most of the EXP he obtained to level up the ice and fire villages into basic cities. Xiaofu mainly considered Binoche and Karash. They were great magic casters, and their forbidden spells could instantly kill 50,000 to 60,000 Stage 1 soldiers. If they had City Lord Seal's power, their forbidden spells would be even more terrifying. The ice and fire cities were both special cities, and they were quite suitable for Binoche and Karash. Xiaofu felt that the world was becoming more and more dangerous, and it was already in chaos. Adding on the fact that man-made disasters were constantly happening, the battles in Qin would become more frequent in the future. With the two of them's power, they would have a strong effect on some large-scale battles. Xiaofu had seen their power with his own eyes. Xiaofu took a look at the ice and fire bloodlines that spawned from the ice and fire cities. They were born with ice and fire attributes, and they could use ice and fire attribute attacks. Their attributes were even stronger than ordinary people's, and they could be nurtured as special troops. Late at night, moonlight shone into the room. Next to Xiaofu, Nu Lu, Tuoba Qing, Binoche, and Karash had all fallen asleep. Wu Zetian's face was red as she lay on Xiaofu's chest, panting. She had most likely just finished doing something. After a while, Wu Zetian asked, "Xiaofu, what should you do now? This chaotic world is an opportunity, as well as a major trend. I feel that General Sun's method is very suitable at this time. The system main cities in the outside world are continuously suffering from natural disasters and man-made disasters, which puts a lot of pressure on them. If they personally see how powerful Great Qin is, many of them will definitely submit. Also, you should send letters to further places to persuade them to surrender. It would be best to send them to the nearby 100 or so regions. That way, the chances of them surrendering will be much higher. Now that the heaven-awakened world is like this, they won't be able to run anywhere. Also, with the chaotic world starting, the system main cities won't be able to take care of themselves. I think we should speed up the process of clearing out regions, or we can suddenly attack and catch them off guard. What do you think? Wu Zetian asked as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu smiled and looked down at Wu Zetian as he said, "I'll think about it and make some preparations." Wu Zetian lightly laughed, "That's good. You're the only man I can rely on, and I hope that Qin City will become more and more powerful." Hearing her words, Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh as he said, "Is that so? Don't you have any other thoughts? Don't you want to have some power in Qin City?" Wu Zetian lightly harumphed and did not hide anything as she replied, "Of course I do. However, I understand that I can't topple Qin City like how I toppled the Tang dynasty. You're too domineering, and I can't resist at all. Even my body can't leave you. Now, I'm one of the women you care about the most, and I have quite a bit of power in Qin City. I understand your personality, and you don't have to worry about the future at all. I'm already very satisfied with the current situation. If I have time, I'll wander around in Qin City and see some new things. I'll do it with you every day and enjoy this life for the rest of my life. The only thing I'm worried about is Wu Qingyang's kingdom. I don't want it to be destroyed just like that." Hearing her words, Zhao Fu thought of Wu Qingyang and said earnestly, "Don't worry. I'll help her." Wu Zetian flirtatiously smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I believe you." Looking at how flirtatious she looked, Zhao Fu could not help but feel his heart heat up. He flipped over and pressed Wu Zetian under his body. Under Zhao Fu's nourishment every day, Wu Zetian became more and more beautiful and mature, and she was even more alluring than before. After another round of lovemaking, Wu Zetian lightly shivered at Zhao Fu and panted as she said, "Go and satisfy Lingyue tomorrow. She's my daughter, and I don't want you to neglect her." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the two of them hugged each other and fell asleep. The next day, Zhao Fu began to discuss with the various generals. After Sun Hanxiang found out that Zhao Fu had accepted her suggestion, she smiled happily. Now, the question was how to implement it. First of all, he had to take some precautions. When he showed Qin's power, he had to prevent Qin from leaking all the information. He could also avoid some troubles in advance. Next was how to get the city lords to come to Qin City. After all, they were city lords, and they were worried about being ambushed and killed by Qin City. In this regard, Zhao Fu planned to use the method of envoys. First, Zhao Fu would send envoys with letters written by Zhao Fu. It was better to choose envoys who were eloquent, neither arrogant nor weak. In this way, it could show Qin's sincerity and attitude, and also prove Qin's strength. Of course, those who were eloquent and cultured were scholars. Zhao Fu went to Rising Qin Academy to choose envoys, which caused a huge commotion. After all, this was another opportunity to obtain power. If they could complete this mission, they would definitely receive massive rewards, and their families would be able to live a good life. Reality proved that Zhao Fu had not made a mistake in nurturing Qin City's culture. Standing on the high platform, Zhao Fu looked down at the youthful scholars and beauties, all of whom looked delighted and excited. Zhao Fu quickly chose envoys. Following this, Zhao Fu did some tests to see if they could meet the requirements. He then explained some things to them, and after a few days of nurturing, they would be qualified. Zhao Fu started to carry out his plan. These envoys were all scholars, and even though they were well educated and eloquent, they were a bit weak. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, being weak would definitely be looked down upon, so they could not just go like this. This was quite easy to resolve. Qin City had more than 10,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and those with Stage 3 cultivation were all system warlords. If each envoy brought 5 warlords to visit, just thinking about it would be shocking, and no one dared to be careless. From the very beginning, they would be able to display Qin's terrifying strength, causing them to treat Qin City seriously. This would make it much more convenient for them to do other things. Apart from bringing 5 Stage 3 soldiers, they would also need to bring some gifts. They could prepare some of Qin City's specialties as a token of their respect. It would be better if the gifts were more expensive, as this would show their strength and show their respect. If the city lords were convinced, they would not have to come to Qin City themselves. They could also send envoys to talk and have them understand Qin City. This would increase their trust and help them submit to Qin City. After everything was prepared, the plan began. Groups of envoys left Qin City and went to various regions. Zhao Fu felt quite excited and wondered what the outcome would be. In Godly Military City, a valiant-looking middle-aged man sat on the high platform, frowning as he dealt with various matters. Now that they had entered the chaotic world, there were more than 10 times as many things to worry about. This city lord was called Zhou Chang, and he was a righteous person. He was one of the city lords who did not slaughter players and chose to live peacefully with them. He felt that even if he slaughtered players, he would not be able to resolve the situation in the future and would only increase the hatred between the two sides. In the end, a massive battle would erupt between the two sides, and the players would have an advantage in numbers. If they still had their undying privileges, and the system main cities were unable to remain neutral, the system main cities would be completely suppressed. After all, players could simply overwhelm a system main city with numbers. Because of the rewards for killing players, there were often riots in system main cities, and Zhou Chang constantly sent soldiers to suppress them. However, the system main cities were still in chaos, making it so that the residents did not dare to go out, and the streets became much more desolate. Moreover, even though the Godly Military City had prepared a lot of food, they had not been able to harvest a single grain. If this went on, they would run out of food sooner or later. They couldn't wait until the end to solve the problem, because by that time, the food would be gone, and it would be too late to think of a solution. If they couldn't get food, then they would starve to death. No one wanted to accept that outcome. City Lord. I have something to report. A soldier walked in and cupped his hands as he reported. Zhou Chang felt quite annoyed. There were so many things that had not been resolved, and now there was another problem. It was quite a headache, but Zhou Chang still asked, "What is it?" "It's a group of envoys who claim to be from the Qin Empire, and they want to meet the city lord." The soldier replied honestly. The Qin Empire? Zhou Chang had heard of this before. It was a massive faction that had appeared in the south, and it was the legacy of an otherworlder empire. It had already unified 31 regions, and its strength was unfathomable. It would be no problem for it to resist 60 or 70 regions. Following this, the Qin Empire also sent a letter to persuade them to surrender, expressing their sincerity and friendliness. However, Zhou Chang still feared Qin City, so he did not go. After all, he could not allow someone from a system main city to die because of his mistake. Now that he heard that they had sent ambassadors, Zhou Chang thought about it and felt that he could not afford to be careless. After all, the other side's faction was simply too terrifying. Following this, the soldiers obeyed Zhou Chang's orders and invited the group of ambassadors from Qin City into the hall. When the 6 people walked in, Zhou Chang looked at 5 of them and felt quite shocked. These 5 people all had stage 3 cultivation, and they gave off austere and powerful auras. It was evident that they had gone through countless battles, and their strength could not be underestimated. They could even compare to generals like him. However, 5 powerful generals had been sent to carry out such a small mission. This was simply too shocking. Just how powerful was the Qin Empire? And how many stage 3 soldiers did it have? They had been sent out so casually and cheaply. This lowly one is a student of Qin City, Li Mao. I pay my respects to the city lord. The scholarly robed young man gave a trace of a smile and bowed to Zhou Chang in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Zhou Chang inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this person's attitude was quite courteous and did not act too forcefully. Otherwise, Zhou Chang would not know what to do. You're too courteous. Everyone, please take a seat, Zhou Chang said as he smiled and stretched out his hand. Li Mao looked at the bench next to him and sat down. As for the 5 soldiers next to him, they automatically stood around him to protect him. Right now, Li Mao's cultivation was not even at stage 1 to 7, and he was only at stage 0 to 7. Zhou Chang noticed this small detail. He had invited them to sit down, but only Li Mao had sat down. Instead, the soldiers had instinctively stood by Li Mao's side. This meant that the other side's military discipline was quite strict. This was indeed the truth. Qin City's military discipline had always been led by Bai Qi, with the other generals assisting him. Of course, the military discipline was quite strict, as all powerful armies had strict military discipline. Zhou Chang thought that Li Mao's identity was quite important, which was why the soldiers were so protective of him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "I can see that Sir's bearing is quite extraordinary. You must have a high position in Qin City, right?" Li Mao smiled humbly. "City Lord. You may have misunderstood. I'm just a student of the Qin Academy. I'm fortunate to be valued by His Highness. I've been sent to various regions with thousands of students to show the friendly attitude of our Qin Empire. His Majesty is not only a genius, but he is also a kind person who loves his people as if they were his own children. He doesn't want to kill too much and doesn't want too many lives to die. He is willing to coexist peacefully with the city lords." Zhao Fu didn't want them to say that, but the smart ones would definitely shamelessly praise Zhao Fu to show how good His Highness was and how wise he was. When Zhou Chang heard this, he was a little shocked. There were actually over 1,000 such teams. This was really shocking. Each team had 5 warlords, and there were over 5,000 warlords in the 1,000 teams. A system main city would only have 3 generals, 10 system main cities would only have 30 generals, and 1,000 system main cities would only have 3,000 generals. If the other party could easily send out 5,000 battle generals, then how many battle generals would they have in total? Moreover, if the other party had so many battle generals, would they have even fewer stage 1 and stage 2 soldiers? When he thought about the other party's strength, Zhou Chang felt a chill in his heart. The other party was an extremely terrifying existence, and who could be a match for him? Zhou Chang thought about it and realized that the 50 or 60 regions surrounding the Qin Empire would not be a match for the Qin Empire. Even a single region would be like a slightly larger ant in front of the other party, and he would be able to crush it with a single stomp. As for whether or not the other party was a genius, he didn't even need to think about it. Otherwise, how could he have established such a massive faction? Zhou Chang hid the shock in his heart and continued to listen to Li Mao. At that moment, Li Mao continued to speak. His Majesty has expressed his desire to recruit talented people and has asked the city lords to join the Qin Empire. Now that the chaotic world has begun, natural and man-made disasters have continuously occurred, and the world is in chaos. Countless people are suffering, and corpses are strewn everywhere. However, the Qin Empire has the support of the heavens, so these disasters are unable to affect the Qin Empire. Now, the Qin Empire is filled with fruits and flowers, and it has become a paradise. At the same time, the Qin Empire has millions of soldiers and the majestic Great Wall is a barrier, which can stop all enemies. If the city lords join the Qin Empire, they will be able to enjoy peace. With Qin's protection, the city lords will not have to worry about anything. At that moment, Zhou Chang was so shocked that he could not speak. Right now, the natural disaster was wreaking havoc in the legacy land, and no faction could stop it. They could only endure it. In front of such a massive natural disaster, they were so small and insignificant, and they only felt a sense of helplessness. The regions near the divine military city were experiencing wind disasters, and Zhou Chang and the other city lords had wanted to use their city lord seals to stop the natural disasters, but they had all been injured by the wind. A massive gale blew, causing rocks and sand to fly everywhere. Buildings were destroyed, and people were swept into the sky. This was a terrifying scene, and everyone wanted to relocate their system main cities. However, the world was going through all sorts of terrifying disasters, and where could they find a paradise? Hearing Li Mao's words, Zhou Chang almost couldn't believe it. Such a terrifying natural disaster that even he was afraid of had no effect on the Qin Empire at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Mao was so confident, Zhou Chang definitely wouldn't have believed it. Moreover, after hearing that Qin had millions of soldiers and was protected by the Great Wall, Zhou Chang felt a chill in his heart. He only had 100,000 soldiers, while the other side had tens of millions of soldiers. It was like the difference between a mouse and an elephant. At that moment, Li Mao tossed out another big piece of news, causing Zhou Chang to feel a bit shaken. The Qin Empire is about to establish a kingdom, and if the city lords can join us, you will definitely become marquises and ministers in the future, and you will have even more prestigious statuses. The other side is about to establish a kingdom. Zhou Chang was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. However, when he thought about the other side's massive territory and strength, he realized that this was the truth. In the next moment, Li Mao tossed out another piece of important news and said proudly, "The Qin Empire's majesty has extraordinary talent and is invincible. He has become the world protector, the protector of the world. City lords, don't worry about Qin Empire, as long as His Majesty Qin Empire is here, nothing will be a problem." Zhou Chang almost fell off his chair. The other side had become the world protector? The protector of the world? Even though the city lords were unable to participate in the trial festival, they knew some information. Now that the other side had become the protector of the world, what was the point of fighting? Hearing Zhou Chang's words, Li Mao felt quite delighted, but he still said, "City lord, of course you're suitable. Our Majesty will definitely welcome a major figure like you to join. However, City lord, why don't you send a few people to Qin City to see if what I said is true or false? Come and verify whether what I said is true or false. My great Qin has enough confidence to welcome all of you. Even if these city lords also sent ambassadors, Qin City would still welcome them." After all, what Li Mao said was true. Hearing Li Mao's words, Zhou Chang felt quite confident that Qin City would allow them to visit as they pleased. However, in order to be careful and to know more about Qin City, Zhou Chang sent a few of his trusted aides to visit Qin City. There were many city lords who had similar thoughts. About 150 or so city lords had sent ambassadors to Qin City, and they had already decided to submit. If Qin City was really as Zhao Fu had said, it was indeed the best person to submit to. They would not have to worry about natural disasters or man-made disasters, and they would have Qin City to deal with even greater dangers in the future. However, out of the 1,000 ambassadors that Zhao Fu had sent, only 150 city lords were willing to come to Qin City. Most of them were still hesitant. As city lords, they did not want to submit to others. The situation was not very urgent, so they were not in a hurry to make a decision. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and they could not go back on their word. As such, they decided to wait and see. Of course, there were also some city lords who hated Qin Zhao, and many of them had slaughtered players. Looting city lord Lu Desheng was doing it with a few flirtatious female attendants when he heard a soldier report. It said that the Qin Empire's ambassadors have come to visit. Hearing this, Lu Desheng knew that it was an Otherworlder dynasty. Because they were quite far away, he did not know how powerful Qin City was. However, he hated Otherworlders and Otherworlder dynasties. As such, Lu Desheng immediately yelled, "Kill all of them. In the future, if any Otherworlders come, kill them all. Your elder can't stand Otherworlders, so we'll be safe in the future." The soldier felt quite troubled as he said, "City Lord, Sir Lu told this subordinate to invite you. It was Lord Lu who sent this subordinate to invite you. He said that their identities are very important and that you must go and take a look." Lu Desheng shouted angrily, "Who's the city lord? Are you going to listen to me or him? Do you think I will be afraid of the Qin Empire?" The soldier was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately followed the order and killed Qin's envoy. In front of a system main city, 5 stage 3 soldiers and 1 student were unable to resist at all and were brutally killed. The azure-robed man at the side could not stop them even if he wanted to. Looking at the 5 people who had died, he felt a sense of impending disaster. Zhao Cheng, the city lord of Great Cart City, also received the news from the soldiers. He knew some information about the Qin Empire, but he had already chosen to resist the Qin Empire. He didn't have a good impression of the Inhumans. These inhuman dynasties were their greatest enemies. Zhao Cheng came to the city gates and looked at the 6 people in front of him in shock. However, he still suddenly attacked, and a few soldiers blocked the attack for the student. The student's body was covered with the blood of the soldiers, and he felt quite afraid. His body trembled, and he knew that he was going to die. However, when he thought about the books he had read and the soldiers who had blocked the attack for him, his gaze became resolute. He couldn't allow Qin to be humiliated, and even if he died, he would still have dignity. everything you've done today. In the future, the Qin Empire will pay you back tenfold. The student said as he coldly looked at Zhaoqing. Facing the threat of someone who didn't even have stage 1 cultivation, Zhaoqing disdainfully harumphed and waved his hand. An arc of light flashed out, and blood sprayed everywhere as the student's head was chopped off. The student's corpse also fell to the ground. Zhaoqing coldly laughed and ordered his soldiers to cut off the heads of the other 5 soldiers and send them to Qin, Dong'an City Lord, Zhang Linyi, arrogantly looked at the 6 people in front of him and said condescendingly, "Why aren't you kneeling in front of the city lord?" Hearing Zhang Linyi's words, the student Qin felt quite displeased. However, he understood that this was his mission, so he smiled and humbly cupped his hands as he said, "Sir City Lord. This lowly one is Qianchong, student Qin. I've been ordered to come to your city. This city lord told you to kneel, did you not hear me?" Zhang Linyi's voice became louder, and it contained a trace of anger and a powerful aura. These words caused Qiancheng's expression to become cold, and he once again cupped his hands as he said, "Sir City Lord. This lowly one is student Qin. I kneel to the heavens and the earth, to my parents, and to His Highness Qin. I won't kneel to anyone else." Zhang Linyi coldly harumphed. He hated otherworlders the most, and he had no intention of joining Qin at all. He just wanted to humiliate Qin. Hearing Qiancheng's words, Zhang Linyi angrily punched out, and a formless energy knocked the 6 people to the ground. A few of the soldiers instantly died, but Zhang Linyi was able to keep Qianchong alive. Looking at Qianchong coughing up blood, Zhang Linyi placed his foot on Qiancheng's head and coldly harumphed as he said, "I'll kill your people." Following this, Zhang Linyi crushed Qiancheng's head with his foot, causing blood and brain matter to fly everywhere. Qin had sent out 1,000 students, and around 950 students had returned. In other words, 50 of them had been killed. Diplomatic missions were incredibly dangerous, and there were many deaths. Luckily, most of the city lords were rational, and they knew how powerful Qin was. As such, they treated him with respect. Almost all of the city lords who had killed Qin's envoy had slaughtered players before. They hated otherworlders, and they were incredibly vicious and domineering. The deaths of the 50 envoys caused Zhao Fu to feel quite furious, but they had given Qin an opportunity to kill them. Now that the various regions had been connected, it was much easier for city lords to communicate with each other. If Qin attacked a system main city for no reason, he would be viewed with hostility by the other system main cities, so Qin did not dare to act rashly. However, they had dared to kill Qin's envoy, so they deserved to be killed. With this reason, Qin could act, and the other city lords would not say anything. After all, they had killed Qin's people first. Gather all of the city lords. Zhao Fu split the 90 city lords into 3 teams, while the remaining city lords stayed behind in Qin to prevent anything unexpected from happening. The city lords who had killed Qin's envoy were in different regions, so Zhao Fu wanted to destroy them as quickly as possible without giving them any chance to resist. When that time came, it would be 30 against 1, and the 3 teams would be able to destroy 50 city lords in a single night. After preparing everything, it was already nighttime, and Zhao Fu personally led a group of people to head to a system main city. Zhao Fu had to pay back blood for blood and a tooth for a tooth for a tooth. Only by personally killing them would he be able to vent the anger in his heart. Zhao Fu first arrived at Luding City, and he was by himself. Under Zhao Fu's orders, the other city lords went to kill the city lords of the nearby regions. Because Lu Desheng didn't know how powerful Qin was, he didn't put Qin in his eyes at all. After killing Qin's people, he acted as if nothing had happened, and he even held a banquet and invited his subordinates to eat and drink. The green-cloaked man next to him looked incredibly worried. He had been worried about what had happened today, and he felt that the situation was incredibly dangerous. Zhao Fu stood in the air. Zhao Fu was now the city lord of a submain city, and Qin's seal had fused with the power of many other city lords' seals. Adding on the sovereign bloodline that Zhao Fu had, with Zhao Fu's power, it would be no problem for him to fight against 10 system main city lords. Looking at the bustling scene below, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he took out the Sin Dragon sword. He sent his power into the Sin Dragon sword, causing it to give off a chilling sword light. Countless traces of water vapor gathered, forming thousands of water swords in the sky, giving off a powerful and sharp sword aura that covered the people below. At that moment, Zhao Fu didn't care about the innocent people because he felt that everyone in this system main city deserved to die. The terrifying sword aura that suddenly descended caused the countless people at the banquet to feel a chill, and they looked up in terror. They saw a black cloaked figure standing in the air, and there were thousands of swords made of water around him. They hung in the air and pointed at the crowd. Immediately, everyone understood what was happening, and they looked terrified as they hurriedly ran out, but it was already too late. Swish, 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 the water swords shot down like cold rays of light, piercing through people's chests. Blood spurted everywhere, and limbs flew everywhere. The countless people at the banquet were instantly turned into corpses, and the lively scene became deathly silent. Lu Desheng angrily roared, "Who are you? Why are you slaughtering looting city's people?" Zhao Fu snorted and said, "How dare you kill my people? How dare you ask me who I am? Today is the day you die." Lu Desheng understood and gripped his saber as he furiously roared and kicked off the ground, causing the ground to crack. Lu Desheng's body shot into the sky, and his saber gave off a shocking saber light, giving off a massive saber chi as he slashed out. Zhao Fu disdainfully coldly laughed and raised the Sin Dragon sword and slashed forwards, sending out a black crescent that contained immense power as it slashed towards Lu Desheng. Bang! Lu Desheng was struck by the black crescent and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. Lu Desheng coughed up a mouthful of blood and climbed up with great difficulty. Shing! A sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu shot down from the sky, his sword containing terrifying power as it slashed towards Lu Desheng. Lu Desheng gripped his saber with both hands to block, but the massive power made it impossible for him to stand. He could only half-kneel on the ground and block Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Lu Desheng and suddenly spun his sword, sending Lu Desheng's saber flying. Lu Desheng was given a big fright and tried to retreat, but Zhao Fu stepped forwards and stabbed through his chest. Lu Desheng's expression was one of shock as he fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Fu picked up the city lord's seal and put Lu Desheng's corpse into his spatial ring. His corpse was still quite valuable, so Zhao Fu took off his spatial ring. There were many valuable things inside, but Zhao Fu had no interest in looking at them, as they were not worth much to him. At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed that there was still someone alive. He turned to look at the azure-clothed man who was pretending to be dead under the table, preparing to kill him with a wave of his hand. Sensing Zhao Fu's killing intent, the azure-clothed man hurriedly got up and knelt as he yelled, "I'm willing to submit to Sir." At that moment, countless system main city soldiers rushed over, and Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as he said, "Pacify this system main city before I come out, or else I'll massacre it." Zhao Fu walked towards the city hall. Now that there were other city lords killing people, Zhao Fu had the time and power to massacre this system main city. In front of Zhao Fu, a system main city was nothing, and killing it would only take him a bit of time. Yes, yes. This lowly one understands. Hearing how Zhao Fu treated hundreds of thousands of lives like grass and how he had killed the city lord in just a few moves, the azure-clothed man hurriedly nodded. After arriving at this system main city, Zhao Fu immediately relocated the system main city and obtained a lot of EXP and achievement points. After waiting for Zhao Fu to come out, the scene became silent, and Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that this person would pacify other people. It seemed that this person's position in the system main city was quite high. Zhao Fu wanted to kill a bunch of hateful soldiers when he came out. After all, the fury in his heart could only be quenched with their blood. However, since they had surrendered, Zhao Fu did not kill them, and he said coldly, "I'm going to go kill some more people. Qin's people will take over the city soon." The azure-clothed man nodded in fear, indicating that he understood. He knew that this was going to be a night of bloody slaughter, and who knew how many system main cities would suffer. This was Qin's strength, any one of them could destroy a city. He had treated Zhao Fu as a minor figure, just one of the people carrying out his plan. When he had killed Qin's ambassador, he had known that things were going to be bad, but what he had been worried about had still happened. In East Peace City, Zhang Linyi was sleeping soundly with his wife in his arms when a sword light descended from the sky. Zhang Linyi was woken up and dodged to the side, but the massive sword light destroyed the entire house. Even though Zhang Linyi had dodged the attack, his wife had been reduced to a bloody pulp. Zhang Linyi furiously roared and rushed out of the rubble. Looking at the cloaked figure in the sky, He immediately realized something and cried out, "You're from the Qin Empire." Zhao Fu coldly laughed, "I never thought that you'd be so clear about this. Now, prepare to die." After saying this, just as Zhao Fu was about to attack, 3 more powerful auras exploded out. The 3 other city lords were all here. Zhao Fu stopped and coldly looked at the 3 people who had appeared. They were not on the kill list, and he said, "This matter is between Qin and East Peace City, and you want to get involved? Do you know what the consequences are?" Sensing the powerful aura from Zhao Fu's body, the 3 city lords felt quite shocked. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, they understood what had happened. Zhang Linyi had most likely killed Qin's ambassador, and Qin's people had come to take revenge. Once they were dragged into this, they would definitely die. After all, they already knew everything about Qin, and Qin's legatee was simply too terrifying. They had treated Ambassador Qin very well because they didn't want to offend such a massive faction. Now that Zhang Linyi had killed Ambassador Qin and wanted to drag the 3 of them in, they felt quite furious. "This matter has nothing to do with this old man. This old man will be leaving first," a gray-clothed elder said. He didn't want to get involved in this mess for no reason. The other 2 city lords also said that they would leave, they weren't stupid. Seeing this, Zhang Linyi panicked and yelled, "I can give all of the city's wealth to the 3 of you. There's only one of Qin's people, the 4 of us will definitely be able to kill him." The 3 city lords felt quite disdainful. Who would take such a big risk for a bit of money? Even though there was only one person, his aura was more powerful than all 4 of them combined. It was uncertain whether they would be able to kill him, but even if they did, so what? That person was backed by Qin, and if they completely enraged Qin, even more city lords would come the next day. How could they stop them? As such, the 3 city lords didn't even look back as they flew away. Seeing this, Zhang Linyi became determined and gripped his spear as he rushed at Zhao Fu. Before the 3 city lords could fly far, they heard a cry behind them, and they inwardly sighed. Qin's power was simply too monstrous. If even a random city lord was so powerful, just how powerful was he? They once again treated Zhao Fu as a minor figure. The night gradually passed, and soon, it was dawn in the east. The other 2 teams' quests went quite smoothly, and they quickly ambushed a city lord and surrounded him. In the end, the 3 teams gathered together and appeared above Great Cart City. The city lords' auras exploded out, and the auras of 90 city lords caused the air to seem to freeze. The residents felt their bodies become heavy, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths. Zhao Cheng was woken up by this power, and he quickly rushed out of his room. He looked at the 90 godlike people in the sky in shock. "Do you remember? I, Qin, said that I would pay you back tenfold." Zhao Fu stood in the sky, staring coldly at Zhao Cheng. Seeing so many city lords, Zhao Cheng felt quite panicked. He had never thought that Qin City would bring so many city lords to him. He was doomed today. Thinking about it, Zhao Cheng yelled, "I'm already a member of the Eastern Alliance, you can't kill me, or else the Eastern Alliance will attack Qin City." Zhao Fu snorted coldly, looked at him and said, "Do you think there's any point in saying all this now?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Zhao Cheng's heart sank again, and he could only say, "I choose to submit to your Qin clan." "Sorry. I refuse." "What else do you have to say?" Zhao Fu asked coldly. Zhao Cheng's heart sank. He had never thought that Qin would refuse to surrender. Now, he could only run. Zhao Cheng suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot away. He didn't care about the system main city anymore, he just wanted to run and survive. Looking at the fleeing Zhao Cheng, Zhao Fu sneered, "Let's start the massacre." "Yes." The city lords replied in unison before spreading out around the system main city and unleashing all sorts of powerful attacks towards the residents trying to escape. Buildings collapsed, and pained cries sounded out as an aura of death and despair spread throughout the entire system main city. Under the combined attacks of 20 or so city lords, the 100,000 system main city soldiers were soon turned into corpses. Some of the elderly and women kneeling on the ground, crying and pleading, were swept by a few sword lights and turned into a pile of dismembered corpses. This was a massacre. Zhao Fu sat on the city wall, coldly looking at the scene in front of him with Zhao Cheng's head next to him. Behind him, the sun gradually rose, giving off brilliant sunlight that shined down on the ground. Under the light, Zhao Fu's figure was quite hazy, making it impossible to see his appearance. The warm morning sunlight was unable to warm up the deathly silent city. Great Cart City had been reduced to rubble, and there was not a single building that was intact. There was blood everywhere, and corpses littered the ground. There was not a single trace of life, and it had become a dead city. Qin destroying 50 system main cities in a single night was like a massive bomb going off in the Heaven Awakened world, shocking both the real world and the Heaven Awakened world. Destroying 50 system main cities in a single night was simply too terrifying. Just how powerful was Qin now? News of Qin once again flooded the Heaven Awakened World Forum. This was the first time such a massive thing had happened since the chaotic world had started, and this was the first time that Qin had massacred a system main city. Hundreds of thousands of people had died in a single night, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. Many players nearby went to take a look, and they found that it had become a living hell, making them feel a chill in their hearts. Even though Qin had slaughtered players a few times, players could revive infinitely, but indigenous residents could not. If they died, they would die. This was the first time that Qin had slaughtered so many people, and ordinary people became even more afraid of Qin. This caused a wave of terror within the Heaven Awakened world, especially in the hundreds of regions near Qin. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew the reason, they would have run away in case they were suddenly destroyed by Qin. At the same time, they rejoiced that they had not done anything to Qin's envoy, or else they would have suffered the same fate. Qin's thunderous actions put even more pressure on the city lords. Now, they could either choose to submit or fight to the death. Jiaofu did not know what was going on outside, and he smiled as he looked at the level 5 Great City stats. Village name, Qin City, Epic, Level, True Lord City Village Area, 34,400 square kilometers. Village Territory, 242,1800 square kilometers. Popular Support, 80 Special Stats, Territory Crop Output plus 190%, Territory Crop Growth Time minus 190%, Population Limit plus 130%, Resident Stats plus 14, Soldier Stats plus 15%, Population Attraction plus 145%, High Grade Attraction plus 145%. Subsidiary Village Limit, 46930 Subordinate Villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. After conquering 50 system main cities, the EXP they obtained caused Qin City to level up once again. Above that was a capital city. However, the EXP requirement was even higher, at 120 million or so. Because they were establishing a kingdom, this was understandable. The requirements for leveling up to a capital city were automatically fulfilled, and Qin City now had many main cities, basic cities, and towns. Elsewhere, the envoys from the various system main cities returned to report. They had personally seen that the world outside and within the Great Wall were two completely different worlds. Outside the Great Wall, it was filled with dark clouds and natural disasters, while within the Great Wall, it was as warm as spring. It was peaceful, and the residents lived happily. No matter what race they were, they all lived together, creating an enviable scene. The first to attack was the eastern side, which had originally been the most powerful faction. It now had 10 million soldiers, 3 million more than before, and it had 90 or so system main cities. It started to ferociously attack the Leaf Province, which was the South Leaf region. Jiaofu immediately ordered Bai Qi to lead 8 million soldiers and 80 or so city lords to meet them in battle. Following this, the western side also attacked, and it now had 8 million soldiers, 2 million more than before. 80 system main cities participated, and they gave off a terrifying aura as they charged towards the Flask Province, which was the region from before. Jiaofu ordered Wang Jian to lead 6 million soldiers and 70 or so city lords to meet them in battle. However, what Jiaofu did not expect was that the southern side's strength had increased to such a terrifying degree. It now had 12 million soldiers, 7 million more than before, and 100 system main cities were participating. They gave off a heaven-toppling aura as they slowly advanced towards the Martial Province, which was the Martial Peace region. Now, Qin was in quite a bit of danger because Qin only had 19 million soldiers, and it was only with the northern side that it had subdued. Moreover, 15 million of them were Stage 1 soldiers, and 4 million of them were not even at Stage 1 yet it was facing 30 million Stage 1 soldiers. Facing the eastern and western sides, Zhao Fu had sent out 14 million soldiers, but he had never thought that the southern side, which had been the weakest, would become the strongest. Right now, Qin only had 5 million soldiers, and it would be quite difficult for it to face 12 million soldiers. The eastern and western sides were not very advantageous for Great Qin either. Their forces were weaker than the other side's 2 million soldiers, and this was especially so in terms of city lords. Great Qin had 10 or so fewer city lords than the other side. City lords were top-tier forces and were incredibly important on the battlefield. However, Qin only had 5 million soldiers and 37 city lords, while the southern side had 12 million soldiers and 100 terrifying city lords. Your Majesty, the situation is quite dire. Should we ask the city lords who were willing to join Qin to help? Li Si stepped forward and suggested. Bai Shihong coldly harumphed, how could they come? Do you think they don't know how many factions are attacking Qin? They want to see Qin's true strength. If he can defend against this crisis, they'll definitely join. If he can't, they'll naturally give up on joining Qin. Li Si thought about it and understood. He sighed. After a while, he made up his mind and said, I'll deal with Great Qin's southern side. I only need 10 city lords and 1 million stage 1 soldiers, but all of the stage 2 and above soldiers will be sent to the southern side. The remaining soldiers will be sent to the eastern and western sides. Also, Li Si, gather some militia to guard the northern side in case the Vietnamese side does anything. Hearing that Zhao Fu only wanted 10 city lords and 1 million soldiers, Li Si felt that it would be too difficult to defend against 12 million soldiers and 100 city lords, so he said, Your Majesty, it's quite difficult. Did he really only bring so few people? Isn't it a little too little? I'm worried about your safety. Zhao Fu said with a resolute gaze, the eastern and western sides are at a disadvantage, and the soldiers and city lords from the southern side are no weaker than those from the eastern and western sides. Adding on the terrain, it won't be a problem to defend against the attacks from both sides. I'll take care of the southern side. Seeing that Zhao Fu's decision could not be changed, Li Si could only follow Zhao Fu's orders. Zhao Fu gave out orders, and the entirety of Qin became incredibly tense. This was the first major battle after the Great Wall had been built, and it was also the first defensive battle. As such, all of the departments in Qin City stopped everything else and worked together to create military supplies to support the battle. The eastern side of Qin City was the province of Leaf, which was filled with fog all year round. It was a swampy area, and the ground was filled with mud. It was difficult for ordinary people to walk, and it was easy for them to get lost. In order to build the Great Wall, they had spent a lot of time here. They first had to find things that could give them directions to prevent them from getting lost, and then they had to turn the muddy ground into rocks to build the Great Wall. The Great Wall was built in the center of the province of Leaf. With Bai Qi personally taking charge of the situation, the soldiers and city lords from the southern side now had 10 million soldiers and 90 city lords, which was about the same as the soldiers from the eastern side. As such, they did not have to worry too much. The 10 million soldiers from the eastern side gave off an aura that shook the surrounding 100 kilometers as they flooded towards the province of Leaf. Even from far away, Bai Qi could sense them, and he gave the order for the army to be on guard. The 90 city lords flew in the sky and looked at the fog in front of them, making it difficult for them to see province. They worked together to create a powerful gale that blew away the fog, and the soldiers below scattered a large amount of things into the ground, causing the ground to harden and prevent the soldiers from falling into the fog. The system main city army advanced step by step, and soon, the two sides met. Even though the two sides did not directly fight, the two massive auras caused the surroundings to become quite heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Under these two auras, ordinary people would not even be able to stand up. Seeing that there were almost as many soldiers on the Great Wall as they did, the eastern side's city lords frowned. The three sides had already contacted each other and were attacking together, and Qin definitely did not have the soldiers to defend. However, it seemed that the situation was completely different. Qin's forces on the eastern side were not any weaker than theirs, and they did not know what the situation was like on the other two sides. Why did Qin have so many soldiers? By now, there was no path of retreat. Qin was becoming more and more powerful, and as long as the city lords submitted, Qin would take the initiative to attack. When that time came, they would not be able to defend at all, so it was better to deal a heavy blow to Qin. The two sides were 10,000 meters away from each other, and there was a muddy area between them. The city lords gave the order to continue hardening the ground before attacking. Seeing that they were hardening the ground, Bai Qi of course did not allow them to do as they wished. After all, this was Qin's geographical advantage, and if they dealt with it so easily, Qin would not have as much of an advantage. Swish, swish, swish. After entering the attacking range, Bai Qi ordered his soldiers to attack, and powerful ballista bolts tore through the air as they flew towards the system main city army. The system main city army had long since been prepared, and rows of shield bearers held their large shields, forming a shield wall. Bang, 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 thick ballista bolts descended from the sky like raindrops, slamming into the shield wall and causing massive sounds to ring out. What the city lords did not expect was that these ballista bolts were incredibly powerful, and even the shield bearers who were holding shields with both hands felt as if they had been hit by a massive force. Even though they were not injured, they were forced back a few steps, and some of them stumbled and fell to the ground. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless arrows once again shot out from the Great Wall. It was impossible to see how many there were, and the sharp aura of the arrows could cause anyone to feel a chill. By now, the shield wall formed by the system main city's shield bearers had been destroyed by Qin's ballistae, and they had lost their defensive barrier. This greatly shocked the system main city lords, and they hurriedly tried to intervene. However, City Lord Qin's city lord suddenly acted, stopping them. Arg! Arrows poured down like a torrential downpour, hitting soldiers one after another. Blood flew everywhere, and pained cries sounded out as the shield wall once again hurriedly reformed. Looking at the dead and injured soldiers, the system main city lords were infuriated and ordered the archers to draw their bows. Arrows shot out like bolts of lightning towards the Great Wall. Qin's side also raised their shield wall, and with the advantage of the Great Wall, they were able to easily defend against this rain of arrows without suffering many casualties. If the two sides continued to shoot at each other, the system main city lords would be at a great disadvantage. Seeing this, they could only give up on the idea of shooting at each other. However, with the marshes in the way, they were unable to rush up, as their bodies would sink if they stepped on the marshes. Now, they were in a predicament, and they had no idea how to deal with the marshes. Their soldiers could not advance, or else they would be attacked. One of the city lords suddenly said, "Cover me, I have something that I can use." Hearing his explanation, everyone started to attack, and sword lights and saber lights containing destructive auras shot towards the Great Wall. Bai Qi frowned and ordered Qin's city lords to block the attacks and tie down the system main city lords to prevent them from affecting the battle. He left the battlefield to Bai Qi, and Qin's city lords only had one task, which was to stop the opposing side's city lords. At that moment, a system main city lord rushed to the front of the system main city army and waved his hand, causing 100 or so yellow crystals to fly into the marshes around them. The yellow crystals contained powerful earth attribute power, and after shooting into the swamp, rays of yellow light shot out from the ground. Following this, the muddy ground became yellow land that was 100 or so kilometers wide. It was like normal ground, and people could stand on it. The advantage of the marshes completely disappeared for Qin's city lords, and the system main city army could now charge. Seeing this, the system main city lords were delighted and immediately charged. They turned into rays of light as they rushed up, and Qin's city lords also rushed up to meet them. Boom! 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 The city lords of both sides started to fight, and terrifying shockwaves exploded out in the sky, shaking the heavens and causing everyone to feel quite shocked. Great Qin's city lords had an advantage in terms of equipment, as they had talisman armor and talisman weapons. Their talisman equipment were all legendary grade weapons, and with gold grade talisman stones, their power could reach epic grade. With such a massive boost, Great Qin's city lords' attacks became much more ferocious. The city lords' seals of system main cities all had about the same power, so the deciding factor was the city lord's own power, such as cultivation, equipment, and skills. Even though the system main city's side was slightly suppressed by city lord Qin, the millions of soldiers below exploded out with terrifying power, forming a terrifying flood that madly rushed towards the Great Wall. Bai Qi's gaze was cold as he shouted, "Fire!" Arrows tore through the air, bringing with them powerful piercing power as they shot towards the incoming flood. However, the system army's aura had already gathered together, forming a strong defense above their heads. As the arrows were shot down, a large portion of their power was weakened by the imposing aura. Only a small portion of the arrows were effective, but against the terrifying flood that was rushing over, the effect was very small. Bai Qi's gaze was cold as he drew the seven murders sword at his waist. On the eastern side of the battlefield, the only people with general armaments were Bai Qi, Bai Shihan, and Meng Qua. However, Bai Qi planned to use his general armament by himself. He wanted to gather the soldier aura of millions of soldiers and completely release the seven murders general stars. Bai Shihan and Meng Qua would split the power, so Bai Qi ordered them to kill the city lords. With their general power, killing the city lords would be quite easy. Bai Qi slowly breathed out and raised the blood-red seven murders sword with both hands, pointing it towards the sky as he exploded out with all of his power. His eyes became blood-red as he gave a heaven-shaking roar. Seven murders general stars, descend. Boom. A massive blood-red star broke through the restrictions of the sky and slowly descended. The sky was instantly dyed blood-red as a cold and murderous aura descended, and a boundless might covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. This caused all of the city lords present to feel quite shocked, and they turned to look at Bai Qi, who was at the center of the storm. His body gave off an aura of slaughter and destruction, and his blood-red eyes gave off a bright blood-red light, making him look like an Azura. In the distance, the spectating city lords looked at the descending blood-red star and sensed its corporeal aura of slaughter and terror. It was as if they had seen a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and their bodies felt a chill. Soldier aura formation. A loud roar sounded out as countless traces of blood-red qi rose up from Qin's soldiers' bodies and flooded towards Bai Qi. The massive amounts of blood-red qi formed a 1,000-meter wide orb of blood that floated in the air and gave off a shocking might. Scree! A piercing cry sounded out as a pair of glowing blood-red wings broke free from the sphere of blood. The sphere of blood turned into a blood-red aura that spread out, and a 1,000-meter-long blood-red eagle appeared. It flapped its wings, bringing with it a blood-red hurricane that swept out for hundreds of miles as it charged towards the terrifying flood. Looking at the incoming blood-red eagle, the soldiers at the front of the army looked resolute. They no longer feared death, and they gripped their weapons as they roared, "Charge!" Immediately, the terrifying army's aura became even more terrifying, and it gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as it ferociously rushed towards the Great Wall. Kill! The soldiers on the Great Wall roared as they were affected by the seven murders general star, and they sent even more of their power into the massive eagle. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the terrifying flood and the blood-colored eagle collided. It was as if two earth-shattering tides had collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. Sensing this terrifying power, the spectating main city lords looked incredibly shocked. Seeing the terrifying battle unfold between the two sides, they felt quite shocked and felt quite terrified. Clang, 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 in the end, it was the blood-red eagle that gained the upper hand with the seven murders general star's power. The blood-red gale that the eagle brought with it was like countless blood-red sabers that slashed towards the system main city soldiers. Ordinary soldiers were unable to defend at all. This was the terrifying scene that Bai Qi had created by gathering the aura of millions of soldiers. In just a short while, he had slaughtered nearly 1 million people, and his power was simply terrifying. However, the collapsing flood didn't vanish. They had taken advantage of the opportunity to turn the swamps into flat land, and then spread out like a flood, charging back toward the Great Wall, no longer fighting the blood-colored eagle head-on. Bai Qi reduced the blood-red eagle's power. The blood-red eagle's power mainly came from the soldiers, and now that the blood-red eagle's goal of destroying the flood had been achieved, the blood-red eagle's power would be greatly reduced. As such, he returned its power to Great Qin's soldiers. Facing the flood of system main city soldiers, Qin's soldiers started to shoot arrows, piercing through the system main city soldiers' bodies. The smell of blood quickly spread out, and cries continuously sounded out as more and more people died. However, some system main city soldiers had already reached the bottom of the Great Wall and started to use ladders and flying chains to attack. Qin's soldiers used arrows and heavy objects to counterattack. The battle between the city lords and the sky became even more intense, and explosions shook the surroundings. Meng Tian held an azure spear and gave off shocking power as she pierced through a System Main City Lord's chest. In the next moment, two System Main City Lords surrounded Meng Tian and started to attack. Bai Shihan faced three System Main City Lords by herself, and the other city lords also started to ferociously attack. The eastern side of the battlefield was incredibly intense, and it was the same for other places. To the west of Qin was the Flask province, which was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was shaped like a flask, and it gave off the aura that even an army couldn't get through. Both sides had the same number of soldiers. System Main City Lords had 8 million soldiers and 80 or so city lords, while Qin's side also had 8 million soldiers and 80 or so city lords. This place was not as troublesome as the Flask province, and the ground here was flat and had a wide field of vision. There were no obstructions, and one could directly charge. However, the only downside was that people would be squeezed together. This was because there was a flask in front of them, and because of the terrain, the path would become narrower and narrower, so people would naturally be squeezed together. This was a very bad thing. Because they were all squeezed together, it was difficult to use all sorts of movements. If others attacked, they would not be able to dodge. Moreover, with so many people squeezed together, if a big move was used, it would be very easy for a group of people to die. Great Qin also had 8 million soldiers defending the Great Wall, and if hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged over, they would not be able to form an effective attack. Great Qin would be able to easily destroy those hundreds of thousands of soldiers. However, Great Qin would not be able to do anything to the Great Wall, and Great Qin would be able to easily destroy hundreds of thousands of soldiers. This seemed simple, but it was actually more difficult to deal with than the terrain of Yezhou. Yezhou only needed to disperse the fog and solve the problem of the ground, but what about Huzhou? The System Main City Lords planned to destroy this terrain. They were all people with monstrous power, and since the terrain was not suitable for them, they could use their power to change it. However, this was impossible in the real world, as there was no such thing as such power. They wanted to change the terrain, but how could Qin's side allow them to do so? Just as they were about to attack, Qin's city lords suddenly attacked, forcing them to stop. The System Main City side did not want to attack because the terrain was quite disadvantageous to them. On the other hand, Wang Jian was in charge of Qin's side, and their task was not to attack but to defend. Since the System Main City side did not want to attack, how could Wang Jian give up on the terrain to attack? Both sides persisted like this for a few hours, and the System Main City Lords finally could not take it anymore. The 80 or so city lords once again attacked, and their massive power destroyed the cliff walls. The flask's mouth was slightly enlarged, and after Qin's city lord arrived, the System Main City Lords once again retreated. Following this, the System Main City Lords once again moved and enlarged the flask's mouth. After doing this a few times, the flask's mouth became much larger, forcing Qin's city lords to stand guard nearby. Seeing that it was about time, the System Main City Lords looked quite pleased and gave savage smiles. They finally started to attack, and a massive flood of soldiers gave off a powerful aura as they rushed towards the flask's mouth. Wang Jian and Wei Liao smiled. The System Main City army was finally willing to attack. Just then, they had opened the flask's mouth because Qin had told them to. After waiting for a few hours, Qin's side could not wait any longer, as there were two other battles going on in Qin's side. If they dealt with the situation on one side, they would be able to go and support the other two sides. Otherwise, Qin would have been able to stand guard near the flask's mouth and prevent them from destroying the terrain. However, this would delay the System Main City army from attacking, which Qin did not want to see. The main thing was that the other two sides, especially Zhao Fu's side, had a massive difference in soldiers, making it quite dangerous. Swish, 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 facing the incoming System Main City army, Wang Jian gave the order to shoot out waves of arrows. Even though they killed many people, they were unable to stop the incoming soldiers. Seeing this, Wang Jian's expression did not change. He turned to look at the two people behind him and slightly smiled as he bowed and said, "I'll leave the rest to concubine Binoche and concubine Karash." The seductive Binoche and cold and beautiful Karash held long metal staffs as they walked out from behind Wang Jian. They raised their staffs and started to chant a mysterious incantation, causing a chilling aura to spread out from their bodies. Wang Jian immediately ordered all of Qin's city lords, go and stop the system main city lords and prevent them from interfering. Qin's city lord obeyed and turned into rays of light as he shot towards the system main city lords. The system main city lords did not show any weakness and went up to meet him, and the battle once again unfolded. Countless system main city soldiers gave off an incredibly terrifying aura as they ferociously charged towards the Great Wall, while Qin continuously shot out arrows, ending the system main city soldiers' lives. However, this was not enough to stop the incoming system main city soldiers. They were true soldiers who did not fear death and bravely advanced. If it was players, they would not even be able to exchange a few blows before collapsing. Compared to the system main city soldiers, the player army was just a bunch of random soldiers. The system main city soldiers at the front looked at the Great Wall in front of them with fervent gazes. They were about to fight with Qin, and as a soldier, they naturally wanted to do battle. Thinking to their blood boiled, they were going to take down this Great Wall for their city lord. Following this, they charged into Qin's army with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through Qin's army. Countless system main city soldiers excitedly roared, "Charge!" Immediately, the sky became ice and fire. One side seemed to be burning, giving off immense heat, while the other side seemed to be frozen, giving off a bone-chilling coldness. It was this sort of aura of ice and fire that caused people to tremble and feel terror. "Charge!" The system main city soldiers roared as they charged towards the Great Wall with immense battle intent, giving off a terrifying aura that shook the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. At that moment, two orbs that were 1,000 meters wide appeared in the sky. One gave off searing flames, while the other gave off bone-chilling coldness. The two orbs slowly fused together, and an incredibly destructive aura spread out, causing the city lords to feel quite startled and hurriedly turn to look. However, under Binoche and Karash's control, the two massive orbs of fire and ice had become an orb of ice and fire. Some places gave off an icy aura, while others gave off flames. It looked quite strange, but it was also incredibly dangerous. After all, this was a fusion of two types of forbidden spells, Binoche's Heavenly Meteor Descent and Karash's Frozen World. Both of them were super forbidden spells, so how terrifying would they be if they were fused together? Looking at the incoming tide of people, Binoche and Karash raised their staffs and brought them down, causing the orbs of ice and fire in the sky to descend. The system main city lords were greatly startled and tried to stop them, but they were too late. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 1,000-meter-wide orb of ice and fire landed on the ground and exploded. The terrifying energy devoured everything, and the shockwave turned into a berserk gale that swept out in all directions. The ground continuously trembled as a tall mushroom cloud rose up, and the entire world seemed to become deathly silent. Whether it was the city lords in the sky or the Great Wall on the ground, they were all affected. The terrifying shockwave blasted out, causing dust and rocks to fly everywhere. Everyone did their best to defend. After everything gradually calmed down, a 10-kilometer-wide crater appeared in the ground, and there were corpses all around it. It was an incredibly gruesome scene. The terrifying tide of people completely stopped. Whether it was the system main city lords or Qin city lords, they all stared at this scene in shock. Most of the people were gathered together, and Binoche and Karash's forbidden spells had instantly taken away 1.6 million or so people's lives. However, Binoche and Karash's faces were quite pale. This attack had used up all of their power, as well as the power of the fire and ice cities. Wang Jian recovered from his shock and smiled, "Many thanks to the two concubines for your help. Please go and recover your strength." Binoche and Karash both nodded and sat to the side to recover. On the system main city's side, the city lords' expressions were quite unsightly. They did not know what was going on with Qin, and they were afraid that he would use that move again, so they quickly gave the order to stop attacking. This time, 1.6 million lives were lost. They only had 8 million soldiers in total, and if this continued, they would be completely wiped out. As such, they could only stop, and the two sides once again entered a stalemate. They turned to the south of the Qin state. There were endless mountains here, and the peaks were steep and dangerous. The Great Qin State's Great Wall was built on the mountain range, and it looked down from above. Zhao Fu had brought 1 million soldiers, and they had prepared all sorts of things to defend this place. The 12 million soldiers and 100 city lords gave off powerful auras as they stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at Zhao Fu. One of the system main cities coldly laughed as he said, "Do you think that you and 1 million soldiers can stop us? What a joke. Tell your legatee to come out. As long as he stays in one region and doesn't come out, we'll spare him. Otherwise, we'll destroy your Qin state." Zhao Fu's expression did not change much as he replied, "I am Qin's legatee. What do you have to say?" Hearing that Zhao Fu was Qin's legatee, the city lords looked at each other. They had never thought that a highness would have the guts to stand here by himself and face so many of them. Was he not afraid of death? Very well. As long as Great Qin stays in one region and doesn't come out, we'll take over those regions, and we'll let Great Qin off. Otherwise, don't blame us. We're allied with 3 factions, and Great Qin won't be able to defend against us. The city lord once again called out. Great Qin, and Great Qin. Zhao Fu felt quite angry and coldly harumphed. Do you really think you can stop Qin state? You can come and try. I, Qin state, have never feared anyone. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the system main city lords' expressions became cold. It seemed that there was no need to continue talking, so they started to charge. The 12 million system main city lords roared and gave off ferocious auras as they charged upwards, giving off terrifying sounds. Zhao Fu waved his hand and gave the order to attack. The 1 million soldiers under Zhao Fu's command were either at stage 2 or close to stage 2. There were also 10,000 stage 3 soldiers, 5,000 corpse soul soldiers, and 150 corpse soul commanders. They obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and pushed down 5 or 6 meters tall, 6 or 7 meters wide, and thousands of kilograms of stone orbs. Countless stone orbs rolled down from above, giving off massive sounds. The stone orbs rolled down with great momentum, and they gave off a powerful aura of suppression. The system main city lords at the front quickly collided with the stone orbs, and the system main city lords roared as they used all of their strength. However, they were still hit by the stone orbs. And their bodies were crushed by the stone orbs. Blood flew everywhere as they instantly died. This caused the system main city lords' expressions to fall. The stone orbs were simply too big, and adding on their momentum, the stage 1 city lords were unable to stop them at all. Even if they attacked with all of their strength, they would not be able to destroy the stone orbs. At the very least, only stage 3 city lords would be able to stop them, and even ordinary stage 2 city lords would find it difficult. The city lords immediately acted, as these rolling stone orbs were nothing to them. City lord seals floated out, giving off a faint light and terrifying power. The city lords stretched out a hand, and a formless hand blocked the rolling stone orbs. The countless stone orbs that Qin had pushed down were stopped by the 100 city lords. However, it was not easy for the city lords either, as it was not just a single stone orb but many stone orbs falling together, and their power was concentrated at the bottom. Fire! Zhao Fu gave the order, and soldiers pushed out ballistae with talisman bolts on them. Swish, 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 the bowstrings continuously trembled as the bolts turned into terrifying white rays of light that tore through the air, giving off powerful piercing power as they flew towards the city lords. The 100,000 rays of white light gave off a terrifying aura, causing the city lords to feel quite startled, and they immediately unleashed energy barriers to defend. However, as the countless rays of light slammed into the energy barriers, it would not have been a big deal if there were only a few of them. However, there were simply too many of them, and the energy barriers were unable to withstand them at all. A few cracks appeared on them, causing the city lords to feel quite shocked and desperately maintain the energy barriers. However, the countless stone balls that had stopped on the slope once again tumbled down because they had lost the city lords' power. The system shield bearers roared as they used all of their strength to raise their shields and defend. They were just barely able to block the first stone ball. However, following this, more and more stone orbs slammed into them, and they were unable to defend at all. The system main city soldiers could only dodge, but with so many of them, how could they dodge? The countless stone orbs gave off terrifying sounds as they descended like a mountain flood, immediately destroying the system main city soldiers' charge and crushing them, causing 800,000 to 900,000 system main city soldiers to die. The city lords within the energy barriers were infuriated, and just as they were about to do something, the countless rays of white light once again flew towards them, and they could only defend with all of their strength. From the start until now, Qin had shot out 200,000 talisman bolts. With the terrifying power of the talisman bolts, if they could hit the system main city soldiers, they would be able to instantly kill 600,000 to 700,000 system main city soldiers. It was a pity that they could only suppress the city lords for now, as 100 city lords was a massive threat. The system main city soldiers furiously charged, and their auras gathered together, once again forming a terrifying flood that rushed towards the Great Wall. Qin continuously pushed the stone orbs down, and Zhao Fu understood how difficult this would be, so he had made ample preparations. Looking at the city lords defending against the countless rays of light, Zhao Fu once again gave the order, and 3 massive ballistae were stealthily pushed out. These were the dragon-slaying ballistae, and 6 Stage 4 Corps Soul commanders drew the bowstrings with great difficulty before placing them into grooves. By now, there was a 10 or so meter long, 3-finger-wide metal arrow on the dragon-slaying ballistae. There were many runes on the surface of the arrow, and there was a golden talisman stone at the arrowhead, the center of the arrow, and the tail of the arrow. Apart from this, there were also 36 small crystals embedded into the body of the arrow, making it look very exquisite and beautiful. The body of the arrow was made of gold-grade material, and the core was made of a legendary grade material. A single arrow was worth 100,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to 1 billion copper coins. Zhao Fu had wanted to use it to kill the system main city soldiers. Now that they were in such danger, they could only use it. How terrifying would the dragon-slaying ballistae be when paired with these runic bolts? Swish! 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 3 sounds tore through the sky as 3 massive rays of golden light, giving off incredibly sharp auras, streaked through the sky. The system main city lords, who were defending against the countless rays of white light, were completely caught off guard, and it was too late for them to react. 3 rays of golden light instantly pierced through the city lord's energy barrier and pierced through his body before shooting to the top of a mountain a few kilometers away. The arrowhead pierced 4 or 5 meters into the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. 2 or 3 corpses were impaled by the arrowhead, and blood dripped down, creating a terrifying scene. The 3 rays of golden light had instantly taken away 7 city lords' lives, causing the remaining city lords to look incredibly shocked. A chill ran down their spines, and they had not been able to react at all. All they had seen was the golden light flash by. Immediately, the remaining city lords flew even higher and spread out, becoming wary. At the same time, they discovered the 3 massive dragon-slaying ballistae and realized that it was the thing in front of them that had shot out those 3 bolts. Let's attack together. Once we kill this Emperor Qin, everything will be over. The other city lords understood and exploded out with shocking power as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could not allow them to get close, as he could not defeat them. As such, he once again used the talisman bolts, causing countless rays of white light to fly out. This forced the other city lords to once again defend. The 3 rays of golden light gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they flashed past. Because the city lords had spread out and were prepared, the 3 rays of golden light only took away 3 city lords' lives. Now, 10 city lords had already died, causing the other city lords' expressions to become quite unsightly. However, there was nothing they could do. Qin's talisman bolts were simply too powerful and there were too many of them, so they had to defend. However, after paying a heavy price, the massive army finally reached the bottom of the Great Wall and prepared to attack. Zhao Fu waved his hand and 10 figures appeared beside him. The 10 disaster cavalrymen held onto bone horses and knelt down as they said in an eerie voice, "Your Majesty. What are your orders?" These disaster cavalrymen were quite intelligent, and Zhao Fu looked at them and ordered, "Begin." The 10 disaster cavalrymen obeyed and got up from the ground. They came to the front of the Great Wall and drew their black swords, pointing them towards the sky. A massive aura exploded out as 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky. Countless traces of deathly aura gathered into a massive vortex, and a black magic formation appeared, giving off a chilling black light as a deathly intent spread out with terrifying power. Roar! 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 The countless skeletons on both sides of the Great Wall gave off ear-piercing roars as they exploded out with terrifying auras, forming 2 massive tides of skeletons that ferociously attacked the system main city soldiers from both sides. The city lord's expressions fell, and the system main city soldiers, who were about to attack, were unable to react in time and were attacked by the two tides of skeletons. After clearing out so many regions, Qin had obtained many corpses. Apart from the corpses that were used for the Fountain of Life and Corpse Soul Blood Lake, there were still many corpses left. There were 60 million or so corpses, and there were 30 million corpses on each side attacking the system main city soldiers. Now, the system main city army did not have time to attack the Great Wall, so they could only stop. However, these were system main city soldiers, and they quickly reacted and started to kill the countless skeletons. Apart from the sudden charge of the skeletons, which had caused some casualties, the system main city soldiers' casualties gradually decreased. The difference in strength between the skeletons and the system main city soldiers was still quite large. Now, the system main city army still had 9 million or so system main city soldiers, and they could defend against 60 million skeletons. However, the skeletons were quite weak. Seeing this, Zhao Fu raised a hand, and the Disaster King ring on his index finger turned into a ray of black light that shot towards the magic formation in the sky. The massive black magic formation gave off an even more intense black light, and an aura of death and disaster covered the entire sky. After receiving the death disaster's buffs, the skeletons excitedly roared and continued to ferociously attack the system main city soldiers. 90% of Qin's soldiers on the Great Wall started to shoot at the system main city soldiers, and the system main city soldiers also started to retaliate. Facing the incoming city lords, Zhao Fu once again ordered his 100,000 Stage 2 soldiers to shoot out talisman bolts, causing white rays of light to explode in the sky. The city lords were infuriated, and one of them yelled, "Let's combine our strength." Everyone else came to their senses, and the city lords all stretched out a hand and pressed it against the air. Rays of light shot out from their palms, forming a massive, five-colored, hemispherical barrier. The countless rays of light slammed into the hemispherical barrier, but they were firmly blocked by the energy barrier and were completely unharmed. The city lords were delighted and sped up as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the incoming city lords and did not shoot out any more talisman bolts. Firstly, he only had half of his talisman bolts left, and secondly, they were no longer effective against the city lords. At the same time, Zhao Fu did not use the dragon-slaying ballistae and just watched as the city lords rushed at him. Seeing Zhao Fu, the city lords savagely smiled. After killing so many of their soldiers, they were now going to kill Zhao Fu to take revenge. Countless Qin city soldiers blocked in front of Zhao Fu, volunteering to act as meat shields as they resolutely looked at the city lords in the sky. Ha ha ha, a wild-looking young man loudly laughed as he pointed his spear at Zhao Fu and said, "Are you scared now? Let me tell you, kneeling down is useless." Zhao Fu ignored the young man and ordered the soldiers in front of him to scatter, and the soldiers in front of Zhao Fu could only obey and retreat. The wild-looking young man was the first to attack. He rushed forwards like a black blur, arriving in front of Zhao Fu in an instant, and his spear gave off boundless power as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move and coldly looked at the wild-looking young man. Just as the spear was about to hit him, Zhao Fu suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed the spear. This caused the arrogant young man to be taken aback. He had not expected that Zhao Fu would be able to block his attack so easily. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He grabbed the spear and pulled it backwards. The arrogant youth's body was pushed towards Zhao Fu. The arrogant youth was startled and hastily tried to retreat, but it was too late. Zhao Fu's hand shot out like lightning, piercing through the youth's chest. The arrogant youth could not believe that he had been killed by Zhao Fu just like that. Normally, Zhao Fu would not have been able to kill a city lord so easily. However, things were different now because Zhao Fu had used his nation armament and clan armament's power. The 12 metal colossi were level 8 nation armaments, the imperial ruler's seal was a level 7 clan armament, the nation's oppressing pillar was a level 3 nation armament, and because Qin's Emperor Peacock was quite late, it was still a level 1 clan armament. Right now, Zhao Fu was only using the 12 metal colossi and imperial ruler's seal's power. Otherwise, facing so many city lords, Zhao Fu would not be able to fight at all. Even though it would consume fate, Qin's fate was quite abundant, so using some was not a problem. However, he definitely could not use it all at once. That had happened in an instant, and none of the city lords had expected Zhao Fu to be able to instantly kill a city lord. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Let's attack together, this Emperor Qin's power is indeed terrifying. A hawk-nosed elder shouted. The other city lords reacted quickly and suddenly attacked. Powerful attacks containing immense destructive power flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu raised his hand, and an emperor's seal appeared on his palm as he unleashed his emperor's domain. A black barrier with dragon inscriptions instantly appeared around him, covering the surrounding 100 meters. Within this barrier were many of Qin's soldiers who had just blocked for Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless powerful attacks with shocking power slammed against the black barrier with dragon inscriptions. Countless cracks appeared on the black barrier, and a trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's mouth. The city lords were quite surprised that so many attacks had not been able to break through Zhao Fu's barrier. However, now that Zhao Fu was evidently injured, they all smiled and prepared to attack. They had only used half of their power, and now, they were going to use their full strength. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu's body turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky as if he was trying to escape. The city lords coldly laughed and surrounded Zhao Fu. You're too naive, do you think you can escape? Wishful thinking. A chubby man said mockingly. Zhao Fu looked at the city lords around him and suddenly laughed as he said, with so many of you attacking me, what's so great about winning? If you're so capable, come at me one by one. Do you think we're that stupid? Do we really want to fight you one-on-one? Everyone, there's no need to waste words with him. Kill Qin's emperor and work together with the other two sides to destroy Qin. The Qin Empire is incredibly valuable, and we'll split it evenly. We'll receive massive benefits. A city lord said as he coldly laughed as he looked at Zhao Fu. The other city lords did not hesitate and immediately attacked with their full strength. Sword lights, saber lights, staff images, axe lights, spear lights, and all sorts of powerful attacks flew towards Zhao Fu from all directions. Zhao Fu was unable to retaliate at all and could only defend with all of his strength. In the end, he was still blasted to the ground, smashing open a large crater. He once again coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looking heavily injured. The city lords savagely laughed as they rushed over. In their eyes, Zhao Fu was already a dead man, and Zhao Fu could no longer resist. If they killed him, the Qin Empire would be leaderless, and they would be able to easily destroy Qin and split Qin evenly. Zhao Fu lay on the ground and looked at the charging city lords without any fear on his face. Instead, he gave a sinister smile. 10 cloaked figures holding ghostwood staffs stealthily appeared nearby, forming a circle around him. Just as the city lords were about to deal the final blow to Zhao Fu, the 10 cloaked figures raised their ghostwood staffs and exploded out with an eerie energy. The 10 people raised their ghostwood staffs and exploded out with a cold and eerie power. A massive gray magic formation rose up from the ground with Zhao Fu at the center. Immediately, icy chi from the underworld erupted like a volcano, and ghostly chi spread out. In just an instant, the surrounding 10 kilometers were filled with countless ghostly howls and ghostly figures. The city lords felt a chill run through their bodies, and they immediately felt that something was off. Their bodies turned into rays of light as they quickly retreated. However, only 30 city lords managed to escape in the end, and they looked down at the ghostly chi in terror. They had felt as if they had reached the gates of hell, and their bodies instinctively trembled in fear. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the frozen city lords around him. Everything from before had been an act to make the city lords lower their guard and make it seem as if they had fallen into a trap. The magic formation on the ground was called the Great Yin Chi Formation, and it greatly boosted all ghost-type skills. The 10 cloaked figures holding ghostwood staffs were the 100 ghost illusionists who had obtained city lord seals, and they were currently casting a strengthened version of the dark ghost world. However, Zhao Fu didn't waste any time. He stretched out a hand, and the Sin Dragon sword appeared in his hand. Zhao Fu sent massive amounts of power into it before slashing out. An arc of light flashed out, causing blood to fly everywhere as 60 city lords froze in place, and their heads fell to the ground. Following this, the headless corpses fell to the ground, and city lords' seals that gave off different lights floated out of their corpses before falling to the side. The ghostly chi slowly dissipated, and seeing this scene, the city lords who had luckily escaped felt a chill in their hearts. Their faces were filled with terror, and they immediately retreated, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Now, they had indeed taken a trip to the gates of hell. 60 city lords had died so easily and silently. This was simply terrifying, and now, there were only 30 city lords left. How could they dare to stay and fight with Zhao Fu? Seeing the fleeing city lords, Zhao Fu didn't chase after them, as the battle at the Great Wall was more important. After returning to the Great Wall, many people heard about their city lords' deaths, and they furiously attacked the skeletons around them, wanting to take revenge for their city lords. Some people had already started to run, some had received orders from their fleeing city lords, and some understood that they had lost this battle. Seeing that there were still many resisting system main city soldiers, Zhao Fu ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to once again cast the dark ghost world before using talisman arrows to kill them. In the end, Qin obtained a complete victory. He obtained 70 city lord seals, killed 7 million enemies, subdued 1 million, and allowed 4 million people to escape. On Qin's side, 70,000 people had died, 500,000 people had been injured, and 60 million or so skeletons had died. News of the southern side's defeat immediately spread throughout the battlefield. The other two sides' city lords had never expected that the southern side, where Qin's side was the weakest, would end the battle the fastest. The other side had 1 million soldiers and 1 city lord, but they had actually achieved a complete victory. Not only had 7 million soldiers died, but 70 city lords had also died. If it wasn't for the fact that the truth was right in front of them, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. Now that the southern side had lost, Qin would support the eastern and western sides. However, they were not able to obtain any benefits from the eastern and western sides, and the situation was quite disadvantageous. In the end, they could only give the order to retreat. The Vietnamese side, which had wanted to obtain some benefits, silently retreated. Before, they had received news that a few Chinese city lords had told them that they could destroy Qin, and they could take this opportunity to reap benefits. They were quite afraid of Qin's massive faction, so after hesitating for a while, they decided to attack Qin's side. However, before they could attack, they received news that the southern side had suffered a great defeat, and the other two sides had retreated. The Chinese side's 30 million soldiers and countless city lords had been defeated, so the 3 million soldiers and 20 city lords did not hesitate to retreat to Vietnam. The southern side. Qin, and Qin's Fu had won. And Ti Qint. And he. In this battle, 800,000 of Qin's soldiers had died, and 6 million of his soldiers had been injured. This was the first time that a city lord had died, and Qin's death toll once again reached a new height. This was a heavy blow to Zhao Fu. War was just that cruel, and even Zhao Fu could not do anything to change the situation in the eastern side. Great Qin had killed 15 system main city lords, 7 million enemies, 2 million of whom had escaped, and 800,000 people had submitted. The western side had it the easiest. Binoche and Karash had used forbidden spells to kill 1.6 million system soldiers, and the two sides had entered a stalemate. No matter how Wang Jian provoked them, the system side did not attack, and Wang Jian could not do anything about it. He could not take the initiative to attack. The western side had only been in a stalemate, so Qin's side had not suffered any losses. In terms of gains, they had only killed 1.6 million system soldiers. Following this, it was time to clean up the various battlefields. Wang Jian took 3 million soldiers and hurried over to where Zhao Fu was. Seeing that Zhao Fu was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu ordered people to relocate the system main cities and take back the city creation stones. Following this, the battlefield was cleaned up, and this massive battle finally came to an end. Qin's side had won this battle, and the surrounding system main cities could only force the system main cities to relocate. Otherwise, staying would mean death. The 22 regions to the east of Qin's Fu had become regions without any city, and the 25 regions to the south had become regions without any city. The system main cities to the west of Qin's Fu had not left, as they had not suffered many losses in this battle. They still wanted to put up some resistance. They continued to build powerful defenses to defend against Qin's sudden attacks while continuing to rope in other system main cities to defend against Qin. The many system main cities watching from afar finally made a decision. Qin was actually so powerful, and in the face of such a powerful attack, he had still managed to win. Countless people were convinced that Qin was an unshakable mountain in the legacy land. With such powerful strength and powerful stats, as well as not having to worry about natural disasters, Qin was undoubtedly the best person to pledge loyalty to. Right after the battle concluded, 80 or so system main cities personally came to Qin's Fu to express their loyalty. They were now truly loyal and did not have any reservations, so they had personally come to Qin's Fu to apologize for watching the battle from before. Of course, Zhao Fu was quite happy that 80 system main cities had joined Qin's Fu, but he was also quite displeased that they had been watching the battle from before. After all, the battle between Qin's Fu and the system main cities had been incredibly intense, and they had been watching from the sidelines without helping at all. Only after Qin had won would they join Qin's Fu. No one would be happy about this. Even though they were snobbish, Zhao Fu could understand. After all, this was how the world worked. If you didn't have the power to convince them, why would they give up everything to pledge loyalty to you? Adding on the fact that they had personally come to apologize and were very sincere, Zhao Fu decided to accept them. The 80 system main cities had 8 million Stage 1 soldiers and 40 million people. Accepting them would greatly increase Qin's strength, and this was something that Zhao Fu wanted to see. As such, Zhao Fu threw a large banquet to welcome them. Of course, in order to celebrate the victory, Zhao Fu rewarded his generals and generals. After all, they had risked their lives for him, so Zhao Fu would not mistreat them. Now that Qin City had leveled up to a level 1 capital city, Qin City had officially taken the first step to restoring its kingdom. Now, it only needed to take 5 more steps. However, leveling up to a royal city was quite difficult, as it required 3 level 1 capital cities, 6 great cities, 9 basic cities, and 12 towns. Qin City did not lack great cities, basic cities, and towns, so there was no need to worry. However, obtaining 3 level 1 capital cities was quite difficult, as Qin City had only leveled up to a level 1 capital city after such a long time. Now, it needed 3 more, which was quite difficult. However, in order to level up to a royal city, it needed a capital city. After all, a royal city could not just stay there, as it would look too shabby and not fit to be called a kingdom. However, leveling up was now quite fast. A few days ago, Qin City had been a level 5 great city, and in just a few days, it had become a level 1 capital city. Zhao Fu went to the city hall and looked at the level 1 capital city stats. Village name, Qin City, epic, level 1 capital city village area, 64,400 square kilometers village territory, 442,1800 square kilometers popular support, 86 special stats, territory crop output plus 200%, territory crop growth time minus 200%, population limit plus 135%, resident stats plus 15, soldier stats plus 16%, population attraction plus 150%, high-grade attraction plus 150%. Subsidiary village limit, 86930 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. Now, Qin City's population was 180 million, and it had 30 million soldiers. Most of these people were system main cities that had come to pledge their loyalty. After all, with 80 system main cities, they could provide 40 million people and 8 million Stage 1 soldiers. As for the other people, Zhao Fu had plundered some from the system main cities that had been killed by city lords, and in the end, they had 180 million people. Apart from population, there were also cities. Before, Qin City had 171 great cities and 16 basic cities, but now, it had 336 great cities. The number of basic cities had not increased, but the number of great cities was simply shocking. Before, Zhao Fu would not have dared to imagine that there would be 336 great cities. With such strength, Zhao Fu felt quite excited, and he properly entertained the city lords and generals before resting for a day. After resting for a day, Zhao Fu once again gathered his generals to discuss what to do. Now that Great Qin was about to restore the empire, there were many things that needed to be done. One of the most important things was the construction of the royal palace. As a royal kingdom, the royal palace was quite important. Right now, Jiaofu was still living in the city hall. Even though it had been expanded a few times and the city hall had become quite big, how could a city hall be worthy of a king? There was also the meeting hall. Now that more and more people had joined Great Qin, the meeting hall looked quite crowded, and the real imperial palace was definitely needed. Building a massive royal palace was not an easy task, and it would take a lot of time to complete. As such, they had to build it as soon as possible so that the kingdom would not have a royal palace. At the same time, the royal palace also needed to be properly designed. Next, they discussed how to destroy the Western faction. Right now, the Western faction was like a thorn in Qin City's heart, and Zhao Fu wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. That way, the west, north, south, and east of Qin City would all be at peace. All that was left was to clear out regions and expand further. After dealing with the Western faction, Qin City would have 70 or so regions. That way, Great Qin's western side, northern side, southern side, and eastern side would all be at peace, and there would not be any more battles. All that was left was to continue clearing out regions and expand further. After dealing with the western side, Great Qin would have 70 or so regions. That way, the west, north, south, and east of Qin City would all be at peace, and there would be no more battles. All that was left was to clear out regions and expand further. After dealing with the Western faction, Qin City would have 70 or so regions. However, if they could take down the western side without expending a single soldier, that would be the best choice. Zhao Fu did not want his soldiers to die pointlessly, so he ordered people to send letters asking for the western side to surrender. However, who would have thought that the western faction would refuse and would fight to the death against Qin City? Not a single person would surrender, and the victor would be king. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not hesitate to once again gather his forces, and Qin City majestically started to attack the western faction. However, only a day had passed since the battle, and the western faction had not even finished building their defensive walls yet. They did not have the ability to rope in more city lords. Before, they had the confidence to stay here and think that they would be able to stop Qin City. However, when they saw Qin City's massive army, they immediately chose to run without any hesitation. The city lords at the back were not too bad, as they had some time to run. However, some of the system main cities at the front did not even have the opportunity to run. Qin City's soldiers flooded into a few regions, giving off an unstoppable aura. Zhao Fu stood above a system main city and looked at the people there, who were filled with terror and despair. However, Zhao Fu did not feel much pity and was about to order his soldiers to attack the city. Wait. We're willing to surrender. A white-haired elder walked out from a system main city below and looked at Qin City's people in terror as he called out. Zhao Fu could not help but laugh as he said, "Weren't these people quite resolute before? They had sworn to fight to the death, but now that I've brought my soldiers, they've decided to surrender." The Western faction had never thought that after such a large battle, Qin City's strength would not decrease at all. Instead, it had become many times more powerful, and with only one day left, they were completely unprepared. As such, they could only choose to run. Before, the Western faction had 8 million soldiers and 80 city lords. However, they had lost 1.6 million soldiers, so they now had 6.4 million soldiers. Even though they had not lost any city lords, they still had 80 city lords. However, they now had to face 30 million soldiers and 300 or so city lords from Qin City. After personally witnessing this power, how could they dare to resist? Zhao Fu looked at the white-haired elder below and coldly harumphed, saying, "Do you think Qin City is something that you can submit to just because you want to? Do you know what you've just said?" The white-haired elder felt quite awkward and embarrassed. However, in order to preserve the system main cities, Qin City would not be massacred. After all, Qin City had a history of massacring cities. As such, the white-haired elder cried out with snot and tears, "Your Majesty, Qin City, I'm too old. I wasn't able to see through your identity, it's all my fault, I deserve to die." As he cried, he lightly slapped himself twice. His acting was quite clumsy. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes and had the white-haired elder get up and accept his surrender. He then took over the system main city and continued to attack other system main cities. He could not afford to waste time here. After a day, Qin swept through the western side like a bolt of lightning. No one could stop him, and there was basically no resistance. The 20 regions in the west of Qin had become regions without cities. Adding on the 22 regions in the east and 25 regions in the south, as well as the 10 regions in the north, there were now 77 regions in total. In the northern side, Great Qin had only cleared out 3 regions before the chaotic world had been activated, causing battles to erupt and stop. Now, Qin had to clear out 74 regions, which was twice as much as Qin's current territory. If he had to clear out so many regions, it would be a massive project, and no one knew how long it would take. Qin would spend a lot of time on this. Qin would once again welcome a period of stability, and Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be able to clear out 70 regions so quickly. It seemed that the territory that he had planned for the second time was a bit small, and he would have to replan it. During this period of time, apart from clearing out regions, Qin also sent ambassadors to the various regions to improve the relationship between Qin and the various regions and to persuade them to join Qin. The 80 main cities that had joined Qin were a good example. Obtaining 40 million people and 8 million soldiers was definitely a good thing. Now, Qin had enough strength and advantages to attract them to join Qin. Qin's ambassador system made use of students to go to various regions and peacefully devour various regions. This was greatly appreciated by everyone, and some factions started to imitate it. The Warring States period was about to begin, and the ambassador system would shine even more brightly in the future. There would be countless ambassadors from various countries, and this was a unique system and phenomenon of the Warring States period. Apart from these, Zhao Fu had also obtained 67 region treasure chests. He hadn't had time to open them before, but now was the time. With how precious region treasure chests were, he didn't know what kind of treasures he could obtain from them. However, with so many of them, he would at least be able to obtain a few good things. Zhao Fu was filled with anticipation, and he opened the first treasure chest. Light shined everywhere as a blue jade appeared in front of him, giving off a water-like light. It was as big as a cat's eye and looked quite beautiful. Looking at its stats, Zhao Fu found that it was a special treasure that was very helpful to those who cultivated water attribute cultivation techniques. Moreover, it possessed powerful water attribute energy. However, it was useless to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt slightly disappointed. However, this was only the first treasure chest, and there were still 60 or so treasure chests to go. So, Zhao Fu was not too disappointed and held great expectations. Next, Zhao Fu opened 3 treasure chests in a row. After opening the first treasure chest, he obtained an item that wasn't very useful. After opening the second treasure chest, Shifeng obtained an ordinary piece of epic equipment. After opening the third treasure chest, Shifeng obtained an epic material. Zhao Fu once again opened the fourth treasure chest, and a massive ballista appeared. It was the dragon-slaying ballista. After personally seeing the power of the dragon-slaying ballista combined with the golden talisman bolts, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with it. The terrifying power of the dragon-slaying ballista combined with the golden talisman bolts was enough to instantly kill a city lord without the city lord being able to resist at all. In the previous battle, if Qin had 100 dragon-slaying ballistas, even if he faced 100 city lords, Zhao Fu would not have been afraid. However, it was a pity that the dragon-slaying ballistas were too complicated to create, and it was not something that Qin could create. Following this, Zhao Fu opened 3 more region treasure chests in a row. After opening the first region treasure chest, Shifeng obtained a skill that wasn't very powerful. After opening the second region treasure chest, Shifeng obtained a special treasure that could give him directions no matter what kind of fog he was in. After opening the third region treasure chest, Shifeng obtained a small glass bottle. This small glass bottle was only as tall as a finger and as wide as 2 fingers. It contained a silver liquid that gave off a faint light and looked quite extraordinary. After all, the silver liquid seemed to have a life of its own and moved about within the bottle. Silver spirit liquid, a liquid that contains extremely powerful life force. It can be used on any plant and can increase the age of the tree by 100 years. Each plant can only use it once. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted because the silver spirit liquid was quite useful to Qin. Qin now had 300 or so trees of life and 30 or so ginseng fruit trees, and they all required time to take effect. The silver spirit liquid could instantly increase the age of a tree by 100 years, and as long as Shifeng gave it to the trees of life or ginseng fruit trees, they would become 100-year-old trees and bear fruits of life and ginseng fruits. It was a pity that this small bottle of silver spirit liquid could only be used 10 times, but it was still quite good. After putting it away, Xiaofu looked forward to opening more region treasure chests. After opening the first region treasure chest, Shifeng obtained an epic grade sledgehammer. After opening the second region treasure chest, Shifeng obtained a stat gem that increased all stats by 3, which was quite useful. After opening the first region treasure chest, Shifeng obtained an epic grade beast horn. Xiaofu opened 10 region treasure chests in a row but did not obtain anything useful, making him feel quite disappointed. After opening 2 more, Shifeng obtained a stone. This stone was square and as big as a fist. It was quite smooth and gave off 3 different lights. It gave off a powerful aura and looked quite extraordinary. City Upgrade Stone. Using this City Upgrade Stone, one does not need to obtain EXP to level up a city. It can be used by anyone below capital city. After looking at this stone's stats, Xiaofu felt quite delighted. He had never thought that there would be such a treasure that did not require EXP to level up a city. What's more, it could be used by anyone below capital city. If he used it on a level 4 great city, he would be able to level it up to a level 5 great city, saving him 70 million EXP. If he wanted to obtain 70 million EXP, he would have to conquer countless villages. Now, he only needed a city upgrade stone. How could Xiaofu not be delighted? Right now, Qin lacked EXP. Not only did he need to level up to a level 6 capital city, but he also needed 3 level 1 capital cities to level up to a royal city. Moreover, this city upgrade stone did not seem to have any usage restrictions. If Xiaofu could obtain 10 or so of them, he would not have to worry about EXP at all and would be able to directly level up a city to a capital city. Thinking about that, Xiaofu felt quite excited and started to look forward to it. He opened the region treasure boxes, and rays of light shot out from them as items appeared before him. However, after Xiaofu opened 10 or so region treasure chests, he did not obtain a single city upgrade stone. They were all useless items, making Xiaofu feel quite disappointed. Now, there were 20 region treasure chests left, and Xiaofu deeply breathed in and opened another region treasure chest. Light shined as a crystal appeared. This crystal was as big as a pebble and was round. It gave off a faint light, and Xiaofu could not tell what it was, but he could tell that it was quite extraordinary. Spawn Point Stone can be used on city dens. No matter what city it is, it can give 4 spawn points and increase the number of spawns by 4. After looking at this information, Xiaofu could not help but laugh. This was something that was quite useful to Qin, and it could be used on the Wyvern Denver. After such a long time, Qin only had 300 or so wyverns. One wyvern could spawn every 2 days, which meant that he could only spawn 15 wyverns in a month. This included the eggs, and after such a long time, he only had 300 or so wyverns, which was quite slow. However, there was nothing he could do about this, as wyverns had stage 5 strength. 1 every 2 days was quite fast. Before, when Xiaofu did not know how to deal with 100 city lords, he had thought about using 200 or so wyverns to deal with 100 city lords. However, he found that this was not possible, as the difference in strength was too great. Even though the wyverns were quite powerful and could fly, they would not have to fear 10,000 system main city soldiers. In fact, they could even kill 10,000 soldiers. However, facing system main city lords with city lord seals would be quite difficult. At least 10 wyverns were needed to deal with a city lord, and against 100 city lords, they would need at least 1,000 wyverns. As such, Xiaofu gave up on using wyverns to deal with city lords. However, if he used the spawn point stone, he would be able to spawn 5 wyverns in 2 days, which would increase the number of spawns by 4. That way, Qin would have 75 wyverns in a month and 800 wyverns in a year. This made Xiaofu feel quite tempted. Xiaofu did not even need to think to know how terrifying the wyvern core was. Even though he had not used the wyverns at all, Xiaofu knew how powerful they were. Xiaofu smiled and opened the next region treasure chest. Light shined out as a 30-centimeter long tooth appeared. Xiaofu looked at it and found that it was just an ordinary epic grade material, so he placed it there and continued to open more region treasure chests. After opening the first treasure chest, it wasn't anything good, so he put it aside. After opening the second treasure chest, Zhao Fu obtained a reality tree. However, Zhao Fu already had enough reality fruits, so he did not need this reality tree. After opening the third treasure chest, there was a good epic longbow. It was not weak at all. Zhao Fu opened the seventh treasure chest and another savage-looking dragon-slaying ballista appeared. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Now, Qin had 5 dragon-slaying ballistas. Zhao Fu continued to open treasure chests, and on the 9th one, he found another city upgrade stone. Zhao Fu couldn't help but loudly laugh, and he excitedly continued to open treasure chests. The next few treasure chests didn't yield anything good. On the 15th treasure chest, Zhao Fu obtained a bottle of silver spirit liquid, making him feel a little happy. After the last pile of region treasure chests, only 3 region treasure chests remained. To be honest, this kind of treasure chest was very satisfying. It was especially exciting to find an unknown treasure. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. It was a pity that there were only 3 left. Zhao Fu opened the first one, and a skill book appeared. Zhao Fu looked at it and found that it was an Earth-type skill book. It was beneficial to the user and could not be used on the battlefield, but it could be used as a reward. The second item was a violet stone steel. This violet stone steel was 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide, and it was octagonal. It gave off a faint and mysterious violet light and a powerful aura of suppression. Ordinary people with stage 3 cultivation would not be able to get close to it, and it looked quite powerful. Zhao Fu felt quite curious about this item because even someone with stage 3 cultivation would not be able to get close to it, which meant that it was an incredibly powerful treasure. After looking at the information, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel quite excited. This was indeed a powerful treasure, but its effects were not for power but for trading. These stone steels were called Heaven Spirit Steels, and they were made by the largest financial groups in the Heaven Awakened world. They were the largest financial groups in the entire Heaven Awakened world, not some small world's financial group. Their names were in the demon god's information, and their power was so monstrous that ordinary godly spirits did not dare to offend them. Only they could create such a Heaven Spirit Steel. There were all sorts of quests within the Heaven Spirit Steel, and the people who gave out quests were all different. Some were from empires, some were from sects, and some were from other factions. However, they were spread throughout the Heaven Awakened world, and they could all use the Heaven Spirit Steel to give out quests. In other words, this Heaven Spirit Steel connected the entire Heaven Awakened world, no matter where they were or how far they were. This was something that very few things could do. After all, the Heaven Awakened world was incredibly vast and boundless, and it was formed from devouring countless worlds. However, this Heaven Spirit Steel could connect people from any place, and it was definitely a miraculous item. The value of a Heaven Spirit Steel was tens of thousands of times greater than a city upgrade stone. After all, with a Heaven Spirit Steel, not only could one obtain all sorts of items, but one could also obtain information about the entire Heaven Awakened world. Right now, the human world was like a barbarian living in a remote area, and they did not know anything. It was not just the human world, the grassy people were the same, and they had no way of obtaining information about the entire Heaven Awakened world. However, with this Heaven Spirit Steel, everything was different. It was like being connected to the internet in a remote mountain or forest, allowing one to instantly learn about the wonders of the world. This Heaven Spirit Steel was also in the demon god's information, and although it was quite difficult to obtain, it was not actually very difficult. After all, many people in the Heaven Awakened world had them. However, some countries could not even obtain them, and ordinary people could not even see them. Only high-class people could have them. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be able to obtain a Heaven Spirit Steel so easily, and he almost went mad with joy. As long as he had this Heaven Spirit Steel, it would be worth it even if he did not want anything else. This Heaven Spirit Steel could only be used after it was placed properly. He had only obtained it from a treasure chest, so he could not use it yet. Zhao Fu could not wait any longer. He wanted to immediately place the Heaven Spirit Steel and go in to have a look to satisfy his curiosity. Just as he stood up, he saw the final region treasure chest. This time, he had obtained so many good things from region treasure chests, so Xiaofu was naturally quite happy. He looked at the final region treasure chest, and a trace of anticipation appeared in his heart. He deeply breathed in and picked up the final region treasure chest. He slowly opened it, and light shined everywhere. Xiaofu went to an elegant-looking room and ordered people to set up a simple activation formation. He placed a few energy stones in it before placing the Heaven Spirit Steel at the center of the formation and activating it. Immediately, the Heaven Spirit Steel gave off a bright violet light, and countless runes appeared on the steel like tadpoles. Xiaofu took out a sharp blade and cut his palm, allowing blood to flow out. He then pressed it against the stone steel, and a system announcement sounded out in his mind. Would you like to create a bloodline account? This bloodline account was created from one's own blood. Only with this account could one enter the Heaven Spirit Steel. The account was created from one's own blood, and it was bound to one's own aura. Only one could use it. As Xiaofu's blood was absorbed by the stone tablet, it gave off an even more intense purple light. A purple light shot into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Within a tall building in the Heaven Awakened world, there were people standing next to different orbs of light, their hands continuously moving around, controlling something. A young man suddenly saw an orb of light in front of him give off an intense light, making it look like a small sun. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, as this intense light meant that a major figure was using the Heaven Spirit Steel to create a bloodline account. The young man looked at the information within the orb of light and looked quite shocked. He immediately left and walked to a private room as he asked, "Sir, this is the first time we've met. I have something to report first." "Come in." A magnetic voice rang out in the room. The young man respectfully pushed open the door and looked at the handsome man sitting by the side, holding an ancient book, and bowed before saying, "Sir, those with a sovereign bloodline can create a bloodline account." The handsome man looked down at the ancient book and said calmly without raising his head, "Then list it as a level 3 special account and observe it in secret." Level 1 special accounts recorded information about kings, Level 2 special accounts recorded information about emperors, and Level 3 special accounts recorded information about emperors. Having a sovereign bloodline meant that one had an empire behind them. An empire was a top-tier kingdom in the Heaven Awakened world and reigned above royal kingdoms and imperial kingdoms. They had immense power, and people with such bloodlines were definitely not ordinary. Within the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, people with sovereign bloodlines would receive special treatment. Apart from making things convenient for everyone, the Heaven Spirit Steel also held a massive amount of information, including information about all of the major figures. For the financial groups to become the largest financial groups in the Heaven Awakened world and cause even godly spirits to fear them, they had to have their own methods. However, the Heaven Awakened world was incredibly big, and there were not many empires. After all, they controlled the Heaven Awakened world's intelligence network, so they naturally knew some things. There was also the sovereign bloodline, anyone who belonged to the royal family would have it. As such, the handsome-looking man did not pay too much mind and followed the normal procedures. Looking at the handsome man's calm expression, the young man said in a low voice, "Sir, don't worry. This is an early-stage emperor bloodline, and it's an extremely special bloodline." The handsome-looking man's expression became serious. An early-stage emperor bloodline means that an empire has risen up. This is a big matter in the Heaven Awakened world. Moreover, hearing that the bloodline is extremely special, this matter is not simple at all. "I'll handle this matter. You can go now." The handsome man looked at the young man opposite him and said. The young man let out a sigh of relief and left the room. Following this, the handsome man took out a blood-red orb of light and came to a large hall. A white-robed elder looked at the handsome man seriously holding the blood-red orb of light and smiled as he said, "Guangzi, did you make some big discovery?" The handsome man called Guangzi nodded seriously and handed the orb of light to the elder. After looking at the blood-red orb of light, the elder's expression became serious as he said, "This bloodline has such a powerful killing intent. It's the first time I've seen a sovereign bloodline with such an intense killing intent. The Zhaofu Qin bloodline already gave off a powerful killing aura, the God-Killer bloodline gave off a powerful God-killing aura, and the Heaven Murder bloodline gave off a killing intent that could slaughter all living beings." The terrifying effects of the three bloodlines fusing caused even the experienced elder to feel incredibly shocked. Xianxia said seriously, this is an early-stage emperor bloodline. An empire that can give birth to such a bloodline is incredibly powerful. The rise of such an empire will definitely shake the heaven-awakened world. The white-robed elder nodded seriously as he said, this is indeed a big matter. Leave this matter to me, you can go now. Xianxia nodded and bowed before turning and leaving. After sensing the terrifying aura from the bloodline, he understood that things were not as simple as they seemed. The white-robed elder carefully looked at the blood-red orb of light and sensed its bloodthirsty and ruthless aura. His hairs instinctively stood on end, and the white-robed elder did not hesitate to send out orders to the various attendants to convene an emergency meeting. Following this, more and more people walked in. They all gave off different auras, and their appearances were all different. Not only were there humans, but there were also demons and devils. Their auras were incredibly terrifying, and in front of them, a city lord was like an ant. A big man giving off demonic chi walked in and called out in dissatisfaction, "Oldly, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" Oldly, who was the white-robed elder from before, glared at the big man and said, "You'll know when everyone's here." The big man with demonic chi harumphed and found a chair to sit on. Soon, everyone had arrived. There were 10 people in total, 7 men and 3 women, and they sat on chairs around them. They looked at the white-robed elder to see what he had to say. Oldly looked at everyone and explained seriously, "I've discovered something that might alarm the higher-ups, so I'd like everyone to discuss it." Hearing the elder's words, everyone's expressions became serious. If this matter could alarm the higher-ups, it meant that it was not simple. The Heaven Secrets Pavilion was just a subordinate of a few large merchant groups, and they were responsible for the Heaven Spirit Steals. After speaking, Oldly took out a blood-red orb of light and said, "This is an early-stage emperor bloodline, and it contains extremely destructive power. After being in the Heaven Secrets Pavilion for so long, it's the first time I've seen such a terrifying emperor bloodline." Hearing Oldly's words, some people were shocked and some were suspicious. The big man from the demon race shouted in disbelief, "Oldly, you're exaggerating too much. Aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? This is the first time I've seen such a bloodline? I don't believe you at all. Look at that blood-red orb of light, it's your human race's bloodline, right? Could it be that your human race has a bloodline that's even more bloodthirsty than our demon race's? Our demon race's attributes lean towards darkness and destruction. Your human race definitely can't surpass our demon race." Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Oldly did not say anything and threw the blood-red orb of light over to the demon race big man. The demon race big man felt quite disdainful. The human race's bloodline was the weakest out of the 8 major races, and he did not believe that the human race's bloodline could surpass the demon race's bloodline in terms of darkness. However, even though he did not believe it, he still had to take a look, and the demon race big man's consciousness entered the blood-red orb of light. Immediately, the demon race big man felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and his body seemed to be locked down, unable to move at all. A bone-chilling coldness assaulted him, and the terrifying killing intent and destructive aura corroded his body like acid. The demon race big man felt an unprecedented sense of terror, as well as an aura of death. When he came back to his senses, the demon race big man was covered with sweat as if he had just come out of water. He looked at Oldly in shock and said, "How could the human race give birth to such a terrifying sovereign bloodline?" Hearing the demon race big man's words, everyone else's expressions fell. Seeing the trace of fear in the demon race big man's eyes, they understood that this bloodline was quite terrifying. "Let me have a look," a bewitchingly beautiful young woman said out of curiosity. She took the blood-red orb of light and sent her consciousness into it. In the next moment, her face became pale and her body trembled as she handed the blood-red orb of light to the next person. Following this, everyone else's bodies were covered with cold sweat, and there was still a trace of fear on their faces. They now completely believed Oldly's words. Only then did Oldly lightly laugh and say, "Do you believe me now?" The others nodded seriously, and one of the devil race men said, "Just what kind of bloodline is this? How could it be so terrifying?" Oldly replied, "This is an early-stage emperor bloodline, and it most likely came from an empire. Also, look at this." As he spoke, Oldly took out a few different colored orbs of light and tossed them towards the blood-red orb of light. The orbs of light seemed to be afraid and dodged in all directions, not daring to get close to the blood-red orb of light at all. These orbs of light are quite famous emperor bloodlines. Look at how weak they are in front of it, Oldly said seriously. The other elder gulped nervously and said, this matter might be too serious. Let's report it to the higher-ups and let them handle it. The others nodded in unison. Old Manly also agreed. This matter was too important and had to be reported to the higher-ups. Otherwise, they would be guilty of dereliction of duty. After that, this matter was quickly reported to the core headquarters of several large merchant groups. After the core personnel understood the importance of this matter, they reported this matter to the real big shots in power. Within an incredibly luxurious palace, there were a few people giving off heaven-toppling auras that twisted space. Looking at the blood-red orb of light floating in front of them, the air seemed to freeze and was filled with an incredibly oppressive intense aura. An order was quickly passed down. Classify it as a level 7 special account and place it under the highest level of observation. Collect all information about it and do not initiate contact with it for the time being. This person has been evaluated by many authoritative figures, extremely dangerous. Oldly and the other attendants of the secret pavilion never imagined that the situation would be so serious. It was completely beyond their imagination. Looks like this matter has alarmed the higher-ups. I wonder what kind of bloodline it is that even the higher-ups are paying so much attention to it, Oldly muttered to himself in shock. Jiaofu did not know much about these things. After activating his account, his consciousness entered the Heaven Spirit Steel. The Heaven Spirit Steel was split into two parts, the Quest region and the Exchange region. The Quest region was mainly for issuing and accepting quests. Both required money, and the quests were split into different levels. Right now, Jiaofu was only level 1, so he did not know what levels there were. He could only accept level 1, level 2, and level 3 quests. A level 1 quest cost 10,000 gold coins, a level 2 quest cost 20,000 gold coins, a level 3 quest cost 40,000 gold coins, a level 4 quest cost 80,000 gold coins, and a level 5 quest cost 160,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins was equivalent to 100 million copper coins. Posting the lowest level quest required so much gold coins. This was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford. Moreover, accepting the quest required 10% of the gold coins. Level 1 quests cost 10,000 gold coins, and accepting them cost 1,000 gold coins. Level 2 quests cost 20,000 gold coins, and accepting them cost 2,000 gold coins. Level 3 quests cost 40,000 gold coins, and accepting them cost 4,000 gold coins, and so on and so forth. When Jiaofu looked at the number of level 1, level 2, and level 3 quests, he was given a big fright. There were hundreds of billions of quests, and it would take him a few months to look through all of them. Luckily, the quests were split into different categories. For example, the materials quests were split into metal, beast, jade, wood, and exotic materials. It was quite easy to find quests this way, and it was also possible to search for quests. Otherwise, with hundreds of billions of gold coins, people would not be able to even look at them, let alone accept or complete them. The second exchange region contained almost everything in the Heaven Awaken world. Jiaofu took a few glances and felt incredibly shocked. First, Jiaofu saw city upgrade stones. Not only were there stones for great cities, but there were also stones for capital cities. There were also violet talisman stones and the even rarer orange talisman stones. There were also all sorts of dragon and phoenix eggs, as well as exquisite divine pills. Jiaofu even saw royal cities. Royal cities were the core cities of kingdoms, and they represented kingdoms. He had never thought that they could be exchanged here as well. This was definitely a shocking treasure trove. It was a pity that the prices were too high, and he could not directly buy them with money. He needed quest points to use them. Quest points could only be obtained by completing quests, and one's level could only be increased by completing quests. Right now, Jiaofu did not accept any quests and only looked at the Heaven Spirit Steel to satisfy his curiosity. Following this, Jiaofu thought about it and issued a quest. He wanted a book that recorded all of the major things that had happened in the Heaven Awaken world, and the reward was 100,000 gold coins. Jiaofu had the demon god's information, so he had some general information about the heaven-awakened world. However, he did not know everything, and he did not know anything about recent events. Jiaofu did not know if anyone would accept this quest. This kind of book was quite cheap and easy to obtain, and it was quite different from the boundary regions. However, he did not know if anyone would be interested in the quest's rewards. The money in the heaven spirit steel seemed to have lost its value, and most people traded for items. That way, it was easier to obtain what they wanted. Jiaofu went to the wyvern den and fused the spawn point stone into it. Countless rays of light spread out, and the den gradually expanded until it was 4 times larger than before. It gave off an even more powerful aura, and it could now spawn 5 wyverns every 2 days. The den was now a basic city, and if it became a great city, it would be able to spawn wyverns every day. With the spawn point stone, it would be able to spawn 5 wyverns every day. Leveling up the den required the den's creatures to obtain EXP, so Jiaofu planned to raise some wyverns to level up the denver. That way, more and more wyverns would spawn, and the wyvern core would be incredibly powerful. Jiaofu then went to the plantation region. Jiaofu now had 2 bottles of silver spirit liquid, so how should he use them? Should he use 1 each, or should he give 2 to the tree of life, or should he give both to the ginseng tree? In order to nurture the tree of life, Jiaofu mainly wanted to have a large number of divine tree warriors. This profession was quite powerful, and not only did they have outstanding strength, but they also had powerful recovery effects. They performed quite well on the battlefield, so Jiaofu wanted them. Nurturing the ginseng tree was mainly for the ginseng fruit, which could increase lifespan and was a very precious treasure. The 2 bottles of silver spirit liquid could be used 20 times, and after thinking about it, Jiaofu decided to use them on the ginseng tree. A single tree of life could give 3,000 divine tree warriors, and 10 ginseng fruits could give 30,000 divine tree warriors. 20 ginseng fruits would only give 60,000 divine tree warriors, which would not be very useful. Ginseng fruits, which could increase lifespan, were quite rare in the heaven spirit steel. If they were given as a quest reward, they would attract many people. However, Jiaofu did not plan to give them as a quest reward, as the ginseng tree could be planted. Jiaofu wanted to refine some lifespan pills from the ginseng tree, which would be even more valuable. Jiaofu dripped a drop of silver spirit liquid on the ginseng tree, and the liquid immediately seeped into the tree. The ginseng tree gave off waves of silver light, and it madly grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. The tree became taller and taller, and its crown became larger and larger. After a while, it became a 100-year-old ginseng tree. It was 30 or so meters tall, and its crown was 10 or so meters wide. It was very lush and had a powerful life force, but it still could not bear fruits yet. Jiaofu turned the 18 ginseng trees into 100-year-old trees. As for the remaining 2 drops of silver spirit liquid, Jiaofu used 1 drop on the 100-year-old ginseng tree and the other on the tree of life next to the fountain of life. The 100-year ginseng tree had become a 200-year ginseng tree, and in another 50 years, it could become a level 2 ginseng tree. The tree of life that had been planted near the spring of life had absorbed a large amount of life energy, and it had grown even more lush than ordinary trees of life. These food trees would become 100-year-old trees, and would become 100-year-old trees, and would become of trees and points. These points would become 100-year-old trees, of the water, and a tree, and the dens, and years, and larger, and years, wood and fu, and the hang of. Jiaofu had to rely on himself to level up the capital city, and right now, he could not obtain them from other places. For example, the heaven spirit steel had them, but Jiaofu did not have quest points. If he had a massive amount of quest points, he would not have to worry about anything. Since he couldn't obtain them, he could only rely on himself. As such, he had to choose 3 suitable cities to upgrade to capital cities. Jiaofu now had countless great cities, because the system main cities from before were all great cities. If he used them to level up to capital cities, he would be able to save a lot of EXP. However, since they were only gold grade and did not have any special stats, they were not very suitable. The remaining choices were the legatees that Qin had destroyed. The first was the Maurya dynasty cities. The Maurya dynasty was one of the most powerful legatees in India, and its stats were much more powerful than a system main city. What's more, it was legendary grade, so it would be no problem for it to become a capital city. The other choices were Great Shan and the state of Jing. As for northern Zhou, the state of Wei, and the state of Qi, Zhao Fu had given them the title of ruler, so they had autonomy and some of their culture. It wasn't very suitable for them to become Qin's capital cities. Then there was the Icy Spirit City and the Fiery Flame City, which were also options. In the end, Zhao Fu chose Moria City, Icy Spirit City, and Fiery Flame City, and he gave up on Great Shan and the state of Jing. This was because he felt that using another kingdom's cities as Qin's capital cities wasn't very suitable. Zhao Fu was quite interested in the ice and fire bloodlines, so he chose Icy Spirit City and Fiery Flame City. They were worth nurturing by Zhao Fu. After making this decision, Zhao Fu started to make some preparations. However, Zhao Fu decided not to upgrade them for now, and he would consider upgrading Qin's capital city to a level 6 capital city first. After doing these things, Zhao Fu felt quite relaxed. Now that Qin's soldiers were clearing out regions, Zhao Fu was quite free. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Zhao Fu left the heaven-awakened world. After returning to his body, Zhao Fu opened his eyes and opened the door to his room. He did not see Jing Yuqin, so Zhao Fu looked around and did not pay too much mind. He sat at the table and started to eat. After eating to his heart's content, Zhao Fu sat in front of his computer. He first went to the Heaven Awakened World forum and casually glanced through it. After not finding anything, he opened QQ. By now, Zhao Fu had contacted the people from before, and he found that they were doing quite well, so he did not disturb them. It was just that he had not been able to contact Lucy yet. With Zhao Fu's current abilities, he would be able to easily obtain information about her. However, Zhao Fu did not want to disturb her, as it had been a long time since they had been together. After looking through QQ and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhao Fu prepared to log off. At that moment, Jingjiao walked in and smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu. She sat on Zhao Fu's lap and wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck as she said shyly, "Zhao Fu. Have you been very busy recently? I haven't seen you in a long time and I've missed you." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Xingjiao. Seeing how shy she looked, this woman who was his cousin-in-law lowered his head and kissed her lips, and Xingjiao passionately responded. After a while, Zhao Fu looked at the blushing Xingjiao and placed his hands on her large breasts, and he started to move around. Xingjiao did not feel scared at all, and she instead looked at Zhao Fu seductively. Zhao Fu quickly took off her clothes, and the two of them started to do it on a chair. Afterwards, Xingjiao sat on Zhao Fu's lap and felt quite powerless, but she had a happy and satisfied smile on her face. Today, they had finally done it. However, Zhao Fu was incredibly strong in this area, and he had not softened even after so long. Xingjiao suddenly thought of her cousin's words, and she hugged Zhao Fu as she said shyly, "Zhao Fu, you're too amazing. I'm afraid that I won't be able to serve you by myself. How about I call my cousin? She's also a great beauty." Zhao Fu wanted to refuse, but Jingjiao's body did not soften at all, so she still made a phone call. Zhao Fu had never thought that Zhao Fu would know her. Zhao Fu felt quite awkward because he and Jingjiao were sitting naked on a chair as they watched the woman walk in. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and her skin was snow white. She wore a purple dress with straps, revealing a large area of her chest. She had light makeup on, and it seemed that she had put a lot of effort into her appearance, making anyone who saw her feel quite moved. Zhao Fu was not very familiar with her, but he knew her because they were in the same class. She was Bai Yan, she was one of the prettiest girls in Zhao Fu's class, and she was also Yang Zhe's girlfriend. Zhao Fu could still remember seeing the two of them sitting on a chair together, looking incredibly sweet. That was enough to make anyone feel envious and believe in love. However, Zhao Fu had never thought that Jingjiao's cousin would be Bai Yan, and that they would meet in such a way. Bai Yan had never thought that this Zhao Fu would be the Zhao Fu from her university classmate. Bai Yan had heard of Zhao Fu's name from Jingjiao before, but there were simply too many people with the same name. Bai Yan had never thought that the Zhao Fu that Jingjiao was talking about was the same person as the Zhao Fu that she knew. After all, their statuses were like heaven and earth. One was an introverted student who wore simple clothes, while the other stood at the peak of the world and controlled the lives and deaths of countless people. If it wasn't for the fact that she had personally witnessed this, she definitely would not have believed that these two people were the same person. She had long since heard about Zhao Fu from Xianxia and knew just how monstrous his abilities were. He was Qin's legatee's representative, and he held great power. The entire world had to be wary of him. After hearing that the world was about to change, Bai Yan knew just how dangerous it would be. When she heard that her cousin had a relationship with Qin's people, she felt incredibly shocked. After hearing that that person was Qin's representative, Bai Yan felt incredibly excited and felt that her opportunity had come. In the future, she would not be able to protect herself or her family. Therefore, she urgently needed to find a strong and indestructible backer. Qin was her ideal candidate. However, Qin City was too high for her to reach, so she didn't overthink it. However, after learning about what had happened between Xianxia and Zhao Fu, she immediately broke up with Xianxia and went to Qin City. Xianxia was quite worried that Zhao Fu would not touch her. Bai Yan comforted Xianxia for a while before telling her what she wanted. She wanted Xianxia to introduce her to Zhao Fu as well. That way, they could work together and help each other obtain a higher position in Zhao Fu's heart. Xianxia was quite happy about this suggestion, and she was quite at ease with her cousin. How could she care about how many women Zhao Fu had? She just hoped that she would have a place in Zhao Fu's heart. As such, after doing it with Zhao Fu and sensing how powerful Zhao Fu was, the first person Xianxia thought of was her cousin. After hearing about this, Bai Yan couldn't help but feel quite excited. She was finally going to meet Great Qin City's representative, but she had never thought that she would meet her university classmate, Zhao Fu. At that moment, Bai Yan felt quite awkward and had never thought that something like this would happen. Looking at their expressions, Xianxia lay on Zhao Fu's body and asked curiously, "What is it? Do you know each other?" Zhao Fu dryly laughed as he said, "She was my classmate." "Really?" Xianxia said in delight. Since Zhao Fu and her cousin knew each other, things would be much easier and she wouldn't have to worry about anything. "I'm so tired, I'm going to rest for a while. You two can chat." Xianxia smiled as she left Zhao Fu's body and lay on the bed next to him. Because it was the first time that she had been tormented by Zhao Fu for so long, she closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. After Xianxia left, Zhao Fu's body was completely exposed to Bai Yan. Looking at Zhao Fu's hard thing, Bai Yan's face became slightly red, but she still walked over and sat on Zhao Fu's lap as she lightly hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite awkward and spread out his arms, not knowing what to do. "Do you dislike me?" Bai Yan leaned against Zhao Fu's shoulder as she looked at Zhao Fu. After all, they were university classmates, and Bai Yan knew that Zhao Fu knew about her relationship with Xianxia. "I didn't," Zhao Fu said awkwardly. "Then why aren't you touching me?" Bai Yan harumphed as she pouted and acted coquettishly. Zhao Fu thought about it and laughed. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in hesitating. As such, he placed his hand on Bai Yan's voluptuous chest. Bai Yan's face became even redder, and she flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu before kissing Zhao Fu, and the two of them started to do it. After a while, Zhao Fu suddenly felt that Bai Yan, who was lying on the table, had become even more excited. He looked over and found that a group chat window had been opened. Xianxia was chatting with others, telling them about his sweet past with Bai Yan, as well as his current heartache. Everyone in the group was comforted, and the infatuated girl continued to confess. Perhaps Xianxia would never have thought that his beloved girlfriend would be doing such a shameful thing with Zhao Fu, and that Bai Yan was looking at him as he spoke. Zhao Fu felt that he had become more and more evil, and some of his reactions had become even more intense. Afterwards, Bai Yan's face was completely red as she leaned against Zhao Fu's shoulder and panted as she said, "Zhao Fu, I never thought that you'd be so strong. My body was about to fall apart because of you. Anyone who wants to be your woman will definitely die of happiness." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and said, "Aren't you now?" Bai Yan couldn't help but laugh. She had never thought that things would go so smoothly and that Zhao Fu would approve of her so easily. At the same time, she felt quite relieved that Zhao Fu wasn't someone who would go back on his word. In actuality, she had been prepared to be toyed with by Zhao Fu. Following this, Bai Yan thought of something and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm not a virgin anymore. If I knew this day would come, I would have left it for you and made you my man." Zhao Fu looked at Bai Yan pitifully and smiled as he replied, I don't mind, so you don't have to worry about it. Bai Yan sweetly nodded before blushing and saying in a small voice, this is my first time. Before Zhao Fu could react, Bai Yan's body slid under Zhao Fu's body and started to service Zhao Fu. After resting for a while, Xingjiao woke up. Seeing the two of them being so daring, Xingjiao's face became completely red. However, seeing that Zhao Fu seemed to be enjoying it, she also felt the same as Bai Yan. Looking at how flirtatious the two beauties were, Zhao Fu couldn't help but hug them and do it again on the bed. Jing Yuqin, who had been resting at noon, was woken up by the sounds and went out to have a look. She cursed, this bad boy is becoming more and more perverted. A few days ago, there was only one, and now there are two. Zhao Fu looked at the two women who had fallen asleep and smiled. He put on his clothes and called Mu Gillen over to give him the information that Flower Moon had given him. This information mainly contained information about the various nation legatees. Qin had 31 regions, and there were 5 nation legatees. Qin had destroyed 2 and subdued 3, so of course there were other nation legatees in other regions as well. However, after Qin had continuously destroyed a few nation legatees, no one dared to casually reveal any information about them, as they were afraid that they would also be destroyed. By now, the nation legatees had all leveled up into basic cities, and Zhao Fu was not too surprised. After all, it had been a long time, and others had to develop as well. By now, some of the top-tier families had already leveled up into basic cities, let alone the nation legatees. Out of the 77 regions that Qin had destroyed, he had found information about 8 nation legatees. Zhao Fu wondered if they had relocated or not. For legatees with fate, they would have to pay a great price to relocate. However, compared to being destroyed, relocating was a better choice. Now, the player factions did not pose any threat to Qin at all. Moreover, the system factions would not ally with the player factions. With the system factions allying together to resist Qin, the nation legatees here did not even have the right to participate. Moreover, they had to worry because either side would act against them. After all, not only could Qin destroy them, but the system main cities could also destroy them. As such, they could only hide. Now that Qin had destroyed many regions, Zhao Fu did not know what had happened to the nation legatees. In any case, he did not see any nation legatees that had surrendered. Something else to note was that now that the regions had been opened up, players could freely go anywhere. Some places had many people, while others had no people at all. Some system main cities treated otherworlders well, so they would attract many otherworlders. Some system main cities slaughtered otherworlders, forcing them to flee. Now that the players had gathered together, their power could not be underestimated. However, Qin had reality-harming talismans, and with how afraid players were of dying, he did not have to worry much. However, he still had to be careful in case they caused trouble. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu immediately ordered Qin's assassins to search the 8 regions to see if the 8 nation legatees had moved away. If they hadn't, they had to quickly kill them. In Zhao Fu's eyes, the legatees were like pieces of juicy meat, and he wanted to quickly destroy them. They were still quite useful to Qin. However, Zhao Fu had expected that they would have moved away, so he ordered Qin's assassin to investigate. One day later, Zhao Fu came to the Heaven Spirit Steel and was quite surprised that someone had completed the quest that he had given out. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the stone steel and chose to accept the item. The Heaven Spirit Steel gave off an intense violet light, and a thick book came out of it. That was how powerful the Heaven Spirit Steel was. No matter where it was, no matter how far it was, as long as one completed a mission, they would be able to obtain the mission rewards. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and caught the book. The violet light on the stone steel disappeared, and Zhao Fu glanced at the book. The book was 30 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, and 3 centimeters thick. The cover was green, and it gave off a grassy fragrance. The book was called List of Major Events, and below it was a summary of the major events that had happened in the Heaven Awakened world in the past year. This book was provided by the Holy Book Pavilion. The Holy Book Pavilion was one of the largest factions related to books, and they sold all sorts of books. For example, there were books about the cultures of different worlds, legends of different worlds, all sorts of customs, strange items, and even all sorts of pornographic books. Because of the huge variety of books they sold and the curiosity of the people, the Holy Library was undoubtedly very popular. It was said that the people of the Holy Library often appeared in the desolate areas and liked to collect stories and legends of the various new worlds. Only by doing this would the freshness of the books they sold not decrease, as they would always have new topics and content. Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to this, and he curiously flipped through the book. Emperor Path College has loosened its restrictions this year, and it's expected that it will be recruiting even more students. Princes and princesses of barony kingdoms will also have a chance to enter. The Flowing Cloud Imperial Kingdom's princess, Yu Qiyue, has married the Azure South Imperial Kingdom's fourth prince. Now, the two imperial kingdoms seem to be allied by marriage, and their relationship is quite close. The Battle Knight Kingdom has defended against the attacks of 5 royal kingdoms by itself. This is quite rare. A large-scale conflict has erupted between the Zuni Empire and the Moon Dawn Empire, and there is a strong smell of gunpowder on both sides. It looks like a big battle is about to break out. The Taoist sect has divined that an origin race has appeared in a remote region in the north. There were many different pieces of information recorded here, and all of them were incredibly important and had different effects on the Heaven-Awakened world. Kingdoms below royal kingdoms did not even have the right to nominate anyone. Xiaofu looked at the 5th piece of information. The Taoist sect had divined that an origin race had appeared in a remote region in the north, which made Xiaofu feel quite shocked. After all, Qin City was in the north of the Heaven-Awakened world, and Qin City also had an origin race, which was Tuoba Qin. The Taoist sect was one of the largest sects in the Heaven-Awakened world and had a very high status. Xiaofu wondered if the origin race had divined that it was Tuoba Qin. If it was, things would become quite serious. Xiaofu had never thought that even the massive factions at the center of the Heaven-Awakened world would pay so much attention to the origin race. After looking for a few more times and seeing that they were unable to divine Great Qin's exact location, Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. With how big the northern side was, they most likely would not be able to find Great Qin. At the same time, Xiaofu started to feel even more curious about Tuoba Qin's true identity. However, even the Golden Dragon could not find out about this, so Xiaofu did not have the ability to find out. In actuality, these things were still quite far away from Qin City. Qin City had not even left the novice village, so there was no need for him to care about what was going on at the center of the Heaven-Awakened world. Xiaofu just wanted to know what the situation was like in the Heaven-Awakened world. He did not want to be kept in the dark and suddenly perish without knowing the dangers. However, right now, Xiaofu did not have much to do, so he could read this book and increase his knowledge. 2 days later, Qin City's assassin brought back some good news, which was that the 2 nation legatees had not been relocated. How could Xiaofu let go of such a fat piece of meat that was right next to his mouth? He wanted information on 2 nation legatees, but he still dared to stay here. In the early days of the Western Zhou dynasty, the vassal states were of different sizes, and the nobility of the monarchs varied. According to historical records, there were 5 levels of nobility: duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. Below the 5th level were the vassal states of the 6th level. They were smaller and usually belonged to the larger neighboring states. Chen Hugong was conferred the title of marquis, so the state of Chen was one of the 12 influential vassal states between the Western Zhou and the spring and autumn period. However, it gradually declined in the later stages. First, it experienced 3 civil wars, then was destroyed twice, then restored. Finally, King Hui of Chu killed Chen Mingong, and the state of Chen was destroyed. From Gui Man's conferment to 478 BC, the state of Chen had a total of 25 generations, lasting 645 years. After the state of Chen died, Chen's son, Chen Wan, son of Chen Li Gongui Yu, became the Grand Chancellor of the state of Qi. His descendants took the surname Jiang and became the Marquis of Qi in 386 BC. Although the state of Chen was strong in the early stages, it was often bullied in the later stages. Even the restoration of the state of Chen was a charity from the state of Chu. Later, it was destroyed by the state of Chu and played with by the state of Chu several times. However, among the vassal states of the spring and autumn period, the state of Chen was considered average. The second state was the state of Dashi, established during the last years of the Ming dynasty. Many people might not have heard of it, but its founder was extremely famous. He was the murderous demon Xianxian, courtesy name Bingzhong, courtesy name Jingxian, nicknamed Yellow Tiger, was from Dingbian County, Xianxia Province. He was the leader of the peasant army at the end of the Ming dynasty and was as famous as Li Zicheng. He was the founding and only emperor of Dashi. Zhang Xianzhong was born in a poor family. He was smart and stubborn from a young age. He started a small business with his father, selling red dates. He worked as a constable and later came to Yanshui town to be a border guard. He was unyielding and loved to fight for justice, which nearly cost him his life. Later, his personality changed drastically. He became an extremely violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty person. He killed countless people in his life and regarded life as nothing more than grass. He even erected a monument, the Seven Kill Monument, on which was written, "All things in the world belong to man, but man has nothing to do with heaven. Kill, 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 kill." At that time, he was synonymous with terror. Whenever his name was mentioned, everyone's expression would change greatly. Fear would grow in their hearts and they would flee upon hearing his name, not daring to stay for even a moment. He embodied the darkest side of the late Ming dynasty. Moreover, Zhang Xianzhong liked to use all kinds of cruel methods to kill people. His favorite method was skinning people, so he had a lot of human skins in his collection. It was unknown how many people had died under his skinning. This was rather famous in history. The Great Qi regime that he had established was definitely bloody and cruel. Many of his subordinates had also gathered people who took pleasure in killing. His army was also guilty of many crimes. Every time they captured a territory, they robbed a large number of women. Other than a few young women who were captured to serve as prostitutes in the camp, the rest were all killed for fear of affecting the morale of the army. Later on, the army was defeated and retreated in disorder. Due to the lack of rations, they killed women and pickled them to be used as rations for the army. Zhang Xianzhong himself was also very lecherous. Among the women he captured, he had to choose a few beautiful ones to sleep with. These beauties wore sexy clothes on their upper bodies and nothing on their lower bodies. No matter the time or place, as long as Zhang Xianzhong was in the mood, he would immediately order these beauties to lie on the ground and rape them. When he was tired of playing with them, he would wash them clean and kill them, steaming or boiling them to eat. Sometimes, he couldn't wait for these beauties to be cooked and would chew on them with blood. Bai Qi was famous for killing people in history, but he only killed soldiers. Because this was war, it was understandable. Another important point was that Bai Qi had never harmed the common people. Therefore, no matter how many people he killed, countless people still respected and worshipped him. They called him the Eternal General or the General of Slaughter. Zhang Xianzhong, on the other hand, was pure slaughter. He was absolutely crazy and twisted. When he slaughtered everyone, others would only feel fear and no respect at all. Zhang Xianzhong had called himself a king twice. The first time was in the 8th year of Ming Chongzhen, 1635 AD. Zhang Xianzhong called himself the emperor of the ancient Yuan dragon in Fengyang. In the 15th year of Chongzhen's second reign, 1642, Zhang Xianzhong established two new regimes in Shuqing and Luan, with the name Tianming. Zhang Xianzhong proclaimed himself the emperor of Shu, with the name Dashi. Later, the Qing army invaded. Zhang Xianzhong led the main force of the Great Qi army and sacrificed himself in the battle against the Qing at Phoenix Mountain in Shizong. His adopted son, Kuku, became the supreme leader of the Great Qi army. In the 4th year of Xingqiao, 1651 AD, the Great Qi army was changed to the Yongle dynasty of the Southern Ming dynasty. Emperor Zhu Yulang joined the Great Qi army, and the Great Qi army became the core military support of the Southern Ming dynasty. In the 11th year of Yongle, 1657 AD, Sun Kuang surrendered to the Qing, and Zhang Xianzhong's other adopted son, Li Dinghua, became the core military commander of the Southern Ming dynasty. In the end, Wu Sangui killed the Yongle emperor in Burma and destroyed the Southern Ming dynasty. Li Dinghua died of illness, and the rest surrendered to the Qing. The Great Qi army's struggle against the Qing ended, and the Great Qi regime faced destruction. Zhang Xianzhong's Great Qi and Li Zicheng's Great Shun were both regimes established at the end of the Ming dynasty and were destroyed by the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty unified China and became the last dynasty in China. Before, Great Shun had been destroyed by Qin, and now that Great Xi hadn't retreated, it would definitely be destroyed by Qin. Zhao Fu didn't put these two legatees in his eyes at all, so he gathered his forces and started to attack. Because the two legatees were in different regions and directions, Zhao Fu decided to split his forces into two groups. One group was given to Bai Qi to lead 60 city lords and 5 million soldiers west to destroy the state of Qin. The other group was led by Zhao Fu, and they headed east to destroy Great Xi. Zhao Fu was quite interested in Great Xi, and he didn't have much to do anyway. Bai Qi rode on his black forest horse and coldly looked down at the basic city. He waved his hand and gave the order to attack. Great Qin's soldiers were like a flood that ferociously charged towards the state of Chen city, their terrifying power sweeping through everything. The villages outside the state of Chen city weren't able to react at all, and they were completely inundated by the army of soldiers. The village's buildings were instantly destroyed, and the massive sounds caused the state of Chen city to fall into panic. Within the state of Chen city, a scholarly and weak-looking young man's heart sank. He came outside the city walls and looked at the black mass of soldiers, and he felt a wave of terror and pressure. The young man was called Chen Man, and he was the legatee of the state of Chen. Looking at the countless soldiers in front of him, Chen Man felt a wave of helplessness and despair. The state of Chen city now had 500,000 people, and 100,000 of them were soldiers. To ordinary soldiers, this was a massive number, but in front of Qin, they were like ants. Seeing Qin send out 5 million soldiers, how could Chen Man possibly defeat them? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have cherished the fate and legacy. Chen Man felt quite regretful, and he was unwilling to leave this place. He didn't want to lose the state of Chen's fate and legacy. But if he were to escape, where could he escape to? Would the next place be safe? Given how chaotic the world was, Chen Man did not have much confidence, which was one of the reasons why he had stayed. Perhaps submitting to Qin was not a bad idea. Chen Man did not want to fight for power, and he just wanted to live a peaceful life. He did not want any trouble or danger, and he would be able to solve all of this by relying on Qin. After thinking for a while, Chen Man saw that Qin's soldiers did not directly attack, and he let out a sigh of relief before saying to the others, "Put down your weapons. Open the city gates and invite Qin's soldiers in." Many of his subordinates were unwilling to do this, but they felt quite helpless. Qin was simply too monstrous, and they could only choose to die or surrender. Chen Man was the ruler of the Qin kingdom, so they naturally had to listen to his orders. They all put down their weapons and opened the city gates. Chen Man personally led his people out and knelt on the ground as he yelled, "I'm willing to submit to Qin." Even Bai Qi felt quite surprised. He had never thought that Chen Man would surrender before he had even said anything. It was the first time he had seen such a sensible person. Since things had been resolved so easily, His Majesty would most likely praise him. Thinking to there, a trace of a smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he came before Chen Man and said, "Get up. Since you're so understanding, I'll say a few more words to His Majesty and give you the title of ruler." Chen Man let out a sigh of relief and understood that things had been resolved, and none of his subjects had died. Following this, Bai Qi officially took over the state of Chen. However, he did not have the ability to confer the title, and he had to wait for Zhao Fu to come or bring Chen Man to Qin for Zhao Fu to confer the title. Over at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked down at a man with long black hair and blood-red eyes, who gave off madness and killing intent, and he said, "Do you think you can resist? I'll give you 5 minutes to consider whether or not to surrender." Now, Qin's 5 million soldiers had surrounded Great Western City and were prepared to attack at any moment. Right now, the number of people in the Great Western City had reached 600,000. Most of them were men, and there were no elderly, women, or children to be seen. Moreover, these men all had ferocious expressions and had a vicious air about them. They were definitely not good people and seemed to have been bandits or mountain bandits in the past. In front of Qin's enormous and terrifying army, they still wanted to fight with him. At the same time, their eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. They didn't know why. "Haha. Do you think I will surrender to you? So what if you are the Prince of Qin? Do you think I will be afraid of you?" The crazed man was Great Xi's legatee, and his name was Xianxia. He held a blood-red sword and pointed it at Zhao Fu as he loudly laughed. He did not show any fear at all, and his words were filled with madness and arrogance. Zhao Fu's expression turned cold as he grabbed at Xianxia. A formless energy surged towards Xianxia. Xianxia loudly laughed and pointed his blood-red sword towards the sky as his body gave off waves of blood-red light. A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky and a massive aura spread out, blocking Zhao Fu's formless energy. Roar! Countless traces of blood-red light descended from the sky as a blood-red dragon giving off a murderous and berserk aura appeared in the sky. It gave off a berserk dragon's roar that sounded out in all directions, causing all creatures to run for their lives in terror. Under Xianxia's lead, Great Qi City's soldiers started to attack Qin. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and gave the order to the 50 city lords around him, saying, if they resist intensely, slaughter the entire city. There's no need to care about the population. Yes. The city lords obeyed and started to ferociously attack Great Qi City, unleashing powerful attacks and massacring the soldiers on the city walls. Qin's soldiers gave off a terrifying aura as they rushed up, and arrows tore through the sky. Great Qi soldiers showed no fear and madly counterattacked. Even though they knew that they would die, they still attacked City Lord Qin or Qin's soldiers one last time. However, the difference in strength was still too great, and Great Qi's terrifying attacks against Qin seemed quite pitiful. The 50 city lords continuously slaughtered, and with the 5 million Qin soldiers, many of Great Qi's soldiers were killed by Qin. Zhao Fu did not look at the battle below but at the sky, where the blood-red dragon gave off a terrifying aura. This dragon was over 30 meters long, but Zhao Fu felt that it was even more powerful than ordinary dragons that were 100 meters long. However, no matter how powerful it was useless because it was facing Zhao Fu. Clang, 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 Zhao Fu did not hesitate and exploded out with all of his power. Tens of thousands of chains gave off the sound of metal clashing as they shot towards the blood-red dragon in the sky. The blood-red dragon roared as it savagely charged at Zhao Fu, giving off a large amount of blood-red light, wanting to block the countless chains. However, the chains contained immense power, and facing the blood-red light, they only slowed down slightly before instantly piercing through the blood-red light and binding up the blood-red dragon. Roar! Roar, roar! The blood-red dragon gave a massive roar as it madly twisted and struggled. Zhao Fu sent his emperor's power into the countless chains, making them even sturdier. Luckily, they seemed to have a life of their own and continuously wrapped around the blood-red dragon. Seeing that Zhao Fu was completely focused on the blood-red dragon, Xianxia suddenly exploded out with a terrifying aura. A blood-red aura flame erupted around his body, and he held a sword that gave off a sharp blood-red light as he turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. His sword gave off enough power to split mountains as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! However, at that moment, Zhao Fu's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning with immense power, causing an explosion to sound out as Xianxia's throat was grabbed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu tightly gripped Xianxia's throat, and Xianxia stared at Zhao Fu as he gathered all of his strength and prepared to attack Zhao Fu. Gotcha! Zhao Fu's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he did not hesitate to twist his hand, snapping Xianxia's throat. The blood-red dragon in the sky gave a mournful cry as its body turned into countless traces of blood-red aura and dissipated. Most of it was absorbed by the chains, and after absorbing the blood-red aura, the chains gave off an even colder aura. The king's crown had once again leveled up, and it was now legendary grade, making it even more powerful than before. On the battlefield below, 50 or so city lords rushed up, saber lights and sword images flying everywhere as they slaughtered. Some soldiers used arrows to resist, but they were completely useless. On the other side, Qin City's soldiers also ferociously attacked. However, after these people were killed by Xianxia, their battle intent became even more intense, and their resistance was incredibly intense. They did not show any signs of surrendering. As such, Zhao Fu could only kill them all. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zhao Fu felt that these people were like mad dogs. There was only killing intent in their eyes, and they did not have any intelligence at all. 1. This stone stele was 7 meters tall and 2 feet wide, and it seemed as if it had absorbed countless amounts of fresh blood. It gave off a dense bloody aura, and there were words carved on it: all things in the world belong to humans, but humans have nothing to do with the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. Zhao Fu could sense its killing intent from afar, so he did not even go to the city hall and instead went to the stone stele. This was most likely the legendary 7-kill stele. Zhao Fu stood under the stone stele, and when the 7-kill stele sensed Zhao Fu's aura, it immediately gave off an intense blood-red light. Zhao Fu immediately felt as if he was being devoured by countless amounts of fresh blood, and his aura became chaotic. His eyes became blood-red, and his heart was filled with boundless, crazed killing intent. After a while, Zhao Fu focused his mind, and his eyes regained clarity. His body broke out in cold sweat. The killing intent of the 7-kill stele was too strong, and with Zhao Fu's divine perception and the support of his sovereign bloodline, it was very easy for him to break free from the killing intent. An ordinary person's mind would definitely be affected, and they would descend into a frenzy of killing. However, this was most likely a rare treasure, and Zhao Fu looked at its attributes. 7-kill stele contains boundless killing intent, a killing treasure that can grow as 1 slaughters. It can bestow berserk killing prowess to soldiers. This was a treasure that could grow, and Zhao Fu was a little surprised. However, Zhao Fu did not really want to use it, as the 7-kill stele was indeed very powerful. The 600,000 people in the Great Western City should have been affected by it, and this effect would not be temporary but long-term. Under the berserk killing prowess of the 7-kill stele, a person's personality would change greatly, and they would become extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Zhao Fu could recover, but other soldiers would definitely not be able to. Zhao Fu did not want his soldiers to become a bunch of monsters that only knew how to kill, so Zhao Fu could only give up. However, Zhao Fu didn't destroy it. After all, it was a treasure that could grow and grow as he killed. Killing was what Qin did the most right now. The 7-kill tablet would grow very quickly in Qin's hands. It had great potential, and maybe it would be useful in the future. After putting the 7-kill tablet into his storage ring, Zhao Fu went to the city hall. He looked at the blood-red cube floating in the air and chose to occupy it. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky, dyeing the entire sky blood-red. A blood-red dragon let out a pained and unwilling cry, which resounded in all directions before turning into countless blood-red motes of light and dissipating. Notification. The Dashi kingdom was destroyed, and its karmic luck was devoured by Qin. Qin obtained a large amount of karmic luck. Notification. Qin destroyed the Dashi kingdom and obtained all of its inheritances. Notification. Qin City Heart has evolved. Notification complete. Qin Town will receive 1/5 of the Great Western City's attributes. System announcement. Nation armament, 12 metal colossi, nation suppressing pillar, clan armament, imperial ruler's seal. Qin's Emperor Sparrow has obtained a large amount of karmic luck and has evolved. System announcement. You have conquered a large city with a kingdom's legacy and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have relocated a large city and obtained 580,000 EXP. Zhao Fu glanced at the system announcements and didn't pay them too much mind. He ordered his people to clean up the battlefield, and he found out why there weren't any elderly, women, or children. It turned out that the elderly had all been killed, as they were useless and wasted food. As for the women, they were all locked up together and didn't wear any clothes. There were many bruises on their bodies, and their faces were numb and their eyes were hollow. It seemed that they had been tortured and humiliated. There were also other children who were locked up together and used as food reserves. Great Western City didn't have much food, and they didn't like to grow their own crops. They were like bandits, burning, killing, and robbing. These people are crazy. Zhao Fu couldn't help but curse when he saw this. He felt quite angry, and Zhao Fu admitted that he wasn't a good person. He could do anything to the outside world, but Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't harm his own people. Pack up all resources and take care of the women and children. Burn down the city and return to Qin Town. Zhao Fu gave the order, and the soldiers quickly gathered all resources and started to set the city on fire. The raging flames quickly devoured the city that was filled with madness and evil. After returning to Qin Town, Zhao Fu received news from Bai Qi and felt quite surprised. He had never thought that the state of Chen would be taken care of so easily, and he immediately headed to the state of Chen. Dong, 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 heavy and sorrowful drum beats sounded out throughout the northern side of the great northern continent, and the green dragon in the sky slowly turned back into a dragon python. Zhao Fu had given Chen Man the title of Lord and successfully taken over the state of Chen. Now that Qin Town had obtained 2 more legacies, it would provide a lot of fate for Qin Town. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your bestowment. Chen Man knelt on the ground, feeling incredibly nervous. This was the first time he had seen Qin's legatee, and he could sense the king's might that Qin's body gave off, making him feel incredibly shocked. Qin's legatee was an absolutely powerful existence, and he had never sensed such power from anyone before. Chen Man's king's aura seemed as lowly as that of a commoner in front of Qin's legatee. Get up. You're now a member of Qin Town, so Qin Town naturally won't mistreat you, Zhao Fu said with a trace of a smile. Only then did Chen Man dare to get up. Zhao Fu had Chen Man take him around the state of Qin City and make some arrangements so that Qin Town could take complete control of the city. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Qin Town in satisfaction. This mission had finally come to an end. Following this, Zhao Fu refined the historical generals' corpses that he had brought back from Great Western City and obtained the innate talent blood crystal before calling Zhang Han over. Because it had been a long time since he had conquered a legatee, Zhang Han's grade had always been SS grade, and he did not have a great general star. As such, Zhao Fu gave the innate talent blood crystal to him. Zhang Han was quite excited. Out of all of the historical generals in Qin Town, he was the only one who had not had a great general star. Zhang Han even suspected that he was not as important as the other historical generals in Zhao Fu's heart, and he had felt quite disappointed. He admitted that he was inferior to Bai Qi and Wang Jian. However, it seemed that this was not the case. After all, Zhao Fu had refined the historical general's corpses and called him over. It seemed that Zhao Fu still remembered him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Han said gratefully as he knelt on one knee. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "All right, stand up. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Use the innate talent blood crystal and raise your grade." Zhang Han hurriedly stood up and used the innate talent blood crystal. Countless traces of blood-red aura rose up, causing Zhang Han's body to go through changes. Soon, Zhang Han's aura became stronger, and his grade was raised to SSS grade, giving him a great general star. After taking care of these matters, Qin Town regained its calm, and the dragon's roars and drums continuously sounded out, causing the northern continent to once again become lively. One who was the strongest in the northern side? Without even thinking about it, everyone knew that Qin had grown into a massive monster, and he opened his monstrous mouth and devoured everything in his surroundings. Right now, whenever people in the northern side saw him, they would feel fear. Whenever he appeared, countless factions would run for their lives in fear, and they would not dare to resist at all. This was especially so after he became the world protector, making it so that no one dared to resist. As such, wherever Qin went, it was a disaster for players. Even system main cities could not stop him, so ordinary players could only relocate. Luckily, the regions had been opened up, making it much easier for them to travel. Otherwise, it would be like before, a flock of sheep being chased around by Qin, from one place to another, and that would be quite sullen. In actuality, countless people were quite displeased and furious towards Qin, and countless factions feared Qin. Qin was simply too great of a threat to them, and if it wasn't for the fact that Qin had the ability to massacre players, they would have once again gathered players to attack Qin. Even if the rewards this time were only 10% of what they had been before, there would still be many players joining in. It was a pity that Qin had the ability to massacre players, and he did not take the initiative to massacre them. Even though they were displeased with Qin, ordinary players could only endure it. No matter how much money those factions offered, they would not go because money was not as important as their lives. A few days later, it was time to go to the outside world to trade. Zhao Fu went to a hidden room, and Rahi was already waiting for him. "Miss Rahi, how many talisman stones have you prepared?" Zhao Fu asked as he smiled. Now that Qin had conquered so many regions, he had provided enough wealth for Zhao Fu to spend as he pleased. After all, they had obtained enough Stage 1 corpses from the previous battle, so they did not lack corpses. This time, Zhao Fu had come to buy talisman stones, as Qin was severely lacking in talisman stones. Rahi looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she replied, "This time, we're buying 3 million normal-grade talisman stones, 100,000 blue-grade talisman stones, 5,000 silver-grade talisman stones, and 200 gold-grade talisman stones." Hearing this amount, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and said, "I'll take them all." Afterwards, Zhao Fu took out a storage ring filled with coins and gave it to Rahi. Rahi also gave a storage ring filled with runestones to Zhao Fu. Because the two of them had traded many times, they didn't say much and quickly completed the transaction. "Customer, don't you need the corpses of soldiers this time? If you need them now, we can supply them in large quantities, and the price will be much lower," Rahi said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression fell. There would not be so many corpses for no reason, and most of these corpses were stolen from the battlefield. What happened in the battle between the Devil Horn Empire, Lontong people, and Grassy people? Zhao Fu could not help but ask, "Is the battle over there so intense?" Rahi's smile became somewhat serious, and she sighed as she said, "The Grassy people and Lontong people worked together but still lost in the end. We were heavily injured by the Devil Horn Empire, and we can only focus on defending." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart sank. Could it be that even the Lontong people and Grassy people working together could not defeat the Devil Horn Empire? If the Devil Horn Empire destroyed them, the human world would be next. Facing such a terrifying Devil Horn Empire, even the Lontong people and Grassy people, who had developed for so long, could not stop it. How could the human world stop it? It was almost impossible for the human world to survive. However, another half-beast world has joined the battle. With the three worlds working together, we've temporarily stopped the Devil Horn Empire's invasion. At this time, Rahi spoke again. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How many corpses do you have, and what's the price?" Qin definitely wanted corpses, and even if he did not lack them now, he would definitely lack them in the future. If the price was right, he would be able to buy some. Hearing that Zhao Fu was interested in buying corpses, a smile appeared on Rahi's face as she said, 10 million stage 1 corpses, 5 gold coins each, 1 million stage 2 corpses, 50 gold coins each, 80,000 stage 3 corpses, 300 gold coins each, and 3,000 stage 4 corpses, 1,000 gold coins each. Zhao Fu was quite shocked. He had never thought that the Swan Goose Group would be able to obtain so many corpses. Originally, stage 1 corpses had cost 20 gold coins, stage 2 corpses had cost 100 gold coins, and stage 3 corpses had cost 500 gold coins. Now, stage 1 corpses had cost 5 gold coins, and stage 2 corpses had cost 50 gold coins. This was much cheaper than before, and this was especially so for the 3,000 stage 4 corpses. Zhao Fu felt quite tempted, but he also felt quite pained. Even though they were much cheaper, it was still incredibly expensive. 10 million stage 1 corpses would cost 50 million, 1 million stage 2 corpses would also cost 50 million, 80,000 stage 3 corpses would cost 24 million, and 3,000 stage 4 corpses would cost 3 million. In total, this was 127 million, and this was in gold coins. Zhao Fu had felt quite rich from the gold coins he had plundered from countless system main cities, but now that he had to buy these corpses, Qin felt even poorer. "Dear guest, what do you think? This price is 5 times lower than before," Rahi said as she looked at Zhao Fu, who was deep in thought. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt quite pained. If he bought these corpses, Qin would not lack corpses for a long time, and he would be able to nurture a large number of stage 2 and stage 3 soldiers. In the end, Zhao Fu made his decision and said, "All right. I'll take all of these corpses." Rahi smiled and took out a few spatial rings filled with corpses. Zhao Fu also took out spatial rings filled with money, and the two of them quickly completed the transaction. "Dear guest, thank you for taking care of our business. We'll continue to provide you with talisman stones and corpses." After completing this massive transaction, Rahi was incredibly happy, and she gave a brilliant smile as she spoke to Zhao Fu as he prepared to leave. Boom! Just as Zhao Fu was about to reply, a massive explosion sounded out as the room continuously trembled. Following this, a cracking sound could be heard as the room collapsed. Rahi's face paled, and she instantly understood what had happened. Someone had suddenly attacked, and this place had a powerful magic formation protecting it. She had never thought that it would be destroyed by an outsider, and the attacker was incredibly powerful. Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious, and he unleashed his emperor's domain to block the falling rocks and wood. By now, Rahi had come back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Let's hurry and leave. It must be because our deal was discovered by the officials." One Rahi was not weak either, and she also had a basic city seal, so she escaped. Zhao Fu also turned into a ray of light and escaped in another direction. Seeing Rahi and Zhao Fu escape, the black-robed elder coldly harumphed and unhesitatingly chased after Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu was his target, and he wanted to capture this mysterious person. Zhao Fu looked at the elder chasing after him and did not dare to stop. This was the Kershi kingdom, and if he stopped and attacked, he would have to face countless attacks. The other city lords' forces would also swarm over. When that time came, Zhao Fu would not be able to escape at all. If he attracted the attention of the Kershi kingdom's imperial family, Zhao Fu would definitely die. Even though Zhao Fu was powerful, he would not be able to resist a kingdom that had been established for decades. Unless he used the Earth Realm Seal's power, it would have its own consciousness. Unless the human world was in danger, it would not allow him to use it. As such, Zhao Fu could only run as fast as he could. He turned into a ray of light and shot through the air, his surroundings flashing by in an instant. The black-robed elder chased at full speed and felt quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so fast. After chasing for a while, the black-robed elder realized that he could not catch up, so he slashed out at Zhao Fu, sending out an azure sword light, trying to stop Zhao Fu. As for Zhao Fu, he dodged to the side and did not fight with the black-robed elder. He knew that if he stopped now, he would not have a good ending. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not take his attacks head-on, the black-robed elder once again slashed out a few more rays of sword light, bringing with them a sharp sword wind as they flew towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not take his attacks head-on, and he continued to dodge. This made the black-robed elder feel quite furious, and he yelled, "Do you dare to fight, you imbecile?" Hearing the black-robed elder's words, Zhao Fu completely ignored him and continued to fly forwards. With Zhao Fu's current strength, dealing with the black-robed elder was not a problem. However, if he stopped and stalled for time, others would arrive, and Zhao Fu would be surrounded. As such, Zhao Fu was not stupid enough to stop and fight with the black-robed elder. Seeing Zhao Fu fly further and further away, the black-robed elder once again chased after him, but he still could not catch up. As such, he could only stop and furiously curse, "You cowardly rat." Zhao Fu disdainfully looked at the black-robed elder and continued to fly forwards. The black-robed elder's Zhao Fu's eyes looked at the black-robed elder. A few hours later, Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel to return to the legacy land, and only then did he relax. He wondered how the Kershi kingdom would treat the Swan Goose Financial Group after discovering that they had traded with him. Zhao Fu felt that nothing would happen, as the Swan Goose Financial Group was quite powerful. Moreover, they had only traded with Zhao Fu for talisman stones and corpses and had not done anything to harm the Kershi kingdom. They had only broken the Kershi kingdom's rules, so the Kershi kingdom would not do anything to the Swan Goose Financial Group. However, Zhao Fu could not enter the Kershi kingdom, as they had already discovered his existence. If he went in, it would be incredibly dangerous. In the future, he would have to go to other kingdoms to buy more talisman stones and corpses. Zhao Fu sighed and decided to wait for this storm to pass before going out to take a look. A few days later, Zhao Fu refined the Stage 2 and Stage 3 corpses and obtained a large number of Stage 2 and Stage 3 blood god pills. Zhao Fu gave out these blood god pills, and countless soldiers' cultivations quickly rose. Over the next few days, Zhao Fu looked at the various developments in Qin City. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to go to other basic cities to take a look. Even though he had soldiers to provide him with information, it was not as good as seeing things for himself. He could not just focus on Qin City, he also had to pay attention to the development of other cities. Following this, Zhao Fu went to later Zhou City, and Namgong Shuiwe brought Kai Xiaohui and the others to the teleportation channel. "We greet your majesty." Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, everyone respectfully bowed. Zhao Fu looked at everyone and slightly smiled as he said, "There's no need to be so formal. I'm just here to take a look and will be leaving soon." Everyone nervously stood to the side, and Nangong Shuiwe looked at her son. Kai Xiaohui understood and brought Zhao Fu around later Zhou, telling him some of his thoughts about the future of later Zhou. Zhao Fu smiled to express his approval. For this young man to have such thoughts, he was not simple at all, and he had the potential to be a good lord. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and planned to head to the next city. However, Nangong Shuiwei insisted that Zhao Fu stay and rest. However, there were only Zhao Fu and Nangong Shuiwei in the room. Seeing that there was no one else, Nangong Shuiwei walked over to Zhao Fu and lightly hit Zhao Fu a few times with her fists, saying, "You heartless man. You didn't even come to see me in such a long time." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Nangong Shuiwei. Nangong Shuiwei was a woman that Zhao Fu had acknowledged a long time ago, and he had kissed her and touched her. However, back then, Zhao Fu had not thought about these things, and he knew that later Zhou was developing quite well, so he had not come here. "I'm sorry." Zhao Fu smiled as he said softly. Nangong Shuiwei's eyes gave off a trace of flirtatiousness. Ever since she had done those things with Zhao Fu, her body had become even more empty. When Zhao Fu had left, she had wanted to do it with Zhao Fu, but she had tactfully refused. Now, she had been waiting for a long time. "Then you have to properly compensate me." Nangong Shuiwei's face became red as she hugged Zhao Fu's waist and looked up at Zhao Fu as she said in a small voice. Zhao Fu looked at this incredibly seductive woman and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Nangong Shuiwei passionately responded, and the two of them started to do it. Nangong Shuiwei's body had been empty for a long time, and her reaction was incredibly intense. There was no one else in the surrounding rooms, as Nangong Shuiwei had given him instructions. However, Kai Xiaohui still came here, and he could hear the sounds of it, as well as his mother's moans. Kai Xiaohui couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his fists, feeling incredibly furious. His mother's lewd moans deeply pierced into his heart, and he didn't even need to look to know that his mother was being ferociously done to by Prince Qin. Kai Xiaohui had long since known that his mother had become Prince Qin's woman, and that was why his uncles, who had hated him in the past, had suddenly become fond of him and supported him as the ruler of later Zhou. Hatred and anger filled Kai Xiaohui's heart, but when he thought about his mother's gentle and loving appearance, Kai Xiaohui realized that everything his mother had done was for him. How could he hate his mother? Moreover, his father had passed away so quickly, and his mother had single-handedly taken care of the family. Why couldn't she have her own life and satisfy his needs? One afterwards, Nangong Shuiwei lay on Zhao Fu's body with her face completely red. Thinking about how wild she had been just then, Nangong Shuiwei said shyly, "Your Majesty. Did you think that I was very lewd before?" Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. Thinking about how Nangong Shuiwei looked like a dignified and virtuous woman, she had such a lewd side to her, so he smiled and nodded. Nangong Shuiwei's face became completely red, and she lightly hit Zhao Fu a few times before asking in a small voice, "Did you like it?" Zhao Fu looked down at her flirtatious appearance and nodded. Being virtuous in front of others and lewd in bed was quite unique. A happy smile appeared on Nangong Shuiwei's face before she lightly harumphed and said, "What if I want you in the future? You won't come to find me often, and who knows how long it'll be before we meet again?" There were still many members of the Chai family in later Zhou City, and they were all players. Zhao Fu was afraid that information about Qin City would be leaked, so he forbade all members of the Chai family from entering Qin City. However, Qin City's people could come to later Zhou City whenever they wanted. The situation was quite different to before. Qin City had already constructed the inner Great Wall, so there was nothing to worry about. As such, Zhao Fu said, "You can come to Qin City whenever you want." Nangong Shuiwei happily nodded and smiled as she kissed Zhao Fu's cheek and said shyly, "I'll go every day then." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and lifted Nangong Shuiwei's chin as he asked, "Do you want more?" Nangong Shuiwei looked at Zhao Fu with her eyes and blushed as she lightly nodded. She wanted to satisfy her body that had been empty for over 10 years. Zhao Fu smiled and agreed to her request before continuing to do it, and soon, the sky darkened. In a certain location in the northern continent state of Su, ripples spread out like water. A beam of black light shot out from the center of the ripples, and a black-robed young man with a powerful aura appeared in the sky. He had an oriental face and black pupils. He had long, black hair and a handsome face, but it was incredibly cold and emotionless. His body gave off traces of demonic qi, and his aura was incredibly terrifying. In front of him, a powerful demon lord seemed to be nothing. After entering this place, Xiaofu started to examine this world. He sensed that there were large numbers of creatures gathering around him, so he hid his aura and flew forwards before arriving at a system main city. What made him a little surprised was that apart from most of the people here, there were a few who looked similar to him. Could they be his clansmen? He tried to sense them, but he didn't find any devil chi on them. It seemed that they just looked alike. Since there was someone who looked like him, there was no need for him to hide his appearance. In fact, with his status, he disdained to do so. When he arrived at the main street, he walked on the main road while examining the city and carefully looking at everyone. A few well-built, muscular Caucasian men looked at the black-cloaked man and looked quite displeased. One of the Caucasian men cursed, "What are you looking at, Asian monkeys? Be careful, or I'll stuff your head into cow dung." Xiaofu stopped and coldly looked at the muscular men. Even though he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could sense that they were insulting him. The muscular men were used to doing as they pleased here, and seeing that this Asian monkey dared to stop and coldly look at them, they were infuriated. They had always taught this Asian monkey a lesson, so they picked up their iron rods and savagely walked over. He still did not move and coldly watched as the big foreign men walked over. One of the big foreign men looked at him and ferociously swung his iron rod towards his head. Killing an Asian here was not a big deal at all, and it was like killing a dog. The iron rod brought with it a strong gust of wind as it swung towards him. He stood there motionlessly until the iron rod was about to hit him. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew past. The burly man who attacked him was cut into countless small pieces, and then collapsed like a sand sculpture, the pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, the other burly men were so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they collapsed to the ground, looking at him in fear. These burly men actually did not have much ability, but they relied on their burly bodies to bully ordinary people. They were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. His cold gaze looked at the remaining strong men, who immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir, I was wrong, please let us go." However, he was not moved and slowly raised his hand. A person suddenly stood up. It was a Chinese person, and he tried to persuade him, "Let them go. This is their territory, and if we offend them, we'll all be suppressed by them. It's best to know our place and not cause any trouble." This Chinese person had been abroad for more than 10 years, and he had long since seen the hidden rules. This was something that most Chinese people understood. If they wanted to live here, they had to be well-behaved and not cause trouble. If they did anything to resist, not only would they be ostracized by the white people, but they would also be threatened. If they could not obtain any benefits here, they would be flooded by haters in China, who would think that they had lost face for China. You have to be at an absolute disadvantage. If you don't retaliate when others hit you, you have to be the absolute weakling. Only then will the Caucasians sympathize with you. The people in the country will also sympathize with you. Of course, there will still be brainless haters who will say that you deserve it for running overseas. This was the rule here, and the Chinese here were used to it. The other Asians were also used to it. However, the black-clothed young man did not hesitate and grabbed at the air, causing the heads of the strong men to explode like watermelons. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. The Chinese person's expression fell, and he felt that he had caused trouble. "A bunch of pitiful worms, they're tarnishing our race." The black-clothed young man looked at the Chinese person, as well as the other Asians who did not want to cause trouble, and he felt a trace of disgust. He spoke in a language that he had never heard before, and he lightly waved his hand, causing his sharp blade to blow out like a wild gale. Everyone present was chopped into pieces, and the stench of blood spread out. Instantly, a few teams of soldiers sensed this and looked at the black-clothed young man standing at the center of the corpses, and they started to attack. The black-clothed young man coldly harumphed and slashed out with his sword. A black sword chi flashed out, decapitating all of the soldiers. Blood spurted out from their necks, and they fell to the ground, dead. After killing these people, the black-clothed young man did not stop and continued his massacre because he hated everything here. Boom. 1. The black-clothed young man condescendingly looked at the city lord and stretched out a hand. Countless traces of demonic chi flowed out, forming a massive demonic hand that gave off a ferocious demonic might as it grabbed towards the city lord. The city lord was given a big fright and sensed danger. He immediately tried to dodge, but not only was the demonic hand incredibly fast, but it also had a restrictive power. The city lord tried to dodge to the side, but his body became incredibly slow and was unable to move quickly. The demon's hand grabbed onto the system city lord's body, and in the next second, it squeezed. A bang sounded out as the system city lord's body exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. A Silverstone city lord's seal appeared in the black-clothed young man's hand. Looking at this city lord's seal, the black-clothed young man looked quite interested. Sensing that the city lord had been killed, the other system main city soldiers furiously rushed over. Everyone else did not know what had happened, but they felt that the situation was quite bad, so they started to run for their lives. Seeing this, the black-clothed young man felt quite impatient and raised his hand. Countless traces of demonic chi flowed out and formed a black orb that was as big as a fist. This black orb gave off a terrifying demonic intent that could cause anyone's heart to feel a chill. The black orb spread out and covered the entire system main city. Demons gave off ear-piercing howls as they appeared and started to kill everyone within. Soon, the entire system main city fell deathly silent. Within a tavern, a chubby middle-aged man said in a low voice to the people around him, "Did you know? The nearby Moonlight City was suddenly massacred, and not a single person was left alive. What's more, they died incredibly horribly. Some people were torn to shreds, others were skinned, and some people had their stomachs cut open with their organs ripped out. They looked incredibly pitiful, and I don't know who did it. It's so inhumane." Another person looked terrified as he said in a low voice, "I personally went to take a look. It was like hell, and there were broken corpses everywhere. The stench of blood was enough to make people want to vomit. That was the most terrifying scene I've ever seen. Who do you think did this? The nearby city lords have all gone to investigate, and 3 hours ago, nothing happened to Moonlight City." Then, there was suddenly no news, and 3 hours later, 400,000 residents and 200,000 players were all killed. Someone said with curiosity and fear. Another person said, "I heard that it was done by a Chinese player who revived in the real world." This news has already spread, and the internet is now full of people scolding the Chinese. I've heard about that too. The person who massacred the city looks like a Huaxia person. There was even a Huaxia person who spoke to him before. He's definitely a Huaxia person. Isn't that Huaxia man a little too much? He slaughtered so many of us for no reason, and his methods are still so cruel. It's really infuriating. There's nothing we can do about it. China is too powerful right now, and Prince Qin has become the world protector. China is lawless now, and they don't care about anyone at all. I feel like that person is Prince Qin. Only he can be so powerful and cruel." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Even in the northern continent, they had long since heard of Qin's imperial prince's ferocious reputation. As such, they agreed because he was the biggest suspect in this matter. After all, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The matter of Moonlight City being instantly massacred caught the attention of many people in the northern continent. After all, 600,000 people had been slaughtered without a single survivor, and this was quite a big matter. However, no one had investigated the true identity of the person who had slaughtered the city. It seemed that he had suddenly appeared, but he had black eyes and black hair. He was definitely an Asian, and the biggest suspect was a Huaxia person. However, no one knew why such a ferocious person had suddenly appeared in China and slaughtered an entire city in such a cruel and merciless manner. Even though the biggest suspect was Prince Qin, there was no evidence, so no one could say anything. The northern continent was incredibly big, and it was only a system main city that had been slaughtered. In actuality, this matter wasn't too big. It could only be counted as an unknown, mysterious matter, and everyone only discussed it out of curiosity. After leaving later Zhou City, Zhao Fu continued to look around, and he found that everything was going quite well. Apart from some nation legatees who retained some autonomy, the other cities and villages were all developed according to Prince Qin's plans. This was mainly because of Li Si and Xianxia, the two internal affairs ministers, who had managed everything in an orderly manner. Shang Guanwan Air and Lu Lingxian had also helped a lot. Of course, there were also the newly promoted talents, such as Zhang Lingyue, Zhao Feng, Xuanan, Li Yana, and Yueru. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Mountain Willow Town. This was the first town that Zhao Fu had conquered, and it was now an advanced town. It would most likely become a basic city soon. When Zhao Fu arrived, Lu Subai was already waiting for Zhao Fu. "Your Majesty." Lu Subai happily bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded before following Lu Subai around Mountain Willow Town. They met a few familiar people, such as Sun Xiaowei. He was now the commander of Mountain Willow Town's guards, and he led some soldiers to maintain order and safety. The others had different positions, and Zhao Fu had helped Lu Subai take back Mountain Willow Town. Zhao Fu had some impression of them. Now that their statuses were different, they treated Zhao Fu with even more respect. Following this, Zhao Fu was brought into a room by Lu Subai. He had just experienced this with Nangong Shuyue, and Zhao Fu instantly understood what this meant. At that moment, Lu Subai lightly hugged Zhao Fu and said shyly, "Your Majesty, please take me as your wife. Please accept me, I want to be your woman." Zhao Fu laughed. He had long since known that Lu Subai had feelings for him, but he hadn't reciprocated. Seeing how she looked, he hugged her and asked, "Do you really want to be my wife?" Lu Subai shyly nodded and said in a small voice, "Your Majesty, I've waited for you for so long. I've been waiting for you for so long. I thought you wouldn't like me, so I had no choice but to forget you and marry someone else. Today, I'll pluck up my courage and try one last time. If you don't touch me, I'll give up." Seeing the adoration in her eyes, Zhao Fu felt a trace of reluctance when he thought about how a beauty like her was going to marry someone else. Thinking about what he had done before, he wondered if he had been taking advantage of her. Desire was something that was difficult to control, especially after cultivating the 6 desires celestial art. One Lu Subai's face became bright red as she shyly nodded. Zhao Fu picked her up and brought her to the bed. They took off their clothes and started to do it. After a loud moan, Lu Subai powerlessly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, looking at Zhao Fu shyly and sweetly. Zhao Fu lightly hugged her, and seeing her like this, he asked, "Are you happy?" Lu Subai smiled as she replied, "Of course I'm happy. Your Majesty, you're finally willing to accept me, how could I not be happy?" Zhao Fu felt quite apologetic. He had clearly felt a trace of possessiveness, but he had ignored her. He felt that he was quite shameless and despicable. "I'm sorry," Zhao Fu said. Lu Subai smiled as she shook her head and said shyly, "Your Majesty, you don't need to apologize. You've already made it up to me, and I'm very satisfied. Waiting for so long was worth it." Zhao Fu looked at her and did not say anything. He tightly hugged Lu Subai, and Lu Subai also tightly hugged Zhao Fu. After cuddling for a while, Zhao Fu left Mountain Willow Town. After patrolling a few more places, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin Town the next day. By then, he had finished patrolling the Great Qin Town, and he felt that Nangong Shuyue's debauchery in bed and Lu Subai's innocence had all just happened. 10 or so days later, Qin City had cleared out the 4 regions, and his strength had greatly increased. During this period of time, some system city lords had joined Qin City. Time gradually passed, and the situation became more and more severe. The natural disasters became more and more powerful, and people started to become more and more chaotic. Not only were there rewards, but there were also all sorts of items being stolen. Now, the legacy land had become even more cruel. Qin continued to send various envoys. With the advantage of Qin's strength, he continued to make friends with them and expressed his sincere and friendly intention to recruit them. This made it so that the situation around Qin did not occur again, where the system main cities allied together to resist Qin. Even if there were some who wanted to resist Qin, they would not be able to threaten Qin. This time, 12 castellans joined Qin. These castellans wanted to avoid the natural and man-made disasters, but they also knew that they couldn't stop Qin's expansion. Now, Qin had 300 or so city lords, and its strength was about the same as 100 regions combined. If Zhao Fu wanted to suppress it, he would need the power of 400 regions. Just roping in 400 regions would be incredibly difficult, and whether or not they could defeat Qin was another problem. If it was destroyed by Qin, then Qin's power would become even more terrifying. With the support of terrifying power, it would definitely not be as easy to deal with as it was now. They did not want to worry about these things and directly chose to join Qin. They had heard from the city lords who had submitted to Qin that they would be treated quite well, so they did not hesitate. Zhao was quite satisfied. There would be a system main city joining every few days, which was what Zhao had wanted to see when he sent people out. There were also 18 ginseng trees that bore ginseng fruits, each bearing 300 or so ginseng fruits. In total, there were 5,000 or so ginseng fruits. Zhao kept a small portion for himself and continued to plant the rest, hoping to create more ginseng trees. Apart from this, there was another good thing, which was the fate-changing pill. When destroying Heavenstone City, Zhao had obtained the core material for the fate-changing pill from the rock giant, which was the fruit of life. After such a long time of cultivation, the tree of life now had more than 10,000 trees. Each tree could bear 9 fruits of life, so 10,000 trees could yield 90,000 fruits of life. In other words, they could concoct 270,000 fate-changing pills. Qin was about to mass-produce S-grade people, and this made Zhao feel incredibly excited. Having a high grade meant that one's cultivation would be faster, and they would have greater comprehension and power. Now, Qin could instantly produce 270,000 S-grade soldiers. After all, an S-grade person was usually a village chief, which showed how important S-grade people were. Even though Qin now had 200 million people and 30 million soldiers, 270,000 S-grade people were still incredibly important to Qin. After all, in the future, high-grade soldiers would be trained by them, and only then would Qin have the power to contend with other high-grade countries. However, Zhao still had to continue to nurture the fruit of life. 270,000 fate-changing pills were still not enough to satisfy Qin's requirements, as Qin now had 30 million soldiers and was still rapidly increasing. Moreover, the fruit of life only bore fruit once a year, so it was evident that it was not enough. Zhao wanted to use the fruit of life while nurturing the fruit of life. After all, the earlier they obtained the fruit of life, the better it would be. That way, their cultivation speed would be faster, and their cultivation would also be higher. Zhao had to praise Zhang Baishu. He had always been in charge of this, and he had successfully fulfilled Zhao requirements. After dealing with these matters, Zhao smiled and returned to the real world. He still did not see Jing Yuqin, so Zhao started to eat. After hearing that Zhao had returned to the real world, Mu Gilin took out some information and gave it to Zhao. As Zhao ate, he looked at the information in his hands and looked at the various countries in China, as well as the various major events that had happened. Proxy family leader. There's also a report from the northern continent. 600,000 people in a system main city were slaughtered in an instant, and their methods were incredibly cruel. Many factions in the northern continent believe that it was done by Qin's legatee. Mu Gilin took out another document. This was not the information that Zhao had requested, but because it concerned Qin's legatee, Mu Gilin had also prepared a copy. Hearing this, Zhao felt quite strange. Why had he suddenly become a scapegoat? How could he have the time to go to the northern continent and slaughter an entire city? Zhao only thought about it and did not say it out loud. Mu Gilin had never expected the person sitting in front of him to have such a status. Zhao curiously took the information and looked at it. Zhao had black hair, black eyes, and gave off demonic qi. His methods were incredibly cruel, and this made Zhao feel a trace of a bad feeling. Zhao looked at where Moonlight City was, and he was given a big fright, and his expression became incredibly serious. Seeing Zhao expression greatly change, Mu Gilin inwardly felt quite startled. However, he also felt quite strange. This piece of information was clearly framing Qin's legatee. Now, there were many cowardly people who would push powerful, abnormal, and strange things onto Qin's legatee. This had happened many times, and he had shown it to Zhao before, but Zhao had not cared at all. However, why had Zhao expression greatly changed after seeing this fake information? Could it really have been done by Qin's legatee? If it really had been done by Qin's legatee, why had Qin's legatee gone to the northernmost region to slaughter a city? Mu Gilin inwardly guessed, but he did not dare to ask. After all, he was just a minor figure in charge of collecting information, and if he got involved in too many things, he would definitely die. He first had to confirm whether or not this was done by the demon race. If this had happened anywhere else, Zhao Fu would not have cared, but Moonlight City's location was too special. It was at the northernmost part of the northern continent, and if the northern continent stretched out, it would be the demon race's world. Black hair and black eyes were the characteristics of the demon race in the Heaven Awaken world. Many demon race people had black hair and black eyes because their demonic chi was a type of darkness, which affected their bodies. Chinese people also had black hair and black eyes, which was quite a coincidence. However, they most likely did not have anything to do with the demon race, as Chinese people were pure humans and did not have any demonic chi in their bloodlines. Before, Zhao Fu had paid special attention to information about the demon race's world. After all, the demon race's bloodline was more powerful than that of the human race, and they were incredibly cruel and bloodthirsty. As such, their battle intent was incredibly strong, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to defeat them. The human world was at a disadvantage, and Zhao Fu was worried that something would happen. The most terrifying thing was that the demon race would invade. Now that a black-haired, black-eyed person giving off demonic chi had suddenly appeared and slaughtered an entire city, Zhao Fu immediately thought that the demon race had entered the human world. However, why could the demon race enter the human world? Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that he could also leave the legacy land. Why couldn't he? The identity of the demon race that had entered the human world was not simple at all. Zhao Fu felt that he had to personally investigate this. The situation outside the legacy land was quite tense, and Zhao Fu did not want the demon race to invade at a time like this. That would be a disaster for the human world. If the human world started to fight with the demon race, their strength would be greatly reduced. If that happened, how would they defend against the grassy people and the even more powerful Devil Horn Empire? Even though Zhao Fu did not want this to happen, this matter was the first sign that the demon race was about to invade. Moreover, should he tell the other 8 legatees about this? As the 8 legatees, the 8 most important people in the human world, they naturally received system announcements from the Heaven Awaken world and knew some things about the outside world. However, they only had a rough understanding and did not know as much as Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought it was better to investigate the matter clearly first, and then find them. If it was really done by the Devil Tribe, then the invasion of the Devil Tribe in the future would not be a matter of Qin alone, and the whole human world would suffer. Without hesitating, Zhao Fu returned to the Heaven Awaken world. Now that Zhao Fu had the Transworld Teleportation formation, he could cross worlds. Heading to the northern continent was no problem at all. After stepping onto the teleportation channel, Zhao Fu's vision blurred, and he felt a bit dizzy. Now, Zhao Fu was on a mountain, and Zhao Fu sensed his surroundings before flying towards a system main city. Looking at the golden-haired and blue-eyed foreigners in front of him, Zhao Fu understood that he was in the northern continent. The northern continent was the Great Hua Kingdom's territory, and if the demon race invaded, the Great Hua Kingdom would be the first to suffer. Zhao Fu did not know if the people here had noticed this, but he hoped that it was not done by the demon race. After all, this matter was simply too dangerous. After arriving at Moonlight City for 10 or so days, the corpses here had not been cleaned up, and they gave off a dense stench. However, it was possible to see how pitiful the people below had been. It was indeed like a bloody massacre. Zhao Fu went to the center and spread out his emperor's domain, covering the entire city. Traces of pure demonic chi floated out from the surroundings. Sensing this demonic chi, Zhao Fu's expression became cold. These people from the demon race were simply too unbridled and did not place the human world in their eyes at all. Not only had they slaughtered an entire city, but they had also not tried to hide it at all. Now, Zhao Fu was completely certain that it was done by the demon race. After all, only the demon race could have such pure demonic chi. Boom! Zhao Fu retracted his emperor's domain, and a blinding white ray of light containing searing power shot towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and it reached Zhao Fu's side in an instant. At that moment, Zhao Fu expressionlessly waved his hand, once again unleashing his emperor's domain, easily blocking this ray of light. Jeffrey coldly stood in the air and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "Just who are you? Why did you slaughter so many people?" Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at Jeffrey and said, "It's me." Jeffrey's expression immediately fell. Even though he could not see the cloaked figure's appearance, after hearing that bone-chilling voice, Jeffrey knew who it was. He immediately yelled, "Don't come over." That person is Prince Qin. The few people who were originally flying over turned around and ran when they heard this sound. Prince Qin. This place is so far away, and they most likely did not offend you. Why did you kill them so cruelly? Jeffrey said as he looked at Zhao Fu angrily. Zhao Fu looked at the people running away and then at Jeffrey, feeling quite speechless as he said, "Do you think I did this?" Jeffrey coldly harumphed, "Prince Qin. Don't try to quibble at a time like this. The domain you used before was the same as the one that slaughtered Moonlight City." After suddenly being blamed, Zhao Fu felt quite angry and said coldly, "I didn't do this, it was done by the demon race in the other world. When the time comes, your Make Kingdom will be the first to suffer, and I won't care." Ordinary people would not understand what Zhao Fu was saying, but Jeffrey's expression became quite serious. He was different from ordinary people and knew what the Heaven Awakened world was like. There were countless worlds outside. Hearing the words demon race in the other world, Jeffrey felt quite nervous. Prince Qin definitely knew more than him, and he already knew that it was the demon race in the other world. Jeffrey thought about it and believed that this was not done by Zhao Fu, and his expression became quite awkward as he said, "I'm sorry. Great Qin's legatee misunderstood you, can you explain this in detail?" Seeing that he was one of the 8 legatees, Zhao Fu did not make things difficult for him and told him about this matter. Hearing this, Jeffrey's expression became incredibly serious because it was highly likely that the human world would soon be invaded by the demon race. When that time came, the entire human world would fall into a crisis. What do we do now? Should we notify the others? Since this concerned the survival of the human race, Jeffrey could not help but let Zhao Fu take the lead and ask for instructions from Zhao Fu. In his heart, he understood that during this period of time, Zhao Fu was the most important person. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that it was definitely done by the demon race. Now that the human world was facing the threat of the demon race's invasion, he had to discuss this with the others. Qin could not defend against the invasion of an entire world, so Zhao Fu nodded and decided to notify the other legatees. One Tina Pendragon was the first to arrive. Seeing Jeffrey standing next to a cloaked figure, Tina Pendragon naturally guessed who that person was, and her expression became even more serious. Now that Prince Qin had personally acted, this matter was definitely quite dangerous. Is this true? Was the incident in Moonlight City done by the demon race? Tina Pendragon asked seriously as she walked up. Jeffrey nodded earnestly as he said, "Prince Qin knows quite well about this, he already knows that the other world is the terrifying demon race world." Tina Pendragon looked at Zhao Fu in front of her and understood that he knew more than them. After all, not just anyone could become a world protector. "Prince." Tina Pendragon stood next to Zhao Fu and softly called out. Zhao Fu turned to look at her and nodded before saying, "After everyone else arrives, I'll explain it to you all." Tina Pendragon nodded and stood next to Zhao Fu, waiting for everyone else. Time gradually passed, and Akhenaten and CG had already arrived. However, no one else had arrived, so everyone could only continue to wait. Tina Pendragon stood next to Zhao Fu. This was the first time that she had been so close to Zhao Fu, and she could not help but look at him. Even though Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak and she could not see his appearance, she could sense that his aura was incredibly dangerous. Moreover, his power was able to suppress her king's power, which was even more powerful than king's power. However, apart from this, Prince Qin was silently standing here. Even though he was facing something as dangerous as the demon race's invasion, it made people feel at ease. Standing next to Zhao Fu and lightly smelling his scent, Tina Pendragon could not help but think about how she had been violated by him in the illusion. Thinking about this, Tina Pendragon blushed, which she rarely did. Following this, the others finally arrived. They all looked quite serious and understood how serious the situation was. They all looked at Zhao Fu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhao Fu said, "I've been outside and know some things. The situation is not looking good, so listen to what I have to say." Hearing that Zhao Fu had gone outside, everyone's hearts thumped and they looked shocked. They immediately wanted to ask what was going on outside, but after hearing that the situation was not looking good, their expressions became serious and they listened. Zhao Fu could not decide anything by himself, so Zhao Fu did not want to hide anything. He said, "The world before us is called the grassy world. There are 40 or so grassy people living there, and they are preparing to invade the human world at any time. However, they are not the true threat. The Devilhorn Empire next to us is a dukedom kingdom, and it is a dukedom kingdom. It has invaded the other worlds, and the three worlds have to work together to stop. If they conquer the three worlds or just destroy the grassy world or the grassy world, they will be our kingdom. To them dragon to world to them. This is the greatest threat, and with how powerful the Devilhorn Empire is, our human world will not be able to stop it at all. Next, there are other dangers. To the north of the human world is the demon race world, while to the south is the water race world. This world is separated by the southern continent, and the water race only lives in water, so there is no need to worry about danger for now. The demon race world in the north is the second greatest threat. The demon race's battle power is one of the strongest out of the 8 major races, and they are incredibly ferocious and aggressive. It is inevitable that they will invade the human world, and there will be no surprises. Apart from explaining the dangers that the human world would face, Zhao Fu also gave some information about the Heaven Awakened world, such as the levels of the kingdoms and the 8 major races. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, everyone felt incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the human world would be so dangerous. They were also shocked that Zhao Fu knew so much and was willing to tell them so much. With this information, they would be able to save a lot of time and effort. Jeffrey looked at Zhao Fu and said, Legatee Qin, I apologize for my actions from before. Back then, the human world chose you to be the world protector, and I couldn't understand why they would choose such a cruel and ruthless person like you. Now, I've changed my opinion. You are someone who cares about the world, and compared to us, you are indeed more suitable to be the world protector. Everyone else inwardly sighed. Not only did Legatee Qin's power far surpass theirs, but he also had far more information than them. Masanori Hano looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, I knew that he wasn't a cruel and ruthless person. Zhao Fu did not mind their words and asked, what do you all think now? How will you deal with what happens next? CG replied, right now, we're mainly facing the threat of the demon race. After the Heaven Awakened world devours the real world, the world barrier will disappear, and our human world will be completely connected to the demon race's world. No matter if the demon race invades now or in the future, the human world and the demon race will definitely fight. Akhenaten said, I agree with this idea. The human race and the demon race will fight sooner or later, so we need to make preparations. I believe that the northern continent needs to build a demon defense wall to stop the demon race's invasion, and we also need to prepare things that can counter the demon race. Otherwise, with how powerful the demon race is, it will be quite disadvantageous for us. Everyone else agreed with this idea. Facing the terrifying demon race's invasion, they had to make preparations. Otherwise, if they fought, the human side would be at a great disadvantage. Tina Pendragon thought about it and said, right now, we also need to understand some information about the demon race. We can't just passively defend. If we understand some information about them, we can also take the initiative to attack. That way, the human world will not be invaded. Everyone else agreed with this idea, but there was a problem. Who had the power to obtain information about the demon race's world and even enter it? Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Right now, only Qin's legatee had this ability, and the 8 of them could not do anything. They had never even been to the outside world, so they could only rely on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not refuse because he had long since decided to go to the other side to have a look and understand some information. As such, he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After all, they were going to an enemy world, which was quite dangerous. Moreover, the other side was in an unknown state, making it even more dangerous. After discussing for a while, everyone prepared to leave. Legatee. Be careful. One facing Tina Pendragon's concern, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, but he still lightly nodded in response. Akhenaten looked at Zhao Fu and Tina Pendragon, not knowing what he was thinking. However, he understood that this matter was quite dangerous, and they were willing to take such a big risk to obtain information for them. This was worth respecting. Crown Prince, you have to be careful. Akhenaten stood there and smiled as he said courteously to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Because they were all from China and there had been many conflicts between them, CG's expression was quite complicated. He didn't know what to say, so he looked at Zhao Fu and didn't say anything before leaving. The others were quite afraid of Zhao Fu, and this was especially so for Oleg, who had been bullied by Zhao Fu the most. He didn't even dare to talk to Zhao Fu in fear that Zhao Fu would suddenly go berserk and beat him up. After everything was over, he let out a sigh of relief and ran away as fast as he could. "Emperor, be careful. Be careful," Masanori Hano said as she smiled and looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of genuine concern. Zhao Fu gave her a simple reply, and after everyone left, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and prepared to head to the demon race world. Standing at the center of the magic formation, Zhao Fu looked at the door and wondered if it could allow him to enter the demon world. Even though he could leave the legacy land, he had to go to another world. There were 2 heaven domain boundaries here, and he wondered if he could pass through them. Zhao Fu looked at the door and saw that Zhao Fu was in a daze. Zhao Fu tied the Sky Demon sword to his waist and used the Sky Demon power to conceal himself. That way, he wouldn't be able to reveal his identity as a human. After stepping through the world gate, Zhao Fu felt a massive force pulling at his body, causing his head to ache. His vision blurred, and he found himself in another world. Zhao Fu did not know whether it was day or night in this world. The light was quite dim, and the sky was gray. Most of the plants around him were black, and a few were blood red. They looked quite strange and different from normal plants. In this world, there was demonic energy everywhere. To ordinary people, this demonic energy would feel cold and stinging, but to demons, this was a paradise. The Sky Demon sword at Zhao Fu's waist sensed the demonic chi and became excited, causing it to tremble. Since he did not know the way, Zhao Fu casually chose a direction and did not choose to fly because he was too big of a target. Moreover, Zhao Fu felt that the demon world was filled with killing intent, so he decided to be careful and slowly explore. A few hours later, Zhao Fu heard some movements in the forest and released a powerful aura that covered that region. A few people immediately ran out in fright and knelt on the ground, saying some words that Zhao Fu could not understand. Zhao Fu was prepared, and he used a language stone to record this language, which was called the Dark Demon language. Afterwards, he automatically learned this language, and he was able to understand what they were saying. From this, he found out that the demon race in this world was called the Dark Demon race. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised because apart from the demonic chi that they gave off, they looked quite similar to Chinese people in terms of appearance and clothing. Most of their weapons were made of bone. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised because he found that apart from the demonic chi that they gave off, they looked quite similar to Chinese people. "You may rise," Zhao Fu said as he looked at the people. The people hurriedly stood up and timidly stood to the side, not even daring to breathe too loudly. The Dark Demon race believed in the survival of the fittest. Even though Zhao Fu did not use his City Lord Seal's power, he still had stage 6 cultivation, and his immense power made it so that they did not dare to resist at all. "I've just arrived here and don't know much about the situation here. Tell me about it." After practicing the Dark Demon language a few times, Zhao Fu spoke proficiently. There were 4 men and 2 women in front of him, and one of them, who seemed to be the captain, said, "Sir, this is the gloomy region. This is the gloomy region, and we're currently near Calming Soul City." Zhao Fu could hear that this person's voice was quite ancient and didn't sound like a player's. It was impossible for indigenous residents to form teams to kill demon beasts, so Zhao Fu felt quite confused. He pointed at another person and asked the same question again. That person didn't understand why Zhao Fu would ask this again, but with Zhao Fu's strength, he could only obediently reply and speak in an ancient voice. Zhao Fu had some guesses and said, "I'm a writer, and I like to listen to all kinds of stories. If you tell me everything that has happened since you were young, not only will I not kill you, but I'll also reward you with a large sum of money." In order to verify his guess and understand more about the Dark Demon race, Zhao Fu made up a lie. The others let out a sigh of relief. This person only wanted to listen to their stories and would not kill them, and he would even reward them. This made them feel quite delighted. Following this, everyone started to tell their stories, and Zhao Fu listened attentively, obtaining a large amount of useful information. Zhao Fu was able to confirm his suspicions. They spoke with an ancient voice and were not indigenous people. The only reason was that they had lived in an ancient world, which was why they spoke like this. This made Zhao Fu feel quite startled because most of these ancient worlds were cultivation worlds. In other words, it was a world where people could cultivate. Ordinary worlds were split into two types of evolution, one was cultivation, and the other was technology. Earth walked the path of technology, but technology was completely forbidden in the Heaven Awakened world, and no technology could be used. However, talismans and magic items were not restricted at all, and they could be used as they pleased. Compared to a cultivation world and a technological world had a massive disadvantage. Firstly, their bodies were weaker, and they were unable to develop technological items. On the other hand, because cultivation worlds could cultivate, their innate stats were quite good. Moreover, in the real world, as long as one was proficient in all sorts of arts and martial skills, they would be able to obtain them in the Heaven Awakened world. Moreover, in terms of bloodlines, the technological world's bloodlines would become weaker and weaker, while the cultivation world's bloodlines would become stronger and stronger. There was a great difference in overall strength. The other places were roughly the same as the human world. The world was split into regions, and each region had a different city. They could also choose to return to the real world, where they had experienced the chaotic world. At the same time, they had chosen 7 legatees to control the fate of the dark demon world. Their progress was about the same as the human world. Apart from this, their grasp of all sorts of talismans, formations, and arts was much more advanced than the human world. They did not need to buy things from the Heaven Awakened world and could directly set up powerful formations. Anything from the real world could be used in the Heaven Awakened world. That was the benefit of a cultivation world. The system here was also different. The dark demon world not only had powerful kingdoms but also powerful sects. Some sects were far more powerful than kingdoms, and they could even destroy a few kingdoms. Zhao Fu obtained a lot of information from them and did not kill them. He only gave them a bag of gold coins before walking towards Peaceful Soul City. A young man smiled as he walked home. This young man was called Xianxia, and he was an outer court disciple of the Demon Path sect. Even though he was an outer court disciple, that did not mean that his talent was not good. In other people's eyes, he was definitely a genius. However, in the Demon Path sect, he did not seem that outstanding. After all, the Demon Path sect was one of the largest sects in the southern continent of the dark demon world, and it was incredibly powerful. It was a place where countless geniuses gathered, so Xianxia, who was a genius in the eyes of ordinary people, was just an outer court disciple in the Demon Path sect. Xianxia came from a small mountain village. His mother was a great beauty, and his adoptive father was a famous kind-hearted person. Their family got along very well, and Xianxia quite liked that small mountain village. Because everyone got along well, Xianxia had received a lot of help from them. Xianxia planned to go back and ask his mother about his background because a few days ago, he had obtained the Night Dynasty's legacy. The Night Dynasty was an ancient dynasty that had hundreds of years of history. It was incredibly powerful and was one of the most powerful existences in the southern continent of the dark demon world. What was important to note was that the Night Dynasty was an ancient kingdom that still existed, and it had its own subjects and soldiers. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, those subjects and soldiers were still loyal to the Night Dynasty. From the very beginning, the Night Dynasty had 100 million people and 5 million soldiers in the Heaven Awakened world. To have this kind of strength from the very beginning, and after developing in the Heaven Awakened world for so long, adding on the fact that the Night Dynasty was one of the most powerful factions in the real world, its strength in the Heaven Awakened world was quite terrifying. In just a single continent, the Night Dynasty's strength could rank in the top 5, and in the entire dark demon world, it could rank in the top 15. It was one of the most powerful factions in the dark demon world, and its strength caused countless people to fear it. However, a month ago, when the Night Dynasty's legatee had broken through to the demon origin realm, he had suddenly gone berserk and died, shaking the entire southern continent. A dynasty's legatee had a massive amount of fate, and yet he had died so easily. This shocked countless people, and the Night Dynasty's royal clan was even more furious. They felt that an enemy faction had used some sort of curse to kill the legatee. As such, the Night Dynasty had continuously sent out soldiers to attack 3 dynasties and a sect next to it. A few large battles had erupted between the two sides, resulting in many casualties. Now, they were at a stalemate, and this was not only in the real world but also in the Heaven Awaken world. It was a pity that the legatee had died, and there was no way to revive him. This legatee had been quite famous in the dark demon world and had great potential. He was one of the strongest kings in the future, and now that he had died so easily, everyone felt quite sad. Now that the Night Dynasty's legatee had died, the Legacy Stone once again activated a trial. Back then, Yizong did not understand what was going on. He had been killing demon beasts in the Heaven Awaken world when he had suddenly been pulled into the trial space and obtained the Night Dynasty's legacy. Yizong was quite shocked. How could he obtain the Night Dynasty's legacy? He had come to a small village, so how could he have contact with the Night Dynasty? Yizong felt that his identity was not simple, so he went back to ask his mother what was going on. Thinking about becoming the Night Dynasty's legatee, Yizong could not help but feel incredibly excited. In the future, his identity would be quite illustrious, and he would have great authority. This caused him to smile for the next few days. As he got closer and closer to the village, Yizong suddenly felt that something was off. The village seemed to be deathly silent, and there was not even the sound of chickens or ducks. This was quite strange. Yizong became wary and slowly crept over. He found corpses on the ground, and they all belonged to villagers. Yizong felt quite furious, and he thought about his adoptive father and mother, so he hurried back home. What he saw next caused his eyes to feel as if they were going to explode. His adoptive father's body lay in a pool of blood, and a few big, naked men were doing his beautiful mother. His mother continuously cried out and struggled, but she could not resist at all and continued to be raped. Immediately, Yizong furiously rushed out and killed these animals. However, he could sense that their cultivations were at the demon martial realm, and he could not even defeat a single one of them, let alone 5 of them. By now, the people had finished venting and casually killed Yizong's mother. Looking at his mother, who was covered in blood and had died with grievances, Yizong tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred as he forced himself to calm down and continued to hide in the grass. If he rushed out now, not only would he not be able to take revenge, but he would also lose his life. If he died, he would never be able to take revenge for his parents. It's been a few days, why hasn't that boy come back yet? Let's kill him so we can report back and have the Legacy Stone open another trial. One of the big men said unhappily as he put on his clothes. Another person coldly harumphed, he should be back soon. Let's get rid of the corpses and continue waiting for him. Hearing their conversation, Yizong finally understood what was going on. However, how could they know that he was a legatee? Yizong felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him and he came back to his senses. He had only told one person about this. She was the demon path sex Mo Yao Er, the #1 beauty in the southern continent and ranked 3rd in the dark demon world. She was incredibly bewitching and could cause countless men to go crazy over her. She was the daughter of the demon path sex sect master and had a prestigious status and outstanding talent. However, he had trusted her so much, so why had she betrayed him? She was the first woman that Yizong had liked and the first woman that he had gone crazy over. Yizong truly loved her and would do anything for her, even if it meant giving up his life. Yizong felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and tears flowed out of his eyes as he felt as if he was suffocating. Whoosh, Yizong accidentally made some noise, and the people in the room immediately sensed it and cried out, "There's someone outside." At that moment, Yizong came to his senses and ran to the side. The big man quickly caught up, and seeing that he could not escape, Yizong hurriedly jumped down a ravine. Arg! The ravine was 20 or so meters tall, and even though Yizong sent his cultivation power into his legs, they were still broken, causing him to cry out. Seeing this, the big men were delighted and planned to go down from another side. After all, jumping from such a high height would injure their legs, and now that Yizong's legs were broken, he definitely would not be able to escape. Yizong looked at the big men and decided to enter the Heaven Awaken world. He had obtained a true body stone in the Heaven Awaken world, which could allow his body to enter the Heaven Awaken world. Back then, he had been afraid that he would not be able to see his mother and adoptive father, so he had not used it. After entering the Heaven Awaken world, Yizong took out the true body stone and used it. In the real world, his body was covered by a ray of light and slowly disappeared. This made the big man feel quite furious. The person who had been right in front of them had disappeared, allowing Yitsong to escape. The big man angrily looked around but could not find any traces of him, so they could only go back to report. After hearing about this, the higher-ups deduced that Yitsong had most likely entered the Heaven-Awakened world, so they ordered people to collect information on him. At the same time, they offered a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Anyone who killed Yitsong and took his head would receive the reward. Yitsong's body in the Heaven-Awakened world fused with his body in the real world, and his broken legs were mostly healed. They were not as serious as before, and he could walk for a bit. Yitsong immediately took out some medicine and started to treat himself. A day later, Yitsong's legs were completely healed. He understood that he would most likely be hunted down by the Night Dynasty, so he put on a cloak to hide his appearance. After coming to a nearby city, news of Yitsong's whereabouts had already spread. Anyone who killed him would receive 100,000 gold coins, which was quite a large sum of money. Countless people started to search for Yitsong, and the Night Dynasty's people also arrived. Seeing this, Yitsong did not dare to stay in this city. Luckily, it was now possible to travel between system main cities, so Yitsong immediately used a teleportation channel to leave. 5 days later, Yitsong desperately ran through a forest. He had never thought that he would meet someone from the same sect here, and that person was on good terms with him. As such, that person immediately recognized him and had brought a group of people to kill him. Yitsong had a few wounds on his body, and blood continuously flowed out. Right now, he could only run or die. His face was twisted with rage and hatred. As Zhao Fu walked towards Peaceful Soul City, he saw a group of people chasing after a young man. Zhao Fu looked over and did not plan to act. After all, who knew if he was a good person or an evil person? Moreover, they were enemies of the human race. The Golden Dragon suddenly said, "That person has a nation's fate and is most likely a dynasty's legatee. However, he hasn't completed the final succession and is only half a dynasty's legatee." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused and asked, "What does that mean?" The Golden Dragon explained, "You've obtained the Legacy Stone's approval, but you haven't reconquered the city." This made Zhao Fu even more confused. The Golden Dragon rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu and explained in detail, "After the first inheritor dies, the inheritance stone will choose another owner. He should have obtained the identity of an inheritor in the second trial. However, he had only obtained an identity and not any power, as the Legacy Stone was no longer with him. He needed to return to that city and reclaim the Legacy Stone. That way, he would be officially acknowledged and receive a massive amount of fate. He would also be able to use the nation's fate. However, as long as he's killed, the Stone of Inheritance will start another trial and choose a suitable successor." After hearing the Golden Dragon's explanation, Zhao Fu understood what was going on. However, Zhao Fu still did not plan on attacking because he had come to obtain information and did not want to get involved in any trouble. This matter concerned an entire country, and if he got involved, it would be easy for his identity to be revealed. Moreover, helping him would not bring him any benefits and would only bring him endless trouble. Perhaps he could help him obtain a nation legacy and form an alliance. Alternatively, he could subdue this person and develop a faction within the Dark Demon race. If he had a powerful chess piece, it would bring him great benefits in the future. However, Zhao Fu did not trust the Dark Demon race. After all, they were people from 2 different worlds, and even if they signed a contract, it would be removed by some powerful item. Zhao Fu was not sure if this person would completely submit. After all, he was a nation legatee. Moreover, the legatee was most likely heavily guarded, and it was hard to say whether or not Zhao Fu would be able to help him obtain the legatee. After all, he was someone from another world, and if this was revealed, he would definitely be attacked by the entire world. The Golden Dragon understood what Zhao Fu was thinking and said, "You can possess him and turn him into your clone. That way, you will be the nation legatee." Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and had never thought that there would be such a method. However, this was a world of cultivation, so it would be quite easy for him to be discovered. You can possess his consciousness, and no one will be able to discover it because his body and soul will remain the same. The Golden Dragon once again answered Zhao Fu's questions. However, Zhao Fu felt quite curious and asked, "Possession is taking over someone else's body, but how do you take over their consciousness?" The golden dragon explained, it's like this, you need to wipe away his consciousness and then split off a bit of your consciousness. The process might be quite painful, and you can then inject your consciousness into his soul to take over his body. However, this requires him to be willing, as even a higher being cannot wipe away a person's consciousness without damaging their soul. Alright, hurry and save him. Hurry up and save him. He's going to die. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and looked up, saying, Yizong has already been surrounded. Yizong furiously looked at the person in front of him and said, Jiao Longli, I treated you like a brother, but you brought people to kill me. I treated you like a brother, and I never thought that you would bring people to kill me. Jiao Longli coldly laughed and said, sorry, it's your fault for being so valuable. As a brother, shouldn't you help your brother out one last time? You're definitely going to die anyway, so let's all attack together and kill him. Hearing this, everyone prepared to attack, and Yizong fell into despair. He had thought that obtaining the Night Dynasty's legacy would be an incredibly good thing, but he had never thought that things would turn out like this. He would die here before he could even take revenge for his parents and village. At that moment, a sword arc flashed out, and 10 or so people's heads flew into the air. This caused Yizong to feel quite startled, and he saw a cloaked figure appear in front of him. Thank you. Yizong said coldly, understanding that it was this person who had saved him. Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Looking at Yizong's twisted face that was constantly filled with hatred, Zhao Fu felt that he had an opportunity, so he started to chat with Yizong and told him his goal. After all, wiping away Yizong's consciousness required Yizong to be willing. How can I trust you? What if after you take over my body, you don't help me take revenge? Yizong said as he coldly looked at Zhao Fu. If there were no good people in the world, then this person had not saved him out of kindness and had instead lusted after his body. Yizong's words did not seem quite right and seemed to have some other ambiguous meaning, but Zhao Fu really did want his body. Yizong looked incredibly shocked. He had never thought that this person would be another world's world protector. The world protector was someone who stood at the peak of the world and was incredibly powerful. Their dark demon world's world protector was also incredibly terrifying and could cause people to feel terror. Why had another world's world protector come to the dark demon world? There was definitely a massive scheme that would greatly affect the dark demon world. This was because this person wanted to use his body as a disguise so that no one would be able to discover his true identity. He would be able to hide in the dark demon world and do whatever he wanted. With the World Protector's power, this would definitely be a disaster. However, Yizong did not care anymore. The survival of this world had nothing to do with him, and he felt that the entire world had betrayed him. Since this person was the World Protector, he had the power to help him take revenge. No matter what I want you to do, as long as it's within your power, you'll be able to do it. Yizong's face was twisted and filled with madness and hatred as he savagely laughed. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded seriously. Yizong started to madly laugh as he loudly said, Good. I agree to give my body to you, but you have to help me do the following things. The first thing is for you to destroy the Yi family and do all of their women. The second thing is for you to destroy the Demon Path sect and turn that bitch called Mo Yao Er into a slave. Hearing Yizong's words, Zhao Fu did not understand why he was acting like this. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu felt that this was something that could be done, so he agreed. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, Yizong relaxed and continued to madly laugh. He trusted that Zhao Fu would definitely help him take revenge. Thinking about everything that the Yi family had done and how the woman he loved had become a slave, Yizong continuously laughed. Yizong continuously laughed as his heart ached, and tears flowed out of his eyes. Zhao Fu silently waited by the side. After a while, Yizong calmed down and looked quite lonely and dispirited as he said, Let's begin. I willingly give my body to you. Zhao Fu nodded and brought Yizong to a hidden cave. He had Yizong lie on the ground and started to wipe away his consciousness. Zhao Fu had unlocked divine sense, so his mental energy was not weak at all. It flowed into Yizong's mind like water. Yizong struggled in pain, and as Zhao Fu's mental energy continuously invaded his body, Yizong's struggles became weaker. In the end, his face became lifeless, and he lay there like a corpse. Zhao Fu then followed the Golden Dragon's method and began to divide his soul. This process was also very painful, dozens of times more painful than cutting his flesh with a knife. Time became incredibly long, and after 3 or so hours, Jiaofu finally divided a trace of his soul. He felt as if he was about to collapse, and Jiaofu sent the soul, which was a dot of light that was as big as a mung bean, into Yizong's head. The dot of light entered Yizong's head and grew tentacles that stretched into a massive orb of light. This orb of light was Yizong's soul, but it had no consciousness and was incredibly lifeless. However, as the dot of light entered, the orb of light once again became lively. At that moment, Jiaofu felt as if he had 2 bodies, which was quite strange. He tried to control Yizong, but he was not very familiar with it, and Yizong's body crashed to the ground. Of course, this did not make Jiaofu feel discouraged, and he spent the next few days getting used to it. Because he had successfully taken over Yizong's body, Jiaofu had obtained all of Yizong's memories, so he knew most of the information about the Dark Demon World. He also knew why Yizong hated the Dark Demon World. What shocked Jiaofu was the Night Dynasty. He had never thought that it would be so powerful. If he could take over the Night Dynasty as the legatee, Qin's power would become monstrous. He would also be able to use the Night Dynasty's power to expand in the Dark Demon World and become one of its overlords. With its help, if the Dark Demon World invaded in the future, Jiaofu would be able to use the Night Dynasty to kill them. This was incredibly important to Qin. Even though this was quite dangerous, it was worth it for Jiaofu to do. After all, he would be taking a risk for himself, and the rewards would be great. At the same time, this was not a simple matter. First, he had to figure out how to infiltrate the Night Dynasty city and how to control it. Right now, the Night Dynasty city was a mixed system, with both indigenous residents and players. The indigenous residents and system main city soldiers only listened to the legatee's orders and not the Yi family's orders. Their historical generals were the same, and they were only loyal to the person who had obtained the legatee. This gave Jiaofu an opportunity to seize power. However, the Night Dynasty was a kingdom in the real world, and the soldiers and generals in the real world became the Night Dynasty's soldiers and generals in the Heaven Awakened world. They were loyal to the Yi family, and if Jiaofu wanted to seize power, they would be the greatest obstacle. Moreover, even if he was able to control the Night Dynasty in the Heaven Awakened world, what would he do in the real world? If he could control it, it would be of great help to the Night Dynasty in the Heaven Awakened world. If he could not, they would madly attack the Night Dynasty in the Heaven Awakened world. This would cause great trouble for the Night Dynasty in the Heaven Awakened world, and Jiaofu did not want to see this. Moreover, Jiaofu could not enter the Dark Demon World's real world. Jiaofu thought about it and found that he still lacked information, so he could not make any plans. Jiaofu left Yizong here for now before heading to the various large cities to collect and buy information about the Night Dynasty. This was not too difficult. As long as one had money, one could obtain any information. The following was the information about the Night Dynasty. First, it had 150 million or so people. 100 million of them were players, which were the subjects of the Night Dynasty in the real world. The other 50 million were indigenous residents. Of these, 12 million were soldiers, 7 million were player soldiers, and 5 million were system soldiers. If Jiaofu conquered the Night Dynasty, no matter if it was in terms of population or military strength, they would be at a disadvantage. Once the two sides clashed, Jiaofu's side would most likely lose. After all, even with the support of 50 million residents and 5 million soldiers, Jiaofu was only one person and a few historical generals, while the other side had countless generals, countless ministers, and many people from the Yi family. If the two sides fought, Jiaofu would not be able to control everyone, while the other side could cooperate and attack. This matter was not easy to deal with, and Jiaofu thought for a while before deciding to return to the human world and discuss this with Qin and the other generals. As for the quest to obtain information about the Dark Demon World, it had been completed perfectly. After feeling dizzy, Jiaofu once again returned to the human world and gave some of the information he had obtained to the other legatees. Of course, it was only some rough information and did not include anything about the Night Dynasty. A few days later, Jiaofu once again brought people to the Dark Demon World. This time, the people he brought were all disguised, and there was a large amount of demonic qi around them to prevent their identities from being exposed. Jiaofu now had a good plan. His first targets were the Night Dynasty's 5 ancestors. These 5 ancestors were the Night Dynasty's ancestors, and because it was a cultivation world, they could obtain immense power and lifespans that were much longer than ordinary people. The Night Dynasty's 5 ancestors had naturally reached the highest realm in the Dark Demon world, which was the Demon Origin realm. They could live for 300 or so years. The oldest of the 5 ancestors was 326 years old, and they were just as monstrous. They had fused their bodies with the Heaven Awakened world, and their cultivation in the real world had fused with their bodies in the Heaven Awakened world, giving them Stage 8 power. They were even more powerful than ordinary Great City Lords. The 5 of them also had Great City seals, and their strength was not as simple as 1+1. Each of them could fight 7 or 8 city lords, and their strength was quite terrifying. Within the Night Dynasty, the 5 ancestors held a lot of power, and they were split into different factions. It was quite common for a dynasty to have many factions. Zhao Fu did not want to go through too much trouble, so he directly acted against the 5 ancestors who held the most power. A letter was delivered to a woman. She was tall and slim, and she was extremely beautiful. Her skin was snow white, and she wore a violet dress, giving off a cold and noble aura. She was the Night Dynasty's youngest ancestor and was already 128 years old. However, she still looked like she was 20 years old. She was called Xianxia, and she had been the Night Dynasty's eldest princess. She had extraordinary talent and had been the Night Dynasty's #1 beauty. Looking at this letter, Xianxia's expression became somewhat serious. This letter contained a trace of the Night Dynasty's legacy fate, and the person who had written this letter was most likely that legatee. Xianxia had heard some information about this legatee. He was the current emperor of the Night Dynasty, and he had gone out to take care of a commoner's daughter. Back then, he had not paid much attention to this matter and had forgotten about it. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. Of course, Xianxia did not support someone with such a lowly background who could not even compare to 10% of the previous legatee. Almost no one supported him, and they all agreed to kill him before letting the legacy stone choose. Even though she had wanted to kill him, she had not succeeded. Apart from some information a few days ago, she had not received any other information. She had never thought that he would write to her. The content of the letter was that he wanted to meet her at night in a forest outside Nether City. He had something important to discuss with her, and he wanted her to come alone or else he would leave. Xianxia coldly laughed. She knew what he meant. He definitely wanted to use her to obtain the position of successor. However, Xianxia was already determined to kill him. As someone who was already at the top of the pyramid of the world, there was nothing for Xianxia to fear. Zhao Fu passed through the legacy formation and quickly arrived near Nether City. He flew towards the forest and quickly found Yitsong. After seeing Yitsong, Xianxia did not hesitate and slashed at the air with her finger. An extremely sharp, cold light containing terrifying power flashed through the air and arrived in front of Yitsong. This cold light could instantly kill Stage 3 soldiers, so Yitsong naturally could not block it. At that moment, a black-cloaked figure suddenly appeared in front of Yitsong and easily blocked the attack. Xianxia's expression became cold, and she could sense that Zhao Fu's power was not simple at all. Just as she was about to use her power, Zhao Fu suddenly exploded out with his full power. A terrifying aura flooded out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This power caused Xianxia to feel quite startled. She had never thought that this black-cloaked figure would be so powerful, and it seemed to be above her own. This was a trap, she had been too careless. Yitsong was just a lowly villager, how could he have such an expert protecting him? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and said coldly, "Sir, this is a matter between the Night Dynasty. This is a matter between the Night Dynasty, it's best if the Demon Path sect doesn't get involved." Xianxia thought that Zhao Fu was someone from the Demon Path sect, but she was not wrong. With Yitsong's identity, only the Demon Path sect would help him. Their goal was most likely to use Yitsong to control the Night Dynasty. However, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not reply. He stretched out a hand towards Xianxia, and suddenly, resplendent motes of star-like light appeared in the sky. There were 36 of them in total, and they exploded out with shocking power. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Xianxia's expression fell, and she immediately turned to run. This power was not something that she could resist, and she could sense that each star represented a city lord seal's power. However, she was too late. The 36 stars' terrifying power smashed into Yi Ningxuang's body like a mountain. Yi Ningxuang blocked with all her might, but she was still knocked down from the sky. At that moment, countless chains stretched out and bound Yi Ningxuang up and hung her 1 meter in the air. Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsong and smiled as he walked over, saying, "Ancestor, I'll give you a chance. Now, I'll give you a chance. Listen to my orders and serve me." Yi Ningxuang coldly looked at Yi Tsong and said mockingly, "You want to be the Night Dynasty's legatee? You're not qualified. I won't submit, and I won't let the Demon Path sect scheme succeed." Yi Tsong sinisterly laughed and pointed at Zhao Fu as he said, "This person isn't from the Demon Path sect, he only listens to me. Soon, he'll let you experience what happiness is." Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsong to say these things in order to increase Yi Tsong's strength and make it more intimidating to control the Night Dynasty. Hearing Yi Tsong's words, Yi Ningxuang felt quite startled. She had never thought that he wouldn't be from the Demon Path sect, but where did he come from? Why did he have such power? Could he be from another continent? If so, why did he listen to Yi Tsong? She could not understand, but hearing Yi Tsong's final words, Yi Ningxuang felt that something was off and started to struggle. However, Zhao Fu came before her and looking at her beautiful face, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and started to caress her face. Yi Ningxuang vigorously struggled and said with a trace of killing intent, "If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you and make you die a horrible death." Zhao Fu ignored her words because most of the women he had slept with said the same thing, but in the end, they were saying the opposite. Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed Yi Ningxuang, and the 6 desires' demonic qi continuously flowed into her body. Yi Ningxuang struggled a few times and quickly sank into it, passionately responding to Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu released the chains and took off her clothes before starting to do it. What surprised Zhao Fu was that Yi Ningxuang was still a virgin and had maintained it for 100 or so years. This was quite rare. Yi Ningxuang madly tangled with Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu stopped just as she was feeling the most comfortable. Yi Ningxuang tightly hugged Zhao Fu, a pleading look in her eyes as she said, "Hurry up and give it to me, it's not enough." Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsong to walk over and pinched Yi Ningxuang's chin. He turned her head and smiled as he said, "How is it? Ancestor, are you very happy? Are you willing to submit to me? As long as you're willing to listen to me and let me control the Night Dynasty, I'll let him do it with you every day." Yi Ningxuang felt that these words were not quite right. It was as if Zhao Fu was trying to sell himself, someone who would use his body to make a deal. Yi Ningxuang, who was filled with lust, did not immediately refuse. She looked hesitant and uncomfortable as she looked at the man she was hugging. That handsome face and dignified aura made Yi Ningxuang understand that she could not leave him, and she felt as if she was going to die. "I agree to help you obtain the Night Dynasty's power, but you have to promise that it won't fall into anyone else's hands. After all, you're part of the Yi family's bloodline, so giving the Night Dynasty to you is the same as giving it to the Yi family. Also, he'll belong to me from now on." Yi Ningxuang said coldly as she suppressed the lust in her heart. Zhao Fu inwardly laughed. The Night Dynasty's power had always been in Zhao Fu's hands, so how could Zhao Fu give it to anyone else? As such, he controlled Yi Tsong and replied seriously, "I can promise that the Night Dynasty definitely won't fall into anyone else's hands." Hearing Yi Tsong make such a solemn promise, Yi Ningxuang felt quite satisfied and said coldly, "Please stay away." Zhao Fu understood what she meant. She did not want to do it in front of others, so he controlled Yi Tsong to leave. However, she would never have thought that Yi Tsong was also Zhao Fu. After Yi Tsong left, Yi Ningxuang's cold expression became flirtatious as she panted and said, "Good man, you can give him to me now, right?" With a trace of a smile, Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed her fragrant lips, beginning to satisfy her wish. This continued for an entire night. Yi Ningxuang sweetly hugged Zhao Fu and was no longer as cold as before. Instead, she coquettishly said, "You bad fellow, why didn't you appear earlier? You made me experience this kind of happiness only now." Zhao Fu smiled proudly, "I didn't expect that you could keep your virginity for so long." Yi Ningxuang snorted lightly. "Maintaining my virginity is beneficial to the purity of my cultivation. I haven't met a suitable man, so I've been maintaining it. Now, I've been ruined by a bad person like you. Zhao Fu was quite happy, and he hugged Yi Ningxuang as he said, "I'll treat you well in the future and won't let you down." Yi Ningxuang sweetly smiled and tightly hugged Zhao Fu as she said curiously, "Darling, what's wrong? How can you be so powerful and listen to Yi Tsang? Moreover, after doing it with you, not only did my cultivation not decrease, but it instead greatly increased. Hurry and tell me what secrets you have." Zhao Fu looked down at her and lightly patted her back as he said, "I'll tell you about this in the future. Yi Tsang, that boy, has waited long enough. Hurry and put on your clothes." Of course, Zhao Fu couldn't tell her about this right now. If she found out about his true identity and goal, who knew what she would do? As such, he could only hide it for now. Yi Ningxuang felt quite displeased and reluctant, and she said with a trace of embarrassment, "Then you'll have to stay with me tonight." Zhao Fu lightly nodded, and only then did Yi Ningxuang sit up and start to put on her clothes. Zhao Fu also started to put on his clothes. After putting on their clothes, Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsang to walk out from the other side. Following this, Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsang and started to talk about his plan. The Heaven Awakened world's political power was easy to control, but he had to control the real world's political power as well. Out of the 5 ancestors, Yi Ningxuang only controlled 10% of the power, and the other 4 ancestors also controlled 10%. As for the remaining 5%, the current king controlled 20%, and the other 3 factions each controlled 10%. After hearing Yi Ningxuang's explanation, Zhao Fu felt that this faction was quite complicated. However, now that he had Yi Ningxuang's support, he had obtained 10% of the Night Dynasty's power. Of the remaining 4 ancestors, even though there was a woman, she was already 290 years old and looked like an old woman in her 70s. Zhao Fu had no choice but to treat her like Yi Ningxuang, so he could not do anything to her. As such, he could only choose another method. Zhao Fu planned to talk to the generals of the various factions. Of course, there was no need to find generals who were absolutely loyal to the Night Dynasty. Zhao Fu's targets were generals who had other ideas or were not completely loyal to the Night Dynasty. If he wanted to usurp the throne, he first had to control the military, so Zhao Fu started to act. Within a hidden room, Yi Tsang watched as a mighty-looking middle-aged man walked in. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he stood up and pointed at a chair beside him as he said, "General Li, please sit. Please sit." Li Chang felt quite angry and coldly glared at Zhao Fu as he said, "Where did you take my wife?" In order to ensure that this information would not be leaked and that these generals would come to see him, as well as to convince them, Zhao Fu had captured some of their relatives. Even though it was quite despicable, his plan was quite effective. "Don't worry. Your wife is quite safe, so let me introduce myself. I'm called Yi Tsang, and I'm the legatee of the Night Dynasty," Yi Tsang said as he gave a slight smile and a trace of humility. Li Chang's expression fell, and he immediately understood Yi Tsang's goal. He wanted to usurp the Night Dynasty's power. However, Yi Tsang's identity was not acknowledged in the Night Dynasty, and if he helped Yi Tsang, his entire family would be slaughtered. As such, Li Chang immediately refused, saying, "I won't betray the Night Dynasty, nor will I agree to your request. If you want money, I can give you as much as I can." Zhao Fu did not mind Li Chang's reaction because this was within his expectations. He said confidently, "I know what General Li is worried about, but don't worry. I already have absolute confidence in obtaining the Heaven Awakened world's power, but I'm still considering the real world's power. I need your support to completely control the Night Dynasty's power. If I succeed, you will immediately be promoted by 3 ranks. Of course, Li Chang did not believe Yi Tsang. He did not believe that a minor figure like Yi Tsang would have such power. However, a person walked out, causing Li Chang to feel quite confused. This person was naturally the Night Dynasty's youngest ancestor, Yi Ningxuang. By now, Yi Ningxuang had regained her cool and elegance and said, "General Li, you don't need to worry about this. He has already made ample preparations, and I can guarantee that nothing will happen to you." Li Chang had never thought that the Yi family's ancestor would stand on Yi Tsang's side. Li Chang immediately felt that a shocking conspiracy was looming over the Night Dynasty. What should he do now? His wife was in their hands, and the Yi family's ancestor was supporting him. Moreover, he had the Yi family's bloodline, and they seemed quite confident. However, the Night Dynasty had not detected such a massive conspiracy at all. In the end, after thinking about it, Li Cheng agreed. The Night Dynasty was about to change, and Yizong had a great advantage. Now was the time to choose a side. If he chose well, he would naturally be promoted, but if he did not, he might die. Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile and sent Li Cheng off before finding the others and convincing them to be loyal to Yizong. Yi Ningxuang had contributed the most, and without her, Zhao Fu would not have been able to convince these generals. That night, she was rewarded by Zhao Fu, and she fainted for the first time. She only woke up at noon the next day. Now, Zhao Fu controlled 70% of the Night Dynasty's military, and the remaining 30% were all loyal. Zhao Fu had no way of convincing them, so Zhao Fu now had the confidence to start a coup. 3 days later, everything had been prepared, and Zhao Fu started to make his plans. An undercurrent swept through the Night Dynasty, which was currently peaceful and quiet and did not notice anything at all. The sky was filled with stars, looking like a river of stars, and it was quite beautiful. The city hall was heavily guarded, but with Yi Ningxuang's help, these people were useless. After all, Yi Ningxuang was one of the 5 ancestors, so they naturally trusted her. Zhao Fu controlled Yizong's body and easily entered this place. Looking at the city hard in front of him, Zhao Fu grinned, walked up to it, and chose to conquer it. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out throughout the Night Dynasty city as a black pillar of light rushed into the sky. The entire Night Dynasty's fate started to roil and gather towards the city hall. This caused everyone to feel quite startled, and they all thought of something and ran towards the city hall. The 4 other ancestors hurried over, and seeing Yi Ningxuang blocking their way, they angrily asked, "Ningxuang, what's going on?" Facing the 4 ancestors' rebukes, Yi Ningxuang sighed and said, "The Night Dynasty's legatee has obtained the final legacy." What? The 4 ancestors were infuriated. By now, a massive vortex had formed in the sky, and a demon dragon giving off a terrifying aura gave off a heaven-shaking roar as it flew out of the vortex. The 4 ancestors' expressions fell. They had never thought that Yi Ningxuang would help such a lowly person inherit the Night Dynasty. This made them feel incredibly furious, and they exploded out with terrifying auras as they rushed towards the city hall, wanting to stop this. The other city lords also sensed the great change and rushed over. Facing the 4 ancestors, Yi Ningxuang looked quite worried and did not stop them because a person had already appeared beside her. Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his power, and the Qin seal started to gather the power of 300 or so city lords' seals. Motes of light giving off powerful auras appeared in the sky, and the power they gave off made it seem as if the sky had collapsed, locking down everything. Everyone in the Night Dynasty city seemed to be dominated by terror, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The 4 ancestors and the Night Dynasty's city lords' expressions fell. They had never thought that the person who had suddenly appeared would be so powerful. An ancestor of the Night Dynasty hurriedly yelled, "Hurry! Activate the demonic night formation. This person is extremely dangerous, and with our strength, we won't be able to stop him." Boom! Boom! 2 explosions simultaneously sounded out. One was the sound of a formation being activated, and rays of shocking black light appeared, giving off terrifying auras as the heaven and earth essence qi in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers madly gathered. The other sound was the demon dragon diving down from the sky and entering Yizong's body. Now, Yizong had officially become the Night Dynasty's legatee. A black jade seal appeared around one of the ancestors' bodies, and he turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the city hall. This ancestor could not stop him at all. The terrifying formation stopped, and city lord seals floated out of the Night Dynasty's city lords' bodies. As they watched in shock, they turned into rays of light and flew towards the city hall. The city lords immediately lost their city lord seals' power. Under Zhao Fu's control, Yizong smiled as he walked out and looked at the people around him. A few historical generals and many commoners immediately knelt and said, "We greet your majesty." When the 4 ancestors and a few middle-aged men saw this scene, their expressions became quite unsightly. The 4 ancestors had also lost their city lord seals, but they still had stage 8 cultivation and were a bit more powerful than a great city's city lord. However, they did not dare to act, as they feared Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu had 300 or so city lord seals, so how could his power not be terrifying? One of the ancestors was furious to the extreme, and his face became red as he pointed at Yi Ningxuang and cursed, "You slut, you're helping an outsider take over the Night Dynasty. I can't believe the Yi family gave birth to you and nurtured you for so many years." Zhao Fu's expression became cold, and he raised his hand, sending out a massive amount of power, wanting to kill this old ghost. Yi Ningxuang was now his woman, and Zhao Fu would not allow anyone to humiliate her. Seeing that Zhao Fu was filled with killing intent, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly stopped Zhao Fu and said, "Honey, don't kill them. Don't kill them." Zhao Fu glanced at the uncomfortable Yi Ningxuang and snorted, "That's why you stopped." At that moment, Yi Ningxuang said, "I'm not helping an outsider. Yi Tsong is my Night Dynasty's legatee and has received the acknowledgement of the Legacy Stone." One of the ancestors angrily pointed at Zhao Fu and said, "If you didn't help an outsider, then who is he? You even shamelessly call him darling. What a bastard, what a disgrace to our Yi family." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Fu waved his hand and an invisible force struck her, sending her flying like a rubber ball. She was unable to resist at all, causing the other three ancestors to feel a chill in their hearts. Yi Ningxuang's eyes were slightly moist. She angrily punched Zhao Fu. "Darling! I told you not to make a move, yet you still made a move." Seeing how pitiful and weak she looked, Zhao Fu felt quite pained and hugged her. At the same time, he controlled Yi Tsong and laughed as he walked out, saying, "I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to submit to me?" The Night Dynasty's emperor, Yi Canhong, who was Yi Tsong's father, said angrily, "You bastard, you dare to be so rebellious? You want me to submit to you?" Yi Tsong's consciousness was now that of Zhao Fu, so he was not very angry. Now that all of the Night Dynasty's higher-ups were gathered here, he could capture them all in one fell swoop. Traces of eerie ghostly qi started to spread out, covering everyone as if it had a mind of its own. Everyone was given a big fright and felt a chill in their hearts. Their vision blurred, and they found themselves in a world of ghosts. Countless ghosts started to attack them. The remaining three ancestors were not simple at all. Their eyes glazed over as they struggled free and flew away from the ghostly qi in terror. Yi Ningxuang hurriedly cried out, "Honey, don't harm them." Zhao Fu did not kill them and only used his power to seal them before tossing them to the side. Yi Ningxuang let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the ghostly qi below, she understood that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple at all. She could tell from the dignified and domineering aura that he gave off. "Honey! Just who are you?" Yi Ningxuang could not help but ask. Zhao Fu looked at her and seemed to sense something. He lightly sighed and lightly hugged her waist as he said earnestly, "I'm sorry. I can't tell you right now, but I swear I won't harm you." Yi Ningxuang felt a sweetness in her heart. With this promise, everything was enough. In the real world, the Night Dynasty's generals who had submitted to Zhao Fu started to move. They had heard that Yi Tsong's plan in the Heaven Awakened world had been quite successful, and the Night Dynasty could not be changed anymore. As such, they could only obey Yi Tsong's orders. Zhao Fu charged into the residences of the ministers and saw that they were all unconscious before tying them up. The generals who were loyal to the Night Dynasty and the Night Dynasty's royal family were all tied up. Now that these people were in the Dark Ghost world, they were in battle mode and could not leave the Heaven Awakened world. The Dark Ghost world was created by Great City Lord Seals, and those who did not have City Lord Seals' power would not be able to escape. With everything under control, Zhao Fu's orders were sent to the Dark Ghost world. After waking up, the Great City Lords, including Yi Canhong, received system announcements and hurriedly left the Heaven Awakened world, only to find that they had been tied up. Yi Canhong furiously roared, "Who did this? I'm going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. I'm the Night Dynasty's emperor, I'm going to kill him." Many soldiers stood at the side, none of them paying attention to his shouts. A king who had been robbed of his power was nothing. After returning to the real world and seeing this scene, the ministers and generals all sighed and returned to the Heaven Awakened world. They knelt in front of Yi Tsong and said in unison, "We are willing to submit to your majesty." Now, the world had changed. Not only was Yi Tsong the legatee and held great power in the Heaven Awakened world, but he also controlled the real world. They could only submit, or else the only outcome would be death. Of course, there were also a few die-hard loyalists who refused to submit. Zhao Fu didn't show any mercy and ordered them all to be killed. After everything was taken care of, Zhao Fu controlled Yitsong's body and accepted everyone's submission. He started to announce to the world that he had officially ascended to the throne as King of Night. The Night Dynasty's ordinary residents and soldiers did not understand what was going on. After waking up, the Night Dynasty had changed rulers. However, after hearing that this person was the Night Dynasty's legatee, they did not object. After all, the Night family was the king. After Yitsong ascended to the throne, he immediately enacted some policies that were beneficial to the people, such as reducing taxes, putting talents in important positions, and punishing corrupt officials, winning over the hearts of the people. The Night Dynasty's future seemed to be bright, and its many policies caused the commoners to rejoice. The generals who had submitted were all given important positions, and the regime was incredibly stable. Most of the Yi family's higher-ups had been captured by Zhao Fu, and there had been no rebellions. This matter shook the entire world, and countless people had never thought that the Night Dynasty would change rulers overnight. Yitsong, who had been born in the mountains, had actually become the ruler of the Night Dynasty. This news was simply too shocking, and everyone wanted to know how Yitsong had done it. The Demon Path sect, which Yitsong had been from before, was also incredibly shocked. After all, Yitsong had only been an outer court disciple back then, and now, he was on equal footing with them overnight. The person who was the most shocked in the Demon Path sect was Mo Yaoer. After finding out that Yitsong was the legatee, she had felt quite surprised. However, after thinking about it, how could such a lowly person be acknowledged by the Night Dynasty? As the sect master's daughter, Mo Yaoer was quite ambitious. After finding out that the Night Dynasty was searching everywhere for a legatee, Mo Yaoer had leaked this information to the Night Dynasty as a favor. However, Mo Yaoer had never thought that he would actually become the ruler of the Night Dynasty. Not only was he the legatee, but he had also taken control of the Night Dynasty and become the king. Thinking about that, Mo Yaoer's expression became quite unsightly. She knew that because she had leaked this information, Yitsong's entire village had been slaughtered. This was a great enmity between them, and thinking about Yitsong's sincere and devoted eyes, Mo Yaoer felt quite regretful. What should we do now? Go to his door and ask for his forgiveness? Thinking about Yitsong's infatuated gaze, Mo Yaoer felt quite confident. After all, she was the #1 beauty in the southern continent, and no man would not like her. Even the Night Dynasty's legatee had admired her for a long time. Mo Yaoer was quite confident that she could make Yitsong kneel before her. However, she was the daughter of the Demon Path sect's sect master, and the Demon Path sect was a top-tier faction that was not any weaker than the Night Dynasty. Wouldn't it be too shameful for her to come and apologize like this? After thinking about it, because Yitsong held great power and he had a grudge against him, even though he hadn't killed anyone in the village, it was all because of her. After making this decision, Mo Yaoer decided to discuss it with her father. This was not a small matter, and it was possible that it would cause a war between the Demon Path sect and the Night Dynasty. After the Demon Path sect master, Mo Sun, heard about this, he thought for a moment and said, Yaoer, you really didn't do anything wrong this time, using the life of an outer sect disciple. Using an outer court disciple's life as a favor to the Night Dynasty was worth it. However, I never thought that something like this would happen. Yitsong has a lowly background and has decent talent, but his cultivation isn't very high and he doesn't have many friends. How did he become the ruler of the Night Dynasty? Now, all of the factions in the southern continent are curious about this. However, no information has been leaked from the Night Dynasty, so I feel that this matter is quite extraordinary. Also, is that boy Yitsong really so infatuated with you that he'll do anything you want? Hearing this, Mo Yaoer laughed in a pleased manner, saying, Dad, of course it's true. Of course it's true. Don't you know how charming your daughter is? Back then, I didn't say anything, and he told me about the legatee himself. Back then, I said I wanted a demonic immortal flower. That foolish brat spent over a month and almost died trying to get it for me. I just said it casually and didn't care too much about it. Who would have thought that the foolish brat would take it seriously? A trace of a smile appeared on Mo Sun's face as he said, if he really is that infatuated with you, Yaoer, you can try to control him. If you can control him, you'll be able to control the entire Night Dynasty. This will be of great help to the Demon Path sect, and we'll be able to indirectly control the Night Dynasty. However, Yao Er, you should be careful. After all, something like this has happened, so you should test him first before acting. Don't put yourself in danger. Mo Yao Er smiled and nodded, and she confidently started to make preparations. Zhao Fu looked at the Night Dynasty's women. All of them were incredibly beautiful, and in this ancient world, those in power could forcefully gather beautiful women. This time, Zhao Fu had only brought 32 of them. As for the women who were not as beautiful and did not have much blood relations with them, Zhao Fu did not bring them all. Otherwise, there would have been at least a few hundred of them. This was because the Night Dynasty's king had many concubines and princesses. The other factions also had concubines, as well as princesses. Adding all of them together, there were many. The main reason why Zhao Fu had brought them here was to fulfill Yi Tsang's promise. Zhao Fu was someone who kept his promises, and he would do as he promised. The Night Dynasty's most beautiful and blood-related women were gathered here, and they could fulfill Yi Tsang's request. The first was the Night Dynasty's Empress Qian. She had a mature figure and exquisite looks, and she looked incredibly alluring. She was the mother of the previous legatee, but after the previous legatee had died, she had lost her power. The second was concubine Shui, who was the Night Dynasty's most beloved concubine. She was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. Her skin was tender, and she gave off a gentle aura. The third was Princess Xi, who was naturally quite beautiful and had a tall and slim figure. She had a unique intellectual aura, but she was already married and had been forcefully brought here. Of course, her mother was also a rare beauty, so Zhao Fu had brought her here as well. The fourth was concubine Lu, a concubine from another faction. She looked quite domineering and had a pretty face and a slim figure. The fifth was the south concubine, who was quite beautiful and had snow-white skin. She looked like a good wife and mother. The sixth was the south concubine's daughter, the princess. She was 16 years old and had snow-white skin. She had a slim figure and looked quite cute. The seventh was concubine Nong. She had a pretty face and a seductive figure, and she looked like a flirtatious woman. The eighth was concubine Jiang. She wore a green dress and had top-grade looks. She gave off a gentle and quiet aura, and she was most likely a woman who liked to read. Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsang to sit on the throne and said, "This king didn't call you here for any reason. From now on, you are this king's women. Serve this king well, and this king won't harm you or your families." Yi Tsang's words caused different expressions to appear on the faces of the women below. Some were submissive because Yi Tsang now held great power, and if they did not listen to him, not only would they die, but their families would also suffer. Some were furious because they were noble concubines and yet they had to serve him. Princess Xi was the first to stand out and angrily glared at Yi Tsang as she said coldly, "You licentious fellow, you dare to do such a beastly thing? Do you know that everyone here is related to you by blood? They're your stepmother, aunt, and little sister, and this princess is also your big sister." Yi Tsang loudly laughed, "Are you treating me as one of your own now? Everything you've done, have you ever treated me as one of your own? I will take revenge for everything you have done." As he spoke, Zhao Fu was affected by Yi Tsang's memories, and he also became incredibly furious and hateful. Princess Xi stood her ground and did not seem weak at all as she looked at Yi Tsang and said resolutely, "Even if I die, I won't submit to you. I only have one man, and that's my son-in-law." Yi Tsang did not reply, and Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards her. He quite liked this resolute woman, and seeing Zhao Fu walk over, Princess Xi said harshly, "What are you doing?" Zhao Fu did not reply, and he went up and hugged her before kissing her on the lips. Very soon, Princess Xi sank into it and started to do it with Zhao Fu, continuously moaning. This caused the remaining women to feel quite disdainful. She had been so chaste and resolute just moments ago, but now that she had been done by a man, she had become so lewd. Zhao Fu controlled Yi Tsang to go up and pick up Empress Qian. She was his father's empress, and according to seniority, she was his stepmother. However, Zhao Fu did not mind and controlled Yi Tsang to kiss her. Empress Qian had long since submitted, and the two of them started to passionately kiss before going at it. Because of this taboo relationship, Empress Qian's reaction became even more intense and she continuously demanded. It was a pity that Zhao Fu had wanted to use Yi Tsang's body to fulfill his wish. After all, he had taken over Yitsong's body and obtained the Night Dynasty because of him. It was a pity that Zhao Fu found that his body could not even handle a single Empress Qian. His body was quite weak and did not have any power. However, Empress Qian was the empress of a dynasty and had a massive amount of fate. She was not someone that ordinary men could handle. By now, Zhao Fu was doing it with Princess Xia's mother. Seeing how Zhao Fu was torturing her daughter, she felt quite pained and took the initiative to go up and bear it for her daughter. Soon, she also collapsed to the ground, and Zhao Fu picked up the incredibly thirsty Empress Qian. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Empress Qian took the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu because she knew that Zhao Fu could give her the pleasure she wanted. Zhao Fu also started to kiss her and pressed her down on the table before going at it with her. However, even though Zhao Fu and Yitsong were the same person, Empress Qian did not know that the situation was as if she was being done by two men, and the last one made her go crazy. After this feast, Zhao Fu carried the sleeping women to a bed and left the room feeling refreshed. If it was an ordinary man, they would be incredibly tired, but Zhao Fu was incredibly spirited. This was the power of a celestial's art. Now that the Night Dynasty was under Zhao Fu's control and he had taken the Night Dynasty's women, he had fulfilled the Night Dynasty's first wish. Zhao Fu planned to bring these women back to Qin City. On one hand, they could provide Phoenix Qi, and on the other hand, Zhao Fu wanted to use the Night Dynasty's power to expand. If they found out that he had taken the Night Dynasty's women, they would most likely fight to the death with Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu could announce to the outside world that he had taken them as hostages. Another reason was that Zhao Fu did not want anyone else to touch the women that he had touched before. After coming outside, there was a blood-red moon in the sky. The moon in the dark demon world was blood-red, and Zhao Fu looked at it with interest. At that moment, Yiningshuang walked over and asked, "Why did Yitsong hit those women together?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "To fulfill a promise." Yiningshuang coldly harumphed and said somewhat angrily, "That promise was to be taken by you?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and looked at her as he asked, "How did you know?" Yiningshuang walked over to Zhao Fu's side and pinched Zhao Fu as she said, "You bad fellow, do you think I can't sense so much of a woman's aura on your body? If you don't satisfy me today, I'll cut off your bad thing later." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and hugged her with his arms, following which moans sounded out in the night. After reading her letter, Zhao Fu thought of Yitsong's second wish. If it had been Yitsong who had read this letter, he would have been incredibly excited. It was a pity that it was Zhao Fu who was reading it. Zhao Fu had long since known that it was Mo Yao heir who had purposely leaked this information to the Night Dynasty. Mo Yao heir was quite scheming. In actuality, Yitsong's experiences were quite similar to his. He was also an outsider who had obtained the dynasty's legacy, but the outcome was completely different. Yitsong's ending was quite pitiful. Not only had his family suffered a disaster, but he himself had also died. Zhao Fu had become a world-class expert, and if he had stupidly gone to the Ying family back then, his ending would have been similar. Thinking of Yitsong's second wish, Zhao Fu wrote a letter filled with love and jealousy based on Yitsong's memories and ordered people to deliver it to the Demon Path sect. Following this, Zhao Fu went to a room where the four ancestors were. Zhao Fu controlled Yitsong to walk in and smiled as he bowed to the four ancestors, saying, "Greetings, ancestors." Now that the four ancestors were imprisoned by Zhao Fu, their attitudes were naturally not very good. They only coldly harumphed and ignored Yitsong. Yitsong did not mind and said, "Ancestors, since things have come to this, I have already inherited the Night Dynasty and become its emperor. I hope that you will continue to serve the Night Dynasty, and I will respect you just like everyone else in the Night Dynasty." Hearing Yitsong's words, the four ancestors coldly harumphed and ignored him. Yitsong did not give up and said, "Aren't you afraid that the Night Dynasty's hundreds of years of foundation will be destroyed by me? I don't have a strong sense of belonging to the Night Dynasty, perhaps I'll even destroy it." These words caused the four ancestors to feel incredibly furious. The Night Dynasty was their family, and it was the result of many generations of hard work. It was the Yi family's blood, sweat, and tears, and it was the most important thing to them. Hearing the Night Dynasty say such a thing, of course they were furious. Yitsong continued to try to persuade them, saying, "Ancestors, even if you don't serve me, you should at least consider the Night Dynasty. You're all working for the Night Dynasty, and as long as you're willing to work, I promise that nothing will happen to the Night Dynasty and that it will become more powerful." The four ancestors did not reply and continued to think to themselves. In the end, the four ancestors decided to compromise, and Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. One of them could fight against 8 city lords, and 4 of them could fight against 32 city lords. They were definitely high-end forces, and it would be best to subdue them. A faction could not lack high-end forces, and they would be a great deterrent. Seeing that they were willing to compromise, Yizong took out 4 ginseng fruits and gave them to the 4 ancestors. After looking at the ginseng fruits information, the ancestors looked delighted. At their age, what they lacked the most was lifespan. After the 4 ancestors accepted the ginseng fruits, their relationship with Yizong became better. Now, the Night Dynasty did not have many factions, and the power of the Night Dynasty was in Zhao Fu's hands. Zhao Fu wanted to form them into a force and expand outwards. Now, the Night Dynasty controlled 12 regions, 30 great cities, and 5 basic cities. There was a great disparity between their strength and that of Qin City, so they needed to develop. Zhao Fu wanted to develop the Night Dynasty into a massive faction and use it as the Dark Demon World's largest chess piece to secretly control the Dark Demon World. This would be incredibly important to Great Qin in the future and to the entire human world. After taking care of these matters, a few days passed. Zhao Fu changed his attitude towards the outside world and started to make friends with the surrounding countries. Right now, the Night Dynasty's main force was focused on conquering regions. This caused the surrounding countries to let out a sigh of relief. Facing the powerful Night Dynasty, they felt great pressure, and they all accepted the Night Dynasty's friendly actions. At the same time, they also expressed their friendliness towards the Night Dynasty, and the tense situation around the Night Dynasty settled down. Over the next few days, Zhao Fu and Mo Yao Er continued to exchange letters. By now, Mo Yao Er was sure that Yizong still deeply loved her, or else he would not have written such loving letters. As such, she asked to meet with Yizong. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. It was time to reap the rewards. He brought Yizong's body to a bamboo building. After waiting for a while, a peerlessly beautiful figure slowly arrived. She had a graceful figure and snow-white skin. Her face was flawless, and she wore a red dress. She looked incredibly enchanting, and she was definitely a seductive beauty. Mo Yao Er walked into the bamboo building with a trace of a smile on her face. If she could control Yizong, she would be able to control the Night Dynasty. Thinking about that, Mo Yao Er felt a trace of excitement. However, when Mo Yao Er arrived and saw Zhao Fu, she started to walk over. However, her body stopped because she found that Yizong seemed to have become a completely different person. There was no trace of love or infatuation in his eyes, only calmness. Mo Yao Er felt that something was off and immediately tried to leave. However, at that moment, the sound of countless chains rang out as chains shot out and bound Mo Yao Er up. This caused Mo Yao Er's expression to fall, and she vigorously struggled, but she was unable to break free at all, and her body fell to the ground. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards Mo Yao Er. Mo Yao Er looked at the man who had appeared. It was this man who had bound her up with chains. Her expression was cold as she said harshly, "Do you know who I am? I'm the daughter of the Demon Path sect master. Hurry up and release me, or else I'll cut off your dog head." "Of course I know who you are." Zhao Fu smiled as he squatted down and pinched her chin, causing her to raise her face. Zhao Fu looked closely at Mo Yao Er's beautiful face and found that it was comparable to Wu Qingyang's. She had a natural bewitching aura, and it was no wonder why Yizong was so infatuated with her. Sensing Zhao Fu's gaze, Mo Yao Er's expression fell as she coldly cried out, "If you dare to do anything to me, I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu ignored her and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The 6 desires demonic qi entered her body, and Mo Yao Er struggled a few times before passionately kissing Zhao Fu, their tongues intertwining. Only when Mo Yao Er was almost out of breath did Zhao Fu let go of her. Mo Yao Er looked at Zhao Fu with lustful eyes, a look of desire on her face. "Do you want it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he asked. Mo Yao Er embarrassedly nodded, but Zhao Fu did not immediately take action. Instead, he said, "Call me master." Hearing such a humiliating title, Mo Yao Er gritted her teeth and turned her head away, resisting the boundless desire within her. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he stretched his hand into her clothes and started to tease her. In the end, Mo Yao Er could not hold it in anymore and called out, "Master." Zhao Fu fulfilled her wish and lowered his head to kiss her before starting to do it with her and doing all sorts of shameful things with her. However, this was to fulfill Yizong's wish, and Zhao Fu had already made this promise. Looking at Mo Yao Er, Zhao Fu picked her up and did it again, satisfying her needs. Following this, he accepted her service and slowly put on his clothes. Mo Yao Er flirtatiously started to put on her clothes. Zhao Fu had planted a 6 desires demonic seed in her body, which could cause her to constantly be in a state of excitement. At the same time, this was beneficial to her, as she could cultivate the 6 desires celestial art. Even though it was not as powerful as Zhao Fu's, it was still a top-tier art and was extremely powerful. "Master." After putting on her clothes, Mo Yao Er affectionately hugged Zhao Fu's arm and called out. Zhao Fu smiled and lightly patted her face, while Mo Yao Er enjoyed Zhao Fu's touch. At that moment, Zhao Fu looked up and saw Yizong's body, who had witnessed all of this. Yizong's body actually started to cry, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. What was going on? How could Yizong cry? He wasn't controlling him. Could it be that he still had consciousness? Zhao Fu felt quite confused, and the golden dragon suddenly explained, it's most likely an instinctive reaction from his memories. However, for him to still have such a reaction after his consciousness has disappeared, it seems that he truly loves this woman. After hearing the golden dragon's explanation, Zhao Fu looked down at Mo Yao Er, who was looking at him with infatuation, and felt quite complicated. Mo Yao Er looked at Zhao Fu and said flirtatiously, "Master. Do you want me to serve you?" As she spoke, Mo Yao Er squatted down and was about to undo Zhao Fu's pants, but Zhao Fu stopped her and had her stand up. Just then, Zhao Fu had heard from her that she wanted to control Yizong and the Night Dynasty. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You can go back. Tell your father that it was a success and that the Night Dynasty can ally with the Demon Path sect to draw out your 2 ancestors." Zhao Fu had obtained many of the Demon Path sect's secrets, and he wanted to use Mo Yao Er to control the Demon Path sect. If he could control the Demon Path sect, the 2 factions would ally together and become the #1 faction in the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. This would fulfill his final wish. "Master." Mo Yao Er hugged Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The Demon Path sect was a sect and had many powerful cultivators. They had a total of 8 ancestors, and with Mo Yao Er's help, Zhao Fu would be able to control 1/3 of the Demon Path sect. Of course, those 2 ancestors were women, and Zhao Fu felt that the 6 desires celestial art was simply too powerful. It was like a cheat in a game, and no woman would be able to resist it. Zhao Fu found that he really had become a licentious and immoral person. In actuality, if it was possible, Zhao Fu wanted to remain true to himself and be a pure man. It was not just his body but his soul as well. It was a pity that things did not go as he wished. For the sake of Qin, the people, and the human world, Zhao Fu could only become someone that he did not want to become. However, everyone believed that Zhao Fu was truly a pure and faithful man. Ha 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 ha. After being intimate with Mo Yao Er for a while, Mo Yao Er left. After returning to the Demon Path sect, Mo Yao Er found Mo Sun and smiled as she said, "Father, the plan was a great success. Yizong listens to everything I say, and we can ally with the Night Dynasty to obtain even greater benefits." Mo Sun felt quite delighted and smiled as he nodded, "Yao Er. It's been hard on you this time." Mo Yao Er lightly nodded, and thinking about Zhao Fu's other tasks, she said, "Father, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Mo Sun looked at Mo Yao Er leave and suddenly felt that his daughter was even more alluring than before. Her aura seemed to have become more powerful, and he felt quite surprised. However, Mo Yao Er was the person he trusted the most and loved the most. He could give her anything, so he naturally believed her. Because Mo Yao Er was the sect master's daughter, it was easy for the 2 ancestors to believe her. He successfully lured them into Zhao Fu's ambush, and they were easily subdued by Zhao Fu. Looking at the 2 women in the air, Zhao Fu smiled, and Mo Yao Er affectionately hugged Zhao Fu as she looked at the 2 ancestors. Of the 2 ancestors, one was around 40 years old and had a voluptuous figure. She was quite pretty and looked like a simple and honest woman, and she was called Puhi. The other was peerlessly beautiful and had a slim figure. Her skin was smooth, and she wore a white dress, making her look like a celestial maiden. She was called Shui Ruoliang, and she was someone from the same generation as Xianxia. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had extraordinary talent and had become an ancestor at a young age. It was said that the two of them were sworn enemies, and they fought every time they met. Zhao Fu had heard this from Emo Yao Er and had not heard it from Yining Shuang. The two ancestors furiously looked at Zhao Fu and Emo Yao Er and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly ambush us? Also, Emo Yao Er, we trusted you, yet you betrayed us. Don't think that just because you're the sect master's daughter, we won't dare to do anything to you. You're being too impudent." Emo Yao Er lightly harumphed, "Ancestors. I'm helping you experience the happiest thing in the world. You won't even have time to thank me." Happiest thing? The two ancestors felt quite surprised and did not understand what she meant. However, from Emo Yao Er's lewd expression and lewd smile, Zhao Fu, who was walking over, they felt that something was off and started to struggle while yelling at Zhao Fu. However, it was to no avail. The three bodies rolled around each other, and the two women continuously moaned before powerlessly lying on the ground. Emo Yao Er, who had been waiting for a long time, leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and said shyly, "Master. Hurry and give me a reward." Zhao Fu smiled and started to do it with her. Afterwards, the three women lay on Zhao Fu's arms. Puhi was not a virgin, but Shui Ruoliang was. Puhi seemed to enjoy it more, and because she had been with Zhao Fu for a long time, Zhao Fu took pity on Shui Ruoliang, so he did not do it for too long. Emo Yao Er coquettishly laughed, "Ancestors, I didn't lie to you, right? I didn't lie to you, right? Aren't you very happy? Shouldn't you be thanking me and Master?" Even though the two ancestors did not want to admit it, they were already addicted to Zhao Fu. That feeling had already seeped into their bones, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Zhao Fu hugged the three women and felt that he had once again sold his body. As a man, it was simply too tiring. After cuddling for a while, Zhao Fu told the two ancestors to properly cooperate with Emo Yao Er in the future. Now that the Night Dynasty had stabilized and had allied with the Demon Path sect, it had become a peak faction in the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. There was nothing for Zhao Fu to worry about. Even though the Dark Demon world still had the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, and Northern Continent, with their current strength, they could not invade them. This trip to the Dark Demon world had come to an end. The Dark Demon world's world protector paid attention to the changes in the human world and discussed with the other 7 legatees. However, he did not place the human world in his eyes at all, and he continued to act high and mighty as if he did not see the human world as an opponent at all. The Night Dynasty's matter caused quite a stir in the Dark Demon world, and it was not just the southern continent but the other continents that paid attention to it as well. However, Zhao Fu had been keeping a low profile this entire time, and now that this matter was over, everyone's attention was diverted. After Zhao Fu returned to Qin City, 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. The summer season had turned into winter, and the weather had become cold. The leaves on the trees had withered and turned yellow, and it was soon the 2nd year of the Heaven Awakened world. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Qin City had cleared out 77 regions, and Qin City's strength once again went through massive changes. Qin City's level 1 capital city had risen by 2 levels, and it was now a level 3 capital city. There were still 3 more levels before it could level up to a royal city. Next were the level 3 capital city stats. Village name, Qin City, epic, level 3 capital city village area, 94,400 square kilometers village territory, 542,1800 square kilometers popular support, 86 special stats, territory crop output plus 220%, territory crop growth time minus 220%, population limit plus 145%, resident stats plus 16, soldier stats plus 17%, population attraction plus 160%, high-grade attraction plus 160%. Subsidiary village limit, 126930 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. In order to level up to a level 4 capital city, Zhao Fu now needed 300 million EXP, which was another massive sum. However, since he had come this far, Xiaofu was not too worried, as he would level up sooner or later. Now, Qin City had 108 regions under its control. There were 408 great cities, 20 cities, 136 towns, and 12,489 villages. Their total population had reached 420 million, and they had 50 million soldiers. There were 40 million Stage 1 soldiers, 2 million Stage 2 soldiers, 100,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and 6,000 Stage 4 soldiers. This was the terrible power of Qin. Now, it was enough to compete with any country. Now, even without the reality-harming talisman, Xiaofu did not have to worry about the attack of the entire Huaxia. This was the source of Qin's confidence. In this part of the world, natural disasters and man-made disasters were becoming more and more frequent, and adding on Qin's relationship with system main cities. Within 5 months, 52 system main cities had joined Qin. They did this voluntarily. Xiaofu didn't use any force at all. He pulled them into the Qin state with diplomatic policies. Being able to easily obtain 50 or so cities like this, Xiaofu was naturally quite happy. At the same time, the 10 or so regions around Qin City had become uninhabited. This was because the nearby cities had either joined Qin City or did not dare to stay here. Qin City had already cleared out 77 regions, but now, there were 15 more, and Qin City's soldiers had to continue clearing out. Of course, clearing out regions was no longer a difficult matter, as Qin City now had 50 million soldiers. Xiaofu split them into 5 teams, and each team cleared out a region. Each team spent 5 days clearing out a region. Like this, Qin City would be able to clear out a region in a day. This speed was quite shocking, and these 15 regions would be cleared out in 15 days. Moreover, at the northern border of Vietnam, Xiaofu had already constructed thick defensive walls that could be used to attack and defend. However, Xiaofu did not plan to attack Vietnam. Vietnam was a small country, and it only had 350 regions. Right now, Qin City's territory was equivalent to 1/3 of Vietnam's territory. Xiaofu did not place Vietnam in his eyes at all, and he did not launch an all-out attack because he wanted to rely on the Vietnamese Guard. Now, the Vietnamese Guard had around 10 million members, and Vietnam's total population was around 120 million. The Vietnamese Guard made up around 10% of the population. With Xiaofu's support, the Vietnamese Guard's strength surpassed the governmental faction, and it became the largest faction in Vietnam. It was like a barrel of dynamite that was waiting to explode. Right now, Xiaofu did not plan to attack because Qin City was on friendly terms with the countless system main cities nearby. As such, Xiaofu naturally would not attack them. As long as the situation outside became worse and worse, they would naturally submit, and Xiaofu would not need to expend a single soldier to obtain them. Just like that, the days passed peacefully. It was winter outside, and Xiaofu and Xiaoma's mother were doing it next to a fire. Xiaoma's little sister and auntie had already fallen asleep. Xiaoma's mother moaned as her body softened, and Xiaofu picked up Xiaoma's fiancé and started to do it again. Xiaoma had not even touched this woman yet, so it was now Xiaofu's turn. Xiaoma's fiancé was currently intensely doing it with Xiaofu. Following this, Xiaoma's fiancé went limp, and Xiaofu picked up Xiaoma's sister-in-law. Xiaofu had a deep impression of her thirst, so he decided to satisfy her this time. After going at it for a while, Xiaoma's mother lay on Xiaofu's chest and panted. She flirtatiously smiled as she looked at Xiaofu and said, "Your Majesty, the Peacock City will only be able to display its true power in the hands of the Peacock royal clan. The Moria City will only be able to unleash its true power in the hands of the Moria royal clan. Think about it." Xiaofu thought about it and realized that this was indeed the truth. The Moria City would only be able to unleash its true power in the hands of the Moria royal clan. However, Xiaofu wanted to nurture it into a capital city in the future, and City Lord Seals could be used in battle. The City Lord Seals would be quite useful, so he told Xiaoma's mother about this. Xiaoma's mother softly explained, "Your Majesty, I understand. You might not know this, but Xiaoma's little sister's archery skills are incredibly powerful. You can test her, and I'm 100% confident that she'll be able to satisfy your requirements." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "So that's why you called me here." Seeing that Zhao Fu was not angry, Xiaoma's mother happily smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I'm your woman now, so of course I have to think about Qin's sake. I'm your woman now, so of course I have to think about great Qin. I should give the right things to the right people in order to unleash the greatest power." Zhao Fu knew that her words were not sincere, so he did not have any objections. If Xiaoma's little sister could satisfy his requirements, and she had the Moria royal bloodline, she would be the most suitable candidate. "I'll think about it," Zhao Fu said. Xiaoma's mother felt quite delighted and gave a beautiful smile as she started to passionately kiss Zhao Fu. She was working hard for the Moria royal clan, and Xiaoma's sister-in-law was already on Zhao Fu's body. System announcement. The heaven domain boundary between the human world and the fish scale world has been damaged, and the two worlds' territories have been connected. The chaotic world special phase has been triggered. Race invasion. System announcement. During the race invasion phase, both the attacking and defending sides will receive 4 times the rewards. This system announcement caused Zhao Fu to feel quite startled. He had never thought that something like this would happen. When Zhao Fu heard about the invasion, he knew that this was not a small matter, and it could even endanger the human world. The dark demon world, which had been the most dangerous, was completely fine, while the safest world, the water race, had been attacked. Zhao Fu did not know what the situation was like, and he did not know if this was an accident or if it was the water race's invasion. If it was an invasion, the situation would be even more serious, because if the other side was prepared to invade, the entire human world would be in danger. Zhao Fu understood how serious this matter was, and by now, the entire world had received this news. Zhao Fu immediately got up and used the transboundary teleportation channel to head to the southern continent. The southern continent was mostly African, and this was Akhenaten's territory. Zhao Fu did not know what the situation was like, and he wondered if the fish scale people had already started to invade. Zhao Fu started to feel quite nervous, and he quickly rushed to the boundary of the southern continent. The other legatees also hurried over with worried expressions. When Zhao Fu arrived, the scene before him made him feel quite shocked. At the boundary of the southern continent, there had been a barrier around the legacy land. Outside of the barrier, it was a hazy gray area, making it impossible to see anything. However, things were different now. There was a rift that was millions of kilometers wide, and on the other side was another world. That world had a blue sky and white clouds, as well as a boundless ocean. The sound of waves crashing could be heard from the other side, and the sound was incredibly deafening. The scene was quite majestic and shocking. Akhenaten and some other people had long since arrived, and they stood by the side, staring at the scene in shock. Following this, the other legatees also arrived, and looking at the majestic scene, they felt quite shocked. "What's going on?" Tina Pendragon came to Zhao Fu and Akhenaten's side and looked at them as she asked. Zhao Fu shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Akhenaten said with a serious expression, "I don't know what happened either. I only heard a huge explosion, and then I rushed over and saw this scene." Jeffrey looked over and said, "Luckily, we haven't seen the fish scale people yet, which means that this isn't because of them invading. When I received the system announcements, I felt quite nervous. I was worried that the fish scale people would suddenly invade, and tens of thousands of them would slaughter their way into the human world." When the others heard this, they nodded secretly. They had the same thought. When the notification sounded, their first reaction was that the water tribe was invading. He had already imagined the scene of countless fish scale people charging into the human world and starting a massacre. Because of how sudden the situation was, the southern continent would not be able to defend, and it would become hell. It seemed that this was not the case. It was most likely an accident, and it was possible that the fish scale people did not know about it. However, due to this influence, the chaotic world of both worlds entered the race invasion phase. Currently, both sides had yet to make a move, but no one knew what would happen in the future. At that moment, a few figures appeared on the surface of the fish scale world's ocean. They had human bodies, but there were small fish scales on their bodies and gills on their ears. It seemed that they could live on land and water. Immediately, Zhao Fu and the others' expressions became serious. If they could get on land, they would be able to invade, and they would not be safe. The figures gave off powerful auras, and they were most likely the legatees of the other world. Zhao Fu felt that he had been too careless and thought that the water tribe would be safe. This was a big mistake. One could not look down on any race in the Heaven Awakened world. What should we do now? Akhenaten asked. The southern continent was his territory, and such a big thing had happened. He was the most worried, as if something happened, he would be the first to suffer. Tina Pendragon said seriously, of course, immediately gather the factions in the southern continent to discuss and build defensive walls to defend against the fish-scale people's invasion. Also, make preparations for a big battle. Once they invade, it will be a battle between worlds. If the southern continent is not prepared, it might fall immediately. Akhenaten nodded and said, I understand. I'll have people take care of this later. What about you? What can you do? Now, the legatees came from different continents, and they were separated by oceans. A single legatee had crossed countless regions to arrive here, and it was already quite difficult. It would be difficult for them to send a large number of reinforcements. That was what Akhenaten was worried about the most. If the southern continent did not receive reinforcements, they would have to face the entire fish-scale world's invasion. The pressure from this would be immense, and if things went wrong, he might die here. Tina Pendragon thought about it and said, when the time comes, I'll do my best to come and support you. Jeffrey also said, I'll also do my best to support you and defend against the fish-scale world's invasion. After all, this concerns all of humanity, so we have to be united. However, apart from these two, the others did not say anything. CG and Oleg were thinking about other things. Of the 8 legatees, the 2 weakest were Masanori Hano. Because she had started developing later and only relied on the Demon City, her faction would be weaker than the others and would not be able to provide much support. The other was Babylon. Even though he was the legatee of a clan armament, he did not have a kingdom legacy or a city. He had always been by himself, so only he could help. Masanori Hano and Babylon thought for a while before expressing that they would do their best to support him. CG and the others also made their decision and expressed their support. Following this, everyone looked at Zhao Fu, who had not said anything this entire time. They felt quite nervous. If Qin, the strongest person in the human world, did not support them, they would not have much confidence. They would feel that they would be weaker in terms of morale. Zhao Fu could tell what they were thinking, and he lightly laughed as he said, how could I not help with such an invasion? Also, it's best if everyone in the world knows about this. Otherwise, just the few of us won't be able to do much. Everyone felt quite relieved and smiled. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, we can't just passively defend, we can also take the initiative to attack. The rewards for invading a world are quite great, and there will be an ocean of fate. We can also increase the human world's fate, which is beneficial to all of humanity. While the human world's people were discussing, the fish-scale world's people were also discussing how to face the human world. They weren't prepared, but we weren't prepared either. Who knew that something like this would happen? How could we attack like this? If we recklessly charge over without making any preparations, we'll definitely be defeated. Not only will we suffer countless casualties, but we'll also become a joke, a shrewd fatty retorted. A bewitching woman also said, we should go back and notify the various tribes and dynasty legatees to have them prepare. Also, I feel that it's best if we lure the humans over because the water is our home ground. The humans can't breathe underwater, and they'll drown if they fall in. However, we're different, we're amphibious, and as long as we're in the water, we'll have a great advantage. Also, they'll most likely come on boats, and we'll hide in the water. When that time comes, they'll be in the light while we'll be in the dark. Everyone was quite satisfied with this plan, and they all smiled. A gloomy elder looked at Zhao Fu and the others and said, what do we do now? Do we just leave? How are we going to deal with those human race legatees? They're most likely thinking the same thing as us, and we'll first spread the news. After all, this is a big matter between two worlds, so they most likely won't do anything for now. As such, we can leave and make preparations to slaughter the humans, a middle-aged man said as he coldly laughed. The fish-scale people looked at each other and smiled before turning into rays of light and shooting into the water and disappearing. Zhao Fu sensed the hostility from the other side and coldly harumphed. He also turned into a ray of black light and shot over the horizon, leaving first. The remaining legatees chatted for a bit before also leaving. After everyone left, a dignified-looking little boy with 2 streams of snot running down his nose came out of the water. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt quite dumbfounded. He then looked at the rainbow shard in his hand and felt that he had caused trouble. This boy looked to be from the fish scale race, but what was different about him was that he had a golden dragon tail. The boy sniffled and sucked in the snot before putting the rainbow shard into his clothes. He felt that he could not stay here any longer, and as if he had done something wrong and was afraid of being scolded by adults, he dove into the water and ran away. This matter quickly spread throughout both worlds, and almost everyone knew about it. Everyone in the fish scale world prepared to slaughter the humans. Their environment was incredibly cruel, and there were aquatic beasts everywhere. They understood the principle of the strong preying on the weak, so they all agreed to slaughter the humans. On the other side of the human world, the humans who lived at the top of the pyramid on Earth and lived a comfortable life had different attitudes. Some people were in favor of war, and of course, there were also people who opposed it and criticized such behavior. The other world didn't attack us, so why should we attack them? Being an invader is a shameful thing. I don't want future generations to say that about me, so I definitely won't go. However, I do support building a defensive wall and oppose all violence. Why can't we solve this peacefully? Why must we start a war? Do you know the consequences of war? You butchers, you're practically born human, and I don't want to be associated with you. Yeah. I'm also a pacifist, and it's best to be careful when it comes to a war between 2 worlds. I think we should send people over to communicate and reduce unnecessary misunderstandings. I believe that the other side is kind and won't start a war. I know this was suggested by Great Xianxia. Do you really want to help someone as ruthless and cruel as Great Xianxia? Everyone, please wake up and oppose all wars. I also support defending, and we definitely can't invade other worlds. A bunch of ignorant boorish people. It's already the 20th century, yet they still don't know how to respect human rights, justice, life, and morals. People like you are all trying to establish tyrannical regimes. If you say they're in danger, bring out some proof. Anyway, I know that they haven't attacked us yet. The human world was split into 2 factions. Those who supported peace did not do anything, and they instead started to criticize and insult the other side. The media that stood on the side of justice also reported and supported them. Those who supported war started to gather at the boundary of the southern continent because they knew how important this war was. If they did not react now, it would be too late for the human world to be invaded. Most of the factions were researching teleportation channels so that they could provide support if the southern continent was in danger. At the same time, all sorts of resources were being prepared, and the atmosphere was tense and austere. It was as if a shocking war was about to erupt. Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and gathered his generals to discuss this matter. Facing the fish-scale people's threat, everyone became quite serious. This matter affected the entire human world, and as humans, they definitely did not want the human world to lose this war. After discussing for 3 or so hours, Qin City started to gather all sorts of resources to prepare for the war, and everything else was put on hold. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the chaotic world stone steel. Before, Zhao Fu had not been very interested in the items on the chaotic world stone steel, but this invasion would affect the survival of an entire race, so the rewards would definitely be quite great. Now, Qin City's chaotic world stone steel was level 8, which was something that ordinary dynasties could not achieve. This chaotic world stone steel would most likely have some good things. Moreover, Zhao Fu received a system announcement that the chaotic world stone steel had been updated, making Zhao Fu feel even more excited. He looked at the chaotic world stone steel, and it did not disappoint Zhao Fu. Within the chaotic world stone steel, Zhao Fu saw a few things that he was quite interested in. These things were almost impossible to obtain before. For example, the first thing Zhao Fu saw was a great city upgrade stone, the second was a blueprint for the dragon-slaying ballista, and the third was a 10,000 blood god stone that could be used by the Corpse Soul Blood Lake. It could create 100 Corpse Soul soldiers and 5 Corpse Soul commanders every day. There were also cities that could be exchanged for. Apart from towns and cities, there were also great cities and, at the very highest, capital cities. Even though capital cities were quite expensive, this gave Zhao Fu a trace of hope. If he could exchange for a capital city, he would be one step closer to restoring Qin City. If he could exchange for 3 capital cities, Zhao Fu would be able to upgrade Qin City to level 6, and he would be able to establish a kingdom. This made Zhao Fu feel quite excited. Looking at so many tempting things, Zhao Fu wanted to participate even more. After this matter was resolved, Qin City would not be too far away from establishing a kingdom. The reason Zhao Fu had come here by himself was because he wanted to obtain accurate information about the fish-scale people. He did not want to send his soldiers ahead of time, as they did not know much yet. If he sent his soldiers over and billions of enemies invaded, it was possible that all of Zhao Fu's soldiers would be wiped out. He could not afford to be careless in such a world-class battle, and Zhao Fu would not joke around with his soldiers' lives. There were still many people who had not arrived yet, so it would take some time. However, some people from the southern continent had already arrived and started to build defensive walls. They were mainly made from massive trees, rocks, and clay, and they were quite simple and quick. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and flew into the fish-scale world. Looking at the boundless ocean, Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain and dove into the water. He felt that the fish-scale people were quite easy to attack, as they lived in the water and did not have many defensive walls. If they built defensive walls, they would be able to swim over without any obstructions. Soon, Zhao Fu found a wilderness village that lived near a group of reefs. Zhao Fu found that the fish-scale people here all chose to rely on certain things to protect themselves. Some relied on reefs, while others relied on underwater mountains. Using natural objects as cover, they did not need to build defensive walls. However, attacking them would be quite troublesome, as they could not only use reefs to attack, but they could also use reefs and mountains to hide. The fish-scale people were not as easy to deal with as they had imagined, and attacking them would be quite troublesome. First, there was the problem of water. Humans could not breathe underwater, and while they could swim and dive, they could not fight underwater unless they had items that could breathe underwater. After looking around for a while, Zhao Fu did not see any signs of an army coming. It seemed that the fish-scale people were also making preparations. After not finding anything else, Zhao Fu returned to the human world. Time gradually passed, and more people gathered. Soon, there were 100 million people. Apart from the players, there were also the system main city residents. Zhao Fu wanted to pull the system main city residents in as well, but none of them were willing to participate. They felt that with the players blocking them, they would not act unless it was truly dangerous. This was not Zhao Fu's home field, so Zhao Fu couldn't say or do anything. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu ordered people to make the water pearl. Water pearls were treasures on the market that could allow one to breathe underwater, and they cost 10 silver coins each. Following the events in the fish-scale world, the price of water pearls quickly increased, and it was now 15 silver coins each. Zhao Fu felt that it was too troublesome, so he obtained a blueprint and gave it to Bai Shan and the others to create it. Apart from the water spirit pearl, he also needed a large number of boats. Although he could breathe underwater, he still needed a place where he could stand to facilitate transportation, gathering, and replenishment. This was the preparation for the attack. The defensive preparations had already been made, so there was no need to worry. Half a month later, both offensive and defensive preparations had been completed. 300 million people had gathered at the southern continent's boundary, and the defensive wall was completed. It was 12 meters tall and 6 meters wide, and it was quite shocking to see such a wall being built in such a short period of time. Most of the people gathered here were from the southern continent, and various leaders had gathered, forming an alliance of thousands of people. Akhenaten's people trusted him and felt that he was more useful than Zhao Fu, so he was appointed as the commander of the alliance. As an outsider, Zhao Fu was pushed to the sidelines. It wasn't just Zhao Fu, the other legatees were also pushed aside. Apart from the fact that they were outsiders, they did not bring many people. Tina Pendragon brought 100,000 people, CG brought 80,000 people, Jeffrey brought 90,000 people, Masanori Hano brought 70,000 people, and Zhao Fu brought the most people with 120,000 people. It wasn't that they didn't want to send more people, it was just that crossing an entire continent was no simple matter. Zhao Fu's 120,000 soldiers had all been continuously teleported over using transboundary teleportation channels. Compared to 300 million people, 100,000 or so soldiers was not much at all. As such, many of the factions in the southern continent looked down on them. Adding on the fact that they were outsiders, they were naturally pushed aside. Xiaofu did not mind too much. He did not want to use his full strength this time, and he wanted to see the fish scale people's strength first. This was just a test. After so much time had passed, the human side had finished their preparations, but the fish scale people had not reacted at all. Another half a month passed, and now, they had waited for more than a month, but the fish scale people still had not reacted. By now, some people were starting to feel dissatisfied. They couldn't just waste so many people here. Xiaofu wanted to take the initiative to attack and test the situation, but he did not have much authority here. Xiaofu would not send his 120,000 soldiers, because if there was any danger, they would all be wiped out. Akhenaten had also thought about taking the initiative to invade, but because of the urgency of the situation, at least 80% of the fish scale people had not prepared any means of invading. They had not prepared a large number of ships or items that could breathe underwater, and they also needed the ability to swim and fight underwater. As such, many people were not willing to invade. Not only were they not prepared, but the risks were also quite high. Even though the rewards were quite good, it was not enough for them to risk everything. A few more days passed, and the dissatisfaction reached its peak. Some people started to say that Zhao Fu and the other legatees were making too much of a fuss about nothing and that the other side did not have any intentions of attacking the human world. It was Zhao Fu and the other legatees who were too cowardly and often thought that the other side would harm the human world. As the world protector, Zhao Fu was the most important person in the world, so he was naturally criticized the most. The other legatees felt quite angry and left one after another. In the end, only Tina Pendragon and Jeffrey remained. Zhao Fu was also quite angry, but he still stayed. Another 3 days passed, and some people cursed and left. Now that things had started, many people also chose to leave. They had already spent more than a month here, and no one wanted to waste any more time like this. In the end, they could only leave. In the end, there were only 3 million soldiers left on the defensive wall. The various factions left some people behind to stand guard before returning to their own bases. Seeing that there were only so few people left, Zhao Fu could only helplessly return to Qin City with his soldiers. He felt quite confused as to why the fish scale people had not invaded yet. Were they waiting for the human world to invade? However, very few people in the human world had experience fighting underwater, and Qin City was the same. They only had experience fighting on land, and they did not know anything about the other side. They did not want to take the risk and were afraid of suffering heavy casualties, so they naturally would not attack. Everyone had been filled with battle intent as they set off to defend against and invade the fish scale world. However, they had now returned dispiritedly, dealing a great blow to everyone's morale. They started to doubt whether this was right or wrong, and those who had not done anything before started to mock them. Didn't you say that the situation was dire? Is the human world going to suffer a massive disaster? What a big fuss. Did anything happen? Nothing happened at all. Why do you think that the other side is as greedy and selfish as humans? You've all made a big mistake this time. So many people rushed over. Not only did it waste a lot of time and effort, but it also affected the image of us humans. You've lost face for us humans, and others will think that we're unreasonable boorish people. That's right. I hate these idiots the most. Just because someone casually said something, they just ran over and blindly believed everything. Luckily I was smart and didn't go. Now, the truth is that the other side didn't attack us. Ha ha ha. I demand that those who went to the boundary apologize. This will affect the image of us humans too much, and it might cause a huge battle. If they don't apologize and a huge battle breaks out, they'll have to take responsibility. In actuality, those legatees are too cowardly. The main reason was that those inheritors were too cowardly. We humans are the wisest of all creatures, so why would we be afraid of others? We humans have the strength to defend against everything. I have absolute confidence in that. However, those legatees have lost face for us humans. The people who said these things were mostly people who lived the most comfortable lives. They had plenty of resources and did not have much to worry about. Hearing these people say these things, the people who had participated in the battle could not refute them, and it was as if they had done something wrong. Before, 70% of the people wanted to fight, 20% were pacifists, and the remaining 10% were just spectators. However, after a month of peace, only 30% of the people wanted to fight remained, 40% were pacifists, and 30% were indifferent. The most active were, of course, the pacifists. They raised flags everywhere, saying that they wanted legatee Qin's legatee to go and apologize. Since they were legatees, they should accept responsibility and that they had the right to make them apologize. After all, the world belonged to them, and they wanted freedom and democracy. Everyone had their own rights, and they could not allow anyone to destroy those rights. No one or a few people could represent them. Since they had done something wrong, they should go and apologize. Otherwise, they would not be fit to be legatees and would continue to lose face for the entire human race. Everyone, please courageously stand up and resist these ruthless people. This made the legatees feel incredibly angry, and Oleg directly announced that he would not care about this anymore. Jeffrey patiently explained to everyone. Jeffrey's legatee's legatee and legatee's legatee was not too angry. Akhenaten felt quite complicated and did not know how to deal with all of this. So much time had passed, and he did not know if the other side had invaded or not. However, he did not want to cause any trouble and just wanted the Pharaoh kingdom to develop peacefully. Xiaofu was so angry that he could not say anything, and he did not care about these things anymore. He stayed within Great Qin and focused on developing weapons that countered the fish-scale people. At the same time, Xiaofu was also training the soldiers' ability to fight underwater. He didn't want them to be useless underwater and be unable to use their powerful cultivation. Time continued to pass day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the new year. More than 2 months had passed since the appearance of the Great Southern Rift. Things gradually calmed down, and people did not pay too much attention to the situation at the southern boundary. The pacifists did not make any more ruckus, and they turned their attention to other matters. It had been 2 months, and perhaps the fish-scale people would not invade the human world. During these 2 months, Qin City continued to develop steadily and quickly. During these 2 months, Qin City had already cleared out 15 regions, and it now controlled 123 regions. During this period of time, another 21 system main cities were unable to resist and chose to join Qin City. Now that the natural disaster had been raging for almost a year, there was a shortage of food. Because of the impact of the natural disaster, there was almost no harvest. Food, which was originally so cheap that almost no one wanted it, had now become an important resource. With the shortage of resources, the outbreak of conflict became even more intense. Under starvation, even a group of good citizens would become rioters and start to steal from each other, making the situation even more chaotic than before. Xiaofu did not care about these things and continued to research weapons to deal with the fish-scale people. By now, Xiaofu had already made up his mind that even if the fish-scale people did not invade, Xiaofu would still attack for the capital city and other rewards. Because they were not from the same race, Xiaofu did not trust them at all. As such, he had to deal with them. Even if they were not in danger now, who knew what would happen in the future? When dealing with the fish-scale people, Xiaofu likened them to a school of fish. Fish were aquatic creatures, so they were quite similar to other aquatic races. Xiaofu wanted to use the same method to deal with the fish-scale people. If people wanted to catch fish, some would use fishing nets, some would use their hands, and some would use harpoons. Of course, this was not possible. The fish-scale people were not real fish, so these methods were not suitable for them. Xiaofu used a large-scale method, which was to catch large groups of fish, such as fishing nets, poison, and mines. These 3 methods were the most common methods of catching large groups of fish. However, because the situation was different, Xiaofu made some changes. For example, Xiaofu used the silver-grade metal that Qin had spent a lot of effort to obtain, as well as a special material to create it. Ordinary Stage 1 soldiers and below would not be able to cut through it, and if many Stage 1 soldiers sent their cultivation power into it, even Stage 2 soldiers would not be able to escape. The second method was to use poison. This method was very rarely used, as just a few vials of poison could kill all of the creatures in a river. This was simply too immoral, so not many people saw it, and it was strictly forbidden. Zhao Fu ordered people to gather a massive amount of poison from all over China. At that moment, the other treasure that Zhao Fu had obtained was put to use, which was the 10,000 poison divine cauldron that he had obtained from killing the purple-scaled python. This cauldron could refine all kinds of poisons, and it could also release the greatest toxicity. The cauldron itself could also evolve through refining poisons, and it was a treasure with growth potential. A single drop of poison that could kill hundreds of people was brought over by Zhao Fu and poured into the 10,000 poison divine cauldron before refining a few drops. The final method was to use naval mines. Because water was also a conductor, the power of a naval mine's explosion would be even greater than on land, and its destructive power was incredibly shocking. In the past, people often used this method to blow up fish, and they would be able to destroy a large area. Now, it was not that common anymore, as it was quite dangerous. Moreover, anyone who used this method to blow up fish would be said to be cruel and immoral, and others would not allow it. Zhao Fu did not have any naval mines, but he had 2 humanoid missiles, which were Binoche and Karash. During the defensive battle, Zhao Fu had heard of their performance. A combined forbidden spell had blasted open a 10-kilometer-wide crater, causing millions of soldiers to not dare to come close. This time, Zhao Fu wanted to rely on them to seal the forbidden spell and create a forbidden spell item. He would seal the forbidden spell's power within an item, and as long as he threw it out, it would activate the forbidden spell's power. This was similar to a magic scroll. Zhao Fu used a high-purity energy crystal as a medium. It was a 30-centimeter-long rhombus-shaped crystal that was incredibly transparent and had many small faces like a diamond. It refracted light and looked quite beautiful. This kind of crystal could contain terrifying power, and only it could be used as a medium for forbidden spells. Ordinary items would not be able to withstand forbidden spells' destructive power. However, these crystals were quite expensive, and they cost 10,000 gold coins each. Zhao Fu gave the crystals to Binoche and Karash. Because forbidden spells required a large amount of strength and energy, even though Zhao Fu helped them by recovery items, they could only create 2 destruction crystals per day. Destruction crystal was the name of the finished product, and its appearance had greatly changed. The transparent rhombus-shaped crystal was now icy on one side and fiery on the other, and it gave off a terrifying destructive aura. In the past month or so, Binoche and Karash had created 75 destruction crystals in total. These were the things that Zhao Fu used to blow up the fish, and they were incredibly powerful and could cause people to feel despair. After making these preparations, Zhao Fu did not start attacking. This was because it was almost the New Year, which was one of the most important holidays. Zhao Fu wanted the soldiers to relax and prepare for the cruel battles next year. At the same time, Zhao Fu also hoped that there would be good weather next year, so that Qin could also have a good celebration. Compared with the festive and lively scene in Qin City, most places were gloomy. They didn't even have enough to eat. How could they be happy? Therefore, they didn't have a happy New Year. On the contrary, they were very worried and hoped that the natural disaster would be over soon next year. He turned his gaze to the border of the southern continent. The opening that was millions of kilometers long was still the same, and nothing had changed. The sea breeze from the other world blew over, and the deafening sound of the waves was the same as usual. The 3 million soldiers had stood guard here for 2 or so months, and their days had been quite boring. Because there had been no movement from the other side, they were not too worried. They thought to themselves that the fish-scale people wouldn't dare to invade the human world either. The sky was completely dark, and it was even darker than usual. There were no stars or moons, and it was as if all light had been devoured. This sort of darkness made people feel quite afraid and terrified. Bonfires danced in the wind on the defensive walls, and a few soldiers sat together with a jug of wine, feeling quite dissatisfied. A soldier said drunkenly, "I'm bored to death here, I just stand guard here every day. The fish-scale world definitely won't attack, and it's been so long. When will the leader call us back? Or when will the fish-scale world attack? At least it won't be so boring." These words caused the other drunken soldiers to nod in agreement. After all, they were also quite dissatisfied with just standing here like this. Rumble, suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as the ground started to violently tremble. A terrifying and suffocating aura swept out like a tsunami, and the 3 million soldiers' bodies instantly froze. They felt as if they had fallen into bone-chilling ice water, and their souls trembled. The soldiers stood up in terror and looked towards the fish-scale world because that was where the aura was coming from. Because of the darkness, the soldiers could not see ahead clearly. They could only see countless eyes that were as big as 2 houses, giving off a faint blood-red light, looking at the soldiers on the defensive walls with savage gazes. Enemy attack. A voice filled with extreme fear tore through the air, making the dark night seem even more terrifying, and even more miserable. The ground continuously trembled, and the soldiers shot out a few massive light bombs in terror. White light spread out in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. However, as the darkness receded, everyone became even more terrified, and they finally saw what was attacking. There were countless aquatic beasts that gave off terrifying and despairing auras. There were crab-like creatures that were 10 or so meters long, crocodile-like creatures that were 100 meters long, and striped sea snakes that were 1,000 meters long. There were also sharks that had 2 legs and were 100 meters tall. There was also a fish that was over 50 meters long and had a pair of wings on its body. There was also an octopus that was hundreds of meters tall and had countless tentacles. There was also a sword that was over 10 meters long and could float in the air. There was also a sea turtle that was as large as a mountain. Countless sea beasts, which couldn't be seen clearly, charged at the defensive wall like a tidal wave with earth-shattering momentum. Hurry and run! The soldiers did not dare to resist at all because not only were the countless aquatic beasts massive, but there were also countless aquatic beasts rushing over like a flood. Moreover, there were countless aquatic beasts pouring through the massive rift and into the human world. The countless soldiers were so scared that they did not have the strength to fight at all, and they started to run for their lives. Some soldiers mustered up their courage and shot out arrows, but they either could not pass through the defensive walls or did not react at all. Rumble, the countless aquatic beasts gave off terrifying auras as they excitedly and madly rushed forwards. They were incredibly fast, and soon, the massive beast tide smashed into the 10 or so meter tall defensive walls. After being smashed by the massive aquatic beasts, the tall and sturdy defensive walls loudly collapsed. They were unable to stop the aquatic beasts at all, and the majestic defensive walls that were millions of kilometers long collapsed just like that, as if they had been completely useless. The soldiers were unable to escape at all, and they were either trampled to death or devoured. Pained cries tore through the air, and in just an instant, 3 million soldiers had died. Roar! In the distance, 10 or so people looked at the rampaging aquatic beasts and grinned. These were the aquatic beasts that had rampaged in their world, and they could not control them. They had paid a heavy price and suffered heavy casualties, and it had taken them 2 or so months to lure them over. This was why they had not done anything for 2 or so months. They had been spying on this world this entire time, and they wanted to see the humans fighting amongst themselves. At first, they had wanted to wait for the humans to invade before using their geographical advantage to destroy the humans. It was a pity that the humans did not have any intentions of attacking, so they could only change their strategy and use the aquatic beast's power to sweep through the human world. With the aquatic beasts charging at the front, they would be able to easily collect the spoils of war from behind without any danger at all. However, they did not dare to act yet, as they had lured the aquatic beasts over and could not control them. If they got too close, they would be attacked by the aquatic beasts, and they would suffer heavy casualties. In actuality, this move was quite insidious, as the aquatic beasts were a scourge to the fish-scale world. By luring the aquatic beasts to the human world, they would be able to deal a blow to the human world's strength, and even if the aquatic beasts were destroyed, they would be getting rid of a scourge for the fish-scale world, and they would not lose a single soldier. The beast tide formed by the aquatic beasts was 10 or so times more terrifying than a beast tide formed by ordinary wild beasts. It was like a bulldozer, and no matter if it was the trees, grass, rocks, or ground, they were not flattened at all. There were only countless deep footprints on the ground. After breaking through the defensive walls, the aquatic beasts rampaged towards the human world. The first to sense danger were the wild beasts, and they madly ran for their lives. By the time the humans discovered this, it was already too late. Villages and towns were instantly inundated, and they could not resist at all. It was as if a massive beast had trampled over a group of ants. By the time a system main city discovered these terrifying aquatic beasts, it was already too late to run. The massive figures gave off mountain-toppling auras as they rushed towards the system main city. The city lord led 100,000 soldiers in a counterattack. The soldiers drew their bows and sent their cultivation power into them, causing countless arrows to shoot out. However, when they hit the aquatic beasts, they only caused them to howl in pain and were unable to deal any fatal damage. This meant that even Stage 1 soldiers were unable to kill these aquatic beasts. A massive creature like this would require a team of thousands of people to kill it, and it would require everyone's cooperation to kill it. However, they had gathered together, and if the Stage 1 soldiers were unable to form a powerful attack, it would be useless no matter how many people there were. Some of the more accurate soldiers were able to shoot their arrows through the sea beast's eyes and into their brains. Only then were they able to kill some of the low-level sea beasts. However, the eyes were not that easy to shoot. These sea beasts were quite intelligent, and they naturally knew their own weaknesses. Once they closed their eyes or moved, it was very difficult to attack their eyes. 100,000 soldiers only caused the deaths of a few dozen sea beasts. However, there were tens of millions of sea beasts. This was not a battle of the same level. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the system main city's tall and sturdy city walls were smashed by the beast tide. If it was an ordinary beast tide, the system main city might have the right to remain neutral, but this beast tide was from the other world, so they could not remain neutral. After the city walls were smashed down, countless soldiers fell from the sky. Some of the soldiers were injured, while others who were prepared were able to safely land and started to fight with the aquatic beasts. They were destined to be pitiful, and they were unable to deal much damage to the aquatic beasts. They were either crushed by the massive bodies or devoured in one gulp. Some of the soldiers were able to reach the aquatic beasts and madly attacked them. However, with the aquatic beasts' massive bodies, they were unable to deal any fatal damage. At most, they were only able to injure the soldiers. Seeing countless soldiers die, the city lord furiously slashed out a large wave of saber light, slashing an aquatic beast that was hundreds of meters long in half, causing blood to rain down. The city lord's actions had long since been noticed by a few of the 1,000-meter-long aquatic beasts. A catfish-like aquatic beast swung its tail, and its massive body smashed towards the city lord like a mountain. The city lord was unable to dodge at all, and he could only place his saber in front of him to defend. However, he was still sent flying by the massive figure. After flying back, the city lord coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the other aquatic beast seized this opportunity and bit down on the city lord's body. Its massive bite force tore through the city lord's defensive barrier and tore his body in half. The city lord died on the spot, and his lower body was eaten while his upper body fell from the sky and heavily crashed to the ground. The aquatic beast was quite reluctant, and it lowered its head and devoured the city lord's upper body as well as his city lord's seal. To the aquatic beasts, city lords were the most delicious desserts, and many aquatic beasts loved to eat them. Seeing that its desserts had been stolen, the catfish-like aquatic beast furiously roared. The aquatic beast that had eaten the city lord knew that it was in the wrong, so it ran off, indicating that it would not steal the city lord's food in the future. Only then did the massive catfish-like aquatic beast stop roaring, and it turned its savage gaze towards the residents who were running away in fear. Even though teleportation channels could be used, only a small portion of the people had been teleported out, and most of the people had remained in the city. Now that the city lord and soldiers had died, they could only run in another direction. The catfish-like aquatic beast flew over and opened its terrifying mouth, sucking in hundreds of people in a single breath before starting to chew. The sounds of bones breaking and blood splattering could be heard from the catfish-like aquatic beast's mouth. The catfish-like aquatic beast moved its throat and swallowed the meat, creating a terrifying scene that could cause anyone's hairs to stand on end. The remaining people screamed as they ran, but how could they outrun the beast tide? They were either eaten or crushed into meat paste by the massive aquatic beasts. 400,000 or so people had disappeared in just a few moments, and the system main city had been razed to the ground, turning into a deathly ruin. There were corpses and blood everywhere, silently telling of what had happened here. This wasn't just what had happened to a single system main city but countless system main cities. Tens of millions of aquatic beasts formed a massive beast tide that could simultaneously inundate 5 or 6 regions. In just a few moments, the aquatic beasts had ravaged 20 or so regions, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. Very few creatures were able to survive, and the aquatic beasts viewed all creatures in the human world as food that could be devoured. The invasion of the aquatic beasts was like a massive bomb that exploded in the human world, sending massive waves through the human world. Countless people felt incredibly shocked at the horrendous scene that the aquatic beasts had created. Akhenaten immediately asked for help because facing a beast tide of 10 million aquatic beasts, it was not something that he could defend against. He would need at least 600 million or 700 million Stage 1 soldiers to defend against it, and it was possible that he would suffer heavy casualties. Facing such a massive crisis, the southern continent could only respond, and even the system main city lords could not stay out of this. After seeing the aquatic beasts wreaking havoc, they had no choice but to work together with the players. In front of the massive aquatic beast tide, ordinary soldiers were completely useless because they could only deal light damage. Stage 1 system main city soldiers were not very useful either, and they could only kill the aquatic beasts by hitting their vitals. Only Stage 2 and Stage 3 system main city soldiers could threaten the aquatic beasts. However, who would have so many Stage 2 and Stage 3 soldiers? Even if a system main city had a great advantage after such a long time, each system main city would only have 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers, and 10 system main cities would only have 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers. 100 system main cities would only have 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers. If they wanted to fight against 10 million aquatic beasts, they had to have at least 10 million soldiers. After all, a single aquatic beast was incredibly terrifying, and it would be quite difficult for a few Stage 2 soldiers to deal with it. In the human world, there was no way that they could put up a resistance. Even though thousands of city lords were willing to join them, thousands of city lords were still incredibly weak compared to millions of aquatic beasts. Even though it was a miracle that thousands of city lords were willing to join them, they were still unable to defend against the aquatic beasts. The invasion of the aquatic beasts was a catastrophe for the southern continent. Akhenaten had no choice but to ask for help from the various factions. In such a dangerous and tense moment, most of the pacifist factions shut their mouths and did not say anything. However, there were still a few who continued to rebuke the players. "Look, I already said that it's your fault for charging over so aggressively. Now that they're attacking in anger, it's all because of you, so you have to take responsibility." "That's right. I also told the legatees to go and apologize, but they refused to do so. Now that they're attacking, they should be afraid. Serves them right. I feel that those legatees and world protector don't deserve to be blamed at all, it's all because of them. If they wanted peace, would such a thing have happened? That's not going to happen. The other world is still kind, because it's just these sea beasts that are invading, not the other races. Please don't think that these ferocious sea beasts represent the entire world. We should negotiate with them in a peaceful manner and work together to resolve this matter. These world protectors and legatees are eating sh*t. Now that the sea beasts are invading, why aren't they taking care of them? How are they supposed to be legatees and world protectors? If they can't do it, then give them to someone else. Don't just stand there and not shit. These words almost angered the legatees to death. They had wanted to go and help, but they could not help but stop. Oleg directly said that if these people did not die, he would not help even if the world was destroyed. At most, they would all die together. Now that this was said, many hot-blooded people finally couldn't help but start bombarding these saints. Those who were worried that the world would really be destroyed were afraid that they would be harmed, so they also bombarded these pacifists. Some even found them in reality and beat them up. Only then did the words disappear, and the pacifists no longer dared to say anything. Xiaofu did not care about these words, and he immediately rushed over because this could affect Qin. Some people said that the factions in the south did not welcome them, and there were countless pacifists talking about how Xiaofu should not act and should only act in times of crisis to reap greater benefits. However, this was a war between worlds, and Qin's family could not control it alone. If things went out of control, it would be a disaster for everyone. Xiaofu did not care about other people's lives, but Qin was something that he wanted to protect the most. As such, Xiaofu did not care too much about these words and insults. When Xiaofu and the other legatees saw such a ferocious and terrifying beast tide and sensed the earth-shattering aura, they felt incredibly shocked. This did not seem to be something that humans could stop. It was not just them, Xiaofu did not have a way to deal with this either. The Earthrealm mark had not reached the end of the world yet, so he could not use it yet. Facing such a massive beast tide, even if Xiaofu threw down all of his destruction crystals, they would not be very effective. After all, these aquatic beasts were simply too big and had powerful life force. 75 destruction crystals would only be able to kill 1 million aquatic beasts at most. What do you all think we should do? Akhenaten felt incredibly worried because the aquatic beasts had already ravaged 50 or so regions, and 200 million people had been killed. If this went on, the southern continent would be finished. Xiaofu said, with such a massive beast tide gathered together, the impact is simply too monstrous. Right now, we need to split them up and attack them one by one. Otherwise, if we just charge over and face such a massive beast tide, even I will die. Hearing Xiaofu say this, the others had no other ideas and could only rely on Xiaofu. How do we split up this massive beast tide? Tina Pendragon asked out of curiosity. After all, such a massive beast tide could destroy everything, and it would be very difficult to change their direction. Xiaofu already had a plan, and he explained, it's actually quite simple. We can use some mountains and strange peaks to form a V shape and point it at the beast tide. None of the aquatic beasts will charge at the mountains for no reason and will instead choose to go to the other side. That way, we'll be able to split them up. However, this will require a lot of manpower and resources, so we can only rely on the southern continent. Akhenaten felt quite relieved and smiled as he said, don't worry about that. In front of such a massive beast tide, not only will countless players be scared to death, but even some system main cities will be terrified. They'll naturally help. The southern continent had 7,000 regions in total, and 3,000 regions had started to move. Luckily, the paths between regions had been opened, making it easier for countless people to gather. Even though countless people were helping, it would take some time. The aquatic beasts were simply too ferocious, and they had swept through over 100 regions in a short period of time. 600 million people had been killed, and only a small portion of them had been able to escape. The situation was incredibly dire. Perhaps it was because they had eaten their fill or were tired from running, but the aquatic beasts slowed down. Otherwise, they would not have been able to create a V-shape. The massive beast tide was continuously split apart by the V-shaped mountains, forming groups of thousands or tens of thousands of small beasts that spread out. Luckily, there were 7,000 or so city lords helping out, and they split into smaller groups to kill these aquatic beasts. Otherwise, with the human strength, they would have been completely annihilated by these aquatic beasts without being able to resist at all. However, facing tens of millions of aquatic beasts, these people were still not enough. Akhenaten understood this, so he could only go and convince the city lords to come and see for themselves how serious the situation was. If they could not defend, they would all die together. Facing this kind of danger, the other city lords could only join in after seeing the terrifying scene that the aquatic beasts had created. However, there were still not many of them. Even though the massive beast tide had been split apart, it would take at least half a year to completely wipe out the aquatic beasts. By then, the damage that the aquatic beasts had caused would be 10 or so times worse than it was right now. This forced the southern continent's factions to ask for help from the other continents. It was impossible for the system city lords to come, as they did not care about the other continents. Right now, the only ones who could help were the player factions. However, many factions were unwilling, as they wanted to preserve their strength and whittle down the southern continent's factions. As such, only a small portion of people were willing to come to the southern continent to help. This was not something that Xiaofu cared about, as Xiaofu was already doing his best to help. Of course, Xiaofu would not help the southern continent. The other legatees had already started to kill aquatic beasts, and Xiaofu came before a group of 10,000 aquatic beasts. Looking at these strange-looking aquatic beasts, Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. He could sense that they were not very powerful, but they were quite big. If they were not only big, but they also had the strength of a boss monster, they would not have been able to deal with them. Let alone the human world, no world would be able to stop their rampage. Of course, apart from some high-grade kingdoms, they would not be able to stop their rampage. Looking at these 10,000 aquatic beasts, Xiaofu deeply breathed in, and the Qin seal within his body continuously trembled as he gathered the power of 400 city lord seals. Boom, a rainbow-colored aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, and his black cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. An extremely terrifying might suddenly descended, and the aquatic beasts that had just eaten their fill and were slowly walking around immediately sensed danger. This was the first time they had felt something like this after entering the human world. The other legatees also felt quite shocked when they sensed this power. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out the Sin Dragon sword and started his slaughter. The 1,000-meter-long black crescent flashed through the horde of aquatic beasts. Aquatic beasts' bodies were sliced open, and blood poured out like fountains. The ground was instantly dyed red, and the stench of blood filled the air. Notification: you have killed the fish scale world's lonesome beast and obtained 1,200 invasion points. Notification: you have killed the fish scale world's blunt green fish and obtained 1,000 invasion points. Notification: you have killed the fish scale world's palm dog and obtained 1,100 invasion points. Zhao Fu killed dozens of aquatic beasts with a single attack, and at the same time, he received countless system announcements about the rewards for killing these aquatic beasts. The deaths of dozens of aquatic beasts enraged the other aquatic beasts, and they roared as they madly charged at Zhao Fu, wanting to kill Zhao Fu. One of the tentacle monsters stretched out countless thick tentacles and whipped towards Zhao Fu with immense force, causing the air to explode. Another shark-like aquatic beast that could float in the air opened its mouth and bit at Zhao Fu. Another swordfish also shot towards Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. Zhao Fu stood where he was and the Sin Dragon sword gave off a brilliant sword light. He casually slashed out, and a sword arc flashed out, slashing apart countless tentacles. The tentacles cried out in pain and instinctively retreated a few steps. The shark arrived in front of Zhao Fu and was about to bite at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out horizontally, and a black sword light split apart the shark's body, causing it to fall from the sky. The swordfish also flew over, and Zhao Fu dodged to the side. The swordfish passed by Zhao Fu, and just as it was about to turn around and attack, Zhao Fu stretched out his other hand and gripped it. Countless chains shot out from the air and pierced through the swordfish's body, instantly killing it. After killing 3 aquatic beasts, Zhao Fu did not feel happy at all because many more aquatic beasts were furiously charging over. The scene of 10,000 aquatic beasts rushing over was quite terrifying because of their massive bodies. It was as if they were a ferocious beast tide. Xing. Zhao Fu sent a large amount of power into the Sin Dragon sword and raised it high into the air before slashing down. 3 massive water dragons gave off powerful auras as they roared and charged at the aquatic beast tide. Bang! 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 One after another, the sea beasts were sent flying, making muffled sounds. The 3 water dragons charged into the horde of sea beasts, sending hundreds of sea beasts flying. However, the remaining aquatic beasts continued to ferociously charge over. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear at all, and his body turned into a ray of sword light that left behind a river of sword chi as he shot towards the ferocious aquatic beast tide. The sword light was incredibly sharp and seemed to be unstoppable as it slashed through the aquatic beast tide. Countless aquatic beasts' bodies were cut into pieces, and blood spurted everywhere, forming a bloody trail. In just an instant, thousands of aquatic beasts had died, causing the other aquatic beasts to feel quite terrified. Bang! Suddenly, a black blur flashed by, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying, heavily crashing into a few aquatic beasts. These massive aquatic beasts crashed to the ground. Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his emperor's domain, and even though he had been hit, he was not injured. However, his expression became serious because a 10,000-meter-long python with 3 heads had appeared in front of him. The appearance of this python caused the other aquatic beasts to feel quite afraid, and they did not dare to get close. This showed just how powerful this aquatic beast was. Bang! 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 The 3 heads spat out 3 rays of black light that contained destructive power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, and as the 3 rays of black light landed on the ground, they blasted open 3 craters that were 100 meters wide and 10 or so meters deep. The 10,000-meter-long python was a super aquatic beast in the fish-scale world, and it could become an aquatic beast king. It was incredibly powerful, and back then, the fish scale world had sent out 100 city lords, but they had been unable to kill it. Instead, they had suffered heavy losses, so they had brought it into the human world. Seeing that Zhao Fu had dodged, the three-headed python's cold eyes gave off a trace of killing intent, and its body moved as fast as a black blur as it bit towards Zhao Fu. The three-headed python was incredibly powerful and incredibly fast, and its three heads opened their mouths and bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side, and the other aquatic beasts had long since left in fear, not daring to participate in this monster-level battle. After dodging the three-headed snake's attack, Zhao Fu waved his hand and slashed out a sword light. The sword light, which could normally cut aquatic beasts in half, only left a light wound on the three-headed snake's body. The three-headed snake was infuriated and roared as its three heads shot out black beams of light, sweeping towards Zhao Fu. These beams of light were like lasers, and wherever they passed, they would leave behind massive ravines, looking incredibly terrifying. The originally fine terrain was instantly destroyed, turning into crisscrossed ravines, cracks, and collapses everywhere. It was a scene of destruction. Zhao Fu narrowly dodged, and when the three-headed snake finally stopped attacking, he slashed out with all of his strength, sending out a 1,000-meter-long sword light that gave off a heaven-piercing aura as it slashed towards the three-headed snake. Boom! The massive power of the sword light sent the three-headed snake's 10,000-meter-long body flying 10 or so meters before crashing to the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust. SSSS. The three-headed snake was infuriated, and a 1-meter-deep gash appeared on its abdomen, from which blood continuously flowed out. Even though this kind of wound was only a small one to it, it had never suffered something like this before. Within the dust, the three-headed snake raised its heads and opened its mouths, shooting out 3 rays of black light. These rays of black light tore through the air and instantly arrived in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was unable to dodge, so he could only send out a sword light. Zhao Fu slashed out horizontally, and the sharp sword light cut apart the 3 rays of black light, causing them to turn into motes of light and dissipate. Bang! Suddenly, a black blur slammed into Zhao Fu's body. It was a snake head that was as big as a small mountain. In that instant, the three-headed snake seemed to teleport, arriving in front of Zhao Fu and attacking Zhao Fu. The massive snake head sent Zhao Fu flying, and he crashed heavily against a mountain. A trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's mouth. This time, Zhao Fu had not been able to use his emperor's domain in time, so he was only slightly injured. Swish! Swish! Whoosh! The three-headed snake shot out 3 more beams of black light, which flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side, and the 3 beams of black light struck the mountain, creating 3 large holes in it. Roar! Zhao Fu felt a trace of anger and raised the Sin Dragon sword with both hands, sending all of his power into it. The Sin Dragon sword gave off a brilliant sword light and a dragon's roar as 3 water dragons gave off ferocious power and rushed towards the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake's massive body was unable to dodge at all. It was struck by the 3 water dragons, and its 10,000-meter-long body was sent flying back several hundred meters, knocking down a mountain. The deafening sound caused the spectating sea beasts to tremble in fear. Hiss! This time, the three-headed snake was truly enraged. Its body was sent flying by the 3 water dragons, and even though it did not seem to be injured on the surface, it had suffered internal injuries. Blood flowed out of the 3 snake heads' mouths, and it raised its body and let out an ear-piercing screech. The three-headed snake continuously spat out black spheres of light from its mouth. It was like a machine gun, continuously firing black bullets. Bang! Bang! As the black bullets continuously shot out, Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain and quickly dodged. These black bullets were incredibly powerful, and every one of them would blast open a 10-meter-wide crater on the ground. In just a few moments, there were over 10,000 of these craters on the ground, and the terrain had been completely destroyed. Suddenly, a wave of demonic chi shot into the sky, and the sun in the sky seemed to be dyed black. It no longer gave off heat and instead gave off a boundless demonic intent. An extremely terrifying sword aura appeared, and a wild gale swept out. By now, Zhao Fu's body was surrounded by demonic chi, and he raised a demon sword. Zhao Fu had already switched to the Sky Demon Sword, and he used the Sky Demon Sword's most powerful skill, Demon Sun. The three-headed snake sensed the immense danger, and its three heads were filled with madness and bloodlust. A large amount of black light shot out from its mouth and gathered in front of the middle head, forming a black orb. The black orb continuously absorbed the black light and became larger and larger until it was 100 meters wide. Black arcs of lightning continuously flashed around it, and it gave off an incredibly destructive aura that could make people feel terror. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a black sword light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Space seemed to be shattered, and everything turned into primal chaos. SSSS. The three-headed snake gave a massive hiss and sent out the massive black orb, which gave off an aura of destruction as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, and the ground continuously trembled. Even the legatees 10 or so regions away heard this explosion and felt the ground tremble. They felt quite shocked, and it seemed that something big had happened on Qin's side. Back at the battlefield, a 100,000-meter wide crater had appeared. The sky was covered with dust, and the heavens and earth were deathly silent. Within the rubble, Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood and crawled up. The three-headed snake was not in a good state either. There were many large wounds on its body, and blood continuously flowed out, dyeing the ground red. It was also heavily injured. Zhao Fu's expression became savage as he tapped off the ground, and his body shot out like an arrow towards the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake could sense Zhao Fu's attack, and it raised its body as its three heads gave off 3 rays of black light that shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out, and an arc of light destroyed the 3 rays of black light. He arrived before the three-headed snake, and Zhao Fu once again equipped the Sin Dragon sword. Countless traces of water vapor gathered, forming a 1,000-meter-long water sword. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out with all of his strength, sending out a terrifying blade of air that brought with it countless berserk winds towards the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake's body gave off a black light as it started to use defensive measures. However, it was still sent flying hundreds of meters by Zhao Fu's attack, and it heavily crashed into the ground, destroying countless trees and causing it to hiss in pain. The three-headed snake was evidently done for, and Zhao Fu once again rushed up, preparing to finish it off. Bang! Suddenly, a massive pillar of water slammed towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu was given a big fright and dodged to the side. However, another pillar of water ferociously slammed towards him, and Zhao Fu once again dodged to the side. However, another pillar of water slammed over, and Zhao Fu was unable to dodge and was sent flying. The ground continuously trembled as a mountain-like figure appeared. It was a massive tortoise that was 10,000 meters long. It had a dark green tortoise shell on its back, and its head was that of a dragon. Its 4 claws were very powerful, and it gave off a mountain-like pressure. The three-headed snake was called the three-souled great snake, and it was one of the fish-scale world's aquatic beast kings. This tortoise was also one of the aquatic beast kings, and it was called the earthwater dragon tortoise. The earthwater dragon tortoise was even more difficult to deal with than the three-souled great snake, as it had an incredibly tough tortoise shell. With its defense, almost no one could break through it, and the fish-scale people had paid a great price and effort to lure it into the human world. Zhao Fu crashed to the ground, his face ashen. He had never thought that another aquatic beast king would appear. He had not even gotten rid of the three-souled great snake yet, and now there was an earthwater dragon tortoise. Zhao Fu felt even more pressure. The earthwater dragon tortoise coldly looked at Zhao Fu, and in the next moment, pillars of water that were 3 meters wide suddenly shot up from the ground towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hurriedly dodged to the side, but the pillars of water continuously shot up from the ground. These pillars of water were incredibly powerful, and if he was hit, he would not just be lightly injured, a 30-meter-long aquatic beast would be smashed to death by these pillars of water. In the end, Zhao Fu could only fly into the air to avoid the pillars of water. The earthwater dragon tortoise's cold gaze did not change, and it did not move at all. Countless traces of water vapor continuously gathered, forming dozens of massive water orbs. Swish, 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 these water orbs contained immense power as they shot towards Zhao Fu, leaving faint traces in the air. Zhao Fu was forced to unleash his emperor's domain, and he continuously dodged as he swung his sword, destroying the incoming water orbs. Right after defending against a wave of attacks, the earthwater dragon tortoise once again condensed massive water orbs, which shot towards Zhao Fu. Let alone attacking, Zhao Fu could not even get close, making him feel quite sullen. This earthwater dragon tortoise was most likely a water type, and because it had incredible control over water, it could use all sorts of water type skills. As Zhao Fu dealt with the earthwater dragon tortoise's attacks, he thought about how to deal with it. Suddenly, a black shadow shot over, and the three-souled great snake recovered some of its strength. It leapt into the sky and opened its mouth as it bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this attack. The earthwater dragon tortoise grasped this opportunity and spat out a water orb, sending Zhao Fu flying back in the blink of an eye. It contained immense power, and Zhao Fu's emperor's domain was covered with cracks. After stabilizing his body in the air, Zhao Fu made up his mind to attack the earthwater dragon tortoise, or else he would be suppressed by it. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the earthwater dragon tortoise. Seeing Zhao Fu rush over, the earthwater dragon tortoise once again gathered countless water orbs and shot towards Zhao Fu with immense power. As Zhao Fu rushed forwards, he continuously dodged the water balls. If he could not dodge, he would slash out with his sword, and a sword light would flash out, splitting the water balls in half and causing them to scatter everywhere. As the distance between them closed, a hint of panic appeared in the earthwater dragon tortoise's eyes, and large amounts of water vapor once again gathered around it. Roar! A massive water dragon was condensed by the earthwater dragon tortoise and gave off a deafening roar as it gave off a powerful aura and charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent his power into the Sin Dragon's sword before vigorously slashing out. A water dragon also appeared and rushed towards the earthwater dragon tortoise with immense power. Bang! The two water dragons collided with immense power, resulting in a massive explosion and causing water to splash everywhere. By now, Zhao Fu had already rushed in front of the earthwater dragon tortoise, and his sword gave off a terrifying sword light as he slashed towards it. However, the earthwater dragon tortoise immediately retracted its head back into its shell. The terrifying sword light only left a shallow mark on the tortoise shell, not harming it in the slightest. This greatly infuriated Zhao Fu, and just as he was about to attack, countless pillars of water shot up from the ground, forcing Zhao Fu back once again. Bang! A black orb of light sent Zhao Fu flying back, and the three-souled great snake grasped this opportunity to once again attack. It wanted to take revenge for the pain it had suffered from before tenfold. Zhao Fu was once again sent flying, and he landed on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 The earthwater dragon tortoise once again stretched out its head and condensed water orbs, which shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side, feeling incredibly annoyed as he was being suppressed by two aquatic beasts. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and quickly thought of something. SSSS! The three-souled great snake gave a hiss as it once again opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and his sword gave off an intense sword wind as he once again sent the three-souled great snake flying. Its massive body crashed to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and leaves to fall like rain. Swish, 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 the incredibly wretched earthwater dragon tortoise once again condensed countless water orbs, which shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side. By now, Zhao Fu had already thought of a countermeasure. He took out the sky demon sword and raised it with his other hand as he unleashed Hell's gates. Roar! 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 Countless demons rushed out of the black hole and rushed towards the earthwater dragon tortoise. However, the earthwater dragon tortoise showed no fear. Water vapor madly condensed, forming tens of thousands of water orbs in just an instant. A terrifying aura spread out as tens of thousands of water orbs shot towards the countless demons. Bang! 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 The water orbs smashed into the demons, and the massive force shattered them. The terrifying demon tide was instantly destroyed by the countless water orbs. Suddenly, a streak of light shot towards the earthwater dragon tortoise at an extremely fast speed. This gave the earthwater dragon tortoise a fright, and it immediately retracted its head and claws into its shell. A green sword shot towards the earthwater dragon tortoise. It was the Sin Dragon sword that Zhao Fu had thrown out. The sword stabbed into the ground in front of the earthwater dragon tortoise, and only after a while did the earthwater dragon tortoise dare to stretch out its head and claws again. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as an emperor's seal appeared on his palm. Immediately, a massive wave of energy spread out from his palm, and the Sin Dragon sword in front of the Earth-Water Dragon tortoise gave off a brilliant sword light. The ground started to tremble, and the Earth-Water Dragon tortoise sensed something and panicked. It tried to run in another direction, but it was too late. Boom! A 10,000-meter wide pillar of water suddenly rushed out from below the Earth-Water Dragon tortoise. The massive force sent the massive Earth-Water Dragon tortoise flying 10,000 meters into the sky before heavily crashing down, causing the ground to tremble. The Earth-Water Dragon tortoise had smashed open a 100,000-meter wide crater in the ground, and it looked like a meteor had crashed into it. Countless trees and boulders were destroyed. The Earth-Water Dragon tortoise's appearance was even more wretched. Blood continuously flowed out of its mouth, and it seemed to have been heavily injured. Xiaofu wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. That king's profoundness had used up a lot of Xiaofu's strength, and Xiaofu was currently quite weak. Xiaofu had thought of the king's profoundness that he had never used before. Before, he had used the Sky Demon sword to cast it, but now, Xiaofu had to use the Sin Dragon sword. There was also the method that the eagle used to eat the tortoise. The tortoise's shell was incredibly tough, and the eagle was unable to eat it. As such, it carried the tortoise into the sky and then heavily smashed it down. The larger the tortoise, the greater the impact. As such, the Earth-Water Dragon tortoise had been heavily injured in just one strike. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xiaofu was once again sent flying, heavily crashing against a cliff. Countless cracks appeared on the cliff, and Xiaofu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He had been quite weak, and facing this sudden attack, Xiaofu had been heavily injured. A 10,000-meter-long aquatic beast king that looked like a lizard was covered with reefs. Its eyes were green and it gave off a fishy smell, and it was incredibly powerful. Another aquatic beast king had been lured over. This time, it was called the reef lizard. The reef lizard had shot out a rhombus-shaped reef, which had instantly pierced through Xiaofu's defenses and sent Xiaofu flying. Even though the reef lizard was easier to deal with than the Earth-Water Dragon tortoise, Xiaofu was already heavily injured and was not a match for it at all. At the same time, there was also the three-colored snake and the Earth-Water Dragon tortoise, which had preserved some of its strength. Now that he could not defeat it, Xiaofu could only choose to run. His body suddenly turned into a ray of light and quickly flew to the side. The reef lizard mocked, and its back started to wriggle as thousands of rhombus-shaped reefs that were 3 meters long shot towards Xiaofu. With so many reefs giving off massive penetrative power, if Xiaofu was hit by one, he would definitely be heavily injured. As such, Xiaofu could only stop and dodge as he defended. Bang! Xiaofu was suddenly blasted flying by an intense explosion and heavily crashed to the ground. Blood flowed out, dyeing Xiaofu completely red. Scree! A bird's cry tore through the clouds as a large bird appeared in the sky. This bird did not have any feathers and only had gray scales. Its eyes were blue and its claws were like steel, giving off a cold light. Its body also gave off a blue flame that gave off an intense heat. This heat was no ordinary heat, it was like steam. The blue flame on the bird's body was water attributed. The large bird spread its wings, which were also 10,000 meters wide. It was like a black shadow that covered the sky. Another type of sea beast king had arrived. This aquatic beast king was called the ghost scale flame bird, and it was the one that had released the blue fireball that had blasted Xiaofu away. Xiaofu coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and stood up with difficulty. The reef lizard, three-soul great snake, ghost scale flame bird, and Earth-Water Dragon tortoise coldly looked at Xiaofu and once again unleashed different attacks towards Xiaofu. Sensing these 4 terrifying attacks, Xiaofu felt a chill in his heart. He could only use his nation armament, or else he would die. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared beside Xiaofu. Masanori Hanno held a demonic halberd and vigorously swung it, sending out countless traces of demonic chi to block the reef that the reef lizard shot out. Jeffrey held his spear and blocked the 3-soul great snake's black light. Tina Pendragon slashed out, and a golden sword light split the massive blue fireball in half, while Akhenaten unleashed a shield of light, blocking a massive water ball. Looking at the 4 people who had appeared, Xiaofu's expression was quite complicated. He had never thought that they would save him. It was not just the aquatic beast kings that were attracted by the ripples. The other legatees also sensed the terrifying ripples and understood that something big had happened. Seeing the aftermath of the battle, everyone felt incredibly shocked. Seeing that Zhao Fu was surrounded by the 4 aquatic beast kings, they hurriedly acted. Jeffrey and Tina Pendragon did not have any selfish motives and directly acted. Masanori Hano had some other thoughts, and because of these thoughts, she acted even faster than the others. As for Akhenaten, because Zhao Fu was an incredibly important person, he could not allow anything to happen to him. Without Qin's legatee, it would be difficult for him in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that the southern continent had suffered, Akhenaten would not have acted to save Zhao Fu. He would have ended up like CG and the others watching from afar. Even though they had to face the invasion of another world as legatees, as long as the world was not in danger, they were still competitors. With Qin's legatee's terrifying power, who knew if he would act against them in the future? Moreover, the aquatic beast king's power was quite terrifying, and they felt that they would not be a match for them even if they went up. Of course, they could not use world energy because the world had not been destroyed yet, so how could they use world energy? World energy was not something that Zhao Fu and the others could use whenever they wanted. It had its own consciousness, and they could only use it if it wanted to give it to them. After all, world energy came from the world's source energy, and it greatly affected the entire world. Unless the world was truly destroyed, it would not give it to them. They felt that they would not be able to defeat the aquatic beast kings, and they also wanted to weaken Qin's legatee's power. As such, they could only watch from afar. I can deal with this myself, you don't need to do anything, Zhao Fu said to the 4 legatees. Zhao Fu did not want to accept favors from others, as favors were the hardest things to repay. These words immediately made Akhenaten feel quite displeased. If it wasn't for the southern continent, he would not have helped Qin's legatee. Perhaps if Qin's legatee died, they would have a chance to replace him. However, even though Akhenaten thought this, he did not say anything. Jeffrey dryly laughed. Facing Zhao Fu's refusal, he said, Qin's legatee, this isn't something that you can deal with by yourself. This aquatic beast king is too terrifying, and even I might not be able to stop one, let alone 4. Tina Pendragon lightly nodded and said, Jeffrey is right. As legatees, facing such a massive crisis is not something that can be dealt with by one person. We should work together and help each other. Masanori Hano's face became slightly red as she nodded. Zhao Fu did not reply and looked at the sky seriously as he said, if you don't run, we'll all die here. Before anyone could understand what Zhao Fu meant, CG and the others sensed something in the distance, and their expressions fell as they quickly ran. 4 incredibly terrifying auras once again descended, giving off a power that could cause people to feel despair and terror. Now, Tina Pendragon and the others understood what Zhao Fu meant. From the east, a jellyfish slowly floated over. This jellyfish was 10,000 meters long, and its body was transparent. It had countless tentacles, and it was surrounded by countless clouds, giving off an ethereal yet powerful aura. This was the aquatic beast king, the heavenly cloud jellyfish. From the west, a whale flew over. This whale was 10,000 meters long and had pale white skin. There were 18 blood-red eyes on its head, and it gave off a ferocious demonic chi. This was the aquatic beast king, the Nether-ocean demon whale. A stingray also flew over from the south. This stingray was 10,000 meters long, and its body seemed to be made of steel. Its tail gave off a chilling light, and it gave off a heavy metallic aura. This was the oceanic beast king, the sift metal stingray. From the north, there was a massive beast that looked like a flood dragon but had no legs. Its body was 10,000 meters long and was covered with violet scales. It gave off a terrifying might, the aquatic beast king, the sin flood dragon. With the addition of 4 more aquatic beast kings, there were now 8 aquatic beast kings present. The original 4 aquatic beast kings retreated some distance, and the 8 aquatic beast kings each took a corner and gave off heaven-toppling auras. This was an unprecedented terrifying aura, and the space around them seemed to be locked down. The corporeal might they gave off made all living creatures feel terror. These 8 aquatic beast kings were aquatic beasts that guarded the 8 regions of the fish-scale world, and the fish-scale people had no way of dealing with them. As such, they had lured them into the human world to bring disaster to the human world. Their plan had been quite successful. With these 8 aquatic beast kings and countless other aquatic beasts, it could be seen how difficult it was for the fish-scale people to survive. In comparison, the human world was much better off. I told you to hurry up and run. Now that we're surrounded by 8 aquatic beast kings, no one can escape, Zhao Fu said as he sighed. But if we leave, what will you do? Masanori Hano asked caringly. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not reply. 3 aquatic beast kings were already enough to heavily injure him, and facing 8 aquatic beast kings, Zhao Fu did not have any confidence at all. Let's take this opportunity to run. We'll need to gather other people to deal with beasts of this level. If we had 100 region lords, dealing with 1 aquatic beast king wouldn't be a problem. It's a pity that system main cities can now slaughter players, and the region lords have lost all restrictions. They can go wherever they want and do whatever they want, Akhenaten said seriously. Akhenaten said seriously. Even though they would not truly die here, they would suffer great losses, so no one wanted to die. Swish, 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 the heaven cloud jellyfish was the first to attack, and its countless tentacles swept towards Zhao Fu like the wind. Each tentacle gave off a cold light that could easily cut through steel. Zhao Fu had long since consumed the best healing medicine, and his injuries quickly recovered. The 5 of them turned into rays of light and shot off in different directions. Out of Tina Pendragon's group of 4, only Tina Pendragon had the confidence to deal with an aquatic beast king, the other 3 did not have much confidence at all. Bang! The sound of something being sliced apart sounded out as the countless tentacles gave off sharp cold lights as they swept past. The place where Zhao Fu and the others had been standing was reduced to countless tiny pieces, looking quite terrifying. Even though the 5 of them had dodged the heaven cloud jellyfish's attack, the other aquatic beast kings also started to attack. The 3-soul great snake, earth water dragon tortoise, and reef lizard immediately attacked Zhao Fu. The first 2 had enmity with Zhao Fu, while the latter thought that Zhao Fu would be easier to deal with. The Nether Ocean demon whale and Sin flood dragon started to attack Tina Pendragon, as they felt that she was the greatest threat. The ghost scale flame bird faced off against Masanori Hano, the sift metal stingray faced off against Akhenaten, and the heaven cloud jellyfish faced off against Jeffrey. On Zhao Fu's side, not only did Zhao Fu recover quickly, but the aquatic beast king's recovery speed was also quite shocking. The 3-soul great snake and earthwater dragon tortoise, who had been heavily injured, had mostly recovered. The reef lizard was the first to attack. Its back squirmed as countless rhombus-shaped reefs containing immense penetrative power shot towards Zhao Fu. The earthwater dragon tortoise also condensed countless water orbs and shot towards Zhao Fu, while the 3-soul great snake madly spat out 3 rays of black light. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions sounded out as these attacks completely inundated Zhao Fu's body, causing the ground to continuously tremble. The 3 beasts madly attacked, causing the surrounding 10 kilometers to be filled with craters. Dust filled the air, and just as the 3 beasts felt quite pleased, thinking that they had killed Zhao Fu, a black ray of light shot out from the dust and escaped. Even though the 3 beasts' attacks covered a large area, they were not as powerful. Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain and hit at the edges, enduring this wave of attacks. He was not in the mood to continue fighting, escaping was the most important thing right now. Roar! Seeing that Zhao Fu was going to escape, the earthwater dragon tortoise furiously roared, and a powerful aura exploded out as thousands of pillars of water shot up from the ground, cutting off Zhao Fu's path. The 3-soul great snake also furiously roared and leapt at Zhao Fu. The 2 of them had been heavily injured by Zhao Fu before, and their bodies were still in immense pain. They hated Zhao Fu to death, so how could they let him off? With his path cut off, the 3-soul great snake opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and could only stop. Seeing the 3-soul great snake coming at him, Zhao Fu felt quite angry. He sent his power into the Sin Dragon sword, and the 3 water dragons ferociously slammed into the 3-soul great snake and sent it flying. The 3-soul great snake's massive body crashed to the ground, smashing open a large crater and kicking up a large amount of dust. The ground once again violently trembled, and countless trees swayed and leaves fell. Just as Zhao Fu was about to move, his body froze and he was unable to move. An extremely powerful sealing power had bound Zhao Fu's body. The reef lizard's green eyes looked at Zhao Fu with a mocking and disdainful gaze. This was its other ability, Ocean Prison. The earthwater dragon tortoise was delighted, and it opened its mouth and spat out a water bullet, which contained immense power as it tore through the air and shot towards Zhao Fu. Sensing the reef lizard's gaze, Zhao Fu felt infuriated and struggled to break free. However, the water bullet had already arrived, and Zhao Fu blocked with his sword. However, the water bullet was incredibly powerful, and it sent Zhao Fu flying back in an instant. After heavily crashing to the ground, Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The reef lizard once again attacked, and countless rhombus-shaped reefs gave off terrifying sounds as they rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became savage as he took out the seraph sword and gripped it with his other hand. Facing the rhombus-shaped reefs, Zhao Fu gripped the sword with both hands and locked onto the reefs. The reefs gave off ferocious piercing power as they descended, and Zhao Fu swung the two swords with both hands, sending out rays of sword light and a sharp sword wind. Every falling reef was destroyed by the sword light. After blocking the reef lizard's attack, Zhao Fu suddenly raised the seraph sword, and a holy and pure image of an angel appeared above Zhao Fu's head. It gave a pure smile and spread out its 6 pairs of wings, causing countless rays of white light to shine out as a powerful wave of holy light energy spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed down, and a massive white ray of light containing searing power rushed towards the reef lizard. The reef lizard was given a big fright, but it was unable to dodge and was hit by the white ray of light. The searing power seemed to burn its body, causing it to howl. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end, and he felt a terrifying sense of danger. However, before he could react, he was sent flying by the black shadow and crashed into a boulder hundreds of meters away. The massive force from the collision caused the boulder to shatter. Cough. Cough, cough. Zhao Fu continuously coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and got up from the ground with great difficulty. That attack from before had broken a few of Zhao Fu's bones. At that moment, a flame of fury appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes. Now that he could not escape, he could only charge up and fight. He slashed out with all of his strength, bringing with it a massive sword wind as it swept towards the 3 beasts. Tina Pendragon's situation was not looking good either. Even though she was only facing 2 beasts, which was one less than Zhao Fu, she could only take on one at most. Now that she was facing 2 beasts, she was clearly not a match for them and was in a difficult situation. The Nether-Ocean demon whale savagely looked at Tina Pendragon with its blood-red eyes and opened its massive mouth, sucking in large amounts of air before spitting it out. A pillar of air containing destructive power shot towards Tina Pendragon. Tina Pendragon gripped her golden sword with both hands, and her body gave off a faint golden light. She looked incredibly dignified and beautiful, and she entered her full power mode. Facing the ferocious pillar of air, Tina Pendragon dodged to the side, and the pillar of air hit a large mountain. It was a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall, and in just an instant, the mountain violently trembled as a 100-meter-wide hole appeared. It was evident just how terrifying the Nether-Ocean demon whale's attack was. Bang! Bang! 10 violet spears of light tore through the air, giving off 10 explosions. The 10 spears gave off incredibly sharp auras as they shot towards Tina Pendragon, who had just dodged the Nether-Ocean demon whale's attack. The Sin Flood dragon raised its proud body and attacked as well. The 10 spears of light were 100 meters long and gave off terrifying auras. They were also incredibly fast, and Tina Pendragon was unable to dodge at all. She could only remain where she was and gripped her sword with both hands. Just as the spears of light shot over, she suddenly slashed out 10 times, causing 10 golden sword lights to simultaneously fly out. The 10 violet spears of light exploded with a bang as they were slashed apart by the golden sword lights, turning into countless violet motes of light that fell down, looking incredibly beautiful. Roar! The Nether-Ocean demon whale appeared behind Tina Pendragon and gave off a roar. It once again opened its massive mouth and sucked in a large amount of air. This time, it spat out a 1,000-meter-wide air bomb, which gave off a shocking aura as it shot towards Tina Pendragon. Tina Pendragon had just blocked the Sin Flood dragon's attack, and facing this terrifying attack, she did not even have the time to turn around. She could only explode out with boundless golden light, forming a golden defensive barrier. Bang! The 1,000-meter-wide air bomb gave off terrifying sounds as it slammed into Tina Pendragon's defensive barrier and exploded, turning into a massive gale that spread out in all directions. Tina Pendragon, Pendragon, Pendragons' words, and Pendragon, Pendragons, Pendragons, of Tina Pendragon, Pendragons, Pendragon's blood. SSS. SS. SS. Pendragon s Pendragons of. Tina Pendragon was given a big fright and continuously slashed out with her sword, causing 2 golden sword lights to slash 2 of the snakes into countless traces of violet aura. However, the third snake ferociously bit into the left side of Tina Pendragon's body, and its fangs pierced through. Blood flowed out of Tina Pendragon's silver-white knight's dress, dyeing it red. Tina Pendragon endured the pain as the golden sword in her right hand gave off waves of sword light. She vigorously slashed out, causing a crescent-shaped sword light to shoot out, cutting the violet snake in half from head to tail. Bang! After being cut in half, the 100-meter-long snake exploded into countless traces of violet aura. At that moment, Tina Pendragon's expression became serious. She raised her golden sword and a formless sword aura exploded out as 8 massive golden ripples appeared in the air. 8 massive golden swords, giving off brilliant golden light and terrifying power, slowly stretched out from the ripples. Boom! Tina Pendragon slashed down and the 8 golden swords gave off boundless divine power as they shot towards the Sin-Flood dragon and Nether-Ocean demon whale incredibly quickly, dyeing the entire sky golden. Roar! Roar! 2 pained beastly roars sounded out. Facing the 8 100-meter-long golden swords, the 2 aquatic beast kings did not dare to be careless. The Sin-Flood dragon spat out a large amount of violet aura that wrapped around its body. The violet aura looked like gas and did not have any defensive power, but in actuality, it was very flexible and was the Sin-Flood dragon's strongest defense. However, the 4 golden swords tore through the violet aura and stabbed into its body, causing blood to flow out like a fountain. This caused it to cry out in pain. The Nether-Ocean demon whale did the same, and it spat out a shockwave, wanting to block the incoming golden swords. However, the shockwave was instantly destroyed, and the 4 golden swords stabbed into its body. Even though it was painful, it was not enough to heavily injure it. The 100-meter-long golden swords were still too small for the 10,000-meter-long aquatic beast kings. This attack caused the Nether-Ocean demon whale and Sin-Flood dragon to become completely enraged, and they rushed up to fight with Tina Pendragon. On Akhenaten's side, he summoned 3 100-meter-tall clay giants. They picked up massive rocks and threw them at the Sift Steel Ray in the sky. The massive rocks hit the Sift Steel Ray's body, resulting in a few metallic sounds. Apart from this, they were not able to harm the Sift Steel Ray at all. The Sift Steel Ray flapped its wings and brought with it a sharp metallic storm as it dove down, destroying some trees and rocks. Akhenaten's expression fell, and he controlled the 3 clay giants to give off a powerful aura as they rushed up, wanting to block the Sift Steel Ray's attack. Bang! A massive sound rang out as dirt flew everywhere. The 3 clay giants were crushed by the Sift Steel Ray, and they were unable to stop the Sift Steel Ray at all. Akhenaten's expression became quite unsightly, and he stabbed his magic staff into the ground, causing a massive, eerie aura to rush out of the ground. A 100-meter-tall metal coffin giving off a powerful and eerie aura blocked in front of Akhenaten. Boom! The forest iron ray slammed into the massive metal coffin with its massive metal blade wind, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Surprisingly, the coffin gave off a gray light that was 10,000 feet long, and it actually blocked the Sift iron ray. Scree! At that moment, the Sift Steel Ray gave off a massive howl, and its massive body gave off countless rays of light as a terrifying windstorm exploded out. Crack! A crack appeared on the massive metal coffin, and the crack continued to extend. Akhenaten was given a big fright and hurriedly dodged to the side, causing the metal coffin to completely shatter. Akhenaten was also sent flying by the metal storm, and countless wounds appeared on his body. The intense pain made Akhenaten go crazy, and he roared as countless runes appeared on his hand that was holding his magic staff. The sylvan metal ray's gaze was cold as it continued to rush towards Akhenaten. Boom! At that moment, Akhenaten swung his staff, and a large hand covered in bandages stretched out from the center of the whirlpool. It gave off boundless power as it sent the Sift Metal Ray flying with a single punch. The Sift Metal Stingray's massive body fell from the sky and it held in pain before once again flapping its wings, giving off terrifying power as it rushed towards Akhenaten. It seemed that the sift metal stingray was enraged. Bang! 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 The ghost scale flame bird spread its massive wings, and thousands of blue fireballs instantly formed, radiating heat in all directions. The ghost scale flame bird flapped its wings, and the countless fireballs shot towards Masanori Hano. By now, Masanori Hano was completely covered by devil chi, and her eyes had become pure black. She held a demonic halberd and darted back and forth like a bolt of lightning, dodging the incoming fireballs. Bang! Seeing Masanori Hano dodge, the ghost-scale flame bird flapped its wings and once again attacked. It shot out like an arrow, and its massive body made it impossible for Masanori Hano to dodge. Masanori Hano's body was like a sandbag as she smashed into the ground, blasting open a large crater. Scree! The ghost-scale flame bird gave an ear-piercing cry as it flapped its wings and swooped down, its sharp claws swiping towards Masanori Hano in the crater. Arg! Masanori Hano coughed up a mouthful of blood as she looked at the ghost-scale flame bird charging at her. She gave a sharp cry, and a jet-black devil chi rushed into the sky as a blood-red moon giving off boundless devil chi and a terrifying might slowly descended. Bang! 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 An extremely terrifying power exploded out from Masanori Hano's body, and the ground around her started to collapse and turn into nothingness. Boom! At that moment, the ghost-scale flame bird ferociously swiped down with its claws. Masanori Hano's demonic halberd gave off a massive power, and the ghost-scale flame bird was sent flying back. Scree! The ghost-scale flame bird steadied itself in the air and gave a pained cry. There was a 2-meter deep gash on its chest, and blood continuously flowed out. Bang! The ghost-scale flame bird's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. The blue flames around its body expanded by many times, completely enveloping its body. At that moment, it had completely turned into a blue fire bird, emitting a scorching heat that could be felt from miles away. Hell! The ghost-scale flame bird once again flapped its wings and dove towards Masanori Hano. A trace of madness appeared in Masanori Hano's eyes, and she swung her halberd, causing a massive blood-red flame to erupt around her body. She stepped off the ground, causing the ground to crack as she shot into the sky. Boom boom boom, explosions continuously sounded out in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers, and the terrifying shockwaves caused people's hearts to tremble. The ghost-scale flame bird and Masanori Hano started a terrifying battle. Jeffrey waved his spear, and the hundreds of two-winged angel images around him shot towards the heaven cloud jellyfish. Bang bang bang, before the angel images could get close to the heaven cloud jellyfish, they were blocked by a formless barrier, causing them to explode. This formless barrier was the heaven cloud jellyfish's powerful defensive ability, and it was called the heaven barrier. Because the heaven cloud jellyfish was very slow, it had developed powerful defenses. The heaven barrier was incredibly tough, and ordinary city lords would not be able to break through it. Swish, swish, swish. After blocking Jeffrey's attack, the heaven cloud jellyfish also started to attack, and countless tentacles once again shot towards Jeffrey. Jeffrey quickly dodged because if he was caught by these tentacles, his body would be instantly shredded into countless pieces. Heaven Spear. After dodging the attack, Jeffrey once again rushed towards the heaven cloud jellyfish. The white spear in his hand gave off a brilliant light, making it look like a sun. Boom, a formless barrier once again appeared in front of him, and this time, Jeffrey roared as he vigorously stabbed out with his spear. A white ray of light containing unstoppable power slammed into the formless barrier, causing countless spatial ripples to appear on the barrier. Bang! The white ray of light pierced through the formless barrier and landed on the heaven cloud jellyfish's body, causing it to sway. Even though it could not make any sounds, it seemed to be injured, and Jeffrey looked delighted, he could finally attack it. However, in the next second, Jeffrey felt a bone-chilling power, a white eyeball had appeared on the heaven cloud jellyfish's body. Bang! Jeffrey's body was sent flying by a formless energy, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He stabilized his body in the air, but another formless energy continued to attack him, forcing him to dodge and defend. However, he was not a match for the heaven cloud jellyfish. The white eyeball flashed with a cold light, and 10 rays of formless energy sent Jeffrey flying. Boom! Zhao Fu sent the reef lizard flying with a single slash, and it crashed into a mountain and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu was not in a good state either, his abdomen had been pierced by a piece of reef, and blood continuously flowed out. It was not just Zhao Fu's side that was in a bad state. One of Tina Pendragon's arms had been crippled, and her silver-white knight's dress was riddled with cracks. The Netherocian demon whale and Sin Flood dragon had also suffered heavy injuries, but in terms of power and recovery speed, they were superior to Tina Pendragon. Now, Tina Pendragon could only wield her sword with one hand and defend with great difficulty. She was completely suppressed by the two aquatic beast kings, and it was possible that she would be instantly killed in the next second. Akhenaten was in an even worse state. His body was covered with countless wounds, and blood dyed his body red. He was barely able to defend against the Sift Metal Stingray's attacks, but it was only a matter of time before he lost. Masanori Hano had been smashed into the ground by the ghost-scale flame bird and was on her last breaths. She had already lost and was only a step away from death. However, the ghost-scale flame bird also seemed to be heavily injured, and there were countless wounds all over its body, from which blood continuously flowed out. On the other side, Jeffrey felt as if he had been kicked by a ball. He was sent flying by a formless energy and then sent flying back, and his body was covered with injuries. Bang! The three-souled great snake suddenly attacked while Zhao Fu was observing the battlefield. A ray of black light hit Zhao Fu's back, causing Zhao Fu to stumble and cough up a mouthful of blood, and he almost fell from the sky. Zhao Fu looked at the three-souled great snake and madly glared at the three-souled great snake, causing it to instinctively retreat in fear. However, it felt humiliated and once again hissed at Zhao Fu. By now, Zhao Fu had made his decision and ignored the three-souled great snake as he said loudly, "All of you, get further away from these aquatic beasts." No one understood what Zhao Fu was trying to do, but they still listened to Zhao Fu and quickly distanced themselves from the aquatic beasts. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and the black and gold Qin seal floated above his head, giving off a soul-devouring black light. Massive ripples appeared in the air, and a dangerous aura filled the sky. "All city lords, heed my command." Zhao Fu raised his hand and roared. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Great Qin turned into a black dragon and shot into the sky, exploding out with an intense black light that covered the surroundings. Great Qin's might was like a massive hand that pressed down on the air, causing countless trees to snap and boulders to explode, and the ground to crack and collapse. The city lords in Qin City felt their city lord seals tremble, and they understood that Zhao Fu was using their power. City lord seals floated out of the city lords' bodies, giving off different lights and powerful auras. Southeastern City, heed my command. West Pan City, heed my command. Full Moon City, heed my command. White City, heed my command. Water City, heed my command. Peaceful Heart City, heed my command. Loud roars sounded out as city lord seals exploded out with terrifying auras and shot into the sky, giving off brilliant lights and turning into stars. A strange scene appeared in the sky above Qin City. 400 or so stars were scattered in different directions, giving off powerful auras and illuminating the surroundings. Boom! As the city lords sent their power into Qin City lord seals, boundless black light exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. A black pillar of light shot into the sky and slammed into the sky, giving off a deafening explosion as heaven and earth essence Qi madly gathered. A vortex quickly formed in the sky, and it gave off a powerful attractive force that devoured everything like a black hole. Trees were uprooted, and boulders were swept into the sky. It was as if a catastrophe had descended. Tina Pendragon and the others looked at the power that Zhao Fu had exploded out with in shock. The 8 aquatic beast kings also sensed an immense sense of danger, and they started to think about escaping. This place was covered by a haze, and the aquatic beasts and city lords in the distance could sense these terrifying ripples, causing them to look terrified. However, Zhao Fu was not done yet. Within Qin City's City Hall, the 12 metal colossi, Imperial Ruler's Seal, Nation-Suppressing Pillar, and Qin Emperor Peacock seemed to be summoned by something and continuously trembled. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 4 pillars of light shot into the sky with terrifying power. Traces of black fate floated up from the ground and floated towards the 4 pillars of light, and the ocean-like fate was halved. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded out, and the heavens and earth seemed to have exploded. A heavenly pressure descended, and the space around Zhao Fu directly collapsed, turning into darkness. An extremely terrifying and dangerous aura filled the space between heaven and earth. Not only did Akhenaten and the others feel like ants in front of him, but the 8 aquatic beasts also felt like little beasts. For the first time, endless fear surged in their hearts. It was as if a huge chill had entered their souls, causing their bodies to tremble. The 8 aquatic beast kings looked terrified and quickly retreated. They wanted to escape because they could sense the threat of death. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as at least 1,000,000 chains shot out from all directions, giving off ferocious sounds as they shot towards the 8 aquatic beast kings. The chains quickly bound up the aquatic beast kings. Roar! Roar, roar! The 8 aquatic beast kings furiously roared and vigorously struggled, wanting to break free from the chains. However, no matter how they struggled, they were unable to break free at all. The shattered space quickly reformed, revealing Zhao Fu, who gave off a shocking might, as he looked at the 8 aquatic beast kings struggling in terror. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he slowly descended to the ground and squatted down. He pressed his palm against the ground, and a formless energy spread out. The chains binding the aquatic beast kings started to drag them underground. Roar! Roar, roar! The 8 aquatic beast kings roared in terror as they madly struggled, but they were still dragged underground by the countless chains. After being dragged underground, the 8 aquatic beast kings continued to struggle unwillingly, causing the ground to violently tremble and ripples to appear on the surface of the water. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out an azure spear. This spear was called the Azure Wolf Spear, and it was an epic-grade weapon. Zhao Fu gripped the spear, and the azure spear seemed to be dyed black. Even the item spirit, a massive azure wolf, became a demon wolf. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously stabbed the black spear into the ground. The spear sank 1 meter into the ground, and a 1,000-meter wide emperor's seal appeared. A black light spread out, and the ground became calm again. The 8 aquatic beast kings no longer showed any signs of life. Cough. Half squatting on the ground, Zhao Fu once again coughed up a large mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. Zhao Fu immediately took out a bottle of healing pills and consumed them, causing his injuries to slowly recover. Only now did Zhao Fu look at the others. Only 2 people could barely stand, Tina Pendragon and Akhenaten. No matter what their goal was, for them to take such a great risk to save him and put him in such danger, Zhao Fu had to thank them. Tina Pendragon forced a smile and inwardly sighed. She had not been of much use this time, and the 2 aquatic beast kings had forced her into a dead end. In the end, it was Zhao Fu who had resolved this matter. Compared to him, she was far inferior. Akhenaten dryly laughed. He had always regretted coming to save Zhao Fu, but hearing Zhao Fu thank him for the first time, he did not feel any regret. Everything he had done to obtain a trace of friendship from Zhao Fu was enough. Jeffrey's handsome face was now bruised and swollen. He lay on the ground and smiled at Zhao Fu with great difficulty, looking quite pitiful. Zhao Fu took out a bottle of Qin's special healing medicine and placed it in front of Jeffrey. Jeffrey did not hesitate to take it and consume it before summoning an angel image to heal him. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the crater and looked at Masanori Hano, who had fainted. Zhao Fu picked her up and fed her a healing medicinal pill as well as water of life. After a while, Masanori Hano slowly woke up. Seeing that she was in Zhao Fu's embrace, her face became red and she sat up. As a devil, her recovery abilities were quite powerful. Everyone recovered from their injuries and started to look at the situation. The results were quite delightful. After the 8 aquatic beast kings had been sealed by Zhao Fu, the aquatic beast tide seemed to have lost its center of gravity. Even though there were still some aquatic beasts charging forwards, many of them had stopped and found a place to rest. Some had run towards the human world's oceans, and the crisis of the aquatic beast tide had been resolved for now. This time, the southern continent's city lords and generals had killed many aquatic beasts, numbering around 4 million or so. Another thing that made everyone happy was that Zhao Fu had obtained a massive amount of invasion points from sealing the 8 aquatic beast kings. This massive amount of invasion points was enough for Zhao Fu to exchange for a capital city. In other words, Zhao Fu was only half away from obtaining a capital city. This would allow Qin to take another big step on his path to restoring his nation. However, Qin had lost a lot of faith this time, and Zhao Fu had used up half of it. This was the only thing that made Zhao Fu's heart ache. Zhao Fu met CG and the others. They looked at Zhao Fu awkwardly, but Zhao Fu did not mind. After all, no one had the responsibility to help others. Even if they did not help others, they would not have done anything wrong. After all, it was their own choice whether to help or not. In the real world, this might be morally reprehensible, but in terms of duty and responsibility, he had not done anything wrong. As such, Zhao Fu did not mind. Of course, if they were in danger again, Zhao Fu would not go and help them either. Before, everyone had planned to continue killing the aquatic beasts in the human world, but the human world's crisis had not been resolved. Instead, it had become even worse. That's because the seawater has already flooded 50 or so regions. This was the fish scale people's extermination plan. They had thought about and prepared for this plan for a long time, and those who believed that the fish scale people were kind were like pigs. They did not even know how they had died. In times of peace, there was nothing wrong with this. They had not truly invaded the human world, and they had not even taken a step into the human world. However, they wanted to exterminate the human world, and their methods were incredibly vicious. They wanted to exterminate every single human and everything related to the human world. Compared to the fish scale world, the human world's fatal weakness was that it could not breathe or live underwater. However, the fish scale people did not have this weakness, as they could breathe and live underwater. The fish scale world was more than twice as big as the human world because the legacy land was based on the real world. For example, the human world was tens of times bigger than Earth. If the fish scale world was bigger than Earth in the real world, then the Heaven Awakened world would also be bigger than Earth. 90% of their world was made up of water, and there was enough water to drown the human world. Right now, beside the crack, millions of magic formations were operating at the same time, and the seawater was like a dam that released a flood, flooding into the human world. Over at the southern continent, the fish scale people started to carry out their plan. They had thought that the 8 aquatic beast kings would lead millions of aquatic beasts to ravage the entire southern continent, and they had been very confident in the 8 aquatic beast kings' power. The reason for that was because the inheritors on their side were also no match for the sea beast king. They were practically completely oppressed by the sea beast king. The sea beasts were wreaking havoc on the front lines, eliminating and destroying everything, while they carried out the extermination plan from the back. This was an excellent coordination. In their eyes, the human world was pitifully weak and liked to fight with each other. If it had been a few 100 million people guarding the crack, they would not have been able to carry out their plan so easily. The sounds and shockwaves from the aquatic beasts would have been detected by the humans, and they would have faced great resistance. However, the humans had retreated, leaving behind only 3 million people. In the face of an invasion from the human world, these 3 million people were not even worth mentioning. More importantly, they did not have any experts defending them, and they were just a bunch of trash. That was why their plan had been so successful. The fish scale people felt that the humans were all like this, so they could not stop them at all. They had already taken the human world for themselves. It was a pity that they had never thought that the 8 aquatic beast kings guarding the fish scale world would be sealed by Zhao Fu so quickly. This was completely out of their expectations. However, such a big matter like this would be discovered sooner or later. Right now, they had to quickly construct magic formations and send more seawater into the human world. They were incredibly fast, and in just a day, they had already flooded 50 or so regions. This sort of speed was like a flood that could not be avoided or escaped. No matter what race they were in those 50 or so regions, not a single one was left alive. In fact, some fish and prawns were unable to escape, as they were flooded with seawater. Fish and prawns that lived in freshwater could not survive in seawater. Moreover, this seawater was the fish scale world seawater, which was even more salty. Many plants and creatures in the fish scale world had adapted and evolved, but the human world had not. This seawater was incredibly destructive, and this was the fish scale world's extermination plan. This extermination plan was not as simple as it sounded. It was to truly exterminate all humans and not leave a single one alive. Even though the human players would not truly die and could escape back to the real world, if the world was flooded and the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, it would be the end of the human race. The seawater flooded 50 or so regions and continued to spread out incredibly quickly. This method of exterminating an entire race caused Zhao Fu to feel incredibly furious, and everyone else's expressions were the same. To deal with the threat of the seawater, they could only go to the source and cut it off. Only then would the seawater stop. However, when Zhao Fu and the others arrived, they found countless fish-scale people gathered at the chasm. There were countless players and indigenous residents, and there were roughly 1 billion of them. Their goal was not to attack but to defend. This was because they did not have to pay any casualties. The aquatic beasts were a threat to the fish-scale world, so the fish-scale people were not worried about their survival. They just had to defend here and prevent anyone from destroying the magic formations. If the seawater continued to flood in, the entire human world would be destroyed. They set up a barrier around the chasm with 1 billion people. Even if Zhao Fu used his full strength, he would not be able to shake such a powerful barrier at all. Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly, and they could already imagine the terrifying consequences. In a little more than a day, 50 regions would be flooded, and in 10 days, 500 regions would be flooded. In 100 days, 80% of the southern continent would be flooded. In a year, the southern continent would be completely flooded. Because the various continents were separated by oceans, the seawater would directly flood the Midland continent, the northern continent, the western continent, and the eastern archipelago. In a few years, that world would be completely flooded, and the human world would be in an unimaginable state. The fish-scale people would be able to easily take over the human world. The human world would be completely wiped out, that would be the final outcome. Within the massive barrier, the fish-scale people looked at Zhao Fu's group and the system main city lords with disdainful, mocking gazes. A few people talked and laughed, and some people even started to drink wine. Everyone within the barrier seemed quite happy, and they did not place Zhao Fu's group in their eyes at all. No. It was not just that they could not see through Zhao Fu's group, in their eyes, the entire human world was trash. Old man Shi, your plan is quite good. We just need to wait a bit longer, and we'll be able to obtain the entire human world. Now, let's talk about how to divide the human world, an ugly fatty said as he loudly laughed. Another skinny old man calmly replied, it's still early, and the human world hasn't even conquered a single continent yet. What's there to talk about? We'll talk about it after the human world is destroyed. A handsome-looking young man lightly laughed as he said, that's right. It's still early, and the other side has the world protector and legatee. Who knows what might happen, so we should be careful. The ugly fatty disdainfully laughed as he said, look at those legatees outside. Do you think they can break through the barrier? They can only watch. We're a barrier made by 1 billion people, so I don't believe they can break through it unless they use their world's power. However, the fish-scale world's legatees aren't to be trifled with. A bewitching woman flirtatiously looked at the people outside the barrier and lightly laughed as she said, now that the 8 aquatic beast kings have been lured into the human world, our world is much more peaceful. Just the 8 aquatic beast kings are enough to make it difficult for the humans to deal with them, so how can they resist us? It's a pity that I wanted to make some humans slaves, but they can't survive underwater, so I can only give up on them. However, I can make them into ice sculptures. If you see any beautiful women or handsome men, please keep them for me. A big man with a mouth full of fangs harumphed as he said, who's keeping them for you? I still want to eat a few mouthfuls of human meat, but it's a pity that I haven't tasted it yet. Seeing that the aquatic beasts seem quite happy eating it, it should taste quite good. I also want to raise some to change my appetite, the more beautiful the humans, the better they taste. Hearing this, the bewitching woman looked at the big man with disgust and turned her head away, ignoring him. What do we do now? We can't waste any more time. Let's join forces and see if we can break this barrier. Seeing that the southern continent was in such danger, Akhenaten said anxiously. Tina Pendragon shook her head. There's no need to try. This barrier isn't something that we can break. Only if we gather the power of 1 billion people will we be able to break it. I think we should first consider how to defend against the seawater invasion. In just a short while, another dozen or so regions have already been submerged, Masanori Hano suggested as she looked at the surging seawater. Jeffrey thought about it and said, right now, we can't break through the barrier, so we can't stop the seawater from entering the human world. We can only build a dam to stop the seawater, and we'll need to mobilize everyone in the southern continent. Akhenaten nodded. I understand. I'll spread the news later. Jeffrey continued to say, also, building the dam is only temporary. Seeing how the seawater is rising, the dam can only stop it for a while. If the fish scale people sneak in and cause damage, it will be even more troublesome. Once the dam is destroyed, the seawater will continue to invade, so we have to get rid of the source as soon as possible. There was nothing they could do about this powerful barrier, and they could only look at Zhao Fu, who had been silent this entire time. Zhao Fu could only shake his head. He could not break through the barrier formed by 1 billion people, even if he used up all of Qin's fate. Zhao Fu tried using the Earthrealm mark but found that he could not use the world's energy, and he could not help but sigh. Seeing that even Zhao Fu could not do anything, everyone's hearts sank, and their expressions became quite serious. CG said, let's tell the entire world about this, it's not something that we can deal with. Not even a single person in the southern continent can deal with it, and the entire world should know about this crisis. Hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, a world invasion was not just a matter of a single continent or a single person. Once a world was invaded, everyone would suffer. Following this, everyone turned into rays of light and disappeared. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire human world, and the various factions were shaken. After hearing that the human world would be destroyed because of this, they realized how serious the situation was, and they could not afford to be careless. At first, they had wanted to weaken the southern continent's strength, but because it would not harm them, they naturally would not do anything. However, now that they were in danger, they had to do something. All of the governmental factions started to discuss how to deal with this matter. Now that the disaster was imminent, everyone was on the same side. No one said that the other side was kind and wanted to resolve this peacefully. After all, if the other side wanted to destroy them and still said that they were kind, they would be truly stupid if they did not do anything. In actuality, those who believed in peace were not stupid either. After all, this greatly threatened their lives, so they naturally would not stand on the fish-scale people's side. With the cooperation of the various factions, the massive magic formations were finally able to move across continents, and they could send large amounts of troops to the various continents. Once this was resolved, the human world's battle power would increase by many times. Only by gathering together would they be able to defend against a world invasion. The humans banded together and started to stop the seawater from invading. However, the speed at which the seawater flowed in was still incredibly fast. Even though everyone put all of their efforts into building dams, 400 or so regions were still inundated, which was equivalent to 15 times the size of China. Some system main cities and player factions were able to retreat as soon as they heard that the seawater was coming. However, some villages and wild beasts were unable to escape. Some wild beasts could sense disaster ahead of time, so they had a trace of life. However, the humans did not have this ability. The seawater was like an apocalyptic flood, inundating everything. Before anyone could react, they were all drowned. It was unknown how many people had drowned in 400 or so regions, but corpses could be seen floating on the water. There were humans, other races, and all sorts of wild beasts. The scene was incredibly tragic. The fish-scale world also sensed this because as the dams were built, the water level rose higher and higher. The fish-scale people were able to sense such an obvious change, as they were a water-type race. Facing the humans' defenses, the fish-scale world continued to increase their forces and started to infiltrate the human world. Now that 400 or so regions on the southern side had been inundated, it became their home ground, making it much easier for them to do anything. The southern continent's dam was built with the efforts of countless people in the southern continent. It was 40 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Because the floodwaters were too great, they had used mud to make the dam at first. Later on, they had used boulders and trees to make the dam. Even though it looked incredibly sturdy, it could not withstand a single attack from a city lord. That was not possible, so there were all sorts of restrictions and talismans on the city walls. At the same time, there were 1.5 billion people gathered here. They came from various continents, and there were players and system indigenous residents among them. Because the fish-scale people wanted to exterminate everything, the indigenous residents could only participate. The various city lords and people from other continents also contributed greatly, and all of them contributed greatly. The dam stretched across the southern continent and was incredibly majestic. It could be said to be a miracle, and even though 1.5 billion people were standing on it, it did not feel crowded at all. The people here imitated the fish-scale world and set up a barrier for 1.5 billion people, which was also incredibly sturdy. However, because the boundary was so large, the human barrier was weaker than the fish-scale world's barrier, as the fish-scale world's barrier was all gathered together. With the powerful barrier set up, everyone's uneasy hearts gradually calmed down, and they were no longer as terrified. The human world automatically formed an alliance, and there were not only the governments of the various kingdoms but also the various dynasties of the various continents. It could be said that the human world's most powerful forces were gathered here. However, even though they were all on the same side, no one was willing to submit to the other. As such, this alliance did not have an alliance master, and it was led by the 12 most powerful kingdoms. By the time news of the apocalypse spread, Jiaofu had returned to Qin City to recover from his injuries. After a few days of rest, his injuries were as good as new. Your Majesty. Even though this is a crisis for the human world, it's also an opportunity for Great Qin, Li Si said with a trace of a smile as he walked up to the meeting hall. Jiaofu felt a bit confused, and he smiled as he asked, "What do you think, Li Si?" Li Si replied, "The fish-scale world's invasion is a massive crisis for the entire human world, and it will put immense pressure on the human world. Now that Qin is on good terms with the various city lords, we can use this opportunity to take advantage of the fish-scale world's invasion. As long as Qin has enough power to protect them, they will definitely choose to submit to Qin. If even Qin cannot defend against this disaster, they will not be able to retaliate at all. They should know about this as well. If they don't believe me, they can go to other continents now. They aren't stupid and will make the smart decision." After hearing this, Jiaofu realized what was going on and immediately ordered his people to do this. It did not take long before 102 city lords were willing to join Great Qin. This was simply too great of a surprise, and Jiaofu could not help but loudly laugh. This was not only because of the fish, but also because of continents Qin continent. Continent. Fish Li's continent. Qin in, and continent. After all, people trusted and were familiar with Jiaofu, which made it easier for them to join Jiaofu. Before, Jiaofu had not done anything because he was worried that once he attacked, all of the city lords would sense the danger and ally together. Now that there were no restrictions on regions, it was quite easy for them to come and go, and if they allied together, there would be many of them. Even though Vietnam was to the north, so Jiaofu would not act for now. As long as he attacked in the other 3 directions, there would be at least 100 regions allied together. If he threatened more people would join him. In actuality, 300 or so regions allied together was quite small, and it was possible that 600 or more regions allied together. If one region had 300,000 soldiers, 10 regions would have 3 million soldiers, 100 regions would have 30 million soldiers, and 300 regions would have 90 million soldiers. It would be quite difficult for Qin to even reach such a force, let alone 600 or so regions. Therefore, Jiaofu changed his tough style of dealing with the outside world and chose a diplomatic policy of making friends with all sides. Without a strong enough military force to back him up, Jiaofu would not fight against the outside world. At a time like this, diplomacy was of great use, and they had already obtained 200 or so regions without any bloodshed. Now, the 102 city lords provided Qin with 50 million residents and 10 million Stage 1 soldiers, causing Qin's strength to once again rise. By now, Qin's population had reached 470 million or so people, and it had 60 million soldiers. It was definitely the faction that had benefited the most from the fish-scale people's invasion. Now, another 32 regions had become uninhabited. Qin started to clear out these regions. If everything went according to plan, after clearing out these 32 regions, Qin would be able to level up to a level 4 capital city. Jiaofu did not send any soldiers to the southern continent, not because he did not want to, but because he did not trust the various factions. Most of the factions had brought players and only a small number of indigenous residents. It did not matter how many players died, as they could revive infinitely, but if indigenous residents died, they died. If they suddenly attacked Qin, it was possible that Qin's army would be wiped out. Even though they were united against the outside world, they still had to be wary of others. The various factions were too wary of Qin, so Zhao Fu had to be careful. In the future, Zhao Fu and Qin's army would act independently and would not work together with the other factions. There were no large-scale battles yet, so the army could be used to clear out regions. After taking care of these matters, a soldier came to report that the southern continent had invited him to attend an important meeting. Zhao Fu thought about it and went. Within a luxurious hall, there were countless chairs, and there were thousands of people gathered. These people were undoubtedly the leaders of the various factions, and they all had high statuses. Tina Pendragon and the other legatees had long since arrived, and they sat in a row of chairs. The scene was incredibly lively, and this meeting was to gather the main forces of the human world to discuss how to defend against the fish-scale people's invasion. After a while, a bearded big man could not wait any longer and yelled, "We've been waiting here for so long, why aren't we starting the meeting yet?" The person with him tugged at him and said, "There's still one person who hasn't come yet, so of course we can't start the meeting." The bearded big man became even more displeased and yelled, "Who's so arrogant to make so many people wait for him? I, Hua, am very dissatisfied." The person with him rolled his eyes and said, "He's Qin's legatee. Try saying that again after he comes." The other person's expression became serious as he nodded and said, "It's said that those 8 aquatic beast kings are the aquatic beasts that guard the 8 regions of the fish-scale world. Do you think they're strong or not? If we hadn't gotten rid of those 8 aquatic beast kings, the aquatic beast tide would have been unstoppable, and who knows how many regions they would have ravaged." The bearded big man felt quite envious as he said, "It would be great if I had that much power. I wanted to see what those aquatic beast kings were like and just how powerful they were." Hearing this, the other person lightly laughed as he said, "It's very likely that you'll be instantly killed if you go up. However, I'm a bit worried because the place where the aquatic beast kings are sealed has also been flooded. I wonder if something unexpected will happen." Just as the bearded man was about to say something, the scene suddenly quietened down. Everyone looked towards the door. A cloaked person had appeared at the door without anyone noticing. He was Emperor Qin. Zhao Fu did not mind everyone's gazes and walked into the hall. He looked around before sitting down next to Tina Pendragon. Seeing that Zhao Fu had finally arrived, an elder stepped out and smiled as he said, "The meeting will now begin." A resolute-looking middle-aged man from the Chinese government walked out and spoke. There were 2 main things in this meeting, one was to discuss how to attack, and the other was to discuss how to defend. Right now, the fish-scale people have occupied the breach and are sending large amounts of seawater into the human world. They have also set up a powerful barrier, so we must first get rid of the source of the breach. Only then will the seawater stop flowing into the human world. Right now, we are building a dam. Even though it has countless restrictions, it is made of mud and stone, and the water is already 10 or so meters high. If the fish-scale people destroy the dam, the consequences will be unimaginable. We need to use even sturdier materials to build a second dam just in case." Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all agreed on the second issue, which was to build a second dam just in case. However, the first problem was not easy to solve. First, they had to figure out how to break through the barrier. There were also the 1 billion or so fish-scale people nearby. Everyone discussed this, and Zhao Fu did not say anything and listened intently. While the humans were discussing, the fish-scale people had already started to move. A scouting party of thousands of people had stealthily infiltrated the human world. After obtaining some information, Zhao Fu returned to the fish-scale world. Apart from reporting on the construction of dams, he also found the place where the 8 aquatic beast kings were sealed. The dangerous aura coming from that region was simply too powerful, and it would be difficult not to notice it. This news caused the fish-scale world side to feel incredibly shocked. They had thought that the 8 aquatic beast kings were still rampaging in the human world and had never thought that they would be sealed so quickly. This made them even more curious as to how the humans had done it. After all, they had been completely helpless against the 8 aquatic beast kings. The fish-scale world's legatees stealthily came to the human world and looked at the ink-black spear stabbed into the water. It looked quite ordinary, but it gave off a hair-raising power. I didn't think that the 8 great sea beast kings would be sealed here. It seems that the human world really can't be underestimated. However, they actually placed the seal here. If we remove the seal, the 8 great sea beast kings will definitely attack the humans. This will be very advantageous for us to continue our invasion. The ugly fatty had a smile on his face as he looked at the black spear stuck in the ground. The fanged big man disdainfully harumphed as he said, "Humans live in comfort and are too careless. I'll remove the seal right now." Everyone else looked quite supportive, but they did not act. After all, no one knew how powerful the black spear's sealing power was. Now that someone had volunteered to be a guinea pig, they naturally supported it. However, the power to seal the 8 great sea beast kings was definitely terrifying. Seeing the fanged big man swim over, everyone else stealthily retreated in case anything unexpected happened. The big man came before the black spear and his body gave off a large amount of green light. He exploded out with a terrifying aura, and the surrounding water turned into a shockwave. Suddenly, the big man gripped the black spear. This caused everyone else to feel quite surprised. They had never thought that the big man would be completely fine after gripping the black spear. Following this, the big man started to exert force, trying to pull the black spear out. Bang! A black light flashed as a formless energy sent the big man flying back. His chest was blood red, and it seemed that he had been heavily injured. In front of this energy, the fanged big man was unable to resist at all. Everyone else's expressions showed that they had expected this. Since this person dared to place the sealed region here so easily, there was definitely something off about it. It seemed that this seal was not something they could break. Perhaps their world protector could try, but the fish scale world's world protector had always been cultivating deep within the sea and did not interfere with anything. He had not participated in this invasion, and this was something that the legatees and the various factions had agreed on. The bewitching woman said, "Let's hurry and leave. Now that the seal has been touched, that person will definitely sense it." Everyone nodded, and the ugly big man carried the fanged big man. Even though this big man was quite stupid, he was incredibly powerful. He had been used as a guinea pig by the others, so they had to save him. Now that both sides knew about the other side, there was nothing they could do. They could only temporarily enter a stalemate. Time gradually passed. After waiting here for so long, the humans' passion for battle had slightly decreased. The water level in the dam had been rising to 20 or so meters, and even though the dam had been raised by another 10 meters, the situation was still not looking good. The fish scale world had always held the initiative, while the humans had been on the defensive. As time went on, the humans' passion for battle would gradually decrease, and if they left like before, the fish scale people would most likely launch another sneak attack. They could not continue like this, so they decided to attack. Even though there was a powerful barrier protecting the entrance, if 1 billion people attacked at the same time, the barrier would be easily destroyed. Everyone had long since thought of this method, but they were not very confident in fighting in the water. This was a battle between worlds, and if they made a single mistake, countless people would die. As such, they hesitated, but there was no time left. They could only make a decision. Large ships appeared on the surface of the water. They were finally going to fight, and everyone felt quite excited. They were also quite angry at the fish scale world's extermination plan. After going through this battle, everyone was filled with battle intent, and they gave off a grand aura as they started to head towards the entrance. The humans also jumped into the water. Because the boats were made of wood, it was quite difficult for people with low cultivation to destroy them. However, people with stage 1 cultivation could easily destroy the boats. Once the boats entered the water, they would sink into the water, and a powerful suction force would drag them into the water. Now that everyone had a water pearl, even if they could not swim, they did not have to worry. Once they fell into the water pearl would give off a faint light. A membrane would appear on the surface of their bodies, which could keep out water and extract oxygen from the water. There were quite a few people attacking this time, and the fleet at the front had all stopped in the water and started to fight with the fish scale people. However, even though the humans had undergone some training, they were still weaker in the water than the fish scale people, who had lived in the water for a long time. The fish scale people were like agile fish in the water and could do all sorts of things, while the humans were quite clumsy. A soldier jumped into the water and stabbed his spear at the fish scale person in front of him. The fish scale person twisted his body incredibly quickly, easily dodging the soldier's attack. He then swam to the other side with a short saber and started to attack the soldier. The fish scale person's attacks were incredibly ferocious, and the soldier could only passively defend as he retreated and used his spear to block. He had no chance to retaliate at all. The soldier furiously shot out a large amount of spear light towards the fish scale person. The fish scale person coldly smiled and agilely retreated, dodging the soldier's attack before kicking out with his legs. A few ripples spread out, and the fish scale person shot out like an arrow and slashed out with his short saber, giving off a cold light. The human soldier was given a big fright and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The short saber easily sent his head flying, and blood flowed out from his neck, dyeing the water around him blood red. His headless corpse also sank into the water. The fish scale person coldly harumphed, "Overestimating yourselves, humans. You dare to fight with us in the water?" Following this, the fish scale person's body twisted and he quickly swam to another human's side, and soon, he had taken another human's head. In the water, humans with the same cultivation would usually lose, and those with lower cultivation would definitely die. Only those with a higher cultivation could suppress the fish scale people. However, the fish scale people were actually more powerful than the humans, so the humans had a one-sided advantage. In just a short while, the human side had lost 10 million people, and they had killed less than 1 million fish scale people. The difference in casualties was simply too great. If they were on land, they definitely would not have suffered so many casualties. However, the water was their home ground, and their cultivations were slightly higher than the humans. The people at the front quickly retreated. The people in charge of commanding here were the generals of the various factions, and they all had a lot of battle experience. Seeing that the front lines had suffered such heavy casualties, if this continued, they would definitely lose, so they had to make some changes. The people at the front felt quite annoyed because they felt like they had nowhere to go. Their power was restricted by the water, and they could not use their full strength. The fish scale people's attacks were incredibly ferocious, and they could only follow orders. As they retreated, a large number of archers appeared behind them. They drew their bows and sent their cultivation power into them, causing the arrowheads to give off a cold light. Because shooting arrows in the water would be weakened by the water, all of the soldiers used their full strength. Arrows tore through the air, giving off shocking sounds. Many fish scale people were given a big fright, and they immediately dodged. However, many fish scale people were still hit, and many of them were injured or killed. This changed the human side situation, and they were finally able to attack the fish scale people. This made everyone feel quite delighted, but the situation quickly turned around as fish scale cavalrymen appeared from the sides of the human army. These fish scale cavalrymen were split into 3 types: those who rode swordfish, those who rode sharks, and those who rode large catfish. The fish scale cavalrymen who rode on swordfish held spears and were incredibly fast. They shot out like rays of silver light, giving off shocking momentum as they charged into the human army. They were unstoppable and unstoppable. The spears pierced through countless human bodies. What was even more ferocious were the cavalrymen who rode sharks. Even though they were not as fast as swordfish, they were not slow either. When they reached the humans, the sharks that were 3 meters long could bite off half of a human's body. The shark cavalrymen held saber-like weapons, which were incredibly suited for large-scale battles. When they slashed out with saber lights, they could often take 5 or 6 people's heads. The ones with the most ferocious auras were the cavalrymen riding catfish. Their catfish were 6 meters long and had large heads. They swam quite quickly and gave off ferocious power as they charged into the human army like ferocious bulls, sending the humans in front of them flying. In front of cavalrymen, infantrymen were easily oppressed. The fish scale cavalrymen attacked from both sides, causing the human army to suffer heavy losses. Their formations collapsed, and blood dyed the water red. This attack killed at least 70 million humans, while less than 500,000 fish scale people were injured. The human army continuously retreated, forming defensive formations and no longer attacking. The shield-bearers stood at the outermost perimeter. The humans were quite prepared for underwater battles, and their shields could release a semicircular energy barrier that could simultaneously block attacks from 3 directions. The infantrymen supported the shield-bearers, and the archers in the third row drew their bows. Charge! A tall fish-scale person riding on a massive catfish led a massive group of cavalrymen, giving off a ferocious aura as they charged forwards. The human general roared, "Stop them with your lives on the line. We're the human race's most important line of defense. If we lose, all of humanity will die. Fire!" The soldiers drew their bows, and arrows shot out with a cold light. The shield-bearers roared, and the veins on their bodies bulged as they prepared to desperately defend against the incoming cavalry. Countless arrows flew out, shooting down fish-scale people. Some of the arrows hit their mounts, and even though the fish did not directly die, they felt immense pain and lost control, causing the fish-scale people's momentum to decrease. Boom! However, the fish-scale cavalrymen's momentum was not weak at all, and they slammed into the human army's shield wall. Arg! The human soldiers gripped their shields with both hands and gave heart-wrenching cries as they used all of their strength to defend, forcibly stopping the massive wave of cavalrymen. Arrows madly shot out, causing the fish-scale cavalrymen to suffer heavy casualties. Once the cavalrymen were stopped, the threat they posed would be greatly reduced. The fish-scale cavalrymen could only quickly turn around and retreat, and the pressure on the human side was greatly reduced. Roar! Roar! These were aquatic beasts, and even though the largest one was only 1,000 meters tall and couldn't compare to the aquatic beasts from before, they were still incredibly powerful. More importantly, these aquatic beasts could be controlled, unlike before when they couldn't be controlled. Under the fish-scale people's control, the millions of aquatic beasts started a deathly charge. Rumble! Deafening explosions sounded out as the millions of aquatic beasts gave off terrifying auras as they rushed towards the human army. Get into formation! The human commander roared, reducing the human sphere towards the aquatic beast tide. Everyone started to move, standing in their own positions and roaring as they exploded out with their full power. Auras rose up from the soldiers' bodies. These auras gathered above them like fog, forming the appearances of the azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger. They gave off terrifying auras and gave off boundless light. 4 barriers of light appeared in front of the human army, blocking in 4 directions. These 4 barriers of light were azure, blue, red, and white, representing different powers. Boom! The apocalyptic wave of millions of aquatic beasts gave off destructive power as it ferociously slammed against the barriers of light, causing them to tremble. Luckily, they were able to block the aquatic beast tide's attack. This allowed the human army to let out a sigh of relief. However, the sounds of conches suddenly sounded out from behind the aquatic beast tide. The countless aquatic beasts seemed to have been provoked by something, and their eyes became blood red as they exploded out with terrifying auras and once again slammed against the barriers of light. The barriers of light shattered, and the aquatic beast tide ferociously rushed towards the human army. The human army was greatly startled, and the shield-bearers at the front held their shields with both hands and roared as they defended. Bang, bang! Bang, the shield-bearers were sent flying, but this also weakened the aquatic beast tide's momentum. The infantrymen at the back madly attacked, stabbing their weapons into the aquatic beasts' bodies. Aquatic beasts were killed one by one, and their corpses sank to the bottom of the water. Bang, bang! Bang, the aquatic beasts once again sent the infantrymen in front of them flying, but in the next moment, the shield-bearers roared as they rushed up, once again weakening the aquatic beast tide's momentum. Following this, the infantrymen roared as they continued to rush up, and the archers continuously shot out arrows. The massive wave of aquatic beasts was unable to instantly break through the human army's formation, and it was instead gradually weakened. However, the price for this was massive, and the human army had lost 120 million or so people. However, they had made great gains. They had killed roughly 7 million or so aquatic beasts, causing the aquatic beast tide to collapse. They were no longer a threat, and now, they would be hunted down by the humans. Seeing this, the fish-scale commander quickly ordered the remaining aquatic beasts to retreat. The fish-scale cavalrymen once again gathered, and they charged from the human army from the front, left, and right. Apart from these cavalrymen, a large number of fish-scale archers and infantrymen also appeared. The cavalrymen charged, while the archers shot, infantrymen cavalrymen. As to the human to the 2. The two sides quickly collided like a massive tidal wave, crashing towards a towering mountain. However, the human army's formation was already on the verge of collapse from dealing with the aquatic beasts, and the fish-scale cavalry's charge dealt a heavy blow to the human army. At that moment, the fish-scale people ferociously charged forwards, and the human army started to collapse. They could only retreat and swim to the surface of the water, climbing onto ships. These ships had formations, so they were much faster than swimming. At that moment, the fish-scale people ferociously charged forwards, and the human army started to collapse. They could only retreat and swim to the surface of the water, climbing onto ships. These ships had magic formations, so they were much faster than swimming. As the human army retreated, the fish-scale people continued to ferociously chase after them. They shot out arrows and destroyed the ships, causing the soldiers on the ships to fall into the water. The fish-scale people were quite excited, and they looked as if they were hunting the humans. Out of the 1 billion people who had set out, only 500 million had returned. 400 million players had died, and 100 million Stage 1 soldiers had died. It was because of these Stage 1 soldiers that the human army had been able to fight back. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stop a single wave of fish-scale cavalrymen. On the other hand, the fish-scale people had only lost around 7 million people. The human army had suffered a crushing defeat. The people who had returned felt a trace of fear towards the fish-scale people's savagery and fighting underwater. They had been completely annihilated. Compared to the humans' misery, the fish-scale people were quite delighted. This was a great victory, and they had killed 500 million humans at a cost of 7 million. The fish-scale factions had never thought that they would have such a great harvest. Even though they had expected that the humans would be asking to be beaten up by them underwater, they had never expected the humans to be so weak. The fish-scale people had single-handedly slaughtered the humans. I think we should continue to chase after them. The humans have suffered a great defeat, and their morale is quite low. If we launch a large-scale invasion, we'll be able to make good gains. Moreover, we don't need to directly face them, we just need to destroy the dams they've built. The water level in the dams has reached 30 or so meters, and if the dams collapse, we'll be able to instantly inundate hundreds of regions. We can continue to use seawater to invade the human world, and we won't give them another chance to build dams. That way, we'll be able to conquer the human world very quickly. A white-haired elder said to the countless fish-scale people present. The ugly fatty smiled as he said in agreement, also, we should continue to gather our forces and deal a heavy blow to the humans. With a massive army, we'll be able to defend against the humans' other tricks, as well as their final counterattacks. The alluring woman also smiled as she said, then shouldn't we talk about how to divide up the human world? Last time, during the beast tide, many of the human world's main cities were destroyed, and it's a pity that their city lord seals were devoured by the aquatic beasts. Let's not let that happen again, it's quite a pity to lose so many cities. That's easy. Whoever takes it first gets it. Right now, 400 or so regions and many villages have been inundated, the feigned man said. The handsome-looking young man smiled as he said, that's not a bad suggestion, the more you work, the more you get. This will increase our motivation to invade the human world. However, for the sake of fairness, no one can attack those villages. We'll deal with the human dams first. The fish-scale people all smiled and agreed with the other person's suggestion. After discussing in detail, they made a decision. After this battle, they had enough confidence that they could destroy the human world. The humans were like livestock to them, and they could kill them whenever they wanted. This was the reason why the fish-scale people were so confident. However, with the results of this battle, they indeed had the right to say this. The sky was filled with stars, making it look like a river of stars. Even though there was no moon, the light was not weak, and it was possible to see things that were not too far away. After this battle, the humans' morale plummeted, and they were like defeated roosters. They lowered their heads and did not have any will to fight at all. Before, they did not know the fish-scale people's true strength, but after this battle, they understood just how terrifying the fish-scale people were in the water. By now, everyone was filled with fear towards the fish-scale people. If they could not overcome this fear, they might be defeated before they even fought against the fish-scale people. This crushing defeat shook the entire human world, and the entire human world felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Ordinary residents started to feel terrified, and an uneasy feeling covered the entire human world. More and more people volunteered to head to the southern continent to defend against the invasion. At that moment, the various countries started to spread their patriotism, hoping to send more soldiers to defend against the invasion. Right now, there were only 1 billion people defending the southern dikes, and none of them had much confidence. At that moment, the fish-scale people started to attack. Arrows shot out from the water towards the humans on the dikes. The humans were hit by the arrows, causing blood to fly everywhere. Pained cries sounded out in the beautiful night sky, and this was the start of a massive battle. Facing the countless arrows, the humans quickly reacted and raised their shields to defend. At the same time, the archers started to counterattack. The human soldiers hurriedly defended against the fish-scale people's attacks, while the fish-scale people calmly attacked. Their goal was not to take down the dikes, so they naturally would not attack. The archers acted as cover while the soldiers dove into the water and started to destroy the dikes that the humans had constructed. Because there were powerful barriers and all sorts of talismans around the dikes, the fish-scale people swung their weapons, sending out terrifying cold lights as they attacked the dikes made of mud, rocks, and trees. There was a ray of light on the surface of the dam that blocked all of the attacks. This was the power of the barrier and talismans. Otherwise, a Stage 3 battle general would be able to pierce through the entire dam with a full-powered strike. Without the support of the barrier, the material of the dam itself was too weak. Of course, the barriers and talismans' power could not be maintained forever. Once they were attacked, they would gradually weaken and then be destroyed. As the fish-scale people attacked, the light on the dikes dimmed. Seeing this, many people realized what was going on and cried out in terror, "There's a fish-scale people attacking the dikes." The human soldiers reacted, and the archers immediately shot powerful arrows towards the bottom of the dam. However, the fish scales were also prepared, and each of them carried a large shield. The arrows that came from above were shot 30 meters into the water, and their power was greatly reduced. Using the large shield to block the arrows from the human soldiers, they continued to destroy the barrier that the humans had set up. The fish-scale people took advantage of the fact that the humans' attention was diverted to once again ferociously attack. Arrows filled the sky as many human soldiers were killed, and cries of pain and blood filled the air. As the countless fish scales attacked, the glow on the surface of the dam grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, the dam would definitely be destroyed by the fish scales. Above, the 10,000 city lords exploded out with their city lord seals, causing a heaven-shaking power to spread out, wanting to interfere. However, the fish-scale world city lords were not just for show. They also exploded out with terrifying power, and a battle between city lords unfolded. Explosions tore through the sky, and the aura of destruction could be felt by more than half of the southern continent. By now, the humans had thought of how to deal with the fish-scale people underwater, and they started to pour down a large amount of crystalline powder. This was ice powder, which had been used when the players had attacked Qin City. It could quickly freeze the ground. As the ice powder fell, the water started to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye, and traces of cold air rose up. The fish-scale people underwater were given a big fright and quickly retreated, and some of the fish-scale people who reacted too slowly were completely frozen. In just a short while, the water 50 meters in front of the dikes was covered with a thick layer of ice, and countless fish-scale people were forced to retreat. The humans were naturally delighted. However, the fish-scale people did not look too surprised. People wearing robes and holding coral staffs walked out, and countless soldiers gathered around them. The soldiers gave off powerful auras and sent their power into these people. These people raised their coral staffs and chanted incantations, causing an extremely dangerous aura to spread out. The seawater started to churn, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the fish-scale people were using something incredibly terrifying. "Hurry and stop them!" The Guardian General yelled, and everyone else looked terrified. They hurriedly drew their bows and shot towards the people in robes. However, the fish-scale people were prepared, and the fish-scale soldiers holding reef shields easily blocked the humans' attacks. "See God!" At that moment, the people in robes roared as a massive aura spread out like a flood. The seawater condensed into thousands of 10,000-meter-long aquatic beasts that gave off terrifying auras as they charged towards the ice. Of course, these aquatic beasts could not compare to the aquatic beast king, but they were not weak either. The 50-meter thick ice was instantly shattered, and countless pieces of ice flew everywhere. Following this, the aquatic beasts continued to smash towards the dikes, causing them to violently tremble, and the light they gave off became even dimmer. Boom! The aquatic beasts once again smashed into the dikes, causing countless cracks to appear on them. The barrier around the dikes had already been destroyed, and with just a light smash, the dikes would collapse. Hurry and retreat. Head to the second dikes. The Guardian General loudly ordered. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, everyone hurriedly used the teleportation channel to head to the defensive walls that had just been constructed. As the human army retreated, the fish-scale people became even more fearless and attacked the dikes with all of their strength. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the majestic dikes completely collapsed. Seawater flooded forwards, instantly inundating countless regions. They had been able to break through the humans' final defensive line without suffering many losses, and the fish-scale people looked incredibly delighted. However, soon, they received news that the humans had finished constructing the second dikes. This made the fish-scale people feel quite surprised. The humans had already constructed the second dikes so quickly. However, they did not pay too much mind. They had already destroyed the first dikes so easily, so why would they be afraid of the second one? They had the confidence to easily destroy it. The final battle was about to begin, and both sides were locked in a stalemate. After that battle, the humans had lost another 100 million humans, and there were only 900 million humans standing on the dam. The fish-scale people were densely packed below, and there were roughly 3 billion of them. The fish-scale people had not suffered many losses in the previous battle. The fish-scale people were incredibly confident, and looking at the dam that was even more wretched than the first dam, they all looked quite disdainful and acted as if they had won. The fanged man loudly laughed and pointed at Tina Pendragon as he said, "From now on, you're my woman. As long as you properly serve me, I won't eat you in the future. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and I want you to be my female slave. I'll do you every day." These words caused Tina Pendragon, who had a good temper, to feel quite angry, and she slightly frowned. The ugly fatty also loudly laughed as he said, "I'll also choose one then." Following this, the fatty pointed at Masanori Hano and said savagely, "From now on, you're my female slave. I don't want to say anything else, but if you're willing, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll skin you and use you as decorations." The enchanting woman coldly harumphed in dissatisfaction. The two things that she had wanted had been taken, but there were still some good ones among the remaining men. She pointed at CG and Jeffrey and said, "You two can become my male slaves as well. You humans don't have much hope of winning against us anymore. As long as you two become good male slaves, I'll guarantee your safety." The two people's words caused Masanori Hano and the others to feel quite angry. Masanori Hano's expression became cold, and CG and Jeffrey glared at the enchanting woman. "I'll give you all a final warning, submit to the fish-scale world, and you humans can be kept as slaves. Otherwise, your human race will go extinct," the white-haired elder said domineeringly as he stood with his hands behind his back. Tina Pendragon did not say anything as she slashed out a shocking golden sword light, dyeing the entire world golden as she attacked the white-haired elder and the others. This was the start of the battle. Seeing that the humans were not willing to surrender, the fish-scale people started to attack. Countless arrows filled the sky as countless fish-scale people dove into the water, preparing to destroy the barrier around the dam. 3 billion fish-scale people were fighting against 900 million humans. Just in terms of momentum, the humans lost, and in terms of attack power, they were completely suppressed. However, the situation suddenly changed as large groups of fish-scale people coughed up blood and died. This caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked. The fish-scale city lord in the sky looked incredibly terrified, unable to understand what was going on. Why had so many of his soldiers suddenly died? The humans felt quite confused and did not understand what was going on, but the 20 or so people from the Southern Alliance, as well as CG Akhenaten's legatee, understood what was going on and smiled. Jeffrey heavily sighed, and Tina Pendragon fell silent. Masanori Hano had a big smile on her face as she looked at the ugly fatty with a pleased expression. This made the fish-scale people realize that they had fallen for a trap, but they were unable to do anything about it. Every second, tens of thousands of fish-scale people died, and countless fish-scale people's corpses floated to the surface of the water. They looked incredibly savage, and the fish-scale people present fell into boundless terror. At that moment, one of the fish-scale city lords realized what was going on and shouted, "This water contains intense poison." These words caused the fish-scale leaders' expressions to fall. They had never thought that the other side would use such insidious methods, and they immediately ordered their soldiers to use their cultivation to resist the poison. The countless soldiers hurriedly did as they were told, but it was completely useless. A fish-scale soldier coughed up blood as he yelled, "This poison is too powerful, we can't resist it at all." This caused the fish-scale leaders' hearts to sink. They could only allow their soldiers to leave the poisonous water, but they could not leave the water at all. They did not have the ability to fly, and ordinary city lords could only fly with their city lord seal's power. In just a few moments, 1.5 billion fish-scale people had been poisoned to death. The fish-scale leaders felt as if they were going to go crazy, and they yelled, "Attack the dikes. Only then can we leave the water." A black ray of light giving off a massive aura suddenly descended above the dikes. The sky became incredibly silent, and thousands of city lords appeared. This person's appearance caused the ugly fatty and the others' expressions to fall. Sensing his aura, they could tell that he was the person who had sealed the 8 aquatic beast kings. Seeing this person appear with countless city lords, the humans could not help but excitedly yell, "Legati Chin! Legati Chin! Legati Chin!" Zhao Fu ignored their cries and took out 100 bottles. He opened them and threw them into the water. The thousands of city lords behind him also took out barrels of poison and poured them into the water. The soldiers on the dikes also started to pour poison into the water. Now that the poison was attacking from both the front and the back, even if the fish-scale people charged forwards and entered the poisoned water, they would be poisoned to death. The poison could directly seep through their skin. This was the human world's ultimate move, and only the higher-ups of the Alliance knew about it. It had been suggested by Zhao Fu, and he had personally carried it out. He had secretly collected all of the human world's poisons in order to carry out this plan. 400 or so regions had been submerged, and the dikes that the humans had built had become an independent body of water. If the poison was thrown into the fish-scale world, because of how big it would definitely be diluted by the water. However, the dikes that the humans had built could ensure that the poison would be even more intense. This was because they had collected all of the human world's poisons, which was why they had such an effect. Moreover, most of these poisons had been refined by Zhao Fu using the 10,000 poison divine cauldron, making them even more terrifying. Because the 10,000 poison divine cauldron had refined so many poisons, it had leveled up to a level 2 saint armament, the same level as the Sin Dragon sword. This was the reason why Tina Pendragon and the others had not appeared when the fish-scale people attacked the dikes. It was also one of the reasons why the human world had suffered such a great defeat. Their goal was naturally to lure the fish-scale people's forces into the human world and destroy them. In other words, they were using 600 million human lives to exchange for 3 billion fish-scale people's lives. However, the fish-scale people's ferocity still shocked Zhao Fu. If they did not use these methods, the humans definitely would not be a match for the fish-scale people in the water. In a direct confrontation, the humans would definitely lose. The poison corroded the fish-scale people incredibly quickly, and the fish-scale people quickly died in terror and despair. The fish-scale city lords were unable to do anything about this. Now, there were only 300 million fish-scale people left, and the countless city lords could only give up on them. Now that they had lost, they could only run, and they all looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. Zhao Fu rushed up and used the power of the Qin seal, giving off a terrifying aura. He killed a city lord with each strike, and the other city lords also chased after the fish-scale city lords. The fish-scale city lords could only run. After all, this was the humans' territory, and there were more city lords than them. Moreover, more city lords were continuously rushing over, and there were countless soldiers supporting them. As such, the fish-scale city lords could not stay here. After madly hunting, the human side had lost 100 or so city lords, but they had killed 4,000 or so city lords. Zhao Fu had killed 150 by himself and obtained 150 city lord seals. It was a pity that the city lord seals could only be obtained by entering the fish-scale world and obtaining cities. This was not an ordinary level of danger, especially when both sides were enemies. If they were discovered, they would be surrounded and attacked by the entire world. However, the fish scale side had lost 4,000 city lords and 3 billion people, which was a heavy blow to the other side. Now that they had taken a great blow, they most likely would not dare to do anything for a while. After killing the city lords, Zhao Fu looked at the countless corpses on the surface of the water, and he ordered the 10 million Qin soldiers he had brought to jump into the water to retrieve the corpses. All of the soldiers had water-repelling pearls, which could completely block out the water. The water-repelling pearls were much more effective than the water pearls, as the water pearls could not completely block out the poisonous water. Looking at the corpses, even if their equipment was only worth 1 gold coin, it would be worth 3 billion gold coins. Moreover, this set of equipment was worth at least 6 or 7 gold coins, and if he could obtain all of it, he would be able to obtain at least 18 billion gold coins. As expected, even though war was accompanied by massive risks, it also brought massive benefits. Apart from this, Zhao Fu was quite interested in the system main city soldiers' corpses. During the previous battle, Zhao Fu had secretly collected the 100 million system main city soldiers' corpses. He could only do this in secret, as if he was too obvious, he would be viewed with hostility by all of the southern side city lords. After all, these were their soldiers. Each system main city had sent out 500 soldiers. Even though 100 million people was a lot, after distributing the casualties, each system main city had suffered very few losses. If these soldiers were not very important to Qin, Zhao Fu actually wanted to bury them. After all, they had died to protect the human world. However, Qin really needed the rank 1 blood god pill. It was no longer possible to buy corpses outside the legacy land, so Qin had to obtain them himself. Everything was for Qin, and Zhao Fu didn't care about these things. As long as Qin could become strong, it didn't matter what he did. Many people watched as Qin fished out the corpses one by one. They immediately understood the value of the corpses, but they did not dare to go into the water. Just now, someone could not help but jump into the water to search for the corpses, but he was also poisoned to death. Now, they could only watch enviously as Qin's soldiers quickly put the corpses into their storage rings. The other city lords and legatees also understood the value of these corpses. Even though they had the power to fish up the corpses in the air, with their prestigious statuses, how could they do something like that for 6 or 7 gold coins? Moreover, a single person would not be able to fish up much. Right now, the one who had benefited the most from this battle was definitely Qin, and Qin hadn't even sent a single soldier to fight. Only Qin's legatee had contributed a bit. Now that they had received such great benefits, many people felt quite dissatisfied, and many people looked at Zhao Fu with enmity. Legatee Qin. Aren't you afraid of your conscience for taking so much in one go? One of the city lords said as he looked at his companions. If he was by himself, he would not dare to say anything in front of Zhao Fu. However, with the support of others, things were different. One of the Western Continent city lords said fearlessly, "That's right. You've taken all the benefits this time and we've gotten nothing. Don't you think you're going too far?" Everyone else felt quite angry and looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of displeasure, and some people even looked at him with a trace of enmity. The system city lords moved further away for their own safety. Otherwise, if the southern continent was in danger of being destroyed, they definitely would not cooperate with players. They would not care about the players' lives or deaths. Now that the greatest danger had been resolved, there was no need for them to participate in the battle between players. This massive amount of wealth was not something that they cared about. The various dynasty legatees inwardly felt quite delighted and expressed their support for those who had spoken. They feared Qin too much, so of course they wanted to weaken him. Seeing such a massive amount of wealth fall into Qin's hands made them feel quite pained. End of chapter 766. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.